Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have over 10 hours of cryptid stories. I have been requested to make this video so many times, and I finally got the time to do it, so I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating as it helps out the channel immensely. Let's see if we can break 1,200 likes. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated, as I post stuff just like this all of the time. So, if I was to put together another compilation video similar to this one, what would you guys want the topic to be on? It could be like late night shift, rules, whatever one is most requested, I will do my absolute best to put together and upload for you guys. So please let me know. Anyway, enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Langhurst is a small place, quaint and quiet, a seaside village which I'd never seen the outside of. The comforting sound of the salt waves breaking against rock was seldom disturbed by the modern hardships one might find inland. Langhurst was a bit behind the times, you could say. Traditional, maybe. Most labor to be found in the village was exactly what would be expected of a place so agricultural and simple. Farming, manual labor, light housekeeping for a lonely few, and fishing, most of all. It was what our town was known for, after all. It was a kind of coastal refuge where hitherto little ever seemed to happen, so when something finally did, it sent shockwaves throughout the old hamlet. Almost symbolically, a violent wind rose upon the land on the day I got the news. A local boy hadn't come home the previous evening. His parents had cared for the child in a cottage not 2 minutes' walk from my own. Sam was his name. He'd had his 6th birthday within the last month. The story was, he had been let out to ride his tricycle along the cobbled streets before dinner. I admit I knew young Sammy very little. I only learned his name after he disappeared, but nevertheless, I found myself among the first to volunteer for the search parties. Day by day, our righteous troop of concerned townsfolk grew until we could sweep the surrounding country in one walk. And each day, we would come up empty-handed. A week into the search, we almost had the whole town on the hunt, spare for an unsavory few. While trudging through the hollowed mud, torch in hand, I inquired of my reluctant companion, Randolph, on the noticeably absent Eric Carter, a local eccentric and sea dog. "What of him?" replied Randolph. I looked forward into the blackened country before expressing my suspicion. "I just find him strange is all." I felt Randolph's gaze turn to me, his brow furrowed in hesitation. "How do you mean? I can't remember the last time I saw him in town." He brought up a good point, first one of the day, but Randolph was right to doubt my distrust of the man. See, Eric was a recluse, a rugged old sailor, an intrepid mariner, as he was known around Langhurst. The man only left his beach hovel to fish out of the infinite blue. He would take his rustic aged boat out to wade in perilous waters which teemed and foamed endlessly beyond our small populace. But unlike our most precautious fishermen, Eric kept from selling the haul he would bring back, and instead stored them for himself in his low wooden shack which rusted quietly on the beach. However, it is known that there was a time where he wasn't such a hermit. In fact, our mysterious character was once part of a crew in his younger years. This was before my time, of course, but I had heard the stories. Eric found a love for the ocean on a crew of 5, while his soul was unscathed. Him and 4 others would brave the thrashing waves and come each day back to the beach with enough fish to feed a small army. An impressive bunch, to be sure, but and this is where the detail is uncertain. One day, as they always had, seeking after shadows of Shoal Coast by that pallid, peering crescent moon, Eric had an encounter, or a revelation, or saw a sight which sent him reeling in hysterics, screaming of uncertain, undefined things which no one could decipher. Upon forcing the crew to turn back, he exited the grounded boat onto the beach and left, without explanation, to his cabin, where he stayed for weeks, leaving his fellow sailors aghast in confusion, before he finally left and began sailing again with the boats he has kept since, still refusing to talk of what had happened to him on that day. Eric's former crew had all but since died. Old age had finally sent them back to the weeds, all but one, William Wallows, who remains similarly unsocial. I halted and turned to Randolph. Maybe it's wrong of me to accuse a troubled old man, but something about him screams to me that he is not to be trusted. I can't explain it. Randolph smirked and grabbed my shoulder. You've been listening to too many stories. What's your trouble, Harry? Come on, I'm getting exhausted. Let's head back. Randolph suggested, patting me on the back. I concurred with his suggestion before turning and heading back through the farmland, empty-handed once again. Somber was the following month. As I had done when the mystery was fresh, I spent the weeks of February up in the hills and fields, combing through grass and wood with the rest of the search team. But on March 3rd, Sam was presumed dead by the village, a victim of the universe's cosmic indifference. The search was called off. A ceremony was held in his honor at the cemetery, which rested eerily on the town's outskirts as a hideous reminder of Langer's often unspoken past. In the callous silence of that hoary city of sarcophagi, an empty coffin was lowered into the graveyard's soaked mud, which sat almost mire-like beneath the featureless gray sky. The unnerving noiselessness of the place was only occasionally interrupted by the wet sniffles of the mother, and the father who cradled her in his bemoaned embrace. With a vile squelch, the coffin smacked the mud that sat at the bottom of the hole. I hadn't been to that place in years, but I felt the obligation to go. After all, I truly hoped we would find the boy. To my slight gratitude, most of the population of Langers was in attendance. Besides, it was a small town, and once again, among the folks who were missing from the event were those too old and frail to walk and Eric Carter. Even his old pal William Wallows came, peering on from the outskirts of the crowd, reflecting his courteous but faintly aloof nature. I turned to Randolph, who stood by my side, hands clasped together by his torso. Again, look who isn't here, I whispered, nudging his elbow. He didn't reply. After the sermon had concluded, the crowd dispersed, myself first of all. Randolph grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. What's the hurry? He asked, intrepidly, slightly concerned. Lying, I replied. Toilet. My one-word answer seemed to agitate my anxious friend, but nonetheless, he left me to my own devices. I scampered down to the bay, passing the empty houses which stood silent along the way. High up on a rock which overlooked the stretched beach, I stood, peering out to the waves, just hazily among dark and blue and uneven sea. As if a smudge on a mirror, I saw him. On his little boat, amidst the howling of distant wind and rocky currents he was. What was it that drew me to him I couldn't describe, for our town wasn't lacking in eccentrics. But looking out at the faraway speck that was Eric Carter, I couldn't shake the feeling I had seen him with the boy. Whether it was in a dream or just a conjured image of my own mind, I still can't say. I mean, being cooped up in a small fishing village your whole life is sure to leave your mind imaginative. But no matter how it may seem, an unspoken part of me hoped that young Sammy had not just been whisked up by the country or torn asunder by some woodland beast, but instead wished our intrepid adventure had snatched him up, and that it was my duty to rescue him from the ragged clutches of the scurvy old sea dog. It was hard to tear my gaze from the time-worn fisherman, but once I did, I clambered down from the salty rock and made my way back up the cobbled street. The night came slowly that day. A long sunset crept its way below the waves, sending golden-orange rays upon our small town. As the street lamps became alight and darkness befell the huddled rooftops, I found myself downing a pint of the singing siren. Langer's very own pub. Its only pub. And before I knew it myself, one pint turned to 2, then to 3, and however many after that. I could hardly remember. I stumbled my way out the old place and looked wistfully down the street which stretched down to the bay. Not quite prepared to go home, I clumsily moped down it. The concept of time was mostly lost to me that night due to my sickly level of intoxication, so it could have been an hour by the time it took me to reach the point where the stone became sand and grit. I meandered on the border of the blackened beach under faint, flickering street lamps until my vision started to straighten and I began to feel the cool breeze on my skin again. I remember sparing a glance or two to Eric's distant shack, which emitted a vague orange glow through its stained windows, but no movement could be seen inside. I found myself a nice bench, which looked out onto sea and sat, ruminating to the sound of soft waves crawling up and down the sand. Somewhat lost in thought, I almost missed the sound of a quick whistle behind me. I turned to see who made the sound, for they were surely trying to grab my attention. What I saw when I did was a sight I did not expect. Emerging from the poorly lit street came the ragged visage of one William Wallows. "Mind if I sit with you?" he asked, almost growling in his hardened demeanor. I felt as though saying no would not amount to much. I gestured to the space beside me as he lowered himself onto the bench with a breathy rattle, like a train chugging to a halt. His long brown coat had a sickening liquory stench, like huffing pure ethanol. "Nice of you to do what you did for that boy. Spending all your time looking for him? Very kind you must be." Despite his undoubtedly intimidating entrance, he sounded rather sincere, though I found it strange of him to say since his contribution was non-existent. Well, I'm certainly no exception. Most of the whole town was out to find the boy. I said, still looking onward into the darkness. "Yeah, I suppose they did. Good town we have here. Even better people. Most of them anyway." William chuckled in response, taking a swig from his flask. I was terribly sorry to hear about young Sam. I wanted to help. I truly did, but something about being out there is just... He stumbled on his words for a moment. It's being around the dead trunks and stunted trees which rot at the rim, and the vile mud which belches when you stand on it. It's a place where I do not belong. There was almost a sadness in his tone now. "Is that why you became a fisherman?" I asked inquisitively, turning to him. "Yeah, I suppose that might be it. I think I find a particular kind of comfort in the uncertainty of the waves, in its opaqueness. Most people do not feel this way. I understand that. They fear what they cannot see. They are frightened by what might or might not lurk below. Not me, though. I find wonder in the unknown." He sighed as if he would say more, but he didn't. I looked at him, still sat by my side. His eyes seemed hollow. His pupils swayed back and forth, absently, as if he was scanning the bay while not looking at anything at all. If I stayed silent for a few more moments, he certainly would have passed right out on the bench. "Was Eric frightened?" I asked. He took a breath before letting out a raspy chuckle. "If only you had known how stupid that question was, you wouldn't have asked it," he said. "How so?" I asked, slightly hesitantly, somehow not the least bit offended by what he said. "This place is small. Have you not seen him out on the waves each day, waiting between those waves?" He pointed outwards into the abyss. "I know everyone has heard the story. You too, I must assume. I know they say that something in the water spooked him, frightened him into mania. But I was there. Sailed for a long time before then. I've seen fear. Young sailors falling off boats into the blue. Seen their eyes bulge and turn empty like a fish. That wasn't fear. He screamed certainly, but not as any primal instinct or for help, but to tell us something. His message was unclear, but what was clear was the overwhelming madness that was spilling out of his mind. It was like his brain had burst. I leaned forward as he stopped. "So, what did he see?" I inquired, slightly frightened. As I said, it was unclear. Adjectives like accused, deep, great, and mighty shrieked out of the word soup he had spilled on our boat. We sailed the boat back and dragged him ashore. He screamed all the while. We haven't spoken since, but he seems to be doing simply fine. He chuckled. There was a sullen silence as I stood up, now mostly sober. "Where are you off to?" he said, almost growling with the energy to turn and look at me. "I must be getting home," I sighed, before turning back to face the dimly lit street, still no closer to finding the boy, but without explanation, on the basis of no evidence or reason whatsoever. even more distrustful of Eric. The following day came, and as it did, so did the realization that my infatuation with the lonesome sailor had become unhealthy. I couldn't rid my mind of him, his story. I had gotten little sleep once I returned from the bay. I could practically feel the bags under my eyes. I left my home in the early hours, just as the sun had come. The exact reason for this I am unsure. I mean, why does anyone go for a walk? It was quick before my walk took to me, the bay once again. As I paced on the beach's edge, I scoured the ensuing waters, almost out of instinct. Eric could not be seen. Certainly he was now in his shack, which was in a immediate peripheral. I rested not too far up the beach, a lonely structure on the sand. I was ready to pass it when I sensed something, a movement. The old lantern which hung down inside shook, then swung. Something inside was shuddering the skeleton of the place, but little noise could be heard from where I was standing. Cautiously, I moved in closer. Now no closer than 5 feet from the rear of the shack, something became audible. A muffled cursing could be heard from inside, yet, as I peered through the window, hunched in the sand, Eric could not be seen inside. This was my first time hearing his voice. Through the old wood, I made out the aggravated groans and expletives of the man among the bangs and rings of metal grinding against rock, which sounded not dissimilar from the jangling of chains. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Was my half-deluded theory true? Was I hearing the proof? With my ears pressed against the rotted planks, I could confirm the ruckus came from below. Was this man who previously had shown little size, which warranted suspicion, really the culprit? Had he been holding the boy in his perverted subterranean chamber this whole time? Was I really about to rescue a child thought dead? I wondered. But just as I thought I had it all figured out, my victory shattered as my bones rattled. A sound which my straining ears were not near enough ready for bellowed from below. A repulsive, gargled, watery belch erupted upwards into the sky. An almost unspeakable blare of grotesque noises which smacked the walls inside, like Neptune's stomach churning. I recoiled backwards, landing with a thud in the sand. I scrambled in it for a few moments before getting to my feet and shooting off toward the town. Well, perhaps having nothing to do with young Sam, it was clear Eric was harboring a black secret. I didn't stop running until I got back inside my house, but I was too far down the hole to abandon it then. I would wait for the cover of darkness, when Eric was sure to leave his shack to head ocean-bound as he always did, to leave me free to uncover whatever clandestine, accursed thing he was holding beneath the sand. Inevitably, darkness came. I had perched myself on a far-off mound of rock where I could get a good view of his front door. The damnably vivid sound of the swaying waves had begun to drive me a little loopy in the head by now, but I wouldn't let it deter me yet. Down on my stomach I ogled at the repulsive structure, the rotten wood of which could only be visible by a monotonous golden hue that radiated from the lamp inside. Soon, however, the monotony would be broken by the hunched shadow of our mysterious stranger. He clattered around inside for a few moments before, above the nightly ambience of the beach, a sharp creaking could faintly be heard as Eric opened the door. The lamp which he now held in his hand burst out into the darkness, illuminating the surrounding sand, leaving his oak hovel in darkness. I pushed myself to my knees as the old man sulked along toward his boat. I admit there was something eerily calming in watching the man live his strange little life. The confidence in which he threw his light before himself aboard was almost impressive. But before I could get too transfixed, he was off on his way, pushing against the tide. I slid down from atop my perch and bounded across the bay toward my target. Leaving as soon as I did gave me a good few hours to search inside, I figured, and not caring for subtlety would give me all the time I would need. I felt along the exterior walls of the place before touching glass. I must have found the window. With little hesitation, I removed my coat and wrapped it around my good hand. With a breath and a gulp, I smashed my enveloped fist through the dirty glass which shattered with a painful screech. I pulled my hand back and came with it did a wretched, eye-watering stench which oozed out the sharp opening I had just created. I heaved as I breathed in the foul, fishy smell, but again I could not stop. Still wrapped up, I pushed my hand around the rim of the window, removing all the left-behind glass before crawling into the place. My feet met the floor with a tender creak. The interior was blackened completely. It was apparent to me then that Eric had taken his only source of light with him. From my hand I unfurled my coat, now torn and shredded beyond repair, and threw it out the opening behind me. I felt around my pockets, finding my lighter in the left one before shining it outwards in my outstretched hand. I'd gotten lucky with that one, I suppose. The light was dim and small, but it gave me vision at least. Well, only about 2 feet of vision. But it was better than stumbling around the nasty place like a blind old hag. I stepped forward cautiously. The light from my small flame didn't reach the ground. I stepped again and the wood churned, but as it did, my free hand brushed the edge of something. Splintered wood. I brought the lighter to it. It was a table for sure, mostly blank bits of paper atop it, but some words could be made out among the tattered pieces. Scrawled in black chalk was a list of some sort, but it was muddled, barely legible, all the words crossed out by a thick, obscuring line. I could faintly make out words like shrimp and possum among the crossed ones. After moving from the table, I stumbled around in near darkness for a few moments before I damn near tripped on some kind of metal contraption in the ground. I composed myself and knelt where I thought it was, shining my lighter towards it. A round and rusted metal hatch it was. This certainly would lead me to the basement, and consequently, whatever secrets Eric held there. I lifted it with a heave to reveal an untrustworthy-looking wooden ladder, the bottom of which my small light did not illuminate. For the first time that night I hesitated. I had no clue what I even expected to find if not for the boy, which I had ruled out by that point anyway, but stood there atop the ladder. I began to feel a cool breeze flow in from the window I had already smashed. It would haunt me forever if I abandoned the journey now, I thought. I let out a suspire of slight regret before one leg after the other. I descended into the darkness, trying all the while not to let my light go out. The smell down there was like nothing I had smelt before. It must have been where the horrendous stench upstairs originated from. 10 steps down, my shoe met the ground with a splash. At the bottom I was ankle deep in water. But it wasn't a thin liquid like the seas, but instead a thick, mire-like substance which seeped through the threads of my shoes. It was tiresome to walk in, hard to bring your feet up from. My arm extended, lighter in hand. I felt along the walls with my other one. The walls were wet with some kind of slime, which caught on my fingers as I followed around the room. I was startled when my hand caught another hatch of some kind. My light towards it, I could see that through it was a horrible, corroded chain that looked as though, given a good tug, it could break at the hinges. I placed my hand on top and followed that instead. It wasn't 2 more steps in the sullied water when before me, within the small orange hue of my lighter, hanging from the roof, which I had not the light to see, was a string. A wooden nub on the end of it, like the kind of thing you'd use to turn on the lights in an old bathroom. Perhaps I would find some lights after all. I pocketed my lighter, leaving me now in complete darkness. With one hand still in the chain, I felt around in the unlit chamber for the little piece of wood. After inelegantly knocking it aside a few times, I finally caught it in my hand. But just as I was about to pull it down, my hair stood up and my blood ran cold. I felt my skin almost ripple as slowly and deliberately. The chain in my other hand began to shudder. Whatever it was connected to was beginning to wake up. Before fear could get the best of me, I yanked on the light switch, and with a pulse and a flicker, a single solitary bulb lit the place entirely. But I wish it didn't. In front of me, closer to me than I was the ladder behind it, was... With the place lit, it was now known to me that the chain I had been holding was one of many, at least 10 of them, all around the room, lashed into the flesh of a huge, gelatinous creature. A mound of flesh. It was the furthest thing from human I'd ever seen. It had an uncontrollable number of crying eyes, which looked everywhere and nowhere at once, accompanied by flailing, flogging, thrashing mouths that groaned and whimpered in 1,000 voices of terror beyond all comprehension. Its infested, blubbery flesh oozed a repugnant, blacky bile from every accused chasm, which I then realized was what was flooding the chamber. Its many blackened tongues writhed and squirmed, and in its many mouths, which dribbled the same wretched substance, it was the ultimate abomination, the face of horror itself. I leapt backwards into the mire with an anguished howl. I darted to my feet as fast as the liquid would allow me, and I shot up the ladder as the creature let out a blubbery bellow, which shook the foundations of the place. Once back at the top, I threw the latch shut and fell backwards into a shelf, leaving me panting on the ground. I almost didn't notice that the room was now illuminated too. My heart couldn't sink any lower, but it certainly would have when I heard a faint chuckle to my side. Still gasping for breath, I turned to see the man I had been studying for the past few days. He sat at a table, staring me deep in the eyes, chuckling as he did. "I suppose you'll be paying for that," he croaked, still laughing. He pointed to the broken window. "I'm just messing. Stop being such a little Grinch." He gestured me to sit opposite him. I didn't move. "You invaded my home, young man. The least you could do is sit with me now." Shaking and barely able to talk, I crawled to my feet before stiffly placing myself in the chair opposite him. "Drink?" he said, offering me a beer. I ignored his question and managed to stutter out, "What was that thing?" "Oh no, you first. I see you're spying on me, asking about me. What is it, boy? What you want with an old lonely sailor like me, eh?" His tone was less upbeat now. I thought you took the boy. The missing boy Samuel? I thought you took him," I responded. Still, my mind was a mess. Eric looked down when I mentioned him. "Ah, yes. News doesn't get to me so fast, but when I found out I was... well, you know, it's terribly sad what happened. Terribly sad. I can think of nothing more distressing as parent than not knowing if your kid is okay or not. Nothing." Now he sounded truly sad. "That's why you're poking around my house, was it?" he asked. I nodded timidly. Well, can't fault you there, boy. Trying to be a hero. But as you might have seen, no boy down there." He pointed to the hatch. I looked him in his tired eyes. "What is down there?" I asked again. "Oh dear. You shouldn't have gotten muddled in all my mess, but I suppose if I don't tell you now, it'll drive you mad. Like this, old boy." He chuckled, patting himself on the belly. I spoke up. "I've heard the stories about you, you know. In town they say you saw something. In the waters. Is that what you saw?" I prodded, gesturing to the hatch I'd emerged from. "No, son. It's vastly more complicated than that. On that fateful day, us 5 sailors, or was it 4? It matters not. On that fateful day, us sailors did as we always did. Went out into the great blue, trying to do our part for this lovely town when I heard something. The other boys were busy pulling our net up, you see. But as they were pulling, I heard something. A whisper on the wind, carried by the ocean air. I looked outwards into the waves. Something was calling to me. Eric. It called to me. Eric. It called once more. Look to the depths." "Look to the depths? What does that mean?" I asked, entranced by his tale. "Well, quite literally that, my boy. The siren song called to me from the depths, so I did it. Almost hypnotized, I peered off the edge of the boat, and all the worldly sounds faded into air as I saw what lay below. The water wasn't like it had been, thick and opaque. Instead, it was clear as crystal. I could see right down to the bottom." "And what did you see?" I asked once more. Eric's eyes widened almost manically, and a sharp-toothy grin crept along his face. A mighty city, sunken and ancient but not abandoned. The tops of their great monasteries twinkled like stars as creatures great and small danced in the golden paved streets. The ageless priests chanted their endless song in the grand church, which sat at the center of their mighty kingdom, hidden below the waves. I blacked out after that. When I awoke, my crewmates were dragging me along the sand, and since that day, I barely spoke to them. Because I had been chosen, not them. I was meant to taste the salt. I needed a part of their world, a fragment. When you get a glimpse of the other side, my boy, you can never rid yourself of the great burden that is knowing of it. So, on my lonesome, I sailed out there day after day fishing for one. It took years and years of work, and carrying the knowledge that this world does not belong to us. You wouldn't believe what I dreamt of. But eventually I caught one. I bloody caught one, a child of Neptune, and I keep her here with me, to sing to me, and now you share that gift with me. I looked to the ground, staring at the lines between the planks, in awe of what was down there. I felt Eric's gaze on me. Come on, son, we best get you home now, he said softly. I stood when he did, and saying nothing, he led me out the door into the dark. But before he shut the door behind me, I turned to ask him one final question. So what finally did it? Eric looked at me puzzled. So what did it? After all these years? How did you catch it? Eric smirked. Well, it's all about the bait, my boy. And believe me, I tried everything. Tested every kind of meat I could get my hands on. Rat, cow, bird, fish, possum, even cat and dog meats. But who would have known that all it would take was the flesh of a young boy? Hey, that reminds me. I must be heading back into town soon. She's due for a good feeding. This is a story from when I was about 10 years old, and a recent experience has moved me to share it. As I'm well into my 30s now, parts of the story may not be especially clear, rambling, and it may sound a bit dramatic, but if I'm able to convey even 100th of what I felt when these events took place, I trust you'll forgive me. Throughout my childhood, I moved roughly every 2 years to various military bases in the US, as my father was active duty. When I was about 9, we moved to a base relatively far out west, 5 miles from a Native American reservation. I went to school off base, and I would say maybe a third of the school was Native American to some degree. One way or another, I cannot say I remember how I ended up becoming best friends with a Native classmate named John. John lived in the housing communities outside base with his father, but his grandfather lived on the reservation nearby, and he would often spend the afternoons there after school while his father worked. Once I turned 10, my own family allowed me a degree of relative freedom. My father had impressed upon me that once I was in double-digit age, I had adult responsibilities, such as being allowed to take care of my younger sister alone, but also being allowed to play off on my own or sleep over at friends' houses. And so, I began to take the bus home with John some days, and his father would take me home in the evenings. Many of these days ended up being at his grandfather's house on the reservation. I honestly never saw much of the reservation, as John's grandfather lived in a house off on his own, a ways into the woods, but from what I did see, things were largely undisturbed. To a child that loved building forts and climbing things, the woods were amazing. John and I would often spend the entire time outside, digging child-sized foxholes with his grandfather's myriad tools, or making little stick-by-stick progress on what we envisioned would one day be a sort of treehouse mansion. This continued on into the summer, and eventually when the new school year came, the afternoon routine continued. This is where the story begins in earnest, on a fall afternoon where John and I had found a freshly dead bird. I think it must have been a hawk, though I don't truly remember what it looked like, only that to the 10-year-old me, it was huge. It seemed like it had just fallen out of the sky, or even just been placed on the ground. It wasn't broken or bloody, and if its eyes had been closed, we likely would have assumed it was sleeping. We prodded it with sticks, speculated how it could have died, and I think talked about burying it. But before we actually did anything, John found another dead bird. I remember it was smaller, as were all the ones we found after that. Sparrows or other small songbirds. We found maybe close to 10, all spread out a ways, under trees or just out on the ground, undisturbed but definitely dead. I recall we argued over if they got sick and died, and if we could get the sickness if we touched them. I should also note that while finding all these dead birds was certainly odd, we weren't really afraid or on guard, and we kept going through the woods looking for more of them, or whatever had killed them. Eventually we split up. I don't think we really went far from each other, and I know I was relatively close to John's grandfather's house when I saw it. It was a large deer, sort of picking bark off a tree with its teeth. That's how it looked to me, at least. This bit is pretty hard to describe. I saw a deer. I saw it picking the bark off the tree with its teeth, bit by bit. But I knew it was not a deer. I cannot say how, but I simply knew it wasn't. It was something else, but understand that when I say this, it wasn't something dressed as a deer, or some animal that looked like a deer from an angle or in bad light. I was seeing something pick the bark off of a tree, and my mind put the image of a deer there instead of whatever it actually was. That's the best way I can describe it. I stood there confused, watching it, staring at it, as if trying to bring it into focus. I would turn my head and look at it again, and it was like a magic pop-out picture or optical illusion I couldn't stop seeing. I think maybe this went on for a minute or two, and I just tried looking at it without blinking. I know it stopped picking at the bark, and I got the impression it was moving, but the deer stayed still, and for a very brief moment, I didn't see the deer as clearly. I suppose the best way I could describe it would be like seeing a show or film, and one frame or image out of 50 or so was completely different. I still didn't clearly know what it was, but some deep part of my being, some locked up, primordial part of my brain, screamed that I should not have seen it. My blood had gone completely cold. I was suddenly extremely scared without knowing why. It was like some ingrained fear, like that of spiders or heights, but dialed to 11. I knew whatever it was bigger than a deer, and it had indeed been moving. I just turned and ran. To this day, I don't have ever run as fast as I did then. I flew through the woods, not thinking about John, going straight back to the house as fast as I could. John had seen me, or maybe he had been going back to the house by chance, but I rushed into the house, wide-eyed, panting, and tracking in mud. He came in right after me, asking me if I was okay. I remember not saying anything, not knowing what to say, and John's grandfather either heard us or sensed something was amiss and came and paused when he saw me. He asked me the same question, if I was okay, and this time, I shook my head no. He asked me what happened, and I told him I had seen a deer. Even as I said it, it felt like a stupid thing to say, but I didn't honestly know where to begin. I felt tears welling up in my eyes, from fear and embarrassment, and John's grandfather knelt down and asked me if I was sure it was a deer. I don't know why he asked me that, but I violently shook my head no, tears still in my eyes. His grandfather didn't ask me anything else. He simply told us to stay inside. From that point on is a bit of a blur for a while. I know we went into the basement of the small house where the TV was, and John had looked worried, and I was thankful he hadn't laughed or made fun of me for being scared of a deer. I knew it wasn't something he would do, but I was still grateful to have him as a friend during that moment. He asked me if the deer had attacked me or something, and through our short back and forth, I came to understand that deer weren't actually common where we were. I had often seen them at other places I had lived, and while John certainly knew what a deer was and what it looked like, he had never seen one on the reservation or around his home. I remember his grandfather bringing in wind chimes and his small potted plants from outside, as that had struck me as odd, but nothing else really happened. Eventually, John's father came to get us, and I remember his grandfather telling him we all had to stay the night, and they talked at length in some other language, which I presume may have been some Native American language, but it was nothing I recognized or remembered being 10 at the time. I remember John's father agreeing we should spend the night quite easily, and how we were going to wait and call my parents after dinner. This was before cell phones. I was actually quite excited for a sleepover, until at some point, John mentioned to his grandfather all the dead birds we had found earlier. He simply nodded and said something to John's father, who began to actually look worried. It was at this point I began to grow worried too. Up until that point, I hadn't thought of the deer and the birds as connected. My mind simply hadn't put them together, but when it then dawned on me that the deer thing had killed the birds, I started to feel the same fear from when I had seen it. I didn't think it had chased after me, but John's father was worried, and the sleepover was likely tied to it too. I wondered if it was dangerous for us to go outside. John's father had gotten here fine, and it was still pretty light outside for dusk. I think I had gone to the window to look outside, to see John's father's car. And then I'm not really sure. Whatever I did, when and how I left the house, is gone from my memory. I was simply outside. I was sure I had walked there on my own. I hadn't felt a strong desire to go. I wasn't looking for anything or lured there. I simply went outside, and when I was again myself, so to speak, I was outside and I saw it. It wasn't a deer this time. It was a tree, and I knew it right away. Up until this point, as I write this, I remember everything that I've recounted with relative certainty, but from that moment my memories are etched into diamond in my brain. I will likely remember this feeling until the day I die, no matter how old I grow. What I saw, as the tree gave way, was something slender but huge. It was hunched over, and I know if it had stood, if it could stand, it would have been much taller than a man. It seemed uneven and dark, and though I couldn't look away, and I can't recall it clearly in my mind, I still don't know exactly what it looked like, or if it had a head, or eyes, or hands, etc. My mind fought hard to keep it as a tree. Well, I couldn't look away from it, and while I was scared before when I saw it, what I felt then was true terror. To clarify, you can feel fear, you can justify it, battle it, almost examine it within yourself when presented with its source, but not terror. Terror isn't felt, it overcomes you. It is debilitating, mind-numbing, far beyond the simple fear of death. Any other thought or feeling, even the senses, are like corks faintly bobbing in the raging waves of the storm that is terror. To this day, I have never been as stone cold afraid of anything in my life as I was in that moment. It had seen me. It didn't look at me per se. It didn't turn or move, but I felt its attention shift to me. It was like being in a huge spotlight, and then suddenly having it focused to a narrow beam directly on you. I was so numb I hadn't noticed I was crying. And once I did, I tried hard to not make any noise, not to breathe. I closed my eyes and was looking downwards at the ground. I remember my tears falling left to right. It was still focused on me, so overwhelming and stifling. I know it might sound a bit silly, but this soul experience had eventually given rise to my acceptance of religion some years later. If this thing was a demon, then hell didn't need fire and flames. This being was a thing that shouldn't exist. I didn't realize it as I was doing it, but I was about to start walking toward the thing until I heard a shrill whistle from behind me, and on reflex, I pivoted, foot in the air, mid-step, and saw John's grandfather's arm beckoning me from the doorway of the house. His whole body was behind the solid white door, just his arm sticking out, beckoning me over and over. I was so stunned and in shock. I simply walked towards it, numbly shuffling, eyes focused on the motion of his hand. I no longer felt the thing's attention on me, and some part of me was sure that I was already dead. My legs carried me to the door, and John's grandfather shut the door behind me. He had been holding a shotgun. John's father knelt with me and gave me a hand towel from the kitchen as I began sobbing in earnest, the terror relenting and the shock of being alive taking its place. John was nearby and looked as concerned as his father and grandfather, though I didn't know if he actually knew what was going on. When I had calmed down, we were all sitting at the small table in the kitchen. I noticed all the blinds and curtains had been closed, and though I didn't ask anything, when I looked at John's grandfather, my question must have been plain on my face. He glanced at the shaded window and turned to me and simply said, "Stick, man," and raised his arms and growled to imitate a monster. I didn't ask anything else that night, nor did John, and we had a quiet dinner, and eventually we went down to the basement and set up the camping cots John and I had used in previous sleepovers. Eventually John's grandfather came down and played cards with us on the floor. He taught us how to play poker, and we gambled with a big bag of M&Ms he brought out from somewhere, divvying them out to us and laughing. At some point, he produced a huge 10-gallon cowboy hat. and played the role of the spirited poker dealer, helping us win by asking, "Are you sure?" and keeping the M&Ms flowing. Looking back on it now, I know he was trying to cheer us up, and I'm extremely thankful to him for that, on top of possibly saving my life. John and I never really spoke about the stickman until one point some weeks later, when we were outside in the driveway to his grandfather's house. We played much closer to the house for a while, and I had gone quiet as I stared at the spot where I had been frozen in terror. Where I had turned around, John asked me a question. "Why do you think it let you go?" he said. The question struck me. Until then, I hadn't been sure John was even aware of the stickman, but I answered him honestly. I don't think it meant to. Which was true. I didn't think it was actually trying to kill me. Trying wouldn't have factored in. I simply would have died. I don't know how I knew, but I was certain. If it had wanted me dead, I would have been dead. Such is my encounter with the stickman, or whatever its other names may be. I'm glad to have been able to write it down, and I hope that this will serve as a well-warning to my fellow outdoorsmen. Despite my best efforts, I do not think written word will ever do the feelings I went through justice. And lastly, partly for my own sake, if you do see something strange or something not quite what it should be when you're out in the wilderness, please get away. Leave immediately. Please don't let your final thoughts be spent realizing I was telling the truth.
"Are you sure, Mr. Roger?" Rachel asked me upon hearing my request. We were outside of her family home, a big but cozy-looking house in a small town near the Appalachians. My pickup truck idled behind us, parked on the side of the road, as we sat there knee-deep in snow. She'd invited me inside for warmth and a cup of tea when I arrived, but I was in a hurry, so I turned her down. I wanted to get it over with as fast as possible and be on my way. "We don't rent out the cabin during winter. The area is too dangerous during this time of year," Rachel said, trying to dissuade me from my course of action. And she wasn't wrong. The thick snowfall turned the world into a white, shining, slippery mess. One wrong step, one daring turn of the steering wheel, and I'd be in big trouble. But I wasn't worried about the weather or the cold. They'd be the least of my issues. "Some friends told me you do. They said your family rented them the cabin for Christmas the past few years," I said, feigning ignorance. "They must have gotten us confused for someone else," Rachel said. "My parents haven't rented the cabin during winter for as long as I can remember." "How so?" I asked, curious to see what her answer would be. Did she already know? Did she have me figured out? Did she see through the fake name I provided her? "From what I understand, a group of people rented it from my grandparents some 30 years ago. The weather trapped them up there for a week. They ran out of supplies and firewood, and all of them died of hunger and hypothermia," Rachel answered in a worried whisper. So she didn't know. Not about the avalanche, not about me surviving, and most importantly, not about what we found up there. I couldn't fault her grandparents for hiding it from her. That week is better left forgotten. I know that. And yet I can't bring myself to do it. To uproot those memories and cast them aside. Their roots are too deep. "That sounds terrible," I said after a short pause, with a sad expression that was all too real. "But we'll be careful, I promise. Look, I have supplies for 2 weeks and an emergency GPS beacon." I jabbed a finger over my shoulder as I talked, pointing at my truck. Its bed was indeed filled with supplies and covered by a tarp that gathered snow. "It'll be me, my 2 sons, and their families. We just want a quiet place far away from the city to spend Christmas together, but it's difficult to find one with this pandemic." "I understand, Mr. Roger," Rachel said sympathetically, "but I can't. My parents were clear on it. I'm sure you'll find someone else more than willing to rent you a cabin." "This close to Christmas?" I asked. "I doubt it. Look, what was your rate? $140 a night? I'll pay triple, with a promise to leave the cabin spotless. I hoped that this would convince her, since this stunt would blow through all of the savings I had left. Rachel gave me a surprised look, but seemed to be thinking the offer over. Fine, she said after a few tense moments. No triple rates. I don't want to rob you of your money, but I have a few conditions. Shoot away, miss, I said, faking a dumb, old man smile. Your security deposit will be triple. I know how wild Christmas parties can get, she said with a half smile. Her lips curled just enough to denote that she wasn't malicious, but that she wouldn't take crap from me either. And I will come up here, unannounced, to check on you guys. Sound fair? Sounds perfect, I assured her, keeping up my facade. We shook hands, and Rachel invited me inside to take care of the transaction away from the prying eyes of her neighbors. I wanted to refuse her at first, seeing as the sun was racing towards the horizon and I was losing precious moments of its protective light, but I gave in. The last thing I needed was for one of her neighbors to call the cops and risk having them crash my little outing. So I followed her inside, shaking my boots of snow and taking off the layers of clothes that protected me from the biting cold. Rachel led me into the living room and had me sit at a small, yet comfortable table next to a raging fireplace. She made herself unseen into the kitchen, with the promise that she'd be hasty and would return with warm tea. Left alone in the room, I looked at the countless family photos adorning the walls. There were a lot more of them than the last time I passed through here, but the counterpiece was the same. An old family portrait depicting a large group of people, hung in the same place above the fireplace. Although the yellow sheen it had picked up over the years was new. A Christmas carol began singing gently from another room, and Rachel was humming along to it as she returned. In her hands, she carried 2 ceramic cups painted with winter scenes, with steam rising up and out of them, and spreading a festive smell. She handed me one, depicting a snowman going down a steep hill atop a sleigh, while she kept the one showing a lumberjack swinging a heavy axe at a fir tree. I took a tentative sip, careful not to burn my tongue on the hot liquid. Clove, cinnamon, orange, I listed, and made a show of smacking my lips while taking another sip. And it's subtle, but I'd be willing to bet apple cider. Rachel gave a short, courteous laugh. She blew air into her own mug a couple of times and took a sip as well. Good thing we weren't betting then, Mr. Roger, she said with a soft smile. You're bang on. I shrugged my shoulders, returning her smile in kind. 30 years of making tea and cooking Christmas dinners for everyone will do that to a person, I said. And oh, how much I wished for that to be the truth. For me to cook for a large family, toiling between stoves and pots, only to see their smiles around the dinner table. How I wish for my reality to be one different. For me to not cook dinner all by myself, no matter the occasion. But reality is cold, bitter, and unapologetic. It never cared much for my wishes. I bet, Rachel said, her smile extending a little. And you'd win that bet, I said, burying the painful memories that threatened to surface under sweet lies. After all, in that moment I wasn't Aiden. I wasn't a 50-something-year-old man and a widower with no family to speak of for the last 30 of those years. No, I was sweet old Mr. Roger, with a large family waiting for my word back at home, hoping to spend Christmas together at this particular cabin that claimed everything from Aiden. A sweet lie, a masquerade so convincing that I wanted to believe it myself for as long as possible. Say, I spoke before Rachel got to talk. Is that portrait over there of your grandparents? I asked, pointing at the photo. Yes, Rachel said, and I could feel her love for them radiating from her words. My grandparents, my young mother and father, and all of the aunts, uncles, and cousins on my father's side. She looked at me longingly for a moment. And it didn't take me long to realize why. Her grandparents were about the current age when that photo was taken. They were probably no longer among the living. Regretting the scars I opened up in her, I steered the conversation into a more cheery direction. "So I take it that sweet little girl in a summer dress is you?" I asked. "Mr. Roger, do you have a sixth sense by any chance?" Rachel asked with amusement, and I took her jab with a proud smile. Bang on again. That's 5-year-old me holding my mother's hand. I was a clumsy kid and needed the support. I wanted to tell her that she'd grown into a splendid woman since the last time I saw her. That the fire she carries in her eyes right now is something she's always possessed. Passed down from her mother who got it from her grandmother, but I abstained. "Oh, don't worry about it," I said. "Most young kids are like that. I should know." We exchanged some more pleasant small talk after that. I was enjoying my time with Rachel so much. I was so engrossed in the Mr. Roger persona that the passage of time escaped my notice. The grandfather clock on the room striking 3 in the afternoon was what opened my eyes, and I realized it was too late to make the drive and the trek up to the cabin today. Nightfall would catch even a young lad in his prime on that attempt, of which I was neither. How time has passed," I said. "I'm sorry for taking so much of it from you, miss. Let's conclude the payment and I'll be on my way." "It's not a problem," Rachel assured me. "Your company is a pleasure, Mr. Roger. You're not holding me back from anyone. Don't worry. I'm all alone in here." I didn't want to probe her on that matter. It wasn't my place to, and I had no interest in it either. But the sad expression that flashed across her face for a split second told me everything I needed to know. She had no husband or children to speak of. With her parents away to spend Christmas somewhere else, she was left to spend it alone. With a knowledge of the craft that only comes with time and practice, Rachel calculated my security deposit and rates for 4 days up at the cabin in a heartbeat. She displayed the total for me and wanted to walk me through the process, to assure me that she wasn't asking for a single extra penny, but I refused. Partly because math was never one of my fortes, and partly because I believed her. I pulled out my wallet, handed her the money down to the last dollar, and got up to leave. "Well, it's been a pleasure, Miss Rachel, but it's getting late. I'm afraid I have to go." She got up to see me to the door, following with delicate steps that pitter-pattered on the hardwood floor. I reached the coat hanger where I'd left my padded jacket and went to retrieve it, but Rachel stopped me. "Are you planning to go up to the cabin right away, Mr. Roger?" she asked, making no attempt to hide the worry in her voice. "Yes," I lied. I wouldn't try to. I reconciled with the idea that I would spend the night in my truck, but that was something that sweet little Rachel didn't need to know. "Don't you have a place to stay around here? It's almost dark outside. It would be dangerous for you to attempt it." "I don't," I admitted, knowing full well where this was going. The only thing I didn't know for sure is if I was on board with it or not. "Then stay here until morning," Rachel offered, beaming at the prospect of company. No, I can't," I said. Though at that point, I would have regretted her taking me up on my words and retracting the offer. "I've been enough of a bother for one evening." "Oh, don't be silly, Mr. Roger," Rachel said, reaching for my hand and cupping it with both of hers. Small, warm, soft things, so out of place around my burly, calloused palms. For a moment, I felt like a grandparent accosted by a loving grandchild. "There's plenty of room in the guest bedroom, free of charge." "Well, how could I argue with that?" I said, smiling down at her. "I'll just go to the truck quickly. I have to turn off the engine and call everyone." "I'll fix us up another batch of tea then," she said, and took off towards the kitchen with a newfound spring in her steps. "Oh, and pull the truck into the driveway. Wouldn't want to risk a ticket." What a lovely woman, I caught myself thinking as I dressed up. Just like I said I'd do, I walked out to the truck. I pulled it into the driveway like Rachel asked me to, and faked a short phone call in case she watched me through the window. Though, thinking back on it, I did it more for myself than for her. To help the lie along in the van, hope its roots would dig deep enough tonight to uproot my reality. Back inside the house, I heard Rachel calling for me from the kitchen. Her words guided me towards the well-furnished and equipped room, and I found a chair ready for me at an empty table. I sat down, picking up the slang snowman cup that she refilled with fresh, steaming tea. Rachel had put on an apron while I was gone, a frilly black thing that would have been right at home in a housewife cooking show. Not that I watch any of those. She did laps between cabinets and the double fridge, retrieving pots and pans and ingredients that she carefully gathered on the table. It didn't take long for me to guess the menu based on the items in front of me. "Let me help you with that," I offered. She stopped dead in her tracks, perched on her toes as she tried to reach a high cupboard. A quick swivel had her facing me, and I could see she hadn't grasped the exact meaning of my words. "Sure thing," she said, taking a step away as I walked over to her and retrieved the box that her fingers could barely touch. "I meant with the cooking in general," I clarified. Her fingers paused briefly around mine, her attempt at getting the box from me cut short. "Consider it payment for the room and the plates I assume I'll be getting." "Correct assumption again, Mr. Roger," she said. Her deer in the headlights look vanishing in favor of her smile. "You're on a roll tonight, and fine. But just know that I'll feel bad about accepting your help the entire time." Another playful jab. This one a bit more daring, but not any less obvious. I took it with a grin and helped her pick out the final few bits and bobs. We stood side by side, taking in the chaotic assortment of ingredients laid out haphazardly in front of us. "Whatever we make, it has to be both fast and flavorful," I decided, taking the lead from her. Which felt disrespectful, yeah, but I was in her kitchen after all. But it didn't look like she was making any progress on pinpointing any particular recipe. "True," she admitted. "Any suggestions?" We went back and forth for a few minutes, bouncing ideas off of each other until we settled on a menu that we were both satisfied with. Buttery mashed potatoes, an assortment of roasted veggies, roasted turkey breast, a spiced cranberry sauce, a gingerbread trifle for dessert, and a quick and dirty eggnog to get tipsy. For the more culinary literate ones among you, yes, all of those things are anything but fast, especially the turkey. But here's a quick tip while I'm at it. Butterfly your turkey breasts. It'll cut down on the cooking time considerably, without sacrificing any of the flavor. At any rate, I'm not here to host a cooking show. After spending a few more minutes discussing the details of the recipes, which is a crucial detail if you cook along with someone else, we sprang into action. Rachel tackled the mashed potatoes and roasted veggies. I took on the turkey, the cranberry sauce, and the trifle. And we decided to meet in the middle for the eggnog while helping each other out here or there when an extra pair of hands was needed. Dashing between the pots by her side was a lovely time, to the point I didn't mind how long it took for everything to cook. And by her smile and dancy demeanor, I figured she didn't mind it either. We were both having a blast, one that we didn't know we desperately needed until we received it. Taking a short breather after I deposited the well-seasoned turkey breast in the oven next to Rachel's veggies, I couldn't help but watch her for a while. The smile on her lips, the way her hips swayed as she kept on her toes. Her warm presence that brightened the atmosphere. She reminded me so much of my Jennifer. My sweet, lovely Jennifer. The fun times we had as young, reckless kids. The parties we went to that rocked entire blocks as teens. All of the hikes and traveling we did as young adults. She'd been the soul of the party wherever she went. And more than that, she'd been my soul. The integral part that made me, me. She was my one and only. The person I wanted by my side through thick and thin. The woman I wanted to age next to. My mind threatened to sink like a cannonball, down into the murky waters of what ifs and could have beens. But I was entirely unprepared to stop it, just as always. I was about to go on a stroll down memory lane, to watch my being slowly splinter into a million pieces while I peered uselessly at the resulting shards that I didn't know how to pick up and put back together into the hole they'd once been. I guess Rachel noticed my 1,000-yard stare, the way my eyes fixated on a point millions of miles away. She froze, looking at me with worry from the other side of the kitchen. "Mr. Roger?" she asked, taking a tentative step towards me. "Are you okay? Do you need to sit down? I'll fetch you a glass of water." As I came to my senses, my mind easing back into the present, I caught my reflection in the smooth surface of the refrigerator. Blurry as it was, I could still make out just how pale my skin went. I said, the words leaving my throat weak and frail. "I'm fine, Jen. No need to worry. A glass of water would do me plenty good, though." I went around the table, sitting down in my chair as I tried to regain my composure. Rachel got a clean glass from a cabinet and filled it with ice-cold water from the fridge. She rushed over to me, putting the glass in my hands, leaning over me as she checked my forehead with the back of her hand. A sweet gesture, but completely misguided, since panic attacks don't bring about fever. "Thanks," I said, taking the glass from her and taking a hearty swig. "And please stop calling me Mr. Just Roger is fine." "Okay, Roger," Rachel said. "Are you okay? Do you have any medication you need to take?" She knelt in front of me as she talked, staring into my eyes and cupping my hand with both of hers. The amusement in her eyes was gone, its place taken by an urgency and worry for my well-being that I didn't like nearly as much. No, I'm fine," I reassured her. "I'm not that old. It was just a harmless panic attack, that's all. I'll be right as rain in a few." She didn't seem convinced by my words, but she got up. The food didn't care about my panic attack. It kept boiling and threatened to burn regardless of my mental state. She did another lap of the kitchen, stirring what needed to be stirred, tasting and adding salt to what needed more of it. But it was clear that she got scared by my episode. "Hey, look," I said when I could no longer take it, and got to my feet. "I'm fine, promise. I'll help you finish up. It's too much for a single person." It's just that," she stuttered. "If I'll feel bad, I'll sit back down," I said, getting back to my cooking duties. "Pinky swear?" Rachel asked out of the blue. I turned to find her next to me, with her hand extended and her pinky finger wiggling around. "Pinky swear," I said, twisting my own pinky finger around hers. "I'll be fine." "Okay," she accepted, and her smile made a shy but welcomed comeback. "I promise I'll watch you more carefully, to make sure you're fine." With the strain of my episode hanging in the air, we continued cooking. Rachel warmed back up after a while, and by the time dinner was ready, she was cracking jokes again. We met up in the middle for the eggnog like we initially planned, poured ourselves a healthy glass of it, and plated up. Dinner was tasty, but I didn't expect any less from the two of us at this point. She proved she could hold her own in the kitchen next to a veteran cook like myself. "You're an amazing chef," she said as she tasted my contributions to the menu. "Mrs. Jen is one lucky lady, getting to eat like this every night. That's if you do all the cooking, of course. I didn't mean to." No, I said, but did a double take as her words finally hit me. "Where?" I stammered, feeling myself go white again. "Where do you know that name from?" Rachel looked taken aback. She fumbled her utensils, dropping her spoon into her bowl as she tried to form words. It's what you called me when I came to help you earlier," she stuttered. "And I assumed, did I?" I said, waving a hand through the air to diffuse the situation. "Don't mind that. I just tend to get a bit confused at times, mixing up times and places, you know?" I returned to eating, hoping Rachel would drop in. To my dismay, she didn't. Her curiosity was mounting to levels beyond her ability to hold in. But don't get me wrong, I don't blame her or anything. I would have just preferred it if she didn't try to dig deeper. I'm sorry for prying, she said timidly. I hope I didn't cause you discomfort by assuming there's a Mrs. Jen. I sighed, finished what was already scooped up in my spoon, and placed it down next to the plate. There was a Mrs. Jen, I corrected, and felt the mood sour right away. A long, long time ago. Sorry for bringing it up. Thank you for the delicious meal. Rachel instantly went as cold as the snow outside, but I couldn't fault her for it. The turns this evening took were probably as confusing for her as they were numerous. Not knowing how to feel about me anymore was only natural for her. I reminded myself that I was still a stranger in her house, no matter how well we clicked up to that point, and I was a seemingly mentally unstable stranger to top it off. She cleared the table, gathered the leftovers into airtight plastic containers she placed onto the refrigerator for later, and began washing the dishes. All of the wind in her sails was gone, and I couldn't help but feel guilty, both for blowing said wind and for leading her on like I did. I didn't want to admit it. I intentionally misread her signals in my deluded attempt to find out what having a child or grandchild would feel like. And to top it all off, to my complete and utter disgust for myself as a person, near the end I did start seeing her for the beautiful, flirtatious woman that she was. And I liked what I saw. I excused myself from the table, asked for the bathroom and the guest room, and followed the directions Rachel provided. By the time I was done splashing cold water into my face in order to help me sober up, she was done in the kitchen and was heading up to her own room. She only briefly paused by the half-open door, handing me the keys to the cabin. I might sleep in a bit late, she told me. Help yourself to the leftovers in the fridge. You'll need the strength for the trek. I'll come to check on you and your family like I promised. Good night. I wished her as she left, but my words went unanswered. The only thing I heard was her locking the door to her room from the inside. I made it to the guest room a few minutes later, finding a tidy bed with a nightstand and a drawer next to it. The place was cramped, but homely, and most importantly, it was warm. I dressed down in my shirt and boxers, seeing as I had no pajamas at hand, and walked over to the large window after folding my clothes neatly and placing them on the nightstand. Free of my soft boots, my prosthetic left foot clicked against the floor at every step. I said that this was a small town, but I'm partly wrong in that assessment. It's just 2 lines of houses, one on each side of a central road, populated entirely by people with land up in the mountains and cabins for rent all year round. The window of my temporary abode faced the backyard, which ended with a sturdy fence that kept out the countless miles of untainted forest that sprawled behind it. I had a nice view of the breathtaking wilderness, and I put it to good use for a while, standing by the window and peering out. I had one question that desperately needed answering, so I reached for the window's handle and opened it wide. The cold winter winds invaded the room right away, sapping it of warmth and sending chills down my exposed body, but I didn't pull away. I pushed into the frigid air, allowing it to freeze me further as I sharpened my hearing. The minute background noises of the pine forest grew more apparent, until I could make out the distant sounds of critters going about their nightly business. A few minutes later, on the verge of hypothermia, I heard what I was waiting for. The forest went quiet for miles and miles across, and a howl descending from the highest mountaintops claimed that silence for itself. It was such an ugly, soul-rending call that it managed to chill me in a manner that the coldest air couldn't hope to match. A warped, unnatural mix somewhere between man and the lowest form of beast to walk this earth. The scream of endless hunger and agony aimed solely at me. I jumped back from the window, having gotten all the confirmation I needed. After closing it, I turned the radiator back up all the way and all but nearly hugged it to warm myself faster. The stunt I pulled was risky. So long as I was cold, the beast could find me. but it was the only way I knew to drag it out of hiding and have it make its presence known. When sensation returned to my toes and fingers, and I was sure I was warm enough to not be found anymore, I went to sleep. I covered myself with a thick blanket and succumbed to a fitful sleep. Morning came fast, leaving me surprised when the sun's first rays reflected off the spotless snow and into my room. It had been a long time since I last slept without an open eye. 3 decades now to the day. Feeling well rested, I got dressed and left Rachel's house. As tempted as I was, I didn't take any of the leftovers. By 8 a.m., I was already driving. The furthest point up the mountain I could reach with my truck was about half an hour away, and I had a 3-hour brutal trek through knee-deep snow to look forward to after that. I wasn't exactly enthused about it, but I was hasty regardless. I parked the truck in the clearing where the road ended, locked it up, and took to its bed. The first thing to come out from under the tarp was a sleigh, followed closely behind by the harness I'd used to pull it. More items came and I strapped them all firmly to the sleigh. A Dane axe with a silver-coated blade, a chainsaw, a shotgun with both normal and silver pellets, a couple canisters of gasoline, a few jars and vials of my own blood that I gathered and kept refrigerated over the last month or so, and some other miscellaneous items like changes of clothes and a first aid kit. Starting through the snow, I soon hit the incline that would only grow steeper as I advanced. The path I took was one I knew, and I used familiar landmarks to guide my way. A weird-shaped tree here, a large boulder that hasn't moved in a millennia there. They jolted memories in me, and before I knew it, I found myself reminiscing of better times as I trudged ahead. Laughter and banter among friends spawned between the trees, echoing through my mind as if they were real and not merely echoes from a different era. Snow crunching beneath our boots as we merrily made our way towards a much-expected vacation. Jennifer by my side, me inhaling her intoxicating perfume with each labored breath. The sensation of her warm skin against mine. It was enough to bring me to tears. In the middle of the forest, hours away from anyone, I cried. The salty drops running down my cheeks froze in the frigid air, threatening my skin with streaks of frostbite. After a while, seeing that the cabin was about 2 miles away, I wiped the tears and refocused on the task at hand. It's a good place to start, I mumbled to no one in particular. I pulled out the first vial of blood and bit down on its cap to remove it. With an arching motion, I spilled it over the pine needles and fresh snow behind me, careful to not get any on the sleigh. My speed faltered as the incline grew beneath me, but I kept going, marking the forest behind me with blood every 500 feet or so. After 20 vials and the realization that I miscalculated the distance, I opened one of the jars as well and dipped my gloved fingers in it. 3 more markings later, I reached the clearing that the cabin was built in. I expected another flood of painful memories when I laid eyes on it, but I was pleasantly surprised to find out it wasn't the case. The cabin itself looked nothing like I remembered it, but then again, why did I think it would? After that week we spent in it, of course it needed to be rebuilt, and rebuilt it was, bigger and better than its former incarnation. I pulled up to its porch, releasing myself from the sleigh's harness and leaving it behind as I entered. The inside had a slight, frosty smell to it, which, along with the fine layer of dust that settled on everything, was a dead giveaway that the cabin hadn't been used since the first snowfall this season. After a hasty check of all the rooms, I looked at my wristwatch. It read 1 p.m., which meant that the trek took me much longer than expected. Now, if I may be allowed to toot my own horn for just a bit, I'm in great shape for my age. I'm my own cook, so I eat well. I'm my own personal trainer, and God knows I've not gone easy on myself. Most nights I can't feel my limbs after strenuous bouts of workout. I don't drink, I don't smoke. In fact, the last 30 years of my life have been spent slowly on preparing for tonight. Time used to better my mind, body, and arsenal. So all I could see this one night through. But even with all of that, I can't compare it to a man half my age. Despite my best efforts, the passage of the years robbed me of my vigor, little by little. The only aspect of me that hasn't faltered in the slightest is my determination. If anything, it only grew stronger, and I put it to good use. After lighting the fireplace in the cabin to warm up, I went outside, checked and fueled the chainsaw, and took to the forest. It had a wide selection of trees just ripe for felling, so I got to work. The hours passed, flying me by like summer birds as I cut and cleaned a dozen trees of their branches. With great effort that my back was more than thankful for, I dragged their trunks through the snow and piled them up in the clearing around the cabin. As the sun kissed the horizon, and the night threatened to engulf me with its all-consuming darkness, I finished constructing the enormous pyre that I would need. I doused the wood with the gasoline from one container, allowing it time to soak up the fuel, and had the other container ready next to the pile. The last thing I did before going inside the cabin to warm myself up and catch my breath was to open the 2 jars of blood, leaving one at the edge of the forest and the other one next to the pyre on a log. The sun slowly disappeared, and from the vantage point next to the fireplace, I could see the shroud of nighttime settling across the forest. I waited, biding my time for as long as possible, until every last ray of light was gone. My mind was eager to sprint into action, but after a grueling day of manual labor, my body had other plans. I soon fell asleep on the chair, lulled into it by the heat of the fire. To my displeasure, my sleep wasn't as restful as it had been back at Rachel's house. The night terrors I'd grown accustomed to returned to haunt me again, offering me a sweet release from the present, only to tear it away from me. I was back down the mountain, trekking through the December snow with my friends and my soon-to-be wife. The date was the 24th of December, 1991, and I was a strapping young lad of only 25 years of age. With my future looking bright, and my fiancée next to me, I felt invincible, king of the world as far as I was concerned. Seeing as we were planning our wedding, and our years were slowly advancing beyond parties and travel and into settling down, finding good paying jobs and starting a family, me and Jennifer decided to throw one last party, like the good old times. We saved up money all year round, and got 4 more of our closest friends to join us in what might have been our final outing as a group. We found a cheap cabin, far away from civilization so we wouldn't disturb anyone's Christmas night with our loud music and drinking. The hike took hours, but with Jen by my side to keep me going, I felt no cold or exhaustion to speak of. Michael, David, and myself, the 3 men in the group, pulled the sleighs with supplies. Jennifer, Kelly, and Lori followed us closely, talking between themselves about anything and everything that they talked about when they weren't pestering us. David and Lori were fiancés getting ready for marriage, just like me and Jen, and Michael and Kelly were already married with a kid back home, just wanting to break free from their busy lives for a few nights. By the time we reached the cabin, evening was only hours away. Me, Michael, and David were hasty in setting up the battery-powered cassette player, and before long, music was blasting out of it. The girls warmed up the pre-packaged food, drinks were being passed around from the portable cooler, and by nightfall, we had a proper party raging on, one we planned to extend into the early hours of the next morning. I'm tempted to say that it was the best party of my life, but I know I'd be lying. I only see it that way now because it was the last party where I actually felt good. The fun reached a crescendo around midnight. We were all properly drunk by then, dancing and bumping into each other in the small cabin. Michael needed to relieve himself of surplus liquid, so he went to the outhouse. He was barely gone for half a minute before he barged back inside, his eyes wild and fear plastered across his face. "Guys, come outside right now." By the urgency in his voice and his out-of-character attitude, we knew he wasn't messing with us. We dropped whatever we were doing and followed him into the clear winter night, flashlights at the ready. Hushed murmurs rippled through the group. We were all worried and wondering what had happened to scare Michael so bad. "There," he said, and pointed towards one of the mountain tops. "What the fuck is that?" Our collective sights followed his finger, settling on the peak looming above us, but none of us could make anything out. "Turn off the lights and the music," Michael ordered. David complied. He was in and out of the cabin in a heartbeat, leaving us stranded in soul-crushing darkness and silence. With nothing left to pollute my senses, my eyesight and hearing sharpened. Against the spotless white snow and ice that engulfed the cliff faces, I saw a shadow emerge. The longer I stared at it, the more I could feel my mind fracture, as if it wasn't something that my mortal eyes were meant to witness. Still, from this far away, I couldn't make out much of it, save for its eyes that seemed to glow in the night like a pair of bloody stars. "Why is it so quiet?" Jen asked. I hadn't even noticed her get next to me and wrap her arms around mine, pushing herself into me in her startled state. But as soon as she brought it up, I could hear it as well. A complete and utter lack of sound, except for our own breathing and shuffling through the snow. "Do you guys see it now?" Michael asked. We didn't get to answer him. The creature let out a howl unlike anything I've heard before or since. The call of endless winter, of bone-shattering cold and gut-wrenching hunger. Its voice reverberated down the mountain, echoing through the valleys and piercing our ears with its volume. It lasted for what felt like a lifetime, forcing images of fates worse than death into my mind. I saw all of us, huddled around a dying fire deep in the forest, cupping our palms around the dying embers in a last futile attempt to warm up. The days and nights passing with no hope of salvation, growing ever more hungry and thirsty, until we turned feral and set our sights on each other. I saw the bloodshed, the bodies, flesh rendered from bone and shoved between greedy, clacking teeth. But it wasn't real. None of it was real. We wouldn't do that. We couldn't do that. Lost in the visions, I didn't see the creature wave an arm towards us. I didn't see the sheer force of its action tear through the layers of snow, freeing it in slabs that slid down the slope. The others told me of all of that later. "Avalanche!" one of them yelled, though I can't for the life of me remember which one. Their cry, and Jen pulling at my arm with desperation, was what finally broke the creature's spell over me, with the avalanche picking up speed and mass as it plowed down the mountainside towards us. We took shelter in the only safe place around for miles. We huddled in the center of the cabin, hoping that the structure was sound enough to withstand the assault. When it finally hit, the avalanche sounded like a thunderstorm mixed in with an earthquake. The world around us shook from its very core, sending us flying every which way as we tried to hold steady against it. And then, as soon as it had started, the calamity ended, leaving us gasping in terror. A scream reverberating from outside the cabin woke me up before the nightmare got the worst part. I jolted in the seat, strangely thankful for being spared of the horror that would have followed. With the axe and loaded shotgun in hand, I got outside into the quiet night. My hair stood on their ends right away, as a feeling of deep anxiety welled within me. This was it, the moment I'd been preparing for the past 30 years. My life's goal was within reach, and yet I feared I was woefully unprepared to face it. I walked around the pyre, checking the clearing for signs of the beast. The jar of blood left on the log had been thrown into the snow, licked clean of every last trace of the crimson fluid. Even the snow around where it had landed was gone. The beast was hungry. Leaving the axe next to the one remaining fuel canister, I raised the shotgun in front of myself and marched towards the forest slowly. The beast ran around between the evergreen trees, using them for cover, but I could tell that each one of its steps brought it closer to me. My heart pounded away wildly in anticipation, preparing my body for the fight that would shortly ensue. "Come out!" I yelled into the night, stopping halfway to the tree line. The skittering stopped, sending me on edge. Bouts of laughter emanated from the forest, its echoes making it hard for me to pinpoint the source. "Come out!" The beast repeated my words back to me, only they were twisted and slurred, uttered by lips that had grown accustomed to human speech. "I'm not fucking around," I pressed. "Come out now." "Me neither." The the beast yelled, sending an icy chill clean through my soul. In one final leap, it flew through the air from the branch where it had been squatting. With a heavy thud, it landed a few feet from the edge of the clearing. My body froze when I laid eyes on it. The skeletal frame that betrayed its decades of malnutrition. The sunken eyes. The retracted lips that exposed diseased gums and teeth charred by decay. The skin turned to a blue and black mess from constant hypothermia and countless frostbites. Clothes torn to rags and a once beautiful head of dirty blonde hair, reduced to 6 strands barely hanging onto its scalp. I couldn't take it anymore. I could feel the beginning of another panic attack writhing beneath my skin. My heart rate reached a maximum. My body trembled from its core, and cold sweat poured out of my pores, chilling me to the bone. The mix of impending doom and all-consuming fear sent adrenaline surging through my veins, and I tried to latch onto it, to let it help me through the ordeal soon to follow. Letting go of the shotgun with one hand that I reached towards the beast. With my voice catching in my throat and coming out a hoarse whisper as my rapid breathing cut it short, I uttered a single word. Jen. The first thing we did after the avalanche ended was take stock of our situation. We were all accounted for, and besides bruises from stumbling and falling, we weren't injured. All of the cabin's windows, as well as both doors, had caved in from the weight of the snow pressing down on them. The puffy white death invaded the already small space, reducing it further and making us feel claustrophobic. We have to dig our way out, I told the others after we regained our bearings. Seeing as everyone ran around like headless chickens and no one was taking charge of the situation, I decided to do it myself. We got our hands on anything we could use as improvised shovels, which mostly meant plates and cups, and shoveled snow from the front door. But where we took away 1 cup or plate's worth, 2 flooded in to take their place. We kept at it, fear and desperation pushing us from behind and stoking the fires of our efforts. When my hands felt like they'd freeze right through and shatter, someone else took my place. We tried for hours upon hours, until the snow pile that gathered behind us threatened to reach the ceiling, but we made no progress. The avalanche appeared supernatural in scale and intensity, leaving us trapped under a puffy white sea in our little bubble of air. Stop, I said. We're wasting our strength. We have to wait this one out. But we'll freeze to death, Michael interjected. Still, his voice lacked the determination and rebelliousness to drive his points home. He was just as tired and defeated as the rest of us. The owners will notice we're missing, I said. They'll send help when we don't come back down the mountain. They won't, Kelly said from behind me. They said they'll be out of town until after New Year's, and asked us to leave the key under the cabin's porch. Lori added, Do you guys ever listen to the people around you? No, David said. No. That's a week away. We can't stay in here for an entire week. He devolved into panic, dragging everyone else down with him. Worried whispers grew in intensity, soon turning into an incoherent shouting match. We'll freeze. We'll starve. We'll suffocate. Those were just a few of the worries made vocal. Calm down, I said, but my voice was drowned out by theirs. Calm down. Hearing me shout in anger and frustration, everyone fell silent. Their gazes turned on me, expectant and oddly accusatory. We have some drinks left, and we won't starve to death in a week. If we hunker together for warmth, no one will freeze either. We'll see this through, okay? What about oxygen? David asked. This place is small and really high up. There's not enough of it for a week. Yeah, I answered, but physical effort and panicking will burn through it faster. Look, we don't have to make it an entire week, okay? Just a day or 2 before help comes. I could see they weren't satisfied with my plan. They huddled together, away from me in a silent statement of opposition. And if we start running out of oxygen, we can give digging another try, as a last resort. Besides, we'll stand a better chance later, when the snow settles and freezes. Fine. David gave in. I'm so cold, Jen said, echoing everyone's sentiments. My toes will fall off. Here, Kelly offered. Let's do like Aiden said. Let's huddle together. I'm coming with. My ass is freezing off, Lori said, following them. The three of them did just that, going over to one of the cabin's corners and hunkering down. When I say the place was small, I'm not kidding. It was very small. An all-in-one kitchen, dining, and living room, with a small pantry and a bedroom connected to one side of it. Let's fetch all the pillows and covers we can find, I told the other men. They agreed, so we wordlessly started searching, which didn't take that long. In half an hour, we had a fake bear rug in the corner to isolate the floor, and all of the pillows and blankets in the cabin to keep us warm. We used the bedroom as a changing room, doubling the layers on our skins. And yes, that meant double boxers, pants, blouses, jackets, double everything. We put on all the spare clothes we brought along. And yet, as insulated as we were, holding each other tight in a collective bear hug, we were still cold. Jess and Lori fell asleep fast, the mix of fatigue and alcohol in their veins doing them in, and I could see the others weren't far behind. Let's sleep in shifts, I whispered to David and Michael. The girls need their rest, but someone needs to be awake at all times in case something else goes wrong. Yeah, Michael said, though by his voice alone I could tell he wouldn't be the first on guard duty. Sounds good, David agreed. I'll take the first shift, I offered, seeing as it had been my idea. I wiggled my way free from the arms holding me tight and got to my feet, taking a single blanket to wrap myself in. I went and sat down in the chair next to the fireplace. It was one of those boxy things, made of steel and suspended off the ground by lanky feet, and we'd kept the fire burning in it for a while last night. Yet, as I reached my hands towards it to rob it of the last residual traces of warmth it should have held, I found it was completely cold. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The cabin had been warm and cozy just before we saw the creature on the peak and the avalanche blocked us in. No way in hell could it have been so cold already. But it was. Even our own bodies, under all of the layers of clothes and blankets, couldn't keep us warm as they should have been able to. I pushed those thoughts aside in favor of thinking of our immediate survival. The others fell asleep, leaving me alone, so I needed to keep my senses sharp and my wits about me in case help arrived. Checking my wristwatch, I saw it was nearing sunrise outside. I'd been awake for nearly 24 hours by that point, but I didn't feel tired. No doubt the result of the shock, but I was thankful regardless. By noon, I'd kept busy by climbing up in the attic and turning off the generator. Damn thing consumed more oxygen, so we couldn't afford to keep it on. It only powered the lights in the cabin anyway. There were no outlets for us to make use of it in any meaningful way. With the shoelaces of my spare pair of boots tied into a hangman's knot, I hung one of the flashlights set on low power from the now dead light bulb, and I decided I'd done enough for the day. The cold robbed me of my will, making every move feel strenuous. Even thinking about anything in particular left me short of breath, so I simply existed, listening to the others breathe and shift in their sleep. Michael roused from the rest at about 1 PM. Shivering from his core, he got free from underneath the sea of blankets and got to his feet. He wanted to unwind, to stretch his body and joints that were sore from the uncomfortable sleeping position on the floor, but he abandoned that course of action when his blouses and jackets threatened to expose his skin. He dragged another chair next to me and sat down in it, rubbing his gloved hands together. How the fuck is it so cold already? He asked as the water vapor in his breath condensed on his wool gloves. I don't know, man, I admitted with half a mouth. Tired yet? He asked me. His teeth clattered, slurring his speech. Out of my mind, yeah. I'm hungry as all hell, he said. I'll grab a bite to eat and take over. Go catch some shut-eye too. he said in a demanding voice, one I couldn't argue with. Thanks, I said, and pried myself free from the seat. His mention of food made me notice my own peckishness, but I was in no mood to eat. In a matter of moments, I was wrapped in Jen's arms, drifting off to sleep. It felt like a short nap, a blip in my stream of consciousness, before I was awoken by screaming. Jolting to my senses, pushing blankets and pillows aside to get to my feet, I saw the source of the commotion. Michael was on his back, down on the floor with David on top of him, hurling fists at his face. What the fuck? I yelled, jumping on David's back to pull him away. He was crazed, outputting more force than I'd ever seen him do. Motherfucker ate all the food, David yelled at me, elbowing me in the face to get me off of him. I stumbled back and crashed to the floor, bringing my hands around my nose. The hit felt like a lightning strike to the face, the cold amplifying the pain of the fresh wound. My gloves came back, bloodied, warm liquid soaking through them and reaching the skin beneath. David, stop, Lori yelled. The sound of her voice broke David's violent spell. His eyes went wide, darting between his bloodied fists and Michael's disfigured face. David stuttered. I woke up and found him eating all our food. He didn't leave anything for us, not a crumb. I got up and placed my hands on David's shoulders. Having calmed down, he nearly melted under my touch. I guided him to his feet and slowly pulled him aside, and in the ensuing silence, I heard Michael muttering something between broken teeth. Kelly got on her knees next to him, tears streaming down her face, but she kept quiet, trying to hear him. Hungry. So hungry, Michael chanted. Why'd you beat him up so badly? I asked David a bit further away, where the others wouldn't hear us talk. Jen got down next to Michael as well, helping Kelly in her efforts to clean and treat him. Lori just hung out away from everyone, with 1,000-yard stare in her eyes and shock plastered on her face. He ate all the food, okay? But that's not... I'm sorry, David said, cutting over me. His voice quivered, and I knew he was on the verge of crying. I don't know. I don't know what got into me. I didn't mean to, but I snapped. I couldn't control myself. It's that thing. That creature, I said. It's messing with us somehow, with our minds. I didn't know if I should bring up the visions I had, but seeing as the situation was quickly devolving and suspecting outside interference, I decided to do it. I turned David around, signaled for the girls to pay attention as well, and spoke up. Outside, before the avalanche started, when I looked up at that thing, I said, deliberately making my words slow. When it screamed, it showed me things. Everyone's eyes went wide when they heard that, which was all of the proof I needed. Us huddled around a dying fire? David asked. Freezing and going hungry, Lori added. Eating each other, Jen completed with hesitation. I nodded my head at all of their questions. We'd seen the same thing, the same fate in store for us, and that was all of the confirmation I needed that we were dealing with something beyond the natural and logical, that we needed to be extremely careful if we hoped to make it out alive. The girls finished treating Michael, and we talked some more, swapping theories and comparing notes. We came to the consensus that, given our circumstances, we were much colder and hungrier than we should have been, but beyond that, all seemed normal still, or as normal as things could be right then. Michael remained catatonic after the beating, not answering us or reacting to our presence in any way. Probing and prodding him had no effect, so we decided to leave him be, not because we didn't care about him. We did care, but we'd done our best with what we had. We needed to rest, to heal, and to let the shock clear from his system. Consumed by guilt, David decided to move to the opposite corner of ours. Naturally, Lori followed him. Afraid for Michael's life and plagued by paranoia, Kelly moved him and herself to another corner of the room as well. Just like that, our group was splintered, bringing down our chances of survival considerably. Despite our better judgment, distrust had been sown, and it managed to make roots in our minds. "I'm so hungry too," Jen whispered to me after a while, her stomach growling every so often. "It's so fucking cold." "Me too, babe," I admitted. I saw her shoot daggers at Michael and Kelly whenever they weren't looking our way, but I lacked the energy and mental fortitude to say anything of substance that might dissuade her and quench her mounting hatred for the two. The mere act of thinking became harder by the second, and I was so out of it that I didn't even think of blaming it on the dwindling concentration of oxygen in the air. More time passed like that, with us growing more and more quiet. Our shuffling stopped, and as our minds suffered under the intense hunger and the slow but agonizing suffocation, moments began melting into each other. After a while, I found myself unable to tell minutes apart, as longer and longer portions of time slipped between my fingers. For how long had we been in there? A day? A week? A lifetime? How long ago had David's attack been? Hours or days? My brain could barely bring itself to ask these questions, and it couldn't answer them when it did. Sleep came in bursts that were hard to measure or distinguish. I found myself slipping in and out of consciousness more and more often, with Jen's cold arms wrapped around me. Over the eternities I spent awake between bouts of darkness, I felt her chest heave slower as her breathing grew labored. I tried to check up on her, but my body's reserves were so low that it refused to even let me speak. In an uncharacteristic moment of awareness, I heard Kelly whisper to Michael. In the all-consuming silence, her words reached me loud and clear, but their meaning eluded me. I urged my mind to focus, to make out letters and syllables and words, to remember enough of the English language for me to understand her. It eventually did, but not without plenty of protesting. Michael? Kelly asked, shoving her palms against his chest. I saw air puff out of his nostrils each time she did, turning into fluffy clouds that dispersed as they rose to the ceiling. "Please," she urged him. "Stay with me, babe. Don't leave me alone." Seeing their state broke my heart. My mind cobbled itself back together enough to spit out misshapen memories of our past together, which only served to deepen my distress. I'd known Michael ever since we were children, having grown on the same quiet streets in our small town. He'd always been a great guy, and we made fast friends, spending our summers playing outside way past the bedtimes that our parents failed to enforce. We stuck together through thick and thin, the roots of our friendship extending all the way back into preschool and kindergarten. When it came time to enroll into elementary, we fought our parents tooth and nail to make sure we'd go to the same school. Bratty as we were, our parents caved in. Michael's folks were more than happy to enroll him into the local school, but my parents wanted better for me. They wanted to find me a nice school in the nearest big city, but I'd have none of it, and after countless tantrums and threats that only a 6-year-old can come up with, they relented. Elementary came and went, filled with our own misadventures. Michael's parents did much better for themselves, and we were both able to afford going to the big city for middle school. That's where I first met Jen, and from the first moments I laid eyes on her, she was my ray of sunshine. Not thinking much of it, viewing relationships as nothing more than games, we soon declared ours official. As young love always tends to do, no one expected ours to last, thinking we'd grow bored of each other and of the concept in general. But we didn't. Jen and I were joined at the hip from that day forward, even as our small group steadily grew and we advanced in age. By high school, Michael had found Kelly, and let me tell you, courting her was a nightmare. Me and Jen were his wingmates through all of it, though, and our help paid off when Kelly finally agreed to go out on a date with him. We, of course, made it a double date, and we all had a blast. After that day, Kelly joined our group as Michael's girlfriend. More friends came and went, but none stuck around for too long. I don't think I could list them all for the simple fact that I can't remember them all anymore. David and Lori are the clear exception to that rule, however. Transfer students from the faraway land of, I can't remember the names of their towns. They arrived in separate boxes that were soon a bundle deal. Desperate as they were to fit in with any group, they ended up in ours. And we welcomed them with open arms. In all our time together as a group, we had our fair share of arguments and drama. It's human nature, it's unavoidable, but it was never anything serious. Just petty squabbles that got resolved and helped strengthen our bonds. Which is all a very long and convoluted way of saying that we'd never been as divided as we were during our time up in that cabin. I watched Kelly try her best to comfort Michael for a while longer, but my mental acuity soon faltered again. More time passed without my notice, and when I came back to my senses once more, I checked my wristwatch. It was one of those fancy ones. The ones that also display what day of the week it is and the current day. I was taken aback to find out that it was Thursday, the 26th of December. Had 2 days really passed me by like that? Feeling parched, I decided to get up and grab a drink. We still had some beers, a bottle of wine, and half a bottle of whiskey left in the cooler. But I wasn't dumb. Even in my impaired state, I knew that too much alcohol would only dehydrate me faster. So I went for the beer and left the stronger stuff alone. I got one of the bottles out, undid the cap with much effort, and pressed my cracked lips against it. The liquid inside was on the verge of freezing as I tipped the bottle up, and it felt like thousands of sharp razor blades down my dry throat. But I don't think I've ever appreciated a drink more in my life. As soon as it started flowing, it was over and gone, so I discarded the bottle. Feeling a tiny bit better, I checked up on the others. They'd gone just as motionless as Michael, and I was worried that not all of them were alive anymore. "Guys?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "You all still here?" Kelly cracked her bloodshot eyes open and shot me a look of pure exhaustion. She probed Michael with her elbow, and he produced a few puffs of air out his nose. Lori snuggled tighter against David, and he simply stated, "Where the fuck would we be?" That only left Jen. "Jen? Babe?" I called out, the words coming out as mere whispers. She tossed in her sleep, so I decided to let her be. But I wanted to get a closer look at Michael, who I knew was pretty banged up and whose wounds would only get exacerbated by the cold. I shuffled over to him and Kelly, seeing her eyes dilate with fear as I approached. She nearly hissed at me, scared like a cornered animal faced with a mighty predator. So I stopped a little distance away. Michael looked horrible. His face was purple and bulging, lips split open, and the bridge of his nose broken. The worst areas were covered in bandages and band-aids from the first aid kit, and the places where David's fist ruptured his flesh open were caked in dried blood, and long since evaporated iodine that left a yellow tinge on his skin. His eyes were swollen shut, his hair fell out in clumps, and the remnants of his teeth that I could glean between his parted lips were jagged and sharp. He wouldn't last much longer. I was aware of that, and by the looks of her, neither would Kelly. I fetched 4 of the 5 remaining beers, tossing Kelly 2 of them and handing David the other 2. "Make Michael drink one as well," I told her, and went to lie back down next to Jen. She shuffled away from me when I got under the blanket, balling up against the wall. I wrapped myself around her as best as I could, but it felt like I was hugging a block of solid ice. Despite my stupor, and the alcohol now racing through my veins, I had enough mental clarity to be surprised that we were all still alive. By all accounts, we should have all died by then, either to the cold or to suffocation as our oxygen slowly depleted. But we were still hanging on, even if only by a thread. By now, you might be wondering how no one had found us yet. The answer's simple. Cell phones weren't as prolific back then, so it was normal to be out of touch with family and friends when you traveled. With 1 day's worth of driving to get here, a 2-day stay at the cabin, and another day to drive back home, no one would notice that something was amiss until Friday evening at the earliest. Factoring in things such as delays because of potential traffic and possible detours, our families were unlikely to sound the alarm earlier than Saturday morning. Until word reached here from all the way back home, until a rescue unit would be scrambled together and sent to check on us, until they'd find the cabin buried under metric tons of snow, we could expect evac to happen around Saturday night at best. Somewhat rehydrated, and with the alcohol and the beer squeezing a bit more heat out of my muscles, I was lulled back to sleep. It was another fitful bout of rest, my mind half awake at any point throughout. I heard the others move around, pulling their covers, and I felt Jen squirm in my arms every so often. But by the time she got up, by the time she began moving around, I was too out of it to notice it. I woke up to the heavy smell of smoke burning my eyes and nostrils. When I got up, I found Jen knelt in front of the fireplace, struggling to ignite the wood inside of it by using a torn book and some matches. With the chimney blocked and nowhere for the fire to draw breath from, it bellowed waves of smoke back inside the cabin, cutting our already short oxygen supply even shorter. I bounded to my feet, my mind sent into overdrive as I fully realized what was happening. Without thinking, I went to the pile of snow and grabbed handfuls of it. I rushed to the fireplace, shoving Jen aside, and smothered the flames with the snow. "No!" she yelled in protest, springing to her feet and clawing at the back of my neck. "I'll freeze. It's too cold, fucking asshole." I ignored her, focusing my efforts on the embers. When I was sure that none of them survived my assault, I turned around to face her. "What the hell are you doing?" I yelled back at her. She stopped her assault and pulled back a step, fearful of my justified outburst. "Were you trying to kill us all?" "I'm too cold," she repeated, and I could see the madness in her eyes. She wasn't thinking straight anymore. The stress of the hunger and the low temperatures pummeled her mind for too long and drove her into a delusional state. "Too cold, too hungry," she murmured, and collapsed into a heap on the floor. "We'll die. We'll fucking die," she said, gripping the sides of her head in desperation. Hearing her blabbering, new life was breathed into Michael as well. Though just barely, he began chanting in sync with her, proclaiming his hunger and our impending doom with slurred words. "Everyone okay?" I asked, leaving Jen behind for a moment. I planned to get her back between the blankets, but I wanted to make sure that we weren't in danger of suffocating from the smoke before that. "I'm fine," David told me when I got closer. "We're both fine. Kelly, what about you and Michael?" I asked her, but I was hesitant to approach her. She didn't say anything. Her eyes opened wide, big and shiny, peering right through me. One of her hands left the blanket, pointing finger jutted out, and she motioned for me to look behind. I didn't get to turn around in time. Something hit the back of my head, sending waves of pain up my scalp and down my spine. I fell to my hands and knees, disoriented, and heard David scream. Kelly and Lori joined them, their combined forces birthing a cacophony of yells that only exacerbated my headache. Before I got the chance to make sense of the situation, Michael kicked me in the ribs and sent me sprawling. I rolled on the floor from the force, stopping on my back, and managed to catch a glimpse of the room. Jen was on her feet, axe in one hand and a log of wood in the other. Michael had gotten up as well, scaring Kelly in the process, and he was now looming over me. "This whole shit show was your idea," Jen accused, lobbing the wood at me and hitting my left shin. It exploded with more pain, but when I tried to reach for it and grab it, Michael kicked my hands away. For someone that was half dead, he all of a sudden had a lot more strength than he should have had. "Your idea. Your fault," Jen yelled. She grabbed the axe tight with both hands and slowly walked over to me, stopping at my feet. "Jen? Babe?" I hissed between clamped teeth. "Don't," she yelled in answer. You think that I don't know? That you're waiting for us to die?" She trembled as she spoke, her head jolting from side to side, and her words sounded like those of a madman. "The beast, it didn't show us the future. It showed us a way out. Taught us how to survive. Survive? Michael echoed her words. Jen? David spoke up. He got to his feet while she stammered her nonsense and approached us with his hands in front of himself. Calm down, please. Aiden didn't. He knew, she yelled. He knew and he didn't tell us. Without warning, she lifted the axe up in the air. Its blade came down so fast and vicious that it splintered the ceiling above when its tip connected. In a heartbeat, Michael dropped to his hunches and got a hold of my leg with both hands. I tried to jerk it free, to dodge the blow, but his strength was superhuman. And then, in a fraction of a second, the axe made contact. It passed cleanly through flesh and bone and sinew. Stopping in the floor below, I let out guttural screams, so loud and frightened that they threatened to tear my vocal cords to shreds. Blood shot out of my amputated leg, squirting and staining the floor as it spread a coppery smell in the air. Another one, Michael yelled. But Jen ignored him. She grabbed my severed foot, quickly taking off the boot and sock as she scampered away. Even through the pain and suffering, I heard the crunch of her teeth as she bit down into it, pulling flesh and veins and bones away, greedily swallowing without even chewing. Bitch, Michael yelled, infuriated. David tackled him from behind, sending him flying face first onto the floor. Fuck, he yelled as he knelt next to me. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Through all of that, I was still screaming out, holding onto my severed leg with all my might. David undid his belt with shaking hands and wide eyes, looping it around the stump as many times as he could. He wanted to make a tourniquet, which was smart, but he didn't get to finish. Michael jumped him, and the two of them flew away in a flurry of blind punches and kicks. I grabbed a hold of the belt, feeling my conscience slowly melting under the shock and blood loss. With my last ounces of strength, I completed the tourniquet and tightened it as much as possible. The blood flow slowed, but it was far from stopping, and I knew I needed to act fast. David and Michael were still duking it out. Their attention focused on each other, but Jen was nearly halfway through my foot, and I feared she'd be coming for seconds at any moment. Cauterize, I thought. Only chance. I turned on my belly and crawled towards the fireplace. One agonizing pull after another, the blood trail extended behind me, slicking my pants and robbing me of what little warmth I had left. When I reached the torn book and the matches, I quickly bundled it around the wound. Striking a match with how wild I was shaking was a nightmare, and my bloodied hands dampening the wood only made it harder. The first match broke, the second as well, but the third time was the charm. It ignited, and I pressed it against the paper. It burst into flames and singed my flesh, spreading the disgusting smell of burning skin and hair in the air. I nearly gagged, gritting my teeth so hard that I feared they would splinter. I wanted to scream out, to curse and fight and just drop dead. Anything would have been better, but I got through it, ripping pages in bulk from the other books and adding more paper to the fire as it burned away. When the deed was finally done, when I ran out of paper and strength to keep going, I propped myself against the fireplace. David and Michael were still going at it with no clear victor to their brawl. Jen finished eating my foot, tossing away the head of the tibia and rubbing the blood from her lips. By the look in her eyes as she gazed back at me, I knew she wasn't yet satisfied. She dropped down on all fours like a wild predator and bounced towards me. To my surprise, Kelly and Lori came to my defense, intercepting Jen and standing between her and me. Jen, please, Lori said, raising her arms in defense. Stop. Come on, Jen, what's gotten into you? Kelly asked. But Jen didn't answer them. Her manic eyes darted between the two and she let out a growl. With moves so fast that I could barely see them, she lunged at Lori and pushed her aside. Lori crashed to the floor, hitting her head hard against the wood, and she began convulsing. Kelly tried to dash away, but Jen jabbed her hand into her throat, gutting her windpipe with her bare fingers. To this day, the sounds that Kelly made as she choked on her own blood are the worst sounds I've ever heard coming from a human. She tried to suck in air and When her gushing blood invaded her lungs, she tried to heave it back out. Her death wasn't fast, and it was anything but painless. Jen simply watched her drop to the floor, reaching for her own windpipe in a last desperate attempt to cling on to life. She didn't even wait for Kelly to die. She grabbed her foot and pulled her away into the bedroom. I got one last look at Kelly before the door swung shut, and the terror in her eyes pierced my soul. She was still conscious through all of it, and to this day I shudder at the thought that she was also mostly conscious through what followed. With the door closed behind them, Jen feasted on Kelly. I heard the sound of skin and flesh being ripped apart, of bones dislocating and breaking, and the gnashing of her hungry teeth as she took bite after bite. My attention was dragged back onto David and Michael when they landed only feet in front of me. I saw them struggle against each other, tossing and turning as they both tried to get the upper hand. Michael got his feet beneath himself and pushed, throwing David off and jumping him again. He pinned David's hands to the floor and headbutted him once, then twice, then a third time, and I saw his forehead coming away stained with blood. David's nose was crooked and leaking, so badly broken that it rested on his cheek. Michael tried to bite down on David's face, but he dodged the attempt. Another one came, this one connecting with David's chin, and Michael pulled away a chunk of skin and flesh that he chewed on. Barely able to move, I realized that David wouldn't survive without help. Whatever possessed Jen and Michael imbued them with superhuman strength, and they became too much to handle. I forced my way on all fours, or, well, all threes, and limped over to the axe. Behind me, I heard Michael taking another successful bite out of David's face, which spurred me on to move faster. Grabbing the axe and pushing to my feet, I used it as a crutch to walk over. Preoccupied with David, Michael failed to notice me. I raised the axe high up, steadying myself on one leg and brought it down with all my might. I swung it so hard that it whisked me off my foot, but it hit Michael right in the crown of his head. He jumped as if struck by lightning, spazzing out with the axe still impaled into his skull. He stopped after a few moments, wheezing as he drew his final breath. I toppled next to David, feeling my muscles burning from the effort, wanting nothing more than to pass out from the pain. But hearing Jen ravage Kelly's, hopefully, now, corpse in the bedroom, I knew I couldn't do that just yet. "David?" I asked quietly. "Yeah," he answered, "still here. Can you move? More or less?" he said, slowly getting to his feet. "Barricade the bedroom door before Jen comes back," I asked of him, which I knew was inconsiderate of me. But short 1 foot, I couldn't do it myself. "Why?" David asked. He got next to Lori and knelt in front of her, gently checking her pulse. "What's the point anymore?" "Come on," I urged. "Don't go suicidal on me, please. We can still make it out alive." David turned to look at me and his face came into view. I couldn't help but gasp. 3 chunks were missing from his face where Michael managed to bite him. 1 from his chin, the skin and flesh gone to reveal the bone beneath. Another 1 from his cheek, leaving a hole big enough to expose his molars. And the final 1 from above his left eye, making him unable to close it anymore. He was probably in quite a bit of pain, but if he was, he didn't show it. "If you say so," he said. Though I could tell he didn't believe me. His spirit was crushed. He was already defeated. Still, he got to work with moving the few pieces of furniture in the room to block the bedroom door. He limped and struggled against them, in an effort that was nothing short of titanic in his condition. In a few minutes, even the fireplace had been dragged along the floor, aided by the slick blood that pooled pretty much everywhere. After he made sure that the pieces were stacked properly and wouldn't fall, he hoisted Lori in his arms and got back in their own corner, holding her tight against his chest. I too crawled back into my own corner, though I didn't feel the need to hide under the blankets, either because of the shock or the effort, or the beast relinquishing its influence over us. I didn't feel as cold anymore. I watched David close his eyes, whispering reassuring words into Lori's ear, and lost myself to the fatigue and blood loss. In my near unconscious state, I heard Jen try to open the door, giving up when she couldn't. I heard her scratch and heave and yelp for a while, until even those sounds faded away. Before I succumbed entirely, I heard one final scream, a pale imitation of the beast's call that wasn't any less frightening. When I came to again after an untold amount of time, I couldn't even open up my eyes anymore. It felt as if every last ounce of strength in my body was being used up on the simple act of breathing. Voices resounded from the bedroom, 4 in number, and easy to distinguish from one another. "Hello?" one of them called out. "Anyone alive in there?" They attempted to open the door, but failed against the barricade. I heard shuffling and groaning, but they soon gave up. "Out of the way," another voice said before loud bangs claimed the relative silence. I managed to crack open one eye, barely enough to see in the dark. Part of the door splintered and broke as the men on the other side assaulted it with axes. Hands reached in through the resulting holes, pushing away the furniture that toppled to the floor. Between the gaps, light shined into the room from the other side, bright and blinding to my eye. The door opened after a few minutes, and I saw a figure enter the room. "My God," the man uttered. "It's a bloodbath." "Help," I croaked out. "Someone's still alive," he yelled to the others, and they rushed into the room. 2 of them knelt by my side, and the other 2 went straight to David and Lori. They checked up on me, gave my leg a proper tourniquet, and then they hoisted me out of the room. I got one final look at David, seeing that he'd slit his own throat and died while I was still unconscious, his arm still wrapped around Lori. The mountain rescuers brought me into the bedroom, where I also saw the state of Kelly's body. She'd been so thoroughly mutilated that she was completely unrecognizable. Her face was a bloody mess of bare bone, her clothes had been torn to shreds, and her chest and abdomen were picked clean of flesh, ribs protruding from the carcass. But I was too drained to cry, too drained to even care. The rescuers tied me to a stretcher and got me out through a tunnel that had been dug out, leading from the window to the surface, a tunnel of blood-stained snow, one dug by Jen as she escaped, for she was the only one of us missing from the buried cabin. I was officially out by Friday evening, and after a helicopter ride to the nearest hospital, I got medical care that same night. The next few months were a tough battle, my days riddled with sessions of physical therapy and countless court hearings. Given that I was a sole survivor, everyone's families came to me, one after the other, trying to pin all of the murders on me in their misguided attempts to bring justice to the departed. David's case was the first to get thrown out, since they found a suicide note in one of his pockets, and the wound was self-inflicted. Lori's death was declared an accident, caused by acute brain hemorrhaging that resulted from her falling and hitting her head. Kelly's murder was pinned on Jen, who was still missing. The only murder to which I admitted was Michael's, but after the autopsy revealed David's flesh in his stomach, I was acquitted on grounds of self-defense and defending another. The disaster was deemed as a tragic case of cabin fever, and it quickly got swept under the rug, an effort helped by the fact that none of us wanted media attention. I couldn't even attend any of their funerals. Their families wouldn't let me. As ashamed as I am to admit it, I contemplated suicide on an almost daily basis, desperate to be free of the guilt and nightmares, but I could never go through with it. A few years later, when home computers and the internet began spreading to everyday consumers, I found a small forum built around accounts of the paranormal. I told my story there, asking if anyone knew what the beast could have been. Most users either called me a LARPer, with comments such as, "Nice story, bro," or gave me the same answer that the court provided, blaming cabin fever. I was ready to give up my search for a resolution and accept their verdict, until I received a PM from an anonymous user that only said 4 words. It was a Wendigo. Those 4 words spurred me into months of research. I read all of the online sources I could find, and when they became insufficient and repetitive, I took to searching for books on the beast. When even the books failed me, I began traveling, seeking Native American shamans for their legends and first-hand experience. All of my guilt and hate and fear morphed, turning into determination, with my sole goal in life being that of slaying the beast that took everything from me. Armed with knowledge about what I had faced, I began to prepare. Decades spent on this single-minded objective, which brings me to the Christmas Eve of 2020, the moments when all of my training and prepping culminated into my one and only attempt at fulfilling my life's goal. And yet, standing face to face with Jen's disfigured visage in that clearing, I began doubting my ability to finish what I had so eagerly started. Wendigos, mythical beasts originating in the Algonquian people's folklore, described by them as monsters and evil spirits, drawn to hunger, greed, and the cold. They can push people to acts of murder and cannibalism. As humanity's knowledge and experience with these beasts increased, we came to understand that they possess many more abilities than that. Weather manipulation, possession, and metamorphosis, just to name a few. But through all of that, through all of the variants and permutations of these spirits that humanity has conjured up, one fact has remained constant: their hunger. The same hunger that radiated from Jen's eyes as she faced me after 3 decades apart. She began circling me at a distance, observing me, plotting out her next move with care. I held my hand extended in her direction, my hope dying with every call of her name that went unanswered. "Jen, please," I pleaded, feeling the panic attack reach its peak. "It's me, babe. It's Aiden." Her beady eyes narrowed at the mention of my name, and she stopped pacing. I recognized that sweet, sweet taste," she garbled, extending a blackened tongue out of her mouth and licking her lips. "My sweet, sweet Aiden." Her mellow, angelic voice was but a shell, emptied of its warmth and filled back up with hatred. It sounded raspy and gruff, a far cry from the voice that used to soothe my aching heart. If Jen's essence was still trapped in the monster she had become, I couldn't see any portion of it rising to the surface. Putting my free hand back around the shotgun, I doubled down on my goal of ending the existence of that miserable creature and freeing Jen's soul. She deserved no less, and my biggest regret was that it had taken me so long to bring myself to face her. In a flash of realization, she dropped down to all fours and bounded towards me through the snow. Fighting back the panic attack, my labored breath hitched in my throat. I aimed the shotgun. Bang. The echoing shot claimed the silence of the night, pushing the stock into my shoulder. The smell of burnt gunpowder mixed in with the shock of the recoil helped set my mind back on track. The flurry of buckshot connected, hitting Jen's ribs as she tried to dodge it. Animalistic screams of pain left her throat, but she was undeterred. With renewed anger, she kept running towards me. I let out 2 more shots before she jumped me, but the bullets wouldn't pierce her tough skin. With a final leap, she landed on top of me, and I toppled to the ground. My world reduced itself down to the smell of death and decay emanating from her, and to her claws and teeth desperately trying to dig into me. She viciously tore through my clothes, drawing blood that welled from my wounds and stained the both of us in our struggle. I tried to roll away, to break free and gain the upper hand, but her strength eclipsed mine. She kept me pinned down in the snow, and latched her jaws around my left shoulder. I felt the muscles and tendons get crushed under immense force, but her jaded teeth couldn't pierce the jacket. Letting go of her center mass that I failed to push away, I gripped and maneuvered the shotgun until its barrel rested against her exposed abdomen. I pulled the trigger, and the force of the shot made her let go. She jumped away, off of me and on her feet, growling as she held her bleeding stomach. The point-blank shot managed to pierce and wound her, but I could see her flesh bubbling and weaving back together. In a matter of moments, the damage was as good as gone. My only chance was to ignite the fire and use the flames to my advantage, but I couldn't be hasty. The light and warmth of the blaze would have scared her away, forcing me to hunt her down or abandon the attempt, neither of which I wanted. She needed to be on the pyre. I backpedaled towards it, keeping the shotgun trained on her, letting out more shots whenever she got too close for comfort. When I finally got close enough and one of my feet snagged on the logs, I feigned surprise and pretended to topple backwards onto it. She took the bait, jumping me without hesitation. Her hands tore the zipper of my jacket, exposing the shirt beneath. Before she got a chance to dig into me, I struck the side of her head with the shotgun's butt and let out another shot in the small window of time when she was disoriented. The buckshot cleaved through the left side of her neck, almost disconnecting her shoulder. I grabbed her torso, hoisting her up. She screamed and struggled in my grasp, her rapid healing kicking in and giving me only moments to act. I tossed her onto the pyre, as far up as I could manage, and pulled a lighter out of my breast pocket. Her eyes widened as I struck it, but she didn't manage to run away. The lighter landed on the gasoline-soaked wood, igniting it as the flames spread rapidly upwards. It wasn't like in the movies. Let me make that clear. It was wood soaked in gasoline. Not high-yield explosives going up in a blaze of glory, but the spread of the flames was still fast. All I needed to do was to make sure that Jen wouldn't escape before the fire consumed her. The shotgun was a Mossberg 500, with an internal magazine holding 7 shells, and a magazine extender holding 3 more, for a total of 10. Quickly running the math, I realized I had 3 shells left before I'd need to reload. The flames reached Jen's feet, setting her off at a supernatural rate. The fire clung to her skin like napalm, engulfing her in a matter of moments. She tried to jump away, to save herself, but I shot her back down. Weakened by the heat, her skin couldn't stop the buckshots anymore, and her left leg was blown away at the knee. She screamed and convulsed, cursing my name as the flames ate her little by little. You see, there's a reason why Wendigos prefer winter and the cold it brings. Warmth weakens or outright negates the natural armor that is their skin, and fire has the potential to kill them. I never needed to reload. By the time I shot the second shell, she could barely bring herself to stand. By the time I shot the third and final one, she was more bone than flesh. Her skin fell away in large chunks, exposing the muscles and organs beneath to be charred into ashes that dispersed in the breeze. After a few minutes, as the fire reached its peak, Jen was nothing more than a blackened skeleton. Her form was dead, and I hoped that her spirit would finally go to rest. With my job done, I took a deep breath and let my muscles relax. I would need to stay awake throughout the rest of the night to make sure that the fire wouldn't spiral out of control, but the worst of it was over. Or so I thought, until I heard countless screams just like Jen's resounding from all around the mountainside. I hastily reloaded the shotgun as I turned to face the forest, and found dozens of pairs of eyes peering at me from the cover of darkness. I was a fool to believe that Jen would be the only Wendigo in these mountains. But none dared approach the clearing, afraid of the fire raging in its center. Having seen me dispatch Jen only drove home the point that they shouldn't be messing with me, so they kept to the shadow of the night. A few of them tried taunting me into action, repeating Jen's words in her voice and thrusting themselves into the light before quickly retreating. But I didn't budge. With midnight having just passed and 7 more hours until sunrise, I hoped I could prolong the fire's life enough to see the night's end. That hope was dashed the moment all of the Wendigos fell silent. Looking up at the peak that loomed above us, my sight followed theirs, slow and afraid, because I knew what I would find. The real beast, the Wendigo spirit in the flesh, was in the same spot I'd seen it all those years ago. It let out a howl that put those of its underlings to shame, and jumped with so much power that it turned into a black dot flashing across the moon's image in the sky. Above the cabin, above our heads, over miles of forest, landing in the valley below with such force that it sounded like a stick of dynamite going off. I heard it let out another howl before barreling up the slope towards me. It sounded like 1,000 horses galloping at once, and it moved just as fast. Knowing that the normal buckshot wouldn't leave a dent in it, I reloaded the shotgun with silver slugs in the little time I had. As the last one slipped in and I pumped the shotgun, I saw a tree flying towards me through the air. I ran away, dodging the slam of branches and the rain of pine cones. The tree fell on top of the pyre, scattering the burning logs into the snow around and killing the flames almost instantly. As they melted the flakes into water that quickly evaporated, filling my surroundings with steam that condensed into a thin fog, the light died down to almost nothing. I turned to face the forest and saw the immense shadow of the true Wendigo loom above the canopy of evergreens, dwarfing them in size. It stopped at the edge of the clearing, slowing down but still advancing towards me, a show of its confidence, of its abilities, and of its certainty that I posed no threat to it. It towered over me and the cabin, 2 stories tall without measuring the antlers on its head. Its center mass resembled a desecrated deer. Its hind legs were like that of a goat, and its forelimbs were wolf-like in nature, ending in paws with enormous claws. Its head was a deer skull devoid of flesh, with leathery skin hanging off its sides and a mane of thick hair running down its spine. That was, until it stood upright and began to morph. Its back straightened with sickening pops of dislocating bones. The hind legs shortened, and the paws slowly turned to hands before my eyes. It took on a smaller appearance, but not any less threatening or terrifying, as it approached me. Seeing it in action, I finally understood what I was up against. The severity of my predicament left me paralyzed in terror. Over years of research into the Wendigo's myth, I came across many variants of this creature, each with their own descriptions of its appearance and abilities. In my pursuit of the truth, I mostly ignored the accounts of the settlers, which were more outlandish, and focused on those of the native people, the people I believed had the most experience with the Wendigo, and people I believed didn't blow the beast out of proportion. And I'd been wrong, as every story tends to have a seed of truth to it. The beast I was now facing, this force of nature, it was the real Wendigo, a spirit of the land. The humans imbued with its power and twisted by its madness were nothing more than pale imitations, possessed puppets for it to commandeer as it pleased. The most outlandish claim about it came to mind, the fact that the Wendigo grows bigger and stronger the more people it consumes, and seeing its true size for myself, seeing all of the possessed that surrounded us, I now knew that to be true. I trained the shotgun on it, ready to shoot at a moment's notice, and began walking sideways back towards the pyre. Not to reignite it, but to get the axe so that I might stand a chance. From the look in its eyes, I knew that it had me figured out, and yet it allowed me to retrieve the axe. Another show of confidence, I realized, as if it wanted to say that the silver-coated toothpick would do nothing to help me. It let out a huff of air through its nose and began moving again, closing in for the kill. With the axe at hand, I struck the other gasoline canister, piercing it and sending it flying. It landed on the dying embers as I dashed away, and this time there was a bang. Still not a Hollywood-sized bang, but a bang strong enough to reignite the fire and send flaming shards of the canister flying. The Wendigo took a step back, giving me enough time to put my plan into action. I ran for the sleigh, picking it up and holding it against my chest. Turning back around towards the slope, I ran by the beast, shooting 2 shells at it as I passed. The slugs impacted its body, creating fist-sized holes in its flesh and making it burn from the contact with the holy metal. It let out angry howls, but I didn't stop or turn around. I jumped to my belly, landing on the sleigh and pushing myself downhill. I quickly picked up speed through the fresh snow, but it wasn't exactly a well-used skiing track. I'd only go so fast, and it wasn't fast enough. Behind me, the Wendigo dropped back down on all fours and gave chase, with its puppets following closely behind. I maneuvered into a thicker part of the forest, weaving the sleigh between trees in an attempt to make it slow down, but it was agile for its size, easily copying my moves and gaining on me fast. The few trees it couldn't dodge, it simply headbutted, uprooting them and sending them flying down the slope. Halfway down, with the incline beginning to falter, it caught up to me. I raised the shotgun with one hand and fired again, but it braved the slug without slowing down. Its antlers pointed my way, and it tried to shove them beneath the sleigh to upend me. But I switched to the axe. The moment it got close enough, I struck the blade in its neck with all the strength I could muster. It embedded in the Wendigo's flesh, but I couldn't push it deep enough. As it trashed about and retreated, the handle got torn out of my grip. A new sound appeared in the distance, barely audible at first, but growing in intensity until I could make it out over the gusts of wind and the Wendigo's loud steps. The sound of an engine of some kind. Turning my head around for a split second, I saw headlights some 300 feet away and gaining on us fast. In a matter of moments, a snowmobile driving recklessly was on the Wendigo's heels, and I got a look at the driver. Rachel. My heart rate skyrocketed seeing her there, but I didn't have time for anything beyond my immediate survival. She pulled out a gun of her own as she neared the Wendigo, a small pistol that I couldn't make out, and she let a few shots fly at the beast. The bullets bounced off, only angering the monster. It swatted a paw at her, catching the snowmobile's front and sending it flying. I saw Rachel land safely in the deep snow and rolling to a stop, so I refocused my attention on getting away. We sped down the slope in pretty much the same manner. The Wendigo caught up to me. I shot it when it got too close. It retreated, rinse, and repeat, until I ran out of slugs and repeats, and without time to reload as I maneuvered the sleigh, I was in deep trouble. The Wendigo approached me one final time and, seeing that I didn't shoot it, it charged me. Its antlers caught the sleigh and my right side, sending me crashing into the first tree in my wake. The muscles along my back got crushed from the force, sending pain up and down my body. The beast slowed down, one of its paws morphing into a hand again, and it used the hand to pull the axe out of its own neck and cast it aside. Black, putrid blood flowed from the wound, unable to heal the damage done by the silver. It stained the beast's mane and chest, and it approached me slowly as I turned on my back. I knew I was done for. But surprisingly enough, I didn't feel scared. To your worst, I told it. And what I was sure would be a final show of defiance on my part. I already got what I wanted. I don't care. The Wendigo slowed. Its eyes, like burning embers, made contact with mine, and it narrowed them. The possessed caught up to us, forming a rough circle around me, their attention completely focused on what would follow. Peering deep into my soul, the Wendigo showed me the fate it had in store for me. I saw myself in a state similar to Jen's, haunting the mountains during the countless eons to come. Never sated, never warm, never at rest. My soul slowly getting corrupted as it fueled the Wendigo's magic, damned for all of eternity, with no one to come and set me free like I'd done for Jen. Fuck you, I yelled, closing my eyes tight and stopping the inflow of visions. That finally angered the Wendigo. It dashed towards me, teeth snapping with immense force, and tried to grab a hold of me. I kicked at its face with my left leg, but it bit down on my foot and trashed about, jerking me around through the snow. The possessed hollered at the spectacle, spurring their master on. The Wendigo bit down harder and pulled back, ready to take off into the woods with me, but my prosthetic foot came loose. It stumbled backwards under its own force. Surprise thickened its eyes as it held a mere piece of plastic and metal in its mouth. Not the flesh it was expecting. I was in such a state of shock, my mind so strained by the stress and fear, that I couldn't help but laugh at it. Loud, crazed laughter, echoing through the forest as the Wendigo simply watched, not knowing what to make of the situation. As my laughter picked up, it abandoned the attempt to make heads or tails of what happened. Its jaw opened, letting the prosthetic fall onto the snow, and I saw all of its muscles tense up as it pounced me again. I retreated away from it on my elbows, and it lifted its head high up, ready to bite down on my midsection. Another yell, one I'd never heard before, freeze time in place. A shining streak of metal swung from behind the Wendigo, hitting it in the neck and stopping in its flesh. The beast let out an ear-piercing scream of pain, but I didn't allow it a moment of reprieve. I kicked at the axe's head from below it, driving it deeper into its neck as I felt the bone of my leg crack. I kicked again and again and again, the Wendigo jolting from each hit, unable to run away. It tried to skitter away, but tripped and fell on its side, bleeding profusely onto the clean snow. The shadow of my savior moved, looming over the Wendigo, and she grabbed a hold of the axe's handle. With all of her might, she pulled it free before swinging again. I saw the Wendigo's body convulse with each chop, until the blade made it all the way through its throat and separated its head from its body. And all throughout it, my savior kept screaming, scared out of her mind. "What the fuck?" she asked, collapsing to her knees. I got on all fours, quickly crawling my way next to her under the attentive gazes of the possessed. With their master weakened, they didn't dare approach. "Here," I told Rachel, who was drenched in blood from head to toe and trembled with fear and adrenaline. "Give me the axe. I'll finish it off." Her hands relinquished the handle, and I took it from her. Even decapitated as it was, the Wendigo wasn't dead yet, and only the axe's silver-coated blade could pierce it. I swung at its chest, hearing its ribs crunch and break as I pulled the pelt and flesh away. The whole ordeal felt liberating and cathartic, consuming the decades of pent-up hate, anger, and regret in me. By the time the Wendigo's chest was spread open, revealing its icy heart, I couldn't even bring myself to despise it anymore. I was spent. I brought the axe's blade down on it one final time, cleaving its heart in two. Darkness rushed out of it, spreading through the forest like a shock wave. As it reached the possessed, it set their souls free of the beast's influence. Their bodies crumpled to dust in an instant as decades or centuries of decay came rushing back, no longer held at bay by the Wendigo's magic. I couldn't hold to my feet anymore, so I crashed into the snow, breathing heavily but thoroughly satisfied with myself. "Roger?" Rachel asked, jumping next to me and shaking my chest. "Please, no, please, please, please." "I'm fine," I stuttered. "Give me a few. I'll be right as rain." Her eyes went wide seeing my pained grin, and she punched my chest weakly. "Old fucking bastard," she cried, not in the least amused. With tears streaming down her face, she continued her assault, both verbally and physically. "I saw the fire from all the way back home and I got worried. I jumped on my snowmobile to come check up on you and found the cabin empty. And I look down the slope and I see a fucking tree flying. And I hear that damn thing scream. I thought you'd die." To my defense, I nearly did, I said, feeling my chest get bruised as she put more force behind her hits. "Where's your family? Are they safe? What the hell was that thing?" "There's no family," I answered. "Never was. I don't have any. No sons, no grandkids, nothing. I came here all alone just to kill that thing. Sorry I lied to you." She grabbed my hand and helped me into a sitting position, our faces inches from each other. She draped one of her arms around my neck, closing her eyes and leaning in, but I stopped her. "I'm not done yet," I said, and pushed past her. Her face reddened as her cheeks puffed up and she mumbled, "Way to fucking ruin the moment." I ignored her, crawling towards my discarded prosthetic and shaking it of snow. The plastic was cracked and the metal beneath was bent, and there were clear teeth marks on its surface. But it didn't matter. I put it back on and got up, helping Rachel to her feet as well. "Will you at least explain what the fuck happened?" she asked, propping her hands on her hips. "You know, since you ruined the kiss and all that." "What's up is that we have to burn the body and get the heart into the silver box I left back at the cabin before the Wendigo reforms," I explained, walking over to my sleigh. I picked it up out of the snow, finding it had survived the assault unscathed, so I took it next to the body. I don't know about you, but I don't want to fight that thing again. Explanations can wait. Fine, Rachel accepted. How can I help? Go check on the snowmobile, see if it still works. If not, we'll have to make another fire here. She did as I asked without complaints, trudging through the snow towards her wrecked vehicle. A few minutes later, I was done hoisting the Wendigo onto the sleigh and tying it down. The sound of the snowmobile's engine started up, reaching me all the way down, making me let out a sigh of relief. Rachel returned. We tied the sleigh behind the snowmobile, and we carried the Wendigo's corpse back up to the cabin. The fire still raged on, and I pushed the body into it, sleigh and all. Just like Jen had done earlier, it erupted into flames, turning into ash in mere moments and scattering in the wind. I locked the heart into a silver box which I planned to deliver to a shaman who could properly kill the beast, and I sat Rachel down in front of the fire. I told her the entire story of my life up to that point, just as I have told it to all of you now. She listened with bated breath, itching closer to me, and tried to stop me when she noticed the memories caused me distress. But I kept going, digging them out and laying them bare. For the first time in my life, someone was not only willing to listen to my story, but they also believed it. I needed the release, I needed to vent, and I felt all of the pent-up emotions leave me bit by bit with each word I spoke. When I was done, we stood in silence for a long while, neither of us knowing what to say anymore. Sunrise came, and we rode off into it on Rachel's snowmobile. She dropped me off at my truck, but we couldn't bring ourselves to part ways. I guess I should be going, I said, unusually fidgety. I have to deliver this to the shaman. Yeah, I guess you should, Rachel said. She had her arms around herself, rubbing her own shoulders for warmth. With a defeated look, she turned on the spot and began walking towards the snowmobile. I had my own hand on the truck's handle, but my heart fought my mind and won out. Hoping I wouldn't regret this decision, I took off after her, catching her arm and turning her around. Her eyes went wide as I pulled her in, and she melted in my arms as I pressed my lips on hers. I stood like that for a bit, enjoying the moment, but I felt my face go red like a beet's. When I pulled away, I saw she was in no better condition, although she was grinning in an attempt to hide it. Old bastard, she said. You call that a kiss? Hey, I haven't had practice in 3 decades. But she didn't care. She grabbed the sides of my head and pulled me in again, showing me how it's done. And it was my turn to melt in her arms. As embarrassing as it might have been. Now, I know you probably expect something awesome, that we went on to become a bombastic duo of monster hunters or something of that sort, but we didn't. I left to deliver the Wendigo's heart and hung my rhetorical cape away, ready to close that chapter of my life. Me and Rachel did end up dating, and I can confidently say that she's the new light of my life. In fact, she's in my lap right now, diligently reading every word that I write. She says hi to you all, and I bid you a farewell.
I started hunting relatively late in life. I met some friends in college that were hunters. We'll call them Tom, Rick, and Harry. Tom and Rick had been friends since high school. They went to college and roomed together. Harry and I were roommates across the hall. Over the course of the years, we became good friends. Tom and Rick would often talk about how they would go hunting together when they were back home. Harry, whose parents were more than just well off, had several hundred acres in the upstate that the family hunted on. The first time I went with them, I just borrowed a rifle from Harry. He refers to himself as a gun enthusiast. We just call him a gun nut. He doesn't take offense. It's all in good fun. After my 4th trip, I bought my own rifle. We all remained friends after graduation. Although we weren't exactly neighbors, we aren't states away from one another either. So every couple of months we get together and go hunting. Sometimes it is at Tom and Rick's old stomping grounds, sometimes at a local friend's of mine place. or somewhere Harry is leasing. At least once a year, we all get together for a week at Harry's parents' place. After hunting there, everywhere else was just second best. We arrived separately at Harry's parents' place on a Friday afternoon. I was the last to get there, having the longest drive. Tom, Rick, and Harry had already cracked open cold ones and had the grill going. We greeted each other with the normal jokes and insults. After eating, moderate drinking, and catching up, we all headed off to bed. We always got up before dawn to get to the stands, which meant the first night there was never that late. We woke up early the following morning like normal. Harry and I decided to take one stand while Tom and Rick would take another. We would rotate throughout the week so that everyone would have time to hang out. As the four of us were making our way up a trail that would split in opposite directions to head to separate hides, we came across a dead deer. The deer was missing most of the hindquarters. It didn't look so much eaten as ripped. We were so transfixed by the sight that it was only in hindsight we realized the animal had been killed by having its neck broken. Tom asked Harry if there had been any sightings of bear or mountain lion in the area. Harry responded that there were always sightings, but no reports of animals being hunted. We brushed it off. We were armed, so as long as we kept our wits about us, everything would be fine. The dead deer was forgotten in the first 30 minutes, as we concentrated on the live deer we had come to harvest. I didn't manage to take a shot that morning, but both Harry and Rick bagged one each. Probably a good thing because Harry's was a monster, and it took both of us to carry it back to the cabin. If we hadn't both been carrying it, it wouldn't have been looking at the ground to check my footing, and would have never seen the tracks. I stopped the group to point them out. These things were huge, easily as big as my size 13 boot. Harry insisted there were dog prints, but both Tom and Rick said there was no way that tracks that big could be a dog. They said they were mountain lion prints that had been stepped in by both the front and back foot, making them look so large. Either way, I didn't want to wait around and meet the animal that made them, so I picked up my half of the deer and we moved on. The three of them argued about the prints all the way back to the cabin. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Unfortunately, by dusk, the peace would be broken. The first thing to happen was disturbing but not alarming. We were sitting around the campfire drinking and telling stories when we heard sounds coming from the shed where we dressed the deer. It was roughly 12 by 12 feet and held 2 chest freezers, as well as a tiled section with a drain where the deer were actually dressed. The door had a padlock on it to keep out bears, mountain lions, and thieves. What we heard was the sound of something slamming into the side of the shed and then splintering wood. Assuming it was a wildlife friend, we retreated to the cabin. Tom and Harry both grabbed rifles, while Rick and I grabbed powerful flashlights to illuminate the area. We quietly exited the cabin, moving around the far side so that we would have a direct line of sight to the shed. When we had reached a good spot, Rick and I turned on the lights and pointed them at the shed. I remember that it took me a good 5 to 10 seconds to actually realize what I was seeing. I just couldn't believe it. There, in front of us, not 35 feet away, were 2 werewolves. They were massive, each one easily standing 7 feet. They were heavily muscled. Their arms were longer than a human's, more like a gorilla's. The hair that covered the bodies was coarse, like you would see on a wild boar. The legs were like dog legs with the reverse knee. The hands ended in claws, and I could see the sharp canine teeth even from that distance. What struck me though, what I couldn't stop staring at, were the eyes. They almost seemed to glow blood red, and right then both sets were staring at us. Behind the creatures, the door to the shed lay on the floor inside the little room. The creature had torn it off the hinges, broken the lock, and pushed the door in. As they turned their attention toward us, Harry and Tom raised their rifles. There was very little chance that these creatures were not dangerous, and we were definitely in fear of our lives. The animal on the right moved first. Its front limbs hit the ground, and it surged at us with all its strength. Tom fired first. The bullet zipped past the cheek of the monster and hit its shoulder. It didn't appear to notice, because it didn't even break stride. Earlier, I mentioned that Harry was a gun nut. Tonight, it made all the difference. In North America, outside of the grizzly bear, Everything can be hunted and killed with a .308 caliber or similar rifle. I do all of my hunting with a .308. Rick uses a 7mm Mauser. Tom hunts with a .45. None of us have ever needed anything more. Harry, being both wealthy and heavily involved in shooting, hunted with a .458 lot. For the uninitiated, this is a massively powerful rifle round. It's what's called a dangerous game cartridge. It is the sort of rifle used to hunt animals in Africa that hunt you back. Lion, water buffalo, elephant, hippo. You get the idea. The .458 will drop these animals in charge. I shot the rifle once. The recoil was so massive I swore never to touch the weapon again. Harry pulled the trigger and the world exploded in noise. I watched the mountain of a bullet hit the creature just to the left of its snout. Its face cratered at the impact. What I could only assume was brain and skull flew out the back, collapsed in a heap, sliding a few feet from the force of its own momentum. Harry expertly worked the bolt while moving the rifle to the second target. The echo of the first shot was still bounding through the forest when the second shot went off. This caught the second creature in the right shoulder. The force turned the creature slightly. Then it grabbed the wounded one with the working arm. You could see blood soaking the fur on the right side of the body. It let out a cross between a yell and a howl. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared back into the forest. As the report of the second blast began to die down, we heard a terrifying sound. In the dark woods, answering howls could be heard, responding to the cry of pain and anger from the creature that just escaped. As one, we ran back into the cabin. Inside the cabin was quiet. We didn't panic. We didn't shout. We simply looked at one another in silence. We knew what we had seen. We knew exactly what had happened. In hindsight, it is glaringly obvious we were in shock, but it's hard to recognize it when it's happening to you. Rick was the first to shake himself out of it by making the most obvious suggestion. We needed to get out of there. Immediately. We were just grabbing the essentials to escape. Rifles, sidearm, keys when we heard another grating, crushing sound from outside. All of us crowded the window. What we saw were at least 6 beasts, completely destroying our vehicles. Tires flattened, windows broken, hoods torn off and engines destroyed. Before real panic could set in, Harry reminded everyone about the pole barn and the tractor it contained. With this much acreage, you had to have equipment to maintain it. Tom wasn't so sure about the idea. The tractor was slow and didn't have any sort of cover or cage to protect us from the beast. I had to admit that Tom had a point, but if we stayed, we were obviously dead. That's when it occurred to me. Fire. Animals, even humans were scared of fire. Rick asked if I intended to burn the whole forest down. I hadn't until he mentioned it, but if that's what it took, then yeah, I would burn the forest down. We all just stood sort of looking at one another. We didn't agree to it out loud. We just sort of grabbed our stuff and started heading for the pole barn. Harry shot and killed one more of the beast on the way there. At the barn we wrapped rags and clothing we had brought with us around shovels and rakes. We soaked the clothes in diesel and lit them on fire. We put several cans of diesel on the back of the tractor and began our slow ride out. Tom and I would hop off the tractor as we went down the trail, setting the woods on either side of us on fire. Harry would cover us from the tractor while Rick drove. We could see gatherings of red eyes on each side of us, but they wouldn't cross the flames. The couple of times they attempted to get out in front of us, Harry took care of that with the rifle. The 20-minute car ride in took us 90 minutes to get out. By the time we reached the end of the trail and made it to the paved road, the forest behind us was ablaze. It took 6 weeks to get the fire under control. Almost 1,000 acres went up in flames and 4 homes were lost. Thankfully, no one died. The fact that the fire would spread or get out of control didn't even occur to us in our blind panic to escape. We watched the news for days praying that the fire service would put it out without loss of life. The authorities knew where the fire started. They interviewed us about it. We told them a propane tank leaked in the back of Harry's Cherokee and exploded, blowing up his car and mine. From there, the fire spread out of control. We fled, alerting the authorities. Luckily, they couldn't prove otherwise. We all still hang out. but we don't go hunting anymore. Now it's dinner, staying at a friend's place. We're going to a sporting event. It's been several years and the trees have grown back. Harry's parents rebuilt the cabin. He doesn't go there anymore, and they eventually stopped asking him to come. The guys won't talk about it. I've brought it up once or twice, but each time they just lock down and stop talking. I think about it often. People go their whole lives without anything strange happening to them. I quite literally ran into a legend. I don't know why I wrote this. No one will believe it. I don't have the luxury of not believing, because I know. When my wife said I should tell this story, I told her she must be crazy. In the past, I've only told this tale to a small number of people, and none of them believe me. In fact, it took my wife 20 years to decide if she, herself, even wanted to believe it. She smiled and looked at me the way a mother looks at a stubborn child. "I meant you should write it," she said. "If you finish it and decide to send it out to the world, great. If not, lock it in a drawer and forget about it. Either way, it might help you put it to rest once and for all." I couldn't argue with that logic. She knew how much this had weighed on me for most of my life, and I really do want to put it to rest. So here I sit in front of my computer, ready to put to word the story that has been a hindrance to the most of my life. It's really funny, actually, how sometimes such a small, meaningless act can affect a person permanently. For me, it was getting a simple glass of water in the middle of the night. But that's actually not where this story really begins. I was 13 when we moved out of the house in town, and into the house out in the country. The old house had just become too small and cramped, and my parents had always dreamed of living in the country. The new house was a good deal larger and had several acres with it. I was excited because I would have a bigger room, more space outside to do whatever, and the awesome den my dad planned to turn into a rec room, sweeten the deal even more. Mom and Dad both had their reasons to be excited, but it was the aspect of putting in a garden that had my mom ecstatic. She had gardened with her grandmother as a child, and it gave her many great memories. Now the thought of finally having her own brought everything full circle. Dad was just glad to be out of the damn city, as he referred to it, even though our town was far from large enough to be classified as such. Regardless of our various reasons, we all felt like it was a great opportunity. That spring, my mom began work on her garden. Dad and I helped when we could, but it was hers, and she wanted to do most of the work herself. By the beginning of summer, the garden was planted with everything from squash, okra, green beans, tomatoes, and peppers. "It's only a matter of time before we have fresh veggies," she excitedly told my dad and I at breakfast one morning. "I can't wait." Dad looked at me with a grin on his face. It had become a morning ritual for Mom to go out to the garden as soon as she got out of bed. There, she checked the progress of every plant, making notes as to when the optimum time and date to pick it would be. Then in the evening, she would turn around and do the same thing all over again. She was taking gardening to a whole new level, and my dad and I couldn't help but see the humor in it. It went that way for the next couple of weeks. Then one morning, Mom came in from the garden in a fluster. "Something ate all of my squash," she said. "They would have been ready this morning, but when I went out to pick them, they were all gone. Every damn one of them." Dad laid down his newspaper. "Maybe rabbits," he told her. "We live far enough out of town. Could even be deer." Mom stared at him with a look that could melt steel. "I don't care what kind of animal it is," she told Dad. "I just want them out of my garden." Dad and I looked at one another. I could tell there was a trip to the hardware store coming up in the near future. About 2 hours later, Dad and I had returned, and we were finishing up installing a plastic wildlife fence around Mom's garden. As we worked, Mom sat on the back patio, drinking a glass of iced tea. "Let's see the bastards get through that," she said to no one in particular at one point. Dad looked at me with a look that said, "Hope this works." For the next week, the fence did work. Dad and I both felt relieved by its success. He had even assured Mom that the problem had been solved. But one morning, I was awakened by my mom's upset voice coming from the kitchen. I got out of bed and cautiously went to see what happened. As I entered the kitchen, I saw Mom sitting at the table, trying to be calm, but it was obviously not working. She stared at me as I walked in. "They ate my tomatoes," she said with ice in her voice. "They just broke right through the damn fence." I didn't say anything. Instead, I went out the back door to the garden. I walked around the fence and finally found where the mystery critter had broken in. I just stood there staring. Didn't make any sense. The fence didn't look like it had been busted through at all. It looked cut. I pulled the two sides back together. It was definitely cut. And it ran up about 3 feet from the ground to just under the top of the 5-foot tall fence. I decided to keep this discovery to myself. Mom was already pretty upset, and I sure didn't want to stir the pot even more. Needless to say, Dad and I went back to the hardware store once he got home from work that afternoon. This time we returned with a roll of 6-foot tall, heavy-duty poultry fencing and steel T-posts. As Dad and I put up the new fence, Mom looked on in silence. He hoped like hell this fence worked because it was obvious this was becoming an obsession with her. After 2 weeks with no incident, Dad and I had decided that maybe the storm was finally over, but to our misfortune, it was only beginning. It was a Sunday, and we sat at the table. Mom was cooking omelets for breakfast. "I bet there are some nice juicy bell peppers ready in the garden," she said excitedly. "I'll be right back." She ran out the back door. Dad sat the paper down and we looked at each other. Before either of us could think, much less speak, there was a frustrated scream from the garden. "Oh, shit," Dad said, getting up from the table. "Come on, son. Let's go see what happened." We joined Mom by the garden. "Hun, you okay?" Dad asked her. She didn't speak, but only pointed. The fence was still intact, but there were vegetables missing all over the garden. "You still think it's a rabbit?" Mom asked Dad with unveiled contempt. Before he could answer, she turned and left. We went back to the hardware store. On the way there, Dad talked about how he had been wrong about the rabbits, that maybe it was raccoons instead. They had been known to climb fences. Didn't matter what was getting into the garden. I just knew I wanted to stop it so that Mom could relax again. We were back home a little while later with an electric fence charger and wire to put up the top of the fence. We both hoped the third time was the charm. That night after dinner, I was in my room reading a book. I could hear Mom and Dad talking in their bedroom. Actually, they were arguing. Mom was telling Dad that she didn't think he was taking the issue with the garden serious, and Dad was telling her that he thought he was taking it pretty damn serious, considering he had been to the hardware store several times to buy more stuff. After listening to them for a while, I decided that I would take matters in my own hands. I would wake up before either of them in the morning and check the garden. Maybe I would be able to either catch the culprit or at least put things back in order before Mom could see it. I set my alarm for 5:30 a.m. That should give me plenty of time to fix anything amiss. When the alarm went off the next morning, I grabbed my flashlight and quietly went out the back door. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary, but when I got to the back side of the garden, I found something even more confusing than when the fence was cut. A furrow had been dug out underneath the fence. That in itself wasn't anything strange, but what was strange was the forked stick that had been wedged under the fence to hold it up and give the intruder enough room to crawl under. No animal I knew could have done this, but this opening wasn't even close to large enough for a person to fit through. I crouched down and pulled the stick out of the hole. The fence dropped right back into place with minimal damage. I gave the stick a closer inspection and realized it had been carved into its current shape. What the hell? I thought to myself. I shined the flashlight on the freshly dug earth, hoping to find any prints or other traces of the offender. There were none. Whatever had done this had been smart enough to erase any tracks it could have left in the dirt, but yet it hadn't put the fence back into place. Maybe I had interrupted it before it could. I filled in the hole, checked the fence one more time, and turned to head back to the house. As I was passing the fence charger, I had an idea. I unplugged it and went into the tool shed. I cut a length of wire, then I connected the hot wire to the rest of the fence. Once finished, I plugged the charger back in. "Try messing with it now, asshole," I said to myself. I went inside, crawled back into bed. Later on, when I got up, I found Mom in the kitchen reading a magazine. She seemed to be in a decent mood and never mentioned anything about the garden, and I wasn't about to bring it up. The rest of the day went by uneventfully, but there was still a good bit of tension between her and Dad. After they went to bed, I stayed up to watch a movie in the living room but ended up falling asleep on the couch. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up, but I had slept long enough for the movie to be over. I decided I better go to bed, but first, I wanted a glass of water. I walked to the kitchen, got a glass from the cabinet, and filled it at the sink. I was just about to take a drink when I heard a loud pop, followed by a strange yelp. I went to the back door and looked out at the garden. I couldn't believe what I saw. Standing by the garden fence was a little man. He was an ugly little creature with warty, olive-colored skin, and he stood about 2 feet tall. His patchwork clothes looked like they were made from the fur of squirrels, skunks, and other small animals. That little man held one of his hands to his chest and was speaking furiously in a language I couldn't understand, but I could make a pretty good guess as to what it was. He touched the fence and received a pretty good shock, and now he was cursing in pain. I watched unnoticed as the creature circled the fence, looking for any vulnerable place to get through it. Every so often, he would touch the fence again and receive another shock. With each failed attempt to gain entry, the little man became angrier, and watching him, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of evil surrounding him. After about 5 minutes, the little man came around the corner of the garden and stopped. He was looking toward the back door where I stood watching. I took a step back, trying to conceal myself better, but I could tell from the look on his face that he could see me. I wasn't sure if it was because he had been seen or because of his anger over not gaining entry into Mom's garden, but regardless, he stared at me with a look of extreme hatred. The creature pointed in my direction and began coming towards me. He stopped about halfway between the house and the garden. Then he said something in his language. Once again, I didn't understand him, but the intention was clear. He was threatening me. When he finished speaking, the creature turned and ran back towards the woods. I stood there for a moment trying to process what had just happened. This was unbelievable. It had never been an animal stealing things from Mom's garden at all. It was this creature, but what was it? I didn't know, but I hoped it would stay away now that it had been discovered. I placed my glass on the counter and went up to bed. That night my sleep was restless. I kept dreaming of the creature. In some of them, he was pointing and hurling his curses at me. In another one, he stood over my sleeping body, holding a small dagger to my throat. Upon waking from each dream, the more the feeling of dread surrounding the little man grew. For days after that, I thought of telling my dad about the creature, but in the end, I decided not to. I knew he wouldn't believe me. I would have to get down to the bottom of this on my own. One day, I rode my bike into town. Maybe I could find something out about the creature at the public library. I searched the stacks for about an hour before I came across a huge book about folklore. I checked it out and went back home. That night, I sat on my bed and paged through the book, looking for any information about what the creature was and how to spot it. I was just about to give up for the night when I found something. According to the book, the creature was a gnome. I couldn't help but think of the little statues, with their bright clothing and pointed hats, that decorated people's yards. The thought of the little creep dressed like a lawn gnome made me laugh. I continued reading. The lore about gnomes was much darker. They were troublemakers and thieves, but could be extremely vengeful when crossed. Well, I had definitely crossed the thing. I had cut off its access to any easy food source and caused it to be zapped by electricity. The book went on to say, the only way to get rid of a problem gnome was to kill it. How am I supposed to do that? I asked myself. I spent the next few days trying to come up with some sort of plan, but after a week with no problems, I decided maybe it wouldn't be necessary. That week turned into 2, then 3, and so on. Mom was finally able to enjoy her garden, and all the tension between her and my dad disappeared. I was hopeful the thing had given up and moved on, but in the back of my mind, I felt that this was just a calm before the storm. By the time fall arrived and school started, I finally succeeded in putting the creature out of my mind. With the gardening season over and fall in full swing, Mom's new mission was to decorate the house. One afternoon she went out to the barn where her crafting supplies had been stored since the move. But in just a few minutes, she came through the back door like a thunderstorm. "Well, it looks like we have rats in the barn," she said, flustered. Apparently, the rodents had laid waste to the good majority of her craft supplies, What hasn't been chewed up is covered in urine, she finished aggravated. For the first time since summer ended, I thought about the creature. I hoped it wasn't the culprit. That evening during dinner, Mom told Dad about the rats. It's not uncommon to have a rat or two in an old barn like that, he told us. But with the weather getting colder, there will be more of them looking for a nice warm place to nest. I'll stop by and get some traps on my way home from work tomorrow, and we'll put them up. Maybe that'll put an end to it. Mom looked at Dad skeptically. Her skepticism only grew the next afternoon when Dad arrived home with a pet carrier instead of rat traps. I had planned to get the traps, but when I mentioned our rat problem to one of my coworkers, they suggested this instead. He told us. He sat the carrier down and opened the door. A black and white cat came cautiously out of the box. It approached and sniffed each of us, before finally rubbing on Mom's ankles. You know how I feel about cats, she said to Dad. That doesn't seem to bother him, Dad replied, grinning. His name is Cosmo, and not only is he an expert rat catcher, but he's also good at keeping snakes away. Mom looked down at the cat. I'll give him a chance, she said with defeat. But the first rat I see that isn't dead, Cosmo will be finding a new home. Pretty soon, it was obvious the cat was here to stay. Cosmo was exactly what Dad had promised. If he wasn't coming out of the barn with a fresh kill, he was in the field looking for prey there. The surprising thing was even though Mom typically hated cats, she began to warm up to Cosmo quickly. When his hunting was over for the day, he never went far from her side when she was outside, and if Mom was sitting on the back porch, he sat right at her feet. Like I said, that late summer and early fall were pretty good, but things were about to change. One Friday night, I had gone to a friend's house to watch a movie. By the time I rode my bike into my driveway, it was after midnight. I wheeled the bike over to the side of the house and leaned it against the wall. Dad usually left the back door unlocked for me if I came home late, so I started around to that side of the house. I had just rounded the corner when I saw something lying on the back porch steps. I didn't have a flashlight, but the moon was bright enough that I could make out what it was as I got closer. It was Cosmo. Or what was left of him. His head was missing and the rest of him was covered in blood. As I stared down at his corpse, something landed on the ground next to me. I looked at the object for a moment before I realized it was the cat's head. I was still staring at it when I heard a sound behind me. I turned around to find the gnome behind me. He stood about 5 feet away and held a small, blood-smeared dagger. He pointed the weapon at me, speaking in obvious threat. Then he started coming towards me. I had to think fast. I pulled my backpack off and threw it at him. I knew it was a long shot, but hoped it would buy me enough time to get into the house. Unfortunately, in my haste, I forgot an important detail, and as I turned to run up the steps, I stumbled over the dead cat's body and ended up sprawled on the porch. I tried to get back to my feet, but before I could, the gnome was right there. He lunged at me while slashing with his knife. I had just enough time to raise my leg and kick the creepy little bastard, sending him flying. At the same time, I felt a searing pain in my leg. He must have cut me during the scuffle. I got to my feet and looked around for the little troll. My kick had knocked him about 10 feet out into the yard, but he was getting back up already. He spat a curse at me as he made another slashing motion with his knife. It was only a matter of time before he resumed his attack, so I needed something to use as a weapon. I looked around the porch and saw the antique iron my mom used as a doorstop. I picked it up and hurled it at the gnome. The iron hit him square in the chest, and he dropped the knife as he fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Before the gnome could get up, I ran for the knife. I snatched it up on the run and jumped on the evil creature. He thrashed under me like a madman while spitting curses at me. I wasted no time and buried the little knife in his chest. After a moment, he quit moving, and I was certain the gnome was dead. I took his body to the edge of the woods and threw him as far in as I could. Hopefully, something would eat the little creep. I turned, walked back to the house, picked my bag up, and went in. I walked into the bathroom to look at the wound on my leg. The cut wasn't too deep, but it was bleeding like crazy. I doctored it with alcohol and wrapped it with a bandage. Then I quietly went down the hall to my room. My parents didn't even stir as I walked by their door. I couldn't believe they'd slept through all the commotion. I got out of my clothes, slipped into bed. I felt so bad about Cosmo. Mom had really started to like him, and now he was dead. But at least Cosmo's death hadn't been in vain. As I came into the kitchen the next morning, I found Dad and Mom sitting at the table. I could tell from the way they acted that they must have found Cosmo. I sat down. Is everything okay? I asked, playing dumb. Dad looked at me with a frown. Something killed Cosmo last night, he said. Did you see him when you came home? I thought quickly. I didn't see Cosmo, but there was a coyote in the yard, I said. It was sniffing around, and when I tried to scare it away, it got mad instead and scratched me. I showed them my bandaged leg. I thought it was going to attack me again, so then I threw the doorstop at it. After that, it left, but I guess it must have come back, I said with sadness. Mom walked over and hugged me. It's okay, son, she said drearily. I know you tried your best, but next time you see a wild animal, come get me or your dad. I promised I would, while mentally sighing with relief. I hated lying to them, but as I've said, they would have never believed me about the gnome. As I sit looking at the words in front of me, I'm relieved to say my wife was right. With this story told, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Some of you reading this will think this sounds too crazy to be true, but I assure you it happened. And I'll give you a word of advice. Never piss off a garden gnome. I wondered, angrily, why the phone was ringing at 3 in the morning. I rolled stiffly onto my side and blindly stuck out my hand. I felt around the nightstand for my phone, but it wasn't there. With a groan, I rolled out of bed onto my feet. I stretched my neck and stood up. The phone continued its excessive ringing. Shout out $1,000 for the damn thing. Why not sprout legs and come to me for once? I muttered to myself as I walked out of the room. I flipped the light on in my small apartment and winced at the sudden brightness. I found my phone sitting on the counter. I just missed the call. Why? I groaned as I picked it up. One new voicemail from Eddie. Sarah, you have to help me. I know it's stupid, but I had to come back out here. I didn't like where this was heading. I just need to know what happened to her. It's been 10 years, but she was my sister. I have to know what happened. I could hear the sounds of branches snapping in the background. Eddie must have gone out into the woods again. But why so late? He's only ever gone during the day and never alone. I thought I could find something. You know, with it being the anniversary and all, but... He was interrupted by a low growl coming from all around him. Oh God, he screamed, and I could hear him running. I heard what sounded like him fall and scramble. Damn you, Sarah. Why didn't you just answer the phone? He was trying to keep his voice down, but I could hear that he was terrified. There's something wrong with the woods. My heart was beating out of my chest at this point. My phone is almost dead. Damn, okay. If you get this, Sarah, come find me. You know where I am. His breathing seemed strained now. He sounded injured in some way. Please. That was the end of the voicemail. Damn it, Eddie. I shook my head. What have you done? It was a redundant question. I knew exactly why he went out there. Eddie's younger sister, Mabel, went missing 10 years ago in the woods just outside town. The police and pretty much everyone else in town chalked it up to her just getting lost. People had been going missing in those woods for years. The search didn't go on for long before they found something. Her heart, just lying there in the woods. They ended up declaring it an animal attack, mostly just to close the case. Eddie and I were there when she went missing. Neither of us can remember what happened. Repressed memory or something. What we do know is that it was no animal attack. A few minutes later and I was on my way. It was a small town and pretty much everything was closed. The only light came from the street lamps and my headlights. Their light reflected off the freshly fallen snow. I could feel a headache forming just behind my eyes. I blinked a few times in a vain attempt to prevent it. Soon I was past the small shops and was on the final stretch to the woods. I came upon Eddie's green pickup truck, but no Eddie. I pulled up next to his truck and got out, making sure to grab the pistol I always kept in the glove compartment, just in case. Flecks of snow fell upon my face in the winter night. I cursed myself for not bringing a thicker jacket. I shone the light from my phone into the windows of Eddie's pickup, but, as I expected, nothing of interest. Or so I thought. As I moved away, something shone from under the driver's seat. I stuck my pistol in my back pocket and pulled on the door handle. It swung open. Eddie usually kept it locked. I knelt and grabbed what turned out to be Eddie's phone. But how? Where the hell are you, Ed? I whispered to myself. Had he come back here after calling me? That was the only way his phone would be here, right? I pulled the phone out, pressed the power button. A little battery icon popped up on the screen. The phone had died as Eddie said. Must have been why the call ended earlier. That's what I hoped, at least. I pocketed Eddie's phone and scanned the area, hoping to find something else, but all I found was snow, trees, and the sign marking the nature trail. Guess I know where I'm going next, I muttered to myself, noting that I was doing that a little too much. Joyful Trails Nature Walk, the sign read. Joyful wasn't a word anyone would use to describe this place. The number of urban legends surrounding this place was way too many to count. Stories of ghosts, Bigfoot-like creatures, even some cult out in the woods, were the talk of the town for decades. All that ended when Mabel went missing. It seemed that no one wanted to believe anymore once the stories got closer to home. Eddie and I were the only ones that still talked about those legends. We were convinced that one of them had to be responsible for Mabel's death. We'd been out to these woods so many times over the years, but only ever during the day. Walking down the trail at night, it felt like an entirely different place. I tried my best to keep my cool, telling myself that every rustle in the bushes was simply a little bunny, or maybe that sound in the trees was just a friendly bird. In truth, it felt like I was being not just watched, but followed by something very different. I pushed onward, panning the light across the bushes and trees as I did so. Every so often the light would catch in the eyes of some critter. As soon as my gaze met theirs, they vanished into the darkness. That only added to the feeling of being watched. I shivered and pulled a pistol from my back pocket for comfort. The further down the path I went, the further I began to feel as if I wasn't in the woods anymore. There were trees I didn't recognize, and the path seemed to curve in ways it never had in the last decade I'd been coming out here. I remembered the path going straight, but here it took a sharp left turn. Straight ahead was nothing but a thick wall of trees. For a second I thought of turning back, but I remembered why I came out here in the first place. Eddie needed my help. After a while, the darkness seemed to shift and warp around me. I felt like I was trapped, surrounded by shadow. Even the light of the phone did little to combat the belligerent darkness. I was walking near blindly for what felt like forever, before the darkness finally lifted. The area opened up to reveal a cabin. There hadn't been a cabin out here before, and it would have taken some time to build. I would have noticed. The building seemed to be in good condition. Despite this, I got the distinct feeling that this place hadn't been touched in a very long time. The path below my feet had turned from dirt into a cobblestone walkway leading up to the front door. The sounds of rustling leaves and tree branches had stopped. It was eerily silent now. All I could hear were the sounds of my breathing and my racing heart. A cool breeze pushed against my back, nudging me ever so slightly forward. I tightened my grip on the gun and moved, one footstep at a time. "Is someone out there?" A male voice said from inside. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I didn't expect anyone to be in there. I had a glimmer of hope that the voice was Eddie's, but it sounded too old. Yeah?" I answered. "My name's Sarah. I'm looking for my friend." I waited for a response, but none came. Instead, the front door slowly creaked open. Inside I saw nothing but shadows that seemed to call to me. I took a step forward, then another and another. As if in a trance, I made my way towards the waiting maw. "Come on in, Sarah," the voice said from inside. "I can help you find your friend." I stepped through the doorway. It shut behind me, sealing me away in the darkness. I rubbed the fog from my eyes and tried to clear my head. The inside of the cabin was very clean. There weren't any lights that I could see, but as soon as the door closed, the room lit up. While the outside of the house was large, the inside was much smaller, at least this part. The front door led into a single room with no windows or doors leading anywhere. At least the singular room was a nice one. It was a sitting room of sorts. Hardwood floors with a large area rug, topped by 2 felt armchairs. One of these armchairs was occupied. The frail-looking old man stared at me with the blankest eyes I've ever had the misfortune of seeing. He was dressed in silk pajamas and a matching cap. Between the armchairs was a small table. He lifted a glass from it and sipped the dark liquid. "Who are you?" I asked. My voice sounded strange in this place. He set the glass back down with a shaky hand. "There's no fun in telling you that." Shivers went down my spine. "What do you want?" "To help," he said. His tone shifted slightly. He sighed and stood shakily from his chair. "That is what you want, right? To find him before it finds the both of you." "It?" I questioned, unconsciously raising my gun ever so slightly. "A being of these woods," he gestured broadly. "A hunter of sorts. Not the brightest thing, but it serves its purpose, as I serve my own." "Purpose?" I shook my head. "Look, I'm just trying to find my friend." I didn't have the time for this nonsense. He gave me a dismissive wave of the hand as he paced in front of me. So far, he'd paid no mind to the gun in my hand. "You want to find your friend? I can help with that." He gave me an eerie smile. His eyes darted to the door and back to me as if waiting for something. "Okay, where is he then?" "Through here." He waved his wrinkled hand and a door formed upon the far wall. "You'll find your friend on the other side of that door." Thanks." I didn't know what else to say. I walked past the strange old man in pajamas and grasped the doorknob. Before I turned the knob, my curiosity got the better of me. "Why did you help me?" I asked. "What's that?" he asked. He had returned to his chair. "Why did you help me?" I asked once more. He laughed and reached for his glass. "I helped myself in the woods. I kept you busy." A monstrous banging emanated from the door I entered from. "You'd better get going if you want to find your friend alive." He gently set the glass down. I almost said something, but suddenly whatever was fighting so fiercely to get inside finally won. The door came crashing down and a large, black mass landed heavily upon the shattered remains. It was like a large dog, or maybe a wolf. It was hard to tell because the beast was made almost entirely of shadow. All but its eyes, marbles of red against the inky blackness. It stared at me with crimson fury. The wall behind the creature crumbled as if made of dust, revealing the trees beyond. The beast lunged at me, going past the old man without even a glance. In a panic, I quickly pointed my gun at the creature and fired 3 times. The first bullet went straight through, doing absolutely no damage. The second bullet had the same effect. The third bullet, however, winged the left eye, sending red shards flying in a flash of scarlet light. The beast wailed and tumbled, but its momentum wasn't halted. The beast slammed into me, and I flew backwards. The door shattered at my back and I landed hard against the dirt. I jumped up to see the doorway still there. Through it was the room. Behind it was trees. The beast was still in the room, crumpled on the ground, but I knew it wasn't done. The gun was lying right next to it. I must have dropped it when I got hit. Before I could make a move to grab it, the doorway disappeared, leaving in the woods with no cabin in sight. I grabbed my phone off of the ground. Although the light was useless now, it seemed to be about midday, judging by the sun, but my phone said the time was 4:30 a.m. After what I just witnessed, it didn't seem all that weird. I stuffed my phone in my pocket. I took in my surroundings. I had hoped that I was back in the woods, but I wasn't. I don't know what these woods were, but they didn't seem natural. I saw a path leading off away from where the door had been. I wasn't sure if the path had been there before, but I hadn't been paying enough attention before. I didn't know where the path would lead, but the old man did say I'd find Eddie, so I had to follow the path, wherever it may lead. The path seemed to go on forever, but eventually I reached a small clearing. Eddie was on the ground, his back against a tree. His skin was white, and he seemed frail. "Eddie?" I asked. My voice came out as little more than a whisper. I moved towards him. His head slowly turned to face me. It seemed to take a considerable effort to do just that. I didn't know how I was going to get him out of there. I soon learned that I wouldn't have to. His clothes were torn, and I could see his chest. There weren't any scratches or blood, but right where his heart would be, was a large black splotch. It seemed to emanate shadows, much like the beast I just encountered. Oh, fuck. What happened to you? I rushed over to get a better look. His gaze followed me, but there didn't seem to be much life behind it. I moved aside what was left of his shirt and assessed the damage. It wasn't so much a splotch, but a hole. But not a hole that had torn into him. It was more like part of it was vanishing, dissolving, just as the room had. His heart was disappearing before my eyes, and there wasn't a thing I could do to help. The old man said I'd find him, but he never said I'd be able to save him. He mumbled, "Eddie? It's me, Eddie. It's Sarah." His gaze seemed to go right through me, as if I wasn't there at all. Seeing him like this nearly broke me. I tried to stop it, but I could feel tears start to roll down my cheeks. "Mabel?" He wheezed. His time was up. I watched as the remaining life behind his eyes fade in. I didn't have time to mourn as I heard the familiar growl of the beast. I wasn't sure if it was after me or Eddie's corpse, but I wasn't going to wait around and find out. I didn't have my gun anymore, so all I could do was run. Run for my life. I ran until my legs felt like jelly and my lungs burned. The beast followed me for some time, but I think it decided to go for the easier meal. I just wished that easier meal hadn't been my friend. I ducked behind a bush and waited, just to make sure my assumption was correct. I slowly crept back out and pressed on. The sun was setting once more. I wasn't sure exactly where I was heading, but all I knew was it was away from that thing. Even in the daylight, I didn't feel safe. I still felt like I was being watched. I wish I had my gun. At least I was able to do some damage then. The eyes were the trick. They were actually marbles or something like them. In the rush of it all, I forgot that I didn't need a gun to defend myself. I grabbed what seemed to be a rather sturdy branch. Even I couldn't kill it, and would probably die trying with this. But it was better than having nothing. Now that I had some means of defending myself, I felt a little more comfortable pressing onwards. After a while, a path began to form at my feet. I followed it for a few minutes until the path forked. In between was a small sign, naming each path: the left, up, the right, down. It made no sense, but nothing seemed to anymore. Before I decided which path to take, I took the time to try and make heads or tails of this night. Eddie called me from the woods. It sounded like something was chasing him. Probably the creature I've encountered twice now. Thanks to Eddie, I think I know what the creature does to people. It removes their hearts. I don't know why or how, but I believe that's what happened to Mabel. These woods are separate somehow. When the heart leaves these woods, it goes to my woods. What the purpose would be was still a mystery, but at least I had some understanding of this place. Both paths seemed to be on level ground for as far as I could see. Not sure what the names were about. The logical choice felt like up. Going left, but this wasn't a logical place. I chose to go right. Down. Whatever the hell that meant. I don't know quite how to explain it, but once the choice was made, I got a distinct feeling that there was no going back. I didn't make it far before the world around me vanished and a door slammed shut behind me. I was back in the room I had found in the cabin, and my stick was gone. So much for defending myself. There was no sign that the beast had been there earlier, nor the old man in the armchair. Instead, I found myself with a young woman, only a few years younger than me. She was sitting in the opposite chair the old man had been in. She looked at me with curious eyes from behind her auburn hair. Auburn hair that seemed very familiar. "Mabel?" She stood from the chair and walked towards me. She looked me over and furrowed her brow. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said flatly and returned to her chair. She looked exactly how I imagined Mabel would have looked if she had never gone missing, but maybe it was a trick. "The old man," I started. "Where is he?" She looked at me with curious eyes. "Old man?" she questioned. "I don't know any old man." She crossed her legs and stared at me. "Never mind." I changed the subject. "How do I get out of here?" I wasn't sure she would help me, but I had to try. Out? She asked. You can't get out. She grabbed the collar of her shirt, which I noticed was nearly identical to the one Mabel had been wearing a decade ago, and pulled it down. Where her heart should have been was a black, shadowy hole just like Eddie had. These woods take your heart. She covered the hole and sighed heavily. The process has already begun for you. She pointed at me, at my chest. Go ahead, see for yourself. She snapped her fingers and a tall mirror took form in front of me. The night had not been kind to me. As she said, I pulled down the collar of my shirt. To my horror, I found that she was right. There was a small, black shadow forming over my heart. I didn't even feel it. I thought the beast had caused a hole in Eddie's chest, but now I wasn't so sure. Could the beast simply be an inhabitant of these otherworldly woods? Could the woods themselves really be what takes the heart? How long do I have? I asked. She chuckled at me. It was Mabel's chuckle. You're surprisingly calm about this. I wasn't, but I didn't see the point in freaking out now. I realized my shirt and the mirror disappeared. She was standing in its place. Why is this happening? I asked. What is this place? She paused for a moment before responding. The woods need souls, bodies to inhabit it. She took a few steps backwards. She seemed unbalanced. What about the heart? Why take the heart? I asked. I stepped forward and placed my hands on her shoulders. Her eyes had grown foggy. What was happening to her? Leave a trail. Bring others. Her voice had changed slightly, a bit rougher. Like Eddie? I had hoped the mention of him would spark something, but no luck. The boy called for help. It was unforeseen, she said, her voice now clearly not her own, but we adapted. She began to shake slightly. And found you. You're different. The vessels feel something. It's fighting. Vessel? Could she really be? Mabel? Her eyes rolled back into her head and she went limp. I was barely able to keep her from falling to the ground. The struggle brought me down to my knees, but I managed. Mabel, are you alright? She didn't answer. She just lied there, limp and lifeless. I checked her pulse before realizing that she wouldn't have one without a heart. I pulled out my phone and held it under her nose. She was breathing at least. I set my phone on the floor and hauled Mabel up. I dragged her over to the chair and sat her down. Soon enough, she opened her eyes. Sarah? She said. Her voice had changed once more. It was almost innocent. Sarah, where am I? Mabel, is that really you? She was starting to panic. I tried my best to comfort her. She nodded weakly. Sarah? She was starting to calm down. You look different. I couldn't help but laugh a little. I'm a little older than the last time we saw each other. She simply nodded. I could see in her eyes that part of her was deep in thought. What do you remember? She looked at me. Although she had been through a lot, I could see the Mabel I knew in her eyes. I felt something click within me, like something was unlocking for both of us. I remember, she started. I remember playing, the three of us together. She grabbed my hand and held it tightly. The memory of that day was hazy for me as well. It had been for years. You, me, and Eddie, we were in the woods. She thought hard for a moment. What were we playing? Memories came back to me in brief glimpses. Eddie was by the tree, counting to 30. Mabel and I were in the bushes, hidden from view. Hide and seek, I answered. We were playing hide and seek. She smiled. I remember now. Her voice sounded content. We were in the bushes. Maybe it was this place doing it, but my memories were getting clearer and clearer. Mabel and I were in the bushes, away from Eddie. We had always been friends even though she was a grade below me and Eddie. Lately, things had begun to change between us. I would get butterflies in my stomach every time I saw her. It had been my idea to play hide and seek. It was mostly just a way to be alone with her. I remember the two of us huddled behind the bush as Eddie counted and we kissed. It was my first kiss. How could I have forgotten that? But then we both ran. Eddie had finished counting, and we wanted to find better places to hide. Eddie found me easily, but not Mabel. I tried to help him, but it was no use. Then we heard the scream. We ran towards the sound, and Mabel was there, enclosed in shadows, screaming for help, screaming for me. She vanished screaming my name, then we ran. By the time we got back to town, neither of us could remember anything. I could see that she had remembered it too. I'm sorry, Mabel. I'm so sorry. She shook her head at me and smiled. Don't be. You're here now. She pulled me closer, but a sharp pain shot through my chest. I cried out and jolted backward. Your time is almost up, a familiar voice said. I looked over to find the old man sitting in his armchair. Something was different about him, though. He didn't seem like the old man I'd met earlier. Ah, you're back, I said, most definitely with the slightest bit of sarcasm. He put his hands to show he was no threat. In a manner of speaking, he said, this time of my own free will. What? I asked. Mabel slipped out of her chair and put her arm around me. Last time you saw me, I wasn't myself. As I imagined this young woman, he gestured to Mabel, was not herself. Something broke us free of their grip. Whose grip? I asked. And what broke you free? There are things here, beings of otherworldly power. They like to use us. He shook his head as if he were shaking away a bad thought. As for your other question, he nodded towards Mabel and I. I'd imagine that was love, remembered or otherwise. Mabel and I glanced at each other. I pulled the phone from my pocket. Eddie's phone. Eddie was here. Why didn't his love set you free? Surely it could have. Mabel stared at the phone in my hand. Oh no. I heard her whisper, trying to hold back tears. I'm sorry, Mabel. I wished I could have broken that to her a bit easier. Do you believe in soulmates? The old man asked. I do, and I think that's what did the trick. Soulmates, huh? That certainly explained my love life since then, or lack thereof. Our conversation was interrupted by a loud, ferocious banging on the door. The beast was back. We're out of time, the old man said. I could hear the urgency in his voice. Mabel, is it? Yeah, Mabel answered. Mabel, get her on her feet. She did as he bid her. We may not be under their influence any longer, but we still have some of their power. I've been here longer than you, and I've picked up a few things. What do you mean? Mabel asked as the banging on the door got louder. If we work together, I think we can open a door out of here. I could feel Mabel's heart beat faster against me. A door out of the woods, back into our world. I could tell by the banging that we only had a few minutes at best. Can you stand on your own? Mabel whispered to me. I nodded and she released me. My vision started to go black, but I held my ground. She walked over to the old man, and they linked hands. Focus, child, he said. Focus on a way out. The door splintered, and deep, black claws tore through it. With all the strength I could muster, I threw myself over the armchair. I rolled onto my back, and my vision blurred. Sarah, I heard Mabel cry out. Focus, or she's dead, the old man yelled. The beast slowly walked around the armchair. It seemed to ignore Mabel and the man. Maybe it didn't realize they weren't being controlled. It was the same one as before. It glared at me with its one crimson eye with absolute hatred. It's working, I heard Mabel yell. I looked to the wall next to me and saw a door beginning to take shape. It seemed to flutter in and out of focus. Keep going, we're almost there, the old man yelled back. The beast's low growl filled the room and it came closer. It wanted to savor the moment or else it would have pounced by now. I shuffled backward, kicking wildly in a vain attempt to hurt this thing. Then my hand hit something. My pistol. It's done, the two yelled in unison. The newly formed door swung open and caught the attention of the beast. I grabbed the gun, but the creature saw me. It howled horribly and lunged. I turned the gun upwards, and prayed that I wouldn't miss. Shards of crimson glass pelted my face as the beast let out a sickening wail. I watched as the wretched thing evaporated into the air before disappearing with a hiss. Mabel jumped over the chairs and quickly pulled me up. "That was way too close," she said with a grin on her face. "That's an understatement," I replied, returning the grin. Another sharp pain rang through my chest. "The door won't stay open forever, and your heart is nearly gone," the old man said. He seemed weakened by the ordeal. "Let's go," Mabel said, steadying me. I looked through the open door. It was nearly dawn and I could see my car and Eddie's truck. I gripped Mabel's hand, and together we went through the door, both finally free of that horrible place. Or so I thought. Mabel wasn't behind me. I spun around to see her standing at the doorway, trying desperately to push her way through, but she couldn't. "What's happening?" I yelled. I tried to pull her through, but couldn't keep my grip as I passed the threshold. "She lost her heart already," the old man said from behind her. "She can't return with you. None of us can." "No, there has to be a way." I grabbed from Mabel, but she pulled away. "I don't think there is," she said, trying and failing not to cry. Tears rolled down my face as well. "There must be," I screamed. The old man picked up my pistol and stuffed it in the waistband of his pants. "We'll be all right, kid. We can defend ourselves now. We have power here," he said, but it was of no comfort. "Mabel, please just walk through," I yelled. "Just do it." "I can't," she said calmly, stifling her tears. "Go, Sarah. Live your life. Get away from this town, from these woods." "I won't leave you. I can't leave you," I screamed. "You don't have a choice," she said. I knew she was right, but I didn't want to believe it. Besides, Eddie's in here somewhere. Someone has to take care of him. She smiled. I didn't know how she could smile at a time like this. "Please," I mumbled. "The door will close any second," the old man whispered to Mabel. She nodded back at him. "Okay, this is it," she sighed. "Don't say that," I said between tears. "Please don't." "Sarah, I never got the chance to say it then, so I'll say it now." She looked into my eyes and I tried my best to meet her gaze. "I love you." And she was gone. The door vanished, never to be seen again. I screamed and threw myself forward, tearing at the ground in some vain attempt to get back to her. The sun broke through the trees, casting a pink and purple hue over the world around me. I got off the ground and wiped my eyes. I watched the sunrise and thought of her, how things might have been if she had never gone missing. "I'll leave this town and live my life. I promise, Mabel." I walked over to my car and took one last look. "And I love you too." I'm not sure why she came to this decision, but after my grandmother passed, I was surprised to find out she left me her farmhouse, the vast farmland surrounding it, and a large sum of money. I always figured the property would go to my parents, but I wasn't complaining. I always loved going to grandma's as a kid. The house was 2 stories, white with a wraparound porch, and really more space than I'd ever need. But after getting my affairs in order, I moved in, eager to feel the same warm and happy feelings that I'd always felt when spending summers there. Honestly, things have been hard for me, even before my grandmother's death. A failed relationship was the major thing. I'd been with the same guy nearly 5 years, only to find out he was cheating with a coworker. And my grandmother passing was just the cherry on top of the shit cake that was my life. The change was more than welcomed. On a Sunday, my Siberian husky, Tilly, and I loaded up and headed to what would be our new home. The ride there was a little over an hour, and when we arrived, Grandma's neighbors were there. They lived about 2 miles up the road from Grandma, but they'd been her groundskeepers for a long time. The Johnsons were a small family of 3, Mr. Johnson and Mrs. Johnson, who insisted I call them Tim and Susan, and their 17-year-old son Lucas. "Hey you guys," Lucas said, being the first to approach. He pat Tilly atop her head as her tail wagged graciously. "We're really sorry about Miss Mabel," Susan said sadly. They'd been at the funeral, but I hadn't been in much of a mood to chat. "Thanks," I replied. "Well, we've been here the last few days cleaning up the property. Usually it doesn't take much, but I'm guessing a big storm blew through here, so we've been clearing a lot of big branches, and even a few smaller trees," Tim said. "I appreciate y'all," I replied. That evening, Susan insisted on making dinner. I was too tired to argue. Plus baked chicken, steamed broccoli, and mashed potatoes sounded way too good to turn down. "I'd still like you all to be groundskeepers here if you want to. I know Grandma definitely would have wanted it that way," I told them. "Emma, you don't know how nice it is to hear that. We've been working here so long, just wouldn't feel right to stop now," said Tim. After dinner, they bid me good night. "Well, a shower then bed sounds amazing. Don't you think, Tilly?" I asked. She barked heartily and ran up the stairs. Being the only grandchild, Grandma had given me the biggest room upstairs. The bathroom was even en suite, which was so cool to me as a kid, opposed to having to walk down the hall to the bathroom like I did at home, because you know when you're a kid the hallway is the scariest place at night, next to the closet of course. I undressed while the water was warming up. Tilly made herself comfortable on the floor. She was never far from me, and truly my best friend. I got in and got about halfway through my shower when Tilly started growling. I peeked out of the shower curtain. "What's wrong, girl?" I asked. She was fixed on the small window above the toilet. It was curtained, of course, but surely nothing was outside of a 2-story window anyway. "It's okay, Tilly," I told her. She calmed a bit, and I finished my shower. I dried off, then slipped on my bathrobe. As I did so, a loud bang came from the bathroom window, making me jump, and Tilly started growling again. Cautiously, I made my way to the window and looked behind the curtain. It was too dark to really see much, but from what I could tell, nothing was out there. "It's alright, Tilly. Let's go to bed," I said. I changed into my PJs and got in bed. Tilly quickly took her place beside me, and before long I was out. I woke with a start in the morning, forgetting where I was upon waking. Tilly whined next to me. "Okay, girl, let's go," I said, dragging myself from the bed. I let Tilly out to use the bathroom, then made my way to the kitchen. Right, no groceries, I mumbled to myself. Susan had brought the food from home that she made, so I'd be needing to go to the grocery store. I began making a list when Tilly scratched at the door. "Want to go for a ride?" I asked Tilly. She barked happily. Since it was cool out, I didn't mind taking her with me. I bundled up and cranked my car so it would warm up. Going back upstairs, I remembered the bang on the window. I had to go brush my teeth and hair anyway, so I decided I'd inspect the window before leaving. When I pulled the curtain up, I was surprised to see a large, bloody circle. "What the hell?" I whispered to myself. After I finished getting ready, Tilly and I went outside to inspect things. I was wondering what had hit the window. There was a dead raven on the ground. So that's what hit the window, I said mostly to myself. But I won't deny having convos with Tilly in the least. I found the old shovel out in the shed, scooped it up, then buried it back near the tree line. I didn't want Tilly getting a hold of it. Finally, we made our trip to town. I had nearly gotten everything I needed when something weird happened. I was over by the chips debating on which ones I wanted, when an old man who I'd never met, with severe cataracts on both eyes, grabbed my upper arm in a death grip. "Ouch!" I shouted. He pulled my face close to his and began rambling. "You've got to get out of here. It's going to come for you. In the night, or maybe in the day. Doesn't matter. You need to leave. You've got to leave. Understand?" He ranted desperately. "Mr. Sanders." A woman in scrubs scolded. The man jumped and quickly recoiled. "I'm sorry, miss." I turned my back for one moment to grab him some cheese, and when I had turned around, he was gone. "I don't know how he got across the store so quickly," she said. "It's all right," I said, rubbing my arm. I had all but forgotten the chips and quickly paid, then went home. I tried to play it off to him being elderly and possibly demented, but something about the desperation in his voice unsettled me. When I got back, it was still early, so I shakily made myself some breakfast. My coffee cup shook in my hand as bacon sizzled in the background. A knock on my front sent my cup falling to the ground. I jumped so hard it just left my hand. "Shit, Emma, get it together," I said angrily to myself. I grabbed the cup up and quickly threw a dish towel over the mess before going to the door. "Hey, Emma," Lucas beamed. Hey, come on in," I said. I cleaned up my mess quickly. "Is this a bad time?" Lucas asked. "No, not at all. I just made a little mess right before you came in. Would you like some breakfast?" I asked. "Yeah, please," he said. "What you been up to this morning, Lucas?" I asked. "I was clearing the trails this morning for you," he said with a mouthful of food. "Oh, I'd almost forgotten about those," I said. "Yeah, Dad said you always loved them when you stayed during the summer, but we hadn't bothered clearing them in a long time since Miss Mabel wasn't able to walk them anyway," he said. "Well, thanks for that. Now Tilly and I can go for walks out there," I said between bites of bacon. "Yeah, no problem. I'd better get going. I've got some schoolwork I need to get done today, and Mom isn't going to be happy with me if I don't do it. See you later, Emma," he said while heading out the door. Lucas was homeschooled. His mom stayed at home, and his dad worked at a factory. I think they made car parts. The rest of the day, Tilly and I relaxed. I'd bought a newspaper to skim through the help wanted ads. I didn't particularly need a job immediately, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to apply. It would get me out of the house. I decided on applying to the librarian position first. It was a small town, with a small library that was open 5 days a week. It was perfect. The next morning I went to apply and got the job on the spot. Mr. Dexter was the head librarian, but he needed help. He wanted me to begin training immediately. I quickly called Susan and asked that she or Lucas let Tilly out a few times a day, until I had time to put in a doggy door for her. After the first few days of training, I pretty much had everything down. I was right about it being a laid-back job, and I was really enjoying it. Things were going so well I'd nearly forgotten the troubles I'd left behind when I came here. Saturday after breakfast, I remembered Lucas had cleared the walking trails. "Tilly, you want to go for a walk?" I called. She'd gone to lay in another room. I heard her coming to find me quickly. She wagged her tail excitedly. "I'll take that as a yes," I said while rubbing her ears. She waited patiently as I slipped on my boots, coat, hat, and gloves. Then I snapped on her collar and leash. "Let's go," I told her as I opened the door. The air was crisp and fresh as we made our way to the woods. It was a cloudy day, but luckily no rain. When we started the trail, I noticed things were unusually quiet in the woods. Most of the time you could hear birds chirping all around, and maybe some squirrels jumping around. But today, there was complete silence aside from the boots crunching fallen leaves. It was unsettling in a way, but I brushed it off. I'd been out here a million times. Today would be no different than the others. Tilly and I walked for what seemed like the longest time before I realized the trail wasn't looping around like it used to. Instead, I ended up in a small area surrounded by dense trees. With a well directly in the middle, something about the whole area felt undeniably wrong. Tilly began to whine. "I agree. Let's go home, girl," I said, turning quickly. We began walking back the way we'd came, and I could hear the incessant flapping of what sounded to be abnormally large wings. We broke into a jog as a great shadow kept looming overhead. When we broke through the tree line, my heart was pounding. When we reached the shed, an unnatural screeching broke out from behind. I dared to turn around. Seeing what I saw, now I wish I hadn't. There stood a raven, the size of a bulky grown man. As it continued to shriek, its wings disappeared, and its feathers molted until there stood a grayish-black something. It had the form of a man, but with longer appendages. It had beady, black eyes like a bird, and it had several jagged teeth that it bared at me. I couldn't move. I couldn't hardly breathe. The only thing that snapped me out of it was Tilly pulling furiously at her leash. We ran back to the house. When we rounded the corner, I ran square into Tim. At first I didn't realize it was him and began flailing wildly. "Whoa, Emma, it's me, it's Tim," he shouted. He grabbed both my arms, steadying me. "Are you alright?" he asked. I saw, I said, trailing off. What had I seen? I couldn't tell him. He'd think I was crazy, which he likely already thought I was, seeing how I swung on him like I did. "Was someone out in the woods?" he asked. I think so," I muttered. "Look, you and Tilly go inside and lock the door. I'll check it out," he said. "No," I shouted quickly. He looked at me strangely. "I mean, I can't send you out there. If something happens, Susan and Lucas," was all I could get out. "Well, alright, but I'll come in with you until you've calmed down a bit. Is that alright?" he asked. I nodded. When we went in, I chucked off my boots and stuff, then sat in the living room. Tim went into the kitchen. I had no idea what he was doing, but at the moment, I couldn't care less. I pulled a cover over the back of the couch. Couldn't stop shivering. Tilly jumped up next to me and laid her head on my lap. I could tell she was distressed as well. "Here you go, Emma," Tim said, handing me a glass of hot tea. "Thank you," I replied. He sat quietly with me for a moment. I didn't have the heart to tell him, but I hated hot tea. So I set it on the table, hoping he'd think it was simply too hot to drink. He said. "What is it?" I asked. "It's not going to be as easy as I thought," he replied. "What isn't?" I asked. Nothing," he replied, seemingly deep in thought. He was giving me a weird vibe and I'd already dealt with enough for one day, so I told him, "Thanks for staying with me, but I'm alright now, so you can get back to whatever you were doing out there if you want." "Of course, I'll just be out in the barn mending a few things if you need me," he replied, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Suddenly my new home felt very scary, and my help was getting there. Something about how dead Tim's eyes looked when he spoke to me didn't sit well with me. I should have left that very day, but part of me didn't believe what I'd seen with my own eyes. I tried to rationalize things, then I ignored it. Put it to the back of my mind. I went to work, came home, went to the store, repeat. I told Lucas he could stop clearing the trails because Tilly and I would no longer be using them. For a month and a half, things were completely normal. I'd nearly forgotten the beastly thing I'd seen in my backyard, when one night, when I went to make sure I'd locked the front door, there it was on my front porch. I screamed out in terror, and then it spoke to me. "Let me in, Emma," it said in a raspy voice. "No, go away," I shouted hysterically. Then it vanished. Right then I decided Tilly and I would be leaving in the morning. I was too afraid to go outside in the dark. Living in Grandma's house wasn't worth dealing with whatever the hell this was. I could hardly sleep that night. I kept hearing that thing flying around the house. Tilly sat by me, protectively, but trembled while doing so. "Lay down, Tilly girl. It's going to be okay," I told her. She nuzzled in close to me, and finally I dozed off. I woke up in Grandma's attic. She was there, along with the Johnsons. They had on black hooded robes and were sitting in some sort of candlelit circle. They didn't seem to notice me. I'm dreaming, I thought. When I saw Grandma's face, she wasn't herself. She had the same beady eyes that creature had, and when she spoke, it was with its voice. "Mabel agrees. Her time with us is passing. Her vessel is becoming too weak to hold me," it said. "I'll be glad to serve you, Master," Tim said, bowing deeply. "No," it said harshly. "You know as well as I that it must be someone with Mabel's bloodline," it continued. "What will we do, my lord? After her oldest passing, here you get son refused and vowed to never return," said Susan. "Yes, Mabel has offered her granddaughter instead. She's young, she will be perfect," it said. "But how do you know she will allow you in?" Tim asked. "I don't, but if she doesn't, and you are willing, we can very well try with you instead, my child," it said. Tim beamed. That should not excite you, Timothy. Your motives are filled with greed as is. It may not even work. It may kill you, he said. Indeed, but I will have died for a worthy cause, Tim replied. You just want the power, it spat. Well, who wouldn't, Master? Tim asked. Many would not. As you know, this entire town worships me, Raven Marcus. But do you see them offering themselves? It asked. I suppose not, Master, Tim replied. Exactly. Not every body can contain me. Mabel is from a distinct bloodline. Most everyone in her family has carried me at some point. If her son had any sense of pride, he would do it. But now we can only hope young Emma will do her duty, it said. Then, wearing my grandma's skin, it turned to me and asked, Will you, Emma? I woke drenched in cold sweat. I jumped out of bed and began packing immediately. I didn't have many belongings, thankfully. Most things were already here, but I wanted nothing from this place. I took my clothes and all of Tilly's things and shoved them into 3 duffel bags. Come on, Tilly, we're getting the hell out of here, I said. She was hot on my heels as we went downstairs. I threw on my shoes and jacket, then got my keys and Tilly's leash and collar. I didn't bother putting those on, but just told Tilly to load up. I let her in the car and cranked it. She sat while I shoved the bags in the trunk. I slammed it shut and was met with Tim's face on the other side. Shit, I shouted, nearly jumping out of my own skin. Where are you headed off to, Emma? He asked. Anywhere but here, I said, making my way around to the driver door. He grabbed my arm as I passed him. It's what you were born to do, Emma. He's not going to be happy without having you as a vessel, Tim said. You tell him I said go to hell, I said, pulling away from Tim. You don't get it, do you? This has been the way things are for centuries. You can't just change that. He's all of us. He's what keeps this place going. He can sustain without you. But your children and your children's children, and so on, may come to him. There's nothing you can do about that, Tim shouted. He looked crazed. I could simply not have children. Did you and your Raven Marcus ever think about that? I could give 2 shits about this place. I want no part of it. I told him before getting in my car and locking the doors. I slipped my seatbelt on and drove off. At first, I didn't even know where I was going, but I ended up at my parents' house. My dad was outside raking some leaves. Why didn't you tell me? I asked before he could get a word out. Well, it's good to see you too, Emma Bear, he said with a laugh. Sorry, it's been a stressful couple of months, I said. You mean because of that idiot that cheated? He started. No, Dad, because of Raven Marcus, I said hysterically. He suddenly became very serious. Emma, how do you know about that? He asked. Did you not get my messages about me moving into Grandma's house? I asked. We went inside, and it had turned out that somehow neither he nor my mom had received any of my messages about Grandma leaving her house to me. Sweetie, I promise. Had I known, I would have never let you go there, my dad said. I assume that's why he'd never gotten the messages. After that, he explained to me that centuries ago, when the town Grandma lived in was founded, one of our ancestors had found a well on the property, and that from the well came this beast that called itself Raven Marcus. He promised our ancestors all of the prosperity and longevity he could ever hope for in exchange for a lifelong vessel. Most children in the family were taught about this from an early age and accepted their role in it all. My dad had an older brother that was supposed to take Grandma's place, then his children would, but he died at a young age. Dad was next in line, but he refused. The thing is demonic or something. It's not good at all, and it freaked me the hell out. I wouldn't do it, nor would I make you do it, but apparently it had its own way of trying, my dad told me. It was terrible, but everything all made sense now. After figuring it all out, I tried to get my life together. I bought a house next door to my parents with the money I'd inherited, and then donated the rest. Really, it felt wrong to spend any of it, but I had to have somewhere to live now. I got a job at a telecommunications center and sat taking calls all day. It was boring, but it made money and had insurance. For years and years I begged to get my tubes tied. I wasn't having sex, but Just the thought of having a child scared me shitless. I was only 22 at the time of this whole ordeal, so it was a hard no. As fate would have it though, a large tumor called for a complete hysterectomy at 25. Now I'm in my early 50s. Tilly has long passed. I just haven't had the heart to get another dog. She was my best girl. My parents are going on in years, but still doing pretty well. From time to time, I'll have the dream again. The one where that thing begs me to come back, to let it in. I won't do it. From what I can tell, it's wearing Tim. Just like he wanted, but really, Tim is dead. Without the beast, Tim's body wouldn't survive alone. And really at this point, neither would he. Living within a vessel not made for him has significantly weakened Raven Marcus. Many nights I lay awake thinking about how alone I am, and after my parents pass, how even more alone I will truly be. The only comfort I have is that, with my death, Raven Marcus will no longer be. That's what gets me through. That's what brings me peace. It seemed like an above average day when I woke up. The birds were chirping, and my phone alarm was blaring in my ear. I had an almost uncontrollable urge to do something interesting today. I and my dad had been camping in the Ozark Mountains, hoping to find some new caves to explore. It had been a hobby of mine since I was 8, and for the most part, it wasn't very dangerous. Maybe the rocks were slick, maybe a spider landed on my dad, possibly a viper ahead of us. We always came prepared. We brought rope, harnesses, and all the other stuff used for climbing. We always brought a simple handgun, a pocket knife for both of us, snacks, fans, and jackets. For the last week, we had found nothing. We had already explored all the caves here, or at least we thought we did. I thought about exploring one of the caves we had already gone into, but decided against it seeing as it would be more boring than just looking for a new one. I got up out of the sleeping bag, put on some cleaner and more appropriate clothes, and headed out of the tent. I was still tired, but I knew if I stayed in for longer, Dad would yell at me. He was waiting for me outside of his tent, on his phone checking Twitter for what was probably the 3rd hour. He always makes it an effort to try and get me up at the exact same time he gets up, 0400 or 4 a.m. He had always woken up at that time since he was 19. Being a Marine molded him into something better, but it had its downs, this being one of them. "Finally, you're up," he said in a loud and excited voice. "I've been waiting for almost an eternity." He started walking towards the trail off of Lake Fort Smith, the one we never used. I was a little confused, but I didn't say anything. The thing I've learned over the years with Dad is that you do not question his choices. He hates it. We walked for around 15 to 20 minutes before coming upon a cave I had never seen before. I stood there with nothing to say. At least before Dad knocked me out of the confused states I was in. "Found this yesterday. I didn't tell you because I wanted it to be a surprise." He said in a more monotone voice than I thought he would, more than I had ever heard from him. I still didn't say anything. I didn't think I would. I never really liked my voice anyway. Dad turned on his flashlight and walked into the cave, shortly followed by me doing the exact same and walking only a foot behind him. The cave was dark, damp, and had the unnervingly loud noise of water dripping from the ceiling. It was just like every other cave we had gone into. But I didn't think of its normalcy. I liked going into caves. No, I loved going into caves. But my love for caves was to be ended only 40 minutes later. The cave started getting deeper, and the weird noises you would always think you hear got louder. I mean, a lot louder. Unbearably loud. Scared me a lot, but I thought nothing of it. Just another thing that happens in caves, right? We walked further and came upon a fork in the cave. 4 ways we could go. We had never seen this many possibilities present themselves inside of a cave. Dad and I were very indecisive, so we just stood there for what felt like hours. Finally, he said, "Let's go to the second one on the left. It seems like the more adventurous one to me." And he was right. It did seem like the most adventurous one. Something was drawing us towards that part of the cave. Something I would only understand later. Way later, when it was already too late. Dad took the lead, as he usually did. His pace quickened with excitement. I, with just a slightly faster pace to keep up with him, followed a short distance behind him. After around 15 minutes of walking, we came upon a hole with a stone bridge in the middle. Too unnatural to look like it belonged there, but it didn't look like it was made by humans either. "Let's see if we can cross it," he said, not needing to. I followed his orders and helped him pick up what seemed to be a 75-pound rock. He grunted, and we moved it over to the stone bridge, quickly throwing it with it landing only 3 feet away. "Good," he excitedly exclaimed. "We can continue." He walked on the stone bridge, pushed the rock off, with it making a loud banging noise when it landed. I heard a soft grunting noise for about 3 seconds after the rock fell, with it making a shiver go up my whole body. I walked with him over the bridge, holding his hand which was behind him. "Really? Are you that scared of falling off?" "Yeah," I replied with a shaky voice. We made it across in less than 8 seconds, with me sighing in relief as soon as we made it across. We continued walking, but shortly stopped after the noises started. There was low laughing that sounded like it was coming from the cave walls. I could tell Dad was scared, so I took the lead. As we continued walking, it only got louder, which brought us to the point of shivering in terror. Although we were scared, we weren't the type of people to just give up when we got scared, so we continued at a slightly slower pace. We walked for another 8 minutes, until we hit this sort of open area in the cave. It was like a room, but not man-made. We entered the area. It had a chamber-type vibe to it. It was like we were going to get attacked by something at any moment. That's about the time when the true horror started. The laughing, again, started. It was louder this time, so we did what we did before, stay in the same place and look at each other, terrified of what was going on. Another noise started when the laughing stopped. The clicking. It nearly made us insane, but just before we thought it would get worse, it stopped. All we could hear now was the breathing. Our own breathing, but there was something else. We stood there for what felt like hours until Dad, with the most horrified look I've ever seen someone get, looked up and screamed. I'd never heard him scream because something scared him. Not once after he was 16 did something make him scream in fear, but this was definitely deserving of it. Above us were multiple human bodies. Not dead, just stuck on the top part of the cave. We stared at them for a bit, and then ran when one of them tried to talk. We heard shrieking from behind us as we ran. Not shrieking as in screaming in pain, as someone might do when they break a bone. This was way worse. Something inhuman. Something unearthly. I could hear Dad praying in a soft and shaky voice. It sounded like he was crying, but neither of us had time to talk about whatever that was. And I don't think either of us wanted to. "What was that?" He kind of yelled at me. I don't think we would or should know. I replied in a scared yet somewhat monotone voice. We stopped running after I said those last few words, with us trying and failing to catch our breath. I'm not totally sure what was going through Dad's mind, but for some reason he didn't. He finally snapped. After all of this nightmare, he finally went crazy for a moment. He ran ahead of me, with me trailing behind him. He was yelling and crying the entire time, but he was way faster than me, so I only had a few moments to catch up to him. My luck was the worst at that moment. I wish we never entered that cave. That moment right after he started running is when I lost him. I tried to grab a hold of his hoodie to pull him back, but my finger merely grazed the back of his hoodie before I fell over on my knees and yelled out in frustration. I tried to get back up and run behind him, but my knees wouldn't let me run at that moment, so all I could muster was a soft jog. Of course, he went out of my sight not long after I chased him. I stopped and caught my breath, then heard the screaming. It was Dad screaming, with a terrible shrieking noise again. I knew it would be stupid either way, to go get him or to run, so I chose the option that gave me the best chance of living, running out of the cave and calling the police. So I did. I ran out of the body room, kind of leaped over the stone bridge, and went through the fork in the cave, with just 30 seconds remaining until I would see the almost life-saving sight of the sunlight. I noticed something. There was someone in front of me. No, it wasn't a person. That was a mutated creature made to look like a human, I tried to run around it, but it grabbed me and bit my shoulder for some reason. I yelled in pain and then pushed it off me, then ran. As soon as I made it outside of the cave, I stopped running. I'm not totally sure why, but I did. I heard the screeching of that terrible creature from inside of the cave, along with Dad's yelling. I cried and gasped for air. I had barely been breathing when I was running. I got out my phone and dialed 911, along with an ambulance. They arrived just 15 minutes later with their sirens and lights, giving me one of the happiest moments of my life. I was so relieved to hear them. But I knew that when they went in and came out, I might not like what they say. They looked at me in shock for a moment before interrogating me. What happened? We saw this thing in the cave. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything that would be from this planet, I said, stuttering a lot from fear and crying. The conversation continued after that, asking me about my dad and some other things to calm me down. It didn't work. It took me a few hours to stop crying. When I did, he took me home. I lay curled up in a blanket for the rest of the week. The search party found him. He was bloody, bruised, and there were visible growths on his legs and arms. They took him to the hospital but couldn't find anything. But of course, there was this sort of parasite that infected him, so he had to stay. I visited him only a few days after I finally got up out of the blanket. He looked miserable. I'm sorry, Dad, but I had to run. He said nothing for a long time, until he reached out his bony finger towards me. You left me, he said in his raspy, almost not human voice. You left me in there, and now you will suffer like me. With a swift motion, he grabbed my arm and bit me. I yelled out in pain and was taken away by the nurses. After checking me, I was allowed to go home, but I was still nervous. That was the last thing I remember. The last few days have all merged into one. I can see the growths have started appearing. I only have a few days left. I knew we shouldn't have gone in there. I know now why there was a sort of pulling into that cave. Please, whoever's listening, I don't care who you are, or if you are a good person or not, do not go into the cave just south of Lake Fort Smith. You won't last long in there. It's been a while since I've even thought of this story, but recent events reminded me of it pretty sharply. I only heard it secondhand and a fair while ago, so I can't promise that all the details are exactly correct. I should say, too, that I was fairly skeptical the first time I heard this. I'm not superstitious by any means. I don't really believe in ghosts or supernatural monsters. The friend who told me was the same. But even so, he made me swear up and down to not retell this. His grandfather did the same to him. This is the first time I've actually told it, and I'm only doing it now because it's online. There is one major change from the story my friend told, and it's intentional. I'm not going to include the creature's proper name. It should be pretty clear why by the end. I'm taking that to my grave. This story was told to my friend by his grandfather, and he told it to me around a fire when we were camping one time. Like I said, I laughed it off at the time, but recent events have definitely changed my mind on that. My friend's grandfather, who I'll call John for privacy reasons, was a civil engineer working in Australia. In 1950, he was working out in the bush with a local Aboriginal town, trying to somehow connect the town up with power and a telephone connection. The town was called Wild Dog Creek, and John was the only white man there at the time. He was pretty well liked there, and was treated as one of the locals by pretty much everyone. He spent most of his time fishing and hunting, and waiting for the government to hook up power lines. By his account, it was the happiest time of his life. One night, though, one of the local farmers lost a cow. Nothing particularly odd there. It wasn't called Wild Dog Creek for nothing, and wild dogs carried off animals now and then. Not usually full-grown cattle, sure, but it wasn't unheard of. The reason the farmer even bothered reporting it was the strange way he'd found it. The thing's skeleton was found on the edge of his field, and a set of tracks leading to and then away from it. Not dog tracks, he said, but human tracks. And the tracks of a cripple to boot. How did he know that? John wanted to know. The man said the steps on one side were much longer than the other. Well, that got the town's elders' attention, and they went out with him to have a look. John tagged along out of curiosity, but the tracks raised more questions than they answered. The farmer was right about the difference in length, but even the short side looked twice as long as an ordinary person's step. When the elders saw this, they grabbed John and the farmer and towed them both away. They ordered the farmer to forget about that field and those cattle, that they were now an offering. He would be given new fields and new animals, but he was to never go back there again. The farmer accepted without comment, and was given new land on the other side of the town. A week later, though, another cow was found in the same way. This time the elders forbade anyone from going near the site. The whole town got together and shifted all the cattle to a place about an hour away from the town. By this point, John was confused as hell, and more than a little scared. He asked the elders, but they refused to explain. It was only from questioning a few drunks later on that he heard about the skin takers. The skin takers were, said to locals, evil creatures which roamed the forest at night. The huge, deformed creatures were born without skin, and had to make one, stitching it together from the hides of their victims. They told him too that it was never to mention the proper name of the skin takers again. They hated stories being told about them, hated potential prey being warned, saying the name drew them, the locals said. Then they went quiet, maybe realizing that they said too much. And John couldn't get anything more out of them for the rest of the night. In the morning, a dog skeleton was found on the outskirts of the town. The strange tracks could be clearly seen outside the fence, coming out of the bush, and back again. This time, the elders came to John. He was to leave, they said, although at first, they wouldn't explain why. Eventually, with great reluctance, they told him that the town was in trouble. None of the locals had a chance, but maybe John could make it if he left now. John didn't really believe this, but he knew when he wasn't wanted, so without further ado, he left. On his way out of the town, he realized he had left a bunch of his tools in his house. He turned around to get them, but one of the elders grabbed a spear from another man and threw it at him. He got the message. He turned away and started off into the bush. It took him a whole day to reach the road. He knew he was there by the sound of a car approaching. It made a nice change to the rhythms of the forest. Familiar sound amid the strange noises. The sound of the birds and the running creek were all right, but the branches thumping in the wind got annoying after a day of hearing it. Regular and rhythmic. It was like someone was using his head as a drum. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Over and over. Until he was well and truly sick of it, seeming to get louder and louder as time went on. The car drowned the noise out though, thankfully. He stepped out into the road and saw the sun setting over the horizon. From the other direction he saw a car coming and tried to thumb a lift from the driver. The guy behind the wheel didn't slow down though. Instead, he sped up, car revving to the maximum. Well, John wasn't going to spend a night in the woods with that noise going through his head, so he stepped out in front of the car. The driver slammed on his brakes and opened the door. John stepped around to get in, but the man shouted at him to get in, panic edging his voice. He jumped in, and before he even got the door closed, the car was off, redlining the engine. A kangaroo almost whacked into the side of the car, probably startled out by the engine noise. The animal only just missed the rear fender, coming close enough for him to see the flash of the red taillights off its eyes in the mirror. The driver didn't take his foot off the gas until they were well beyond the edge of the bush. John didn't think the guy would have stopped at all, except that he got pulled over by a cop. The guy barely seemed to notice the policeman handing him a ticket. He just sat staring in the rearview mirror, seemingly waiting for something. By this point, John was fairly sure the guy was either insane or on drugs, and he asked the cop for a ride. The cop dropped John at the nearest town, and from there, he organized his trip out of there. A couple of years later, he came across an Aboriginal man in the supermarket who didn't speak much English. He was delighted that the man was from the town the cop dropped John in. Hearing the name jogged his memory, and he told the man the story of his time in that town. Although he left out the journey home, not quite sure he hadn't dreamed the insane car ride. The man gave him a funny look and asked him to repeat the name of the town he had stayed in. Wild Dog Creek, he told him, and the man shook his head. Apparently, the town was gone. No one from there had been heard from in years. The two compared notes, and it seemed like the last message out of there was a couple of days before John's departure. The man asked John if he knew what happened, and he said no. He wasn't about to go telling ghost stories to strangers in the supermarket. Later that night, though, John had a dream. In it, he heard a beat that he recognized. After a moment, as the sound of branches in the forest thumping in the wind, he stood over a field of mud and saw on the ground those strange tracks. Still the beating went on. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Long, then short, repeated over and over again. Like a drum, he thought. Or more, perhaps like steps. Great, uneven, inhuman steps. One long, one short. Steps taken, maybe, by a creature as big as a deer, with red shining eyes. A creature on the hunt for human meat, and for a skin to add to its cloak. He knew then what the seemingly crazy driver in the car had seen, why he had sped up. If he had looked behind him, he too would have seen the red, glowing eyes, coming for him at a run faster than any human could have managed. John said he had considered going back to the town for a while, but after that dream he didn't bother. There would be nothing there to find. Wild Dog Creek was gone. By now, probably, the last of their skins had fallen from the skin taker's cloak. Not long after he told me the story, my friend reported that his grandfather had died. He had been out in his brick bush hut and had simply wandered off a track and disappeared. Police said. Maybe the skin taker got him, my friend joked. And at the time it was just a bit of black humor, taking us back to the good old days. A couple of days ago, though, I saw a familiar name in the obituary sections of the local paper. I rang up my friend's family to offer my condolences, and in the course of the conversation, I asked idly how he had died. Apparently, he had been out hunting and had walked off a trail and vanished. That set alarm bells ringing in my head. A grandfather and grandson, dead in almost exactly the same circumstances. That's on the outer edge of coincidence. Not only that, both of them were skilled woodsmen. I'd seen both of them, at separate times, go into the bush with a gun and a compass, and come out 2 weeks later, having gone straight through totally unmarked forest. There is no way that both of them walked off tracks and disappeared. Not in a forest, they knew that well. I didn't say any of that to the family, of course, or to the police. The official story is that they're lost, and I'm happy for it to stay that way. I'm not even sure that it's wrong. If I had to guess, though, I'd say that the last thing either of them heard was a strange, uneven, thumping gait. And if there had been a good enough tracker near the spot, they would have seen a trail heading off into the bush. A trail of uneven, yet impossibly long steps, bounding off into the trees. Somehow, my friend's joke when John died doesn't seem nearly so funny. Like I said, I'm never telling anyone else this. I don't really need my family and friends thinking I've lost my mind. I just wanted to put it somewhere, though. Maybe if someone turns up my name on a missing persons list, it won't be such a mystery. I've never said the name, but who knows? Maybe hearing it is enough. I damn well hope not. When I was young, I would take a month-long trip every summer to my grandfather's house in Pine Cove. He had inherited the house when he was 18 and lived there ever since. I loved my grandfather and was always thrilled to visit. I'd look forward to it the entire last month of school and think about the cool breezes from the sea and the occasional trips to the dock for arcade machines and ice cream. My grandfather was a gregarious man, and would talk the ear off of anyone. However, that didn't stop him from keeping to himself. He would spend an entire week in his office, at the library, and at the town hall locked in with documents or books of some kind. He'd venture out for food once in a while or play with me for a bit, but largely, I was left to my own devices. I had no complaints. The freedom offered to me was amazing, and something I never got from my parents at home. Strong storms occasionally rolled into Pine Cove in the summer, bringing winds, rain, and the occasional lightning flash with the intense crack of thunder. On one such night, when the rain produced a constant hum as it enveloped the house, a bright flash and sharp bang were followed by the loss of all power to the house. We were left in utter darkness. I was reading in my bed when it happened. I felt trapped in my room. The darkness smothered me. Despite being too old for nightlights, I could still only think of boogeymen and other sinister things that might live in the darkness. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I darted out of the room. Despite being pitch black, I flew down the stairs and headed towards my grandfather's office. Honestly, I was lucky I didn't fall or something, but I knew those stairs well enough to make it down in one piece. I sprinted to the end of the hallway, where my grandfather was hunkered down, and threw open the door. My grandfather sat at his desk, a fire burning in the small fireplace, casting flickers of light in the room like stretched fingers. A single candle burned on his desk and illuminated his face. "Are you scared of the dark, Oliver?" he asked. "No, something just felt weird," I replied, relieved to be in the office and not back in that room. "I see. Being scared of the dark is foolish, but if you sense something here during the storm, then you are right to be worried." "What do you mean, Granddaddy?" "You're 13 now. Old enough to hear this, I think. And you're my favorite grandson after all." "I'm your only grandson," I said. My grandfather smirked. "Yes, my only grandson. But that's not the only reason I have you here every summer. You're much like me when I was a boy, only a little smarter. You're very observant. That's why I know you are the one that will carry on my work here one day." He now looked very serious, the playfulness gone from his face. "It is very important, but few know enough to do anything." "What exactly do you do in here and at the library all day, Granddaddy?" I asked for the first time in my life. He took a deep breath and smiled. "Well now, I suppose I should tell you how it all started first, eh? Has anyone ever told you about your great-great-grandmother?" "Not much, really. Mom only told me that she died when you were young." "She's right, Oliver. At least, that's what I assume happened to her. You see, like you do now, I used to visit my grandmother in this very house every year. She was a wonderful woman and fully independent, but she did have a bit of trouble keeping the place up after my grandfather died. So, every time I came, I would help her fix up the place a bit. One afternoon, I was attempting to repair an old bookshelf when I noticed it getting quite dark outside. Dark clouds started moving towards the town early that morning, so it was no surprise when they finally made it. We were in for a major storm. Nevertheless, my grandmother came in and kissed me on my forehead. She was off to the store to stock up before the storm. I didn't think anything of it at the time. She normally made the entire trip in less than an hour. I was finally getting to the end of my repair work when the sky opened and rain splattered against the roof. As you know, the sound of rain in this house is deafening. I assume it has something to do with the acoustics, but I've come to enjoy it after all these years. It had only been about 30 minutes since grandmother had left, and I hoped she would hurry back soon. Only then did I hear the first crack of thunder. I left the office and moved into the living room to wait for her, checking outside once or twice. An hour passed, then 2 hours. The storm was unrelenting, and my grandmother still hadn't returned. But then, I was getting quite worried. My main source of comfort was the thought that she decided to just stay in town somewhere to keep out of the storm. But if that was the case, why had she not phoned to say she was okay? Maybe the phones were down, I thought, and rushed over to the one house phone. No dial tone. I assumed that she tried to phone me and could not reach the old house. So I decided to wait there for the storm to stop and my grandmother to return. A few more hours passed. The storm was still going, but not as violently as before. Still no sign of my grandmother. Phones were still down. I was panicked and didn't know what to do. We had no neighbors close by, and I had no practical way to get to town in the storm. As the hour grew later and later, I began to pace about the house and periodically check outside. Where could she be? I muttered to myself countless times. Despite hours of rain, thunder, lightning, and wind, the storm refused to abate. The sound of the rain upon the house remained so deafening that I could barely think straight. All I could do was worry and fret about my grandmother. Around 10 o'clock, I could take no more and ventured outside on foot. It was a silly idea to start with, but the idea proved even sillier when I found the dirt road to the country house completely impassable, especially on foot. With no options available to me, I returned to the old house. The clock ticked on, and at some points I dozed off. A terrible crashing sound awoke me. I suspected that the sound came from the kitchen, but I was not enthusiastic to investigate the cause. Slowly I crept towards the kitchen door. The power was still out and would remain so until morning. I searched around and finally found a flashlight to aid me. Once I reached the kitchen door, I stood very still and listened. Mostly I just heard rainfall that had perhaps begun to ease, but above it was a high-pitched wheezing sound that resembled someone snoring. Though I wanted to remain at the kitchen's precipice indefinitely, I summoned up all my courage and opened the door. What awaited me was the remains of a broken window. At first, I just assumed some tree branch had fallen and busted the kitchen window. Then I saw that the bits of broken glass continued over to my grandmother's root cellar, where she kept various canned goods, meats, and other things that preferred a cold, dark place to remain edible. In addition to the pieces of broken glass was a vicious, dark red liquid like a very thick blood. I had not seen anything quite like it before. Like they say, curiosity killed the cat. So despite my better judgment, I followed the trail of broken glass and blood to the door of the root cellar. The door was wide open, but nothing was visible past the door frame. I shined my flashlight down the stairs. Still, nothing appeared to me, even though the flashlight illuminated most of the staircase. Slowly I descended the stairs, becoming aware of every sound and every slight movement in my peripheral vision. When I reached the bottom, I shined my flashlight around the room. To my amazement, I saw the back of my grandmother, who was facing a large salted pork she had hanging in the corner of the room. Once I focused the light, it became obvious that she wasn't just facing the ham, but devouring it. "Grandmother?" I cried out in surprise and revulsion. She turned around with only a slight hesitation. Jagged cuts covered her arms and face, and the thick blood I had seen all over the kitchen floor oozed from the wounds. Despite how bizarre everything was, I still wanted to help my grandmother out of instinct. I told her we must treat her wounds. She stared at me blankly. I had heard of sundown syndrome before in older people, but my grandmother had never shown any symptoms. I grew beyond worried and became very unsettled by the whole situation. Then she took a slow, deliberate step toward me, and after a moment, yet another. She inched her way over to me. For a second, I thought maybe she was coming to her senses, so I started to calm down. She stretched out her hands towards my face, her own keeping a blank expression. All at once, she grabbed my neck with the strength of a large man and made the horrible noise I had heard from the other side of the kitchen door. The flashlight I was holding fell with a hard thump, but the light never went out and illuminated the bottom of the stairs. I struggled to free myself from its grip. I knew that this was not my grandmother. It was something else. So I stomped on its feet and dug my fingers into its flesh. The skin just peeled off its arms where I dug in, oozing even more of the thick blood. I pushed my fingers all the way through its arms, and they made a grotesque, popping noise as they burst through the opposite side. The thing's grip loosened. I pushed off its arms with as much force as I could muster, and bound towards the foot of the stairs. It hesitated for a moment as if surprised, but begun to move after me at a speed that looked faster than its body was accustomed. Bits of flesh fell off of its drooping body as it struggled towards the stairs. I made it to them quite quickly and bounded up. The thing lunged itself at me as I ascended, ultimately biting into my leg with all its might. I fell onto the stairs with a dull, woody thud. I knew that no matter what, I did not want to be dragged back into that dark room. I kicked it as hard as I could with my free leg. One of my kicks landed squarely between the eyes. This forced its head right back, and with a fierce snap, the thing was forced to let go. It tumbled back down to the bottom of the stairs. I took the chance to escape. I ascended the stairs again and then ran out the door. I slammed the door shut behind me and pushed the heavy table against it. I heard the strange snoring, hissing noise for hours afterwards. It sounded as if it were in great pain. I hoped, even prayed that it might die soon. At some point, I managed to sleep again. In the morning, there was still no sign of my actual grandmother. And the thing that had somehow become her ceased to make any more noise. I took the opportunity to clean the kitchen and repair the window. By noon, I was able to gather the courage to return to the root cellar. All that remained of the creature was a copious amount of that thick blood that had been smeared over the kitchen, and a skeletal frame left where it had fallen from the stairs. I looked over the skeleton just out of curiosity. It looked human enough, but there were some features that definitely stood out. The jaw was like no human I had ever seen. The forehead was not quite as pronounced as normal, and several other bones bore a similar disparity. I dare say a doctor could have found much more abnormalities than I, but I did the best I could. Just a few hours later, even the bones disintegrated. I cleaned up anything that was left, and later reported my grandmother missing to the local police. Did they ever find her, Granddaddy? I asked. No, Oliver, they never did. No one had even seen her in town that day. They did, however, find her car in a swamp off the road on the way into town. They assumed she might have drowned and fallen to the bottom, or perhaps escaped from the car then got lost in the woods. Maybe even she was killed by wolves. All of the explanations are tragic, but what I know came back was the worst one of them all. I've not told a soul until just now. It is a lot to take in, I know. My grandfather looked lost in thought when his story ended. I waited a moment and decided to re-ask the question that prompted it in the first place. So, Granddaddy, is that the reason you spend so much time doing research? He shifted in his seat. Well, let's just say my research concerns other strange events in this town, even some that occurred in this house and on the land around it. I'll tell you more details when you get older, perhaps even a bit next summer. I maintained weekly communication with my grandfather throughout high school, but the visits were less and less frequent. No more month-long trips in the summer every year. I last made it up to see him about a year ago. Aside from the story he told me 5 years ago, he never did get around to telling me more about his research. My grandfather died last week. Shortly before he died, I received an email from him. He attached a few photos and said that he would like to see me soon if possible, that he had found something that finally validated all his years of research. My mom and I were basically all the family grandfather had, so the lawyer told us everything about his estate over the phone. My grandfather had stipulated that he be cremated as soon as possible after he was deceased, and this had already been done. All that was left was to retrieve the ashes. The lawyer then said what I had been waiting to hear. The house and everything in it was left to me. Now, I'm going back to Pine Cove. I need to know what my grandfather discovered before he died. My wife and I decided to take a hike in our backyard today. Well, not really our backyard. More like 5,000 miles of national forest in Colorado. It's our little paradise. We have a few neighbors a couple of miles in each direction, and some free-roaming cows, horses, and chickens to keep us company. It's a simple existence, just the way we like it. It was a beautiful day despite the fact that we were 8,000 feet above sea level. A little cold from time to time, but overall, not too bad. Anyway, it was sunny out, so we decided to take a hike and go down a path, a deer trail, that we haven't been down previously. We left early in the morning and after about 3 hours of hiking, decided to head back. Well, we were about to until I pointed out a tree-like fortress a few 1,000 feet out. Screw it, we said. Might as well go check it out. To get there was a pretty tough rock scramble, but after about 45 minutes, both of us made it up with just a few cuts and scrapes. In front of us was a tree unlike any in the area. It was massive, almost like a redwood with roots cascading over each other and almost melting into one. It was magnificent. And the scent. Oh God, the scent. It was a mix of pine and something like the smell of a royal empress tree. Odd, since that was not native to the region whatsoever, and rather belonged in China. The leaves were simple enough, looking almost like a maple leaf. They were, however, spaced out pretty sporadically, and didn't fill in the whole tree. We were more than curious at this point and moved closer. What kind of tree is this? How is it the only one for miles of its kind? Didn't make sense. As we got closer, even more questions were left to be asked. All around the trunk of the tree was small writings carved into the surface. Some were symbols, while others were words from a language unknown to us. When I touched the tree, I was shocked to feel that it was cold to the touch. It wasn't wood at all, but rather a plasticky, metallic-like texture. Neither my partner nor I knew what kind of material it was. How could a metallic tree produce such a smell? We started brainstorming what it could be. Some kind of lightning pole, an experiment for the animals in the area, possibly run by park rangers. But why would something like that be so detailed? And what was the writing? We made our way back to the tree in search of some kind of clue for what this could be. In the back, we found a little latch. We figured it would open some kind of compartment in the roots that would open to some sort of storage container. In the back of my mind, I was anxious that some kind of alarm would go off and call the forest ranger or something along those lines. After about 5 minutes of discussion, we made the decision to pull it and see what would happen. After an even longer discussion, it was decided that I would pull it. I grabbed onto the latch with both fear and adrenaline and quickly pulled down. Nothing happened for a second, until we heard low groaning and creaking from inside the trunk, like gears spinning. Suddenly, we were being doused in orange pollen, spewing from the branches and leaves. It was too late to get out of the way, as we quickly got covered, like a blanket of snow. I just stood there in utter shock. Was this some sort of government experiment in my backyard? Is it for animals to somehow track them? I didn't get it. And at that moment, I just wanted to get as far the hell away from there as possible. My wife, with terror in her eyes, also ran. As soon as we got out of the general area, we quickly used all our water to flush our eyes out. Without even talking, we began to go down the rock scramble, terrified out of our minds. This time going down took a maximum of maybe 15 minutes, with a twisted ankle added on for good measure by yours truly. After getting down, we still had a 3-hour hike ahead of us, and all we wanted to do was get home and shower. For all we knew, this pollen attracted coyotes or was just poisonous in general. We didn't talk almost the whole trek back as we ran and jogged the 3 hours. Now it was 2 hours. Good thing my wife and I stay fit. After getting home, we quickly stripped, threw our clothes in the wash, which are stained orange, and jumped into the shower. Cue an hour later when we both finished vigorously scrubbing every square inch of our body. We decided to look up the tree. Doesn't hurt to check if anything matched our little found secret. Sadly, we couldn't find anything and decided to just ice my ankle and go to bed. Before that, though we had to throw out our clothes from the hike because even after a deep wash, they were still stained a deep orange. The next morning we got up as usual and drank our coffee on the porch. Besides the twisted ankle, we had no reason to keep thinking about the pollen. For safe measures, we went into town and asked our friend if we smelled any different. We didn't. We also went to a doctor to get some blood work done just in case something toxic entered our bodies. They'll give us the results in a day or two, but the doctor said since we didn't digest it, there was little to worry about. I could finally push the whole incident to the back of my mind. Until later that night when I started to feel a little strange, to say the least. I was sitting down, reading a book while my wife was working in her office. I started to feel somewhat lightheaded and played it off as needing to drink some water. Getting up from reading to go grab a glass, my vision went red. When the red cleared, I found myself in the kitchen with a full glass of water in my hand. A memory lapse? I didn't think too much of it and sat back down. About 15 minutes later, my partner comes into the room and heads towards the porch. She looked a little distant. I called out her name and no response was given whatsoever. She continued to walk in an entranced state and goes outside. A few minutes later, she comes back looking confused. I asked if she was okay and if she was looking for something. She stared back with a hollow face and mumbled something about how she wanted some fresh air. I asked if she felt weird at all and she responded a little and asked if we could just go to bed. I complied and we headed off to the bedroom. That night, I had a reoccurring dream, or more of a reoccurring theme. I kept seeing that red over and over. Probably over a dozen times it seeped into my dreams. When I woke up, I was a little cold and wet. I looked down and saw that I was outside, about 2,000 feet from my home, sitting on the ground with no shoes on. Scared out of my mind, I started briskly walking back home. As I'm walking, I pass by a gutted cow. And when I say gutted, I mean a pool of fresh blood is flowing down the road like a stream. I look down at my hands and they're red, covered in blood. At this point, I sprint back home, praying that my wife is there safe and sound. I run down my driveway. Everything seems calm inside. Going into my bedroom, I can see my wife still sleeping there. A sigh of relief escapes my mouth as I lie down next to her, making sure she's all right. Something caught my eye as I was lying down though. Something red under the covers. I throw off the blanket and see that her hands have blood caked all around them. Her fingernails are gone. As gently and quickly as I can, I try to wake her up. When she opens her eyes, fear fills them. She asks why I had blood everywhere. I told her to look down at her own hands. She yells and runs into the bathroom. That was the last time I saw my wife. Or rather, the last time my conscious self did. The lightheadedness came back and red slowly crept at the edges of my vision. When I awoke, more red, but not the same that I've been seeing. No, this was the blood of someone I loved and cared for deeply. My wife. It's still painful to describe the scene. I've never seen so much blood, not even on TV. I didn't know a human body could produce so much blood. At first, I shut down, but knowing the red vision would come back, I quickly became fearful that something like this would happen again. I sprung my ass into gear and grabbed various boards, metal clippings and screws. I boarded up every nook and cranny that had an opening to the outside, hoping that that would be enough to hold me back. My next step was to write this. Maybe, just maybe it will stop someone else from doing what we did. I'm not even sure what to do from here. My wife's dead body is still in the other room. I may join her soon. Seems to be the only right thing to do. Or maybe I'll go and get help. Again, I wouldn't even know where to start with that. I don't want to hurt anyone else. It was almost 15 years ago now that I met one of the most interesting people I know. True to that nature, I also met him in one of the most interesting and unexpected ways. I was out hiking on a trail in Washington State. It was a remote area, but one which I was fairly familiar with. On that particular day, I decided to venture far beyond the hiking trail I normally took, just for the sake of exploration. After some time, I entered a sunlit gully which led up to a local mountain, rifled with blooming conifers and serene, glistening pines. I was alone that day, and felt my soul rejuvenate a bit with every breath of the fresh mountain air. After probably 20 minutes, I was well off the beaten trail, and I found something worrying. I was about to take another step when I paused mid-stride, seeing a circular, jagged, metal ring laying just behind a small shrub. It was a good thing I didn't put my foot down, as the ring proved to be an improvised bear trap. "The hell you doing out here?" A gruff male voice suddenly shouted from somewhere unseen. I looked around, trying to find the person who had spoken, when he chose to step forward and reveal himself. An older man sporting a long gray beard then emerged from the brush. He had amber skin, long grayish-black dreadlocks, and a scar on his right cheek. He wore a raggedy brown coat that looked hand-woven, and old jeans patched in multiple spots by mismatched fabric. His eyes burned like campfires, and his hands clutched a bolt-action rifle with his lip cradled a sizable wad of chew. "I asked you a question, son. What are you doing here?" After fumbling on my words for a moment, I was finally able to piece together a response. "I was just out hiking. Sorry. I didn't know anyone lived out here." The man seemed to silently inspect me for a moment. I felt my pulse soar in my chest, as I wondered what he intended on doing. We were, after all, completely alone out there. "You see that trap back there, son?" He pointed to the same trap I had narrowly avoided stepping on a minute earlier. I nodded and swallowed hard. He tilted to the side and spewed a mouthful of tobacco spit into the dirt. "Guess that means I gotta hide him better." He stared at me completely deadpan, and I felt my heart plunge into the depths of my stomach. I thought he was some maniac hillbilly cannibal, hell-bent on having me for lunch. But then he suddenly burst into a fit of raspy laughter. I was left there confused and partially horrified, as the man continued to cackle for several seconds. "I'm just kidding, son." He wiped a tear from his eye and recomposed himself as I continued silently debating whether or not I should run like hell. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and smiled at me. "Apologies, buddy. My wife always said my sense of humor was a bit dark." I eyed the man over, and he suddenly seemed less sinister than he had a moment ago. There was a sense of jubilance in his gaze, like he was genuinely happy to see me. It's hard to explain, but it kept me from running. I forced a laugh myself. Good thing for both of us, I guess. This hiking has given me a major case of swamp ass. Can't imagine I'd taste too good. The man burst out into laughter once more, and this time I joined in. In that moment, I knew I had found a new friend. The man formally introduced himself not long after as Mark Hastings. After conversing for a while, he told me that he lived in that particular area for a couple years at least, though admitted he didn't know exactly how long he'd been there. He said he left the city behind in '96, and seemed quite surprised when I told him the current year was 2020. Mark's accent was something which struck me as quite interesting, as it was one I couldn't quite pin down. He had a slight southern drawl, and yet at times also sounded as though he may have had a bit of British influence as well. He pronounced words like again as again, and had a strange vocal inflection. The best way I can really describe it is the way someone speaks in old black and white movies. Proper, and yet somehow country. We got to talking, and he told me more about himself. He said he used to do construction back in the day, and when his wife got sick with cancer, it really changed things for him. He said she battled it for almost 30 years, but eventually lost the fight. Afterwards, he was left alone, and with a mountain of medical bills to account for. Rather than paying them off and attempt to move forward, Mark chose a different path. It's funny, you know. You work your ass off for years, begin building the life you want with the woman of your dreams, and then it all just falls apart for no good reason. Then when you're at your lowest, good old Uncle Sam comes in and slaps you with a bill you ain't never gonna pay back. So I say, to hell with them. To hell with their taxes and debt. Out here, I am truly free. There ain't nothing left for me in the real world anyway. There was a distinct glimmer of pain behind his gray eyes as he said it, and I felt myself feeling sorry for him. He wasn't at all what I expected when we first met. Just a normal guy whose life fell apart. Not at the fault of his own. In a way, I found it sort of admirable. The system had beat him down, and yet rather than just accept it and be a good little wage slave, he left it all behind with one big middle finger. I visited Mark pretty regularly after that, and tried to make the trek out to see him at least once a month. He always seemed to have a smile on his face when I came to visit. Soon enough, he even invited me back to his cabin for a fresh meal and some drinks. I was a bit hesitant at first, but decided to accept. Part of me expected him to prepare a meal of squirrels and tree bark when he first offered, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Mark made us a fresh rabbit stew with some homegrown potatoes and bread he had made from scratch. On top of that, he even had his own home-brewed ale to wash it all down. It was surprisingly delicious, and really made me admire Mark more for his resourcefulness. He wasn't just some half-assed camper. He was truly a man of the land. His cabin was reminiscent of one that would have been used by early 18th century trappers. A handcrafted stone chimney was his only source of heat, while animal pelts covered the walls and strips of meat were drying on his jerky rack. There were 2 couches in the main room constructed of whittled wood, and bearing hand-woven pillows stuffed with feathers. He had no electronics of any kind, claiming he didn't need these technologic doohickeys anyways. Mark had 2 bloodhounds, Rally and Daisy, that lived there with him, and were his only real companions. I eventually asked if he ever missed civilization or got lonely out there, but he immediately refuted the question. For a while, yeah, but not anymore. It's easy to forget about society when society already forgot about you. I really grew to admire Mark, and even cherish our friendship. Over our mini meetings, he would tell me stories about his life, told me all about his business and his wife before she passed. The way he spoke about her in particular truly broke my heart. He was a man who met his soulmate and built a life he loved with her, only to have it all ripped away by the cruel hands of fate. More than anything, though, Mark was always ready to tell me how much he hated the government. I think that was what made me like him the most. One night, he and I were drinking some of his homebrewed honey ale and chilling around his campfire. He had just got done telling a story about a 5-point buck that he had narrowly missed a few weeks earlier. He finished with admitting that he heard some weird, loud noise from the woods that scared it off before he could fire. The detail got me thinking, and since I've always been a fan of the paranormal and whatnot, I figured I'd go ahead and ask him. You ever seen anything really creepy out here? Mark's eyes opened wide, and he immediately lowered the mug from his lips. He wiped the suds from his bushy beard and stared down at the campfire for a couple seconds. I could tell he knew exactly what I meant. He then chuckled and rocked in his chair with a smug grin. Zach, I tell ya, you don't know creepy until you've spent some time out here. He then began to tell me a story of when he had first began living out there. He said it took him close to a year to finally assemble his cabin, at least partially. During that time, he and his dogs were living in a simple tent. Mark said that a couple weeks after living there, he started noticing something odd. Every once in a while, he'd awake to find mutilated animals just outside the perimeter of his camp. Usually it was just small creatures like rabbits, birds, and squirrels. But it didn't stay that way. Over time, Mark began finding more and more corpses left at his camp. He thought it was the work of a puma at first, despite the fact that the corpses seemed to retain most of the meat. He quickly rethought that, though, when he found an actual puma corpse one morning. He said most of the animals had slash marks along their sides and necks, and many had been disemboweled. He began thinking it was the work of some deranged person, but even that thought didn't last long. One night as he was preparing to turn in for the evening, he heard a rustling sound coming from within the forest. He ducked down underneath some timber, in hopes of catching a glimpse of the culprit. Both of his dogs were already chained up for the night, so he knew it couldn't be one of them. The figure then emerged deeper in the woods. Mark said he didn't see the entire thing, but he could tell it was bipedal and scrawny. I asked if it could have been a bear with mange, but Mark claimed it was way too skinny for that. He said he'd seen sick bears before, and they looked and moved nothing like that thing. Mark initially planned on trying to shoot it, but after seeing that, he admitted he didn't think that would have been a good idea. The creature dropped something on the perimeter, which Mark discovered the following morning was the corpse of a raccoon. The thing's head then tilted and appeared to stare directly towards Mark. He just stared there in silence for several seconds, until the dogs began snarling ferociously from inside the tent. They must have caught its scent, and the thing suddenly crouched on all fours and dashed off back into the woods as the dogs went ballistic. Mark didn't know what he had seen that night, and apparently never saw it again. To me, it sounded like a Wendigo or a Skinwalker based on his description. I told him that, but he had no idea what those things were. He seemed to think that the thing was actually leaving him gifts, but I wasn't so sure about that. I asked him about the typical creatures I've seen in creepypasta and television lore. I mentioned the Wendigo, Skinwalkers, Slenderman, the Rake, Siren Head, and some of the well-known others, but Mark didn't seem to know anything about any of them. He did, however, know about something he called the Whistler. Apparently, ever since he had been out there, he heard an odd whistling sound on occasion. It started off as a little more than a dull, barely audible noise in the distance. He said at times it would come closer, and at others, it seemed like it was further away. Mark thought it was a bird for the longest time, but one night he found the truth. He was chopping wood when suddenly the whistling noise emerged. This time it was different, and this time it was closer than ever before. Suddenly there was a rustling noise from behind him. Mark spun back, but only saw a few branches bristling back and forth. He then heard the whistle again louder than ever before. He looked up, and there it was. About 20 feet in a large oak tree was some kind of figure. Mark described it as kind of human with a head that looked like some fucked up eel. He said he saw the thing stare down at him with beady black eyes. He just froze, and before he could do anything, the thing suddenly leapt from the tree and crashed into another one farther away, and continued whistling and crashing as it blended into the depths of the woods. I didn't know what to say to that. I have heard legends about the whistlers out in the woods, but never heard about anyone having actually seen them. The way he described it sounded quite creative, and I wondered whether he was capable of an imagination so elaborate, or if he had actually seen the claimed. I asked him whether he thought this whistler was the same creature that was leaving him corpses, but he just shook his head. Without being prompted, he told me another tale about hearing voices in the woods sometimes. Sometimes it was that of an old man, sometimes that of a young girl, and sometimes it didn't sound human at all. I wondered whether my new friend was perhaps schizophrenic, or suffering from some mental illness that caused him to hear these things. I obviously didn't tell him that, but his claims had to be met with some amount of skepticism. What do you think it was? Mark leaned back, and his head swiveled on his shoulders. No clue, son, and part of me hopes I never find out. He went on to explain that he'd continued hearing voices on occasion, but never saw who or what was making them. He seemed to think all the voices were coming from the same entity, though. Without being prompted, he took the conversation in an entirely new, accusatory direction. It's the goddamn government, Zach. Messing with things they got no business messing with. He then delved into a conspiratorial rant about how the government, and specifically the guys in black trucks, that were up to some really shady antics. He said they knew about the gates in the forest, and had been actively trying to open them. He didn't elaborate on what exactly he meant by that. You see them out here? You know, government, CIA? Mark looked confused. CIA? He asked. It was my turn to look confused then. Yeah, Central Intelligence Agency, you know, Men in Black, MK Ultra and whatnot. Mark still appeared slightly puzzled. I didn't understand how a guy like him, who hated the government to such an extreme degree, had apparently never heard of the mother of all conspiracy agencies like the CIA. He then seemed to have an epiphany, and his eyes lit up in recognition. Oh yeah, I forgot all about them. He then laughed, and shook his head as he downed another swig of ale. My memory ain't what it used to be, I'm afraid. God damn, how could I forget about them? Well, in my defense, they don't carry no badges out here, and their vehicles don't exactly advertise who they work for. He paused and rubbed the back of his neck. But you've seen them out here? Mark met my eyes and nodded. Oh yeah. Mark told me that one time he had been tracking elk through the woods in late autumn. He'd followed the trail for a few miles, when he suddenly heard a noise coming from a grove up ahead. It sounded nothing like a bear though, and more like several people arguing. Mark crept slowly forward, taking care to not disturb the foliage and remain out of sight. After a couple seconds, he saw the outline of several people emerge in the grove. One man was on his knees in the center, while 4 men in black suits surrounded him. The man on his knees had open wounds and bruises upon his face, and his clothing was torn and tattered. He was begging the others for mercy, but they didn't appear to be the forgiving type. 2 of the men were speaking quietly to one another, while the other 2 stood watch over their apparent captive. The man on his knees was dressed in white, with Mark describing his clothes as looking like a surgeon's uniform. Or maybe the attire of someone from an insane asylum. He listened but couldn't make out what the other men were talking about. But they were clearly arguing. The man on his knees appeared to be weeping softly. Mark said he didn't know what to do. And before he could do anything, one of the two men who had previously been arguing stepped away. Without a word, the man stepped behind the captive, lifted a pistol to the back of the man in white's head, and pulled the trigger. Mark described seeing a splash of red, but said the weapon made a lot less noise than he thought it would. The man in white went limp and fell face first into the dirt. "Holy shit," I said, mouth falling agape as Mark concluded his story. I eyed him closely, but didn't see any aura of boasting in his eyes. They didn't twinkle like that of an old man who tried telling a fabricated story to simply amaze or impress an audience. He didn't meet my gaze at all, as a matter of fact. He just clasped his hands in front of his mouth and stared into the campfire with a somber gaze. It was clear to me that he was either an accomplished actor, or what he had witnessed truly haunted him. "Poor boy couldn't have been much older than you. I wish I would have done something, but I just ran." He shook his head, and his eyes seemed to glaze over. I just stayed quiet, as there was nothing I could think to say. After a couple moments of lingering silence, Mark finally spoke again. "Zach, I gotta tell you a secret." He looked me in the eye, and I gulped down the lump in my throat. "I don't particularly care for the government." I chuckled, and Mark let out a small laugh. "I think you've mentioned that once or twice," I replied with a laugh. "Yeah, suppose I have. But it's not just because the IRS is after my ass. It's because of things like what I saw that day. It's because government corrupts by its very nature. It takes what it wants and destroys those who oppose it. Ain't no justice, no considerations, and nothing you can do about it. Now, I don't know the details of what they were disagreeing on that night, but I guarantee you, that boy didn't deserve what he got." I nodded, but wasn't entirely convinced that he witnessed what he thought he had. "You sure it was the government that did that? Could have been drug dealers or mafia." Mark hunched his shoulders and gave a snide chuckle. "What's the difference?" I chuckled, but didn't have a response. "Well, I see why you'd think that, but that's because you ain't spent as much time out here as I have. But what you don't know, and what no one is supposed to know, is about the tunnels." I peeked an eyebrow at that moment. "Tunnels?" Mark grinned and nodded back. "There are a series of tunnels that run deep below the earth. Gotta be a couple dozen of them within a few miles of us now. Government knows about them. Maybe they built them, but, well, I doubt that. I think they're just interested by what's inside." "And that is?" I asked, now on the edge of my seat. Mark scoffed and shook his head. "I have no idea, but it's gotta be something bad." I was a bit disappointed with his answer, but Mark immediately drew my curiosity back. "You want to see one of them?" I nodded without even really thinking. Mark grinned. "I figured you might. It's a bit late in the day to go now, so what do you say we head out there first thing in the morning?" I agreed without hesitance, and promised to return the next morning to meet up with Mark. I walked back down the trail that day with my imagination running wild. As I mentioned, I liked Mark, and very much enjoyed our conversations. To me, he was somewhat like a compassionate grandfather, with a plethora of exuberant stories that may or may not have been slightly exaggerated. I thought about all he had told me, about the animal carcasses, the whistling thing, the voices, and the tunnels. I wanted to believe him, but urban legends around in our day and age, I was well aware that perhaps he had just concocted these stories after his decades of isolation. I needed to see some proof for myself. Dew glistened on the leaves illuminated by the crimson sun rising over the hills as I set off the next morning. It was a bit chilly as I walked, but thoughts of the unknown kept me warm as I walked. Before long, I arrived at Mark and I's usual meeting spot and found him already waiting there for me. He greeted me, and without hesitation we began the trek out to his spot. We made small talk on the way, mostly about asinine topics like my family and work. About maybe 15 minutes of walking, we rounded a small bend tucked behind a small grove of trees. Mark stopped out in front and turned to face me. He then grinned and outstretched his hand to the right. I followed his gesture and felt my jaw strike the floor. There was an opening in the side of the hill that was lined with smoothed stone and bricks. It was quite enormous, with the perimeter having to be at least 15 feet wide. The opening appeared collapsed and the entrance was filled with rubble and dirt, looking as though someone had intentionally yet clumsily sealed it. "This is the tunnel?" I asked. Mark nodded. "One of many, but it wasn't sealed up like this last time I was here." "How long ago was that?" Mark shrugged. "Don't know. Maybe a year or two." I looked back at the collapsed tunnel. It was clear someone had gone through a great deal of effort to construct it, but the construction didn't look like a mining operation. I'm no expert in mining or anything, but I can't imagine they would spend time laying brick and creating such a wide entrance. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But the more curious fact was, why had it been sealed up? I thought maybe it was just vandals, but that explanation somehow didn't satisfy. "What's inside?" I asked. Mark paused for a moment and stared towards the wreckage. He then shook his head and spat into the dirt. "Bad things." I hoped he'd elaborate on that, but he didn't. I mean, it'd have to be for someone to seal it up like this, right? That's an impressive hole. Would have taken a great deal of effort. He was right about that, but I still felt there was information he was withholding from me. "You think this is the government's work?" Mark nodded. Not a single doubt in my mind about it. Mark's head then suddenly flicked to the side, and he stared out into the trees as if someone had alerted him. I watched the color drain from his cheeks as his mouth pursed open. "We should go. I don't like lingering here for too long." I didn't argue, as clearly something had spooked him. He and I trekked back to his cabin, checking his snares on the way back. Mark found a pair of rabbits in his traps, and after swiftly snapping their necks, he slung them over his shoulder. We got back to his cabin, and Mark set to work on harvesting the meat from the rabbits for his stew. I sat around, petting Daisy and Rally as they slobbered all over my knee and panted endlessly. "I don't think I ever told you about the scariest part of living out here, did I?" Mark asked. I looked up from the two dogs and stared at him, heart now beating with excitement. Mark sauntered over, carrying the meat of the rabbits along with a clump of chopped vegetables. He dumped the plate into the simmering cauldron on the fire, then took a seat across the fire. I stayed silent as he stared down at the flickering flames in deep thought. There are things out there that people don't know about. Creatures, places, and things that would seem to defy all explanation. The advancement of society and technology has led people to believe they're safe, and for the most part, they're right. So long as they stay out of the woods, those things can't get them, but there is something that can. Mark paused and looked me dead in the eye. I call it the silence. He paused as if to allow the words to accumulate the dread he felt they deserved. I had an inkling of an idea where the conversation was headed, but just waited for him to explain. There's been rumors about it for a very long time, and it's something that has been affecting humanity for centuries, if not millennia. People have only just begun to realize it, but if they knew the true extent of what's going on, well, no one would ever go into the woods again. He paused and leaned in to stir the pot a bit before sitting back. People disappear, Zach. No reason for it, no explanation, and no bodies are ever found. The cases seem to defy all explanation, and it happens again and again. Mark then suddenly grunted and began rubbing his eye. Ah, damn smoke. Sorry. Where was I? The disappearances, I replied. Mark seemed suddenly hesitant, as if he didn't know whether he should continue. Yeah, the disappearances. I don't particularly like talking about this if I'm being honest. It's not really my business, but you're a good kid, Zach, and I know you come out here a lot, and I'd be devastated if anything were to happen to you. Dread crept around me like dozens of little spiders scurrying on my flesh. I couldn't help but raise my guard, and wonder where exactly this conversation was headed. Mark went on to tell me about this silence he mentioned. He said if I ever was walking through the woods and everything went completely silent, I was to drop to my knees and put my face in the dirt immediately. He said to stay that way until sounds returned to normal. And what if the sound doesn't come back? I asked, spine tingling with anxiety. Mark looked me dead in the eye, and his words offered nothing of comfort. Then God help you. He said no more about the subject, and I didn't push him on it. It was clear he really wasn't comfortable discussing it beyond his initial warning. If he had any theories about what was responsible, he didn't voice them. The whole conversation had given me strong missing 411 vibes. and I wondered whether he was referring to the same phenomena. Both of us just sort of lingered in silence for a while, as the stew finished cooking. A few minutes later, Mark leaned in and scooped 2 servings into bowls, handing one of them to me. The stew was delicious as well, and I happily scarfed it down as Mark provided his hounds with their dinner as well, although didn't so much as nibble on his own serving. What do you think about mimics? I don't know why exactly I asked, but the thought had suddenly arisen in my mind. Mark seemed to perk up, but yet stared back with a look of confusion that seemed to contradict his reaction. I'm sorry, what? Mimics, I clarified. Some people call them imposters or liars, things that look and try to act human but aren't. Mark stared back at me, and a small grin slithered into his face. Now what would make you ask a question like that? Mark's grin evaporated, and he stared back with something akin to contempt. Truth is, some of the things I'd seen from him made me question who he claimed he was. There was just a subtle wrongness to him in a way I've never felt the words to accurately describe. Just curious, I replied, staring back. Mark chuckled, but without any humor in his tone. Your kind always is. Ever since your brothers took up arms against one another in the war of gray and blue, your curiosity has been quite insatiable. You think this land belongs to you, like this country is your own personal proving grounds to pillage and destroy as you please. His form seemed to shift as he spoke, his eyes shrinking in their sockets, and his skin seemed to twitch, his teeth bared like the fangs of a cougar, and his long black hair flowing like a clump of wild eels. He leaned forward, in a gaze that no longer seemed entirely human. Zach, there are things out here that your world of science and logic will never understand, and these things are better left alone. He and I just stared at one another, and I felt my heart beginning to thump away in my chest. I thought about his words, the war of gray and blue. Could he have been referring to the American Civil War? Why reference that event specifically? What year did you say you moved out here? I asked. Mark grinned again, now appearing more menacing than ever before. 96, 18, 96? I shook my head. I don't understand, I replied, shaking my head. Your kind never does. His voice had suddenly changed, becoming more high-pitched like that of a young girl, his head cocked to the side, and his grin grew almost literally ear to ear as his mouth stretched impossibly wide. Your kind has conquered this world. Both beast and nature bow at your might. You live in comfort, convinced that there is nothing that can hurt you anymore. His voice changed again, sounding like a raspy Scottish man with rolled R's. But you are wrong. His voice had changed again, like that of a young, rebellious boy resisting his parents' wishes in a juvenile defiance. Mark then stood, and his form extended, making him tower over me and the campsite. Even Daisy and Rally started altering their form, like they were also simply hiding their true form. I rose and backed away, no longer seeing Mark as the friendly hermit I had thought him to be. I thought that moment would be my end, and that the beast which hid itself in the form of Mark was prepared to devour me whole. Before he did, I had one final question I had to ask. What are you? Mark chuckled, his form continuing to grow abhorrently inhuman. He then shook his monstrous head. Wrong question. His words bellowed forth, spoken in the chorus of 1,000 voices all in unison. I took another step back, wondering what it could have meant by that. It then struck me. What do you want? The thing I had once known as Mark stared down at me with an entirely inhuman gaze. To watch and protect. We stared at one another, and I attempted to understand what was happening. After all he had told me, and his time devoted to actually speaking with me, part of me almost wanted to believe his words were meant to reassure me, like he was conveying that it was me, or more generally humanity as a whole, he wished to protect. After ruminating on it for a while though, I don't think that's the case anymore. Why are you telling me all this? The thing I had once known as Mark grinned, as if that was the question he was waiting to hear. So that you can tell the world. And so, I have. I left Mark and that trail behind, and I have not been back since. That's why I'm here now, to tell the world, as the thing I once knew as Mark instructed me to. I don't even know why or what exactly I'm supposed to be telling. Maybe that Mark is not human, and that there are things in the woods that will never be fully understood. Or maybe that he is watching, and something has given him a great deal of power for some reason. I wish I had more answers, but I had to share this, regardless of whether anyone will believe it. And needless to say, I don't think I'll be visiting Mark again anytime soon. I don't know if I have a medical condition, but I oftentimes will wake up at 3 a.m., knowing that I will not be able to go back to bed. Oftentimes I take advantage of the restlessness, and I will go for a walk to get my miles in. I live close to a trail that was once a railroad system. The old railway system that is now a trail connects over 100 miles throughout the Philadelphia suburbs. I ventured outside and was delighted there was a bright moonlight, since the daylight hadn't emerged yet. The part of the trail I was on surrounded by trees, and a river with no houses in sight. Of course, there is typically no one else on the trail this early in the morning. I continued to walk my typical route, and I eventually saw a figure of a person come closer to my direction. Being that I'm a taller male, I'm apprehensive but not overly scared. I try my best to not make eye contact to not engage this person. However, I glanced over and noticed he was a boy not older than 14. He seemed like he was a little bit lost, or a little bit frightened. Because he was virtually a kid, I couldn't ignore him. I said, "Are you alright?" He said, "I want to go home." He was wearing a white t-shirt with old Levi jeans. In Pennsylvania there are Amish, Mennonite, suburbanites, Philadelphians, farmers. So it's not always easy telling someone's class or money worth just by looking at them. This kid definitely didn't seem like he came from a wealthy suburban development. He had a crew-cut haircut and didn't have the same edginess that most 14-year-olds develop. He eventually responded to me, "I just want to go home." I asked him where he lived, and he told me he had just walked miles from his parents' house, and now he was heading to his uncle's house. I said, "Why didn't you just stay at your parents' house?" He responded that, "They can't feed me, they have no money. My mother gave me biscuits and told me I had to leave." I was shocked on many different levels. What a terrible thing for a kid to have to deal with. Why didn't his parents have food stamps? How can you throw out your own young son? I didn't want to leave this kid without knowing he was going somewhere safe. I inquired about his uncle's house. The boy told me he couldn't go to the 7th grade because he had to work on his uncle's horse farm. He said that he had to work all day, mostly tending horses in exchange for food. Once again, I'm perplexed. I didn't know the child labor laws, but it definitely didn't seem right. I pointed where he was going. It was a trail through the woods, which he said led to his uncle's farm. I know the trail, but I don't know every piece of land in the area. I also know that most of the farms were sold off years ago, when farmers learned they could sell their land for a small fortune for what is now coined urban sprawl. The boy continued through the woods, and I felt really depressed hearing the plight of the young boy. I continued towards home. Now the sun is starting to emerge with a thick layer of fog emerging. Once again, another figure of a person emerges. This time it's a young man in his later teens. I really don't want to engage him. I just want to go home, but he looks completely lost. You never know what someone's angle is, but he looked genuinely lost. Like the young boy, he appeared different as well. Very simple, almost like he's never seen an R-rated movie. He told me he was walking for hours trying to get to the train. I thought to myself, why is he here? The trains here are long gone. The tracks don't even exist. The closest train is about 15 miles away. I explained this to him. He replied he must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. I then asked what direction he came from, and he pointed north. Again, I think to myself there's not a train for about 40 miles. There hasn't been one since they ripped the tracks out years ago. I asked, where did you need to go? And he said that he was on leave from the army and had to get back. He said he finished his training in his company battalion, was headed to Europe. Well, I said, that's a much better place than Syria or Afghanistan. He looked at me like he had never heard of those places. I told him it would take about a 6-hour walk to get to the closest exiting train, and he continued in that direction. At this point, I'm completely perplexed. Of all the years I've been walking, nearly no one ever stops to talk, and here I had probably the 2 strangest encounters that I've ever engaged in. Eventually, I got home. My wife and kids woke up. My wife was focusing on getting ready for work and was only half listening to me. Later in the day, I met up with my grandmother and explained the two individuals that I met on the trail. As I continue to tell her what I encountered, she starts to cry. I'm now baffled why she's crying. Then she says, "That was your grandfather." I said, "What?" She said during the Depression he had to leave his house because his parents had no money, and later on he went to Europe for the war. My grandfather died over 20 years ago. I went back on the trail and retraced my steps and followed the path the boy took through the woods. I then approached a suburban housing development. I say to myself it's possible the boy walked through this development, but I really can't imagine a farm being close to this area. To this day I'm left wondering, who were the two individuals I met on the trail? I should have asked them more questions. I've never seen them again. I'm not one to normally tell stories or post it, but this has haunted me ever since. Frankly, I didn't believe it when it happened to me. I live in a rural county, and have for most of my life. I was born and raised in this little town where everyone knows everything that is going on at their neighbors, and not really much happens. All there is to do is be outdoors, so I became quite an avid hunter and nature lover. I would spend my childhood roaming the woods and exploring and learning everything I could, and digging up old arrowheads from creeks. I was amazed that there was once people that would roam freely throughout the very woods I knew so well. I often envied them and their knowledge of nature, and tried to mimic them by never wasting anything I would kill. Lucky for me, my parents' house shared a property line with a state park, which is a prime hunting ground. So every fall through spring, I would hunt anything from squirrels to deer there. About 6 years ago, our town started building horse riding trails throughout the county, and it has attracted many people from out of state that post massive amounts of no hunting and trespassing signs in lands that I once wandered. The growing amounts of travel on these trails on the edges of the park, and newly retired novice hunters that would set up tree stands and hunt close to the border, has drove the deer into the heart of the park. This means I would have to travel further into the woods if it meant getting a deer. That means that I would be hunting in thicker brush and couldn't pack in a tree stand like I used to. The thought of that never bothered me the slightest because I've always been a fan of tracking and stalking. This year I decided to hunt in one of the parts that is extremely hard to get to, and I haven't been to before. When the season finally rolled around after what felt like years of me preparing a bag, packing food, and camping gear, checking maps for possible landmarks where deer would travel, and getting my Marlin 4570 sighted, I couldn't be more ready. I got up well before sunrise, that way I could slip in unnoticed to the bucks that would be more preoccupied by chasing does than me. After a short drive, I get to the trailhead and make my way into the woods. There is nothing like the feeling of the cold air on my face and a small light guiding me through the familiar twisting and turning foliage that makes me feel more at home. After hours of walking, the sun started to peek out through the tree line, illuminating the land in golden streaks of light. By that time, I had packed up a set of tracks on a pretty worn out deer trail that twisted up a steep hill. I followed the trail, watching my step on every twig and leaf as to not make too much noise and startle my prey. Eventually I made it to a valley where I was sure the deer would be. But as I made my way around the bend of the creek, I heard that telltale puff of air a deer lets out, when it can tell something is up. I froze and scanned the woods slowly, searching for the white flashes of his tail. All of a sudden the deer trampled off, and I was positive it couldn't have busted me. I was downwind, and it sounded far enough away that it couldn't have seen me. As I was standing there looking for the track of my lost deer, the woods fell silent. Not a normal kind of quiet, but an ear-piercing, maddening quiet. I know nature is noisy, and this is wrong. Crows call in the distance, the sound of squirrels rummaging throughout the leaves like a bulldozer through a load of gravel, or just the sound of swaying trees in the wind. Anything is a natural sound, but this was off. It felt like the world stopped. I felt very uneasy, like I was being watched by something just out of sight. As I was looking through the brush, I heard something. It didn't belong in nature, and almost sounded like a voice. At first I thought it was a horse rider that had gotten lost, so I stepped towards where I heard it come from and said hey. As soon as my foot touched the ground, it was like someone had unmuted a movie. Nature sprang back to life, and it startled me a bit. I quickly brushed it off, and by this time it was getting late, and light was slipping through, so I set up camp and told myself I'd find the track in the morning. As I laid in my tent, I kept hearing rustling outside, but I figured it was just another squirrel. The next morning I woke up and started to pack my things back up when I noticed something sticking in the side of a tree trunk. It was an arrowhead that was stuck in the tree that I had tied my tent to. From the looks of it, it had been there so long it was almost completely swallowed by the tree, and only the notches and lower part were visible. Seems like some old hunting grounds, so I might be in the right place, I thought with a smirk. I set back off on my hunt for my wandering deer deeper into the woods than I had been in a very long time. On my expedition through the brush, I caught a whiff of the most distinctive smell I've ever smelt: fresh blood. It was a small blood trail following along the path of my deer. I was a little confused, but followed it to find a rabbit lying on the track, twisted and mangled. It wasn't eaten, just killed, twisted and contorted in an odd fashion and torn in two. I've never seen any animal do that. Anything that lives in these woods would have made a quick snack out of it, but not this. Then the silence grew, and the overwhelming feeling I was being watched was back. I quickly looked around, hoping to just see a flash of whatever lied beyond my view through the thick forest. That was when I heard the high-pitched laugh. It sounded human, but it was off. It didn't stop, but only grew faster. I threw my gun to my shoulder and scanned the maze of trees around me. Then, it stopped. There were still no noises besides my breathing. I heard what sounded like someone talking, but it wasn't making any sense to me. Like gibberish, but repeating what felt like a sentence. I yelled, "Who's there?" Then it stopped. The stillness making my ears scream, searching for a noise or direction. I finally break free of the hole my gut fell into, and take a step back towards home when I hear the gut-wrenching sound of branches break behind me. I turn to look, and there's a deer, standing, looking at me. Still. I don't even see its chest moving. Its eyes looked sickly yellow and sunken. The rest of the deer looked unnatural, but I couldn't quite figure why. The deer was maybe 100 yards from me, but easy enough to see from my scope. Then I heard it again. The whisper. My heart sank when I seen its mouth moving in such an unnatural way. The deer was talking. It sounded like another language. I was frozen. The deer started to twist and thrash, making no noise other than that speaking. Its legs popped out of the original shape, and face sunk back in to look almost human. I was in shock looking through the crosshairs of my gun at the creature. It stood at least 8 feet, twisted, and was the most unnatural thing I've ever seen. It opened its mouth to reveal a row of teeth like a predator would have. As soon as this thing stepped in my direction, I put a round in its chest. I heard the smack of my bullet against it. My .405 grain bullet is enough to put down a grizzly, especially at this range. But the creature recoiled slightly and let out a almost childlike cry before taking another step towards me. I sent 2 more rounds at it, and both let out a thud of a solid contact. The creature fell backwards and screamed yet again before scrambling back into the overgrown brush like a wounded coyote. I stepped towards the area I shot the creature, and to my surprise, there were no types of tracks. Not that I would follow this thing anyway. But most importantly, no blood. I shot this thing 3 times, and not a single drop of blood anywhere. I hastily turned around and made my way back to safety. As I was quickly making my way through the woods, I could hear something walking behind me, too far for me to see. I wasn't hunting anymore. I was being hunted. Whatever was in these woods was following me. I'm a good day trip through the woods, with 3 more rounds in my gun and a monstrosity on my heels. I scramble up a rock face to hopefully cut my trip by several hours, and as I top the cliff, I see the deer, looking up at me from the bottom. I tried to run a straight shot through the woods. I'm maybe an hour away from the nearest trail, and another hour away from the trailhead. I'm at a dead sprint, and like a cannon, I hear thudding approaching me quick. I spin around and level my gun, but nothing is there. When I get to the horse trail, I'm greeted by some horse riders, and they are pretty worried about me because I'm so out of breath and covered in sweat. I pleaded for us to just go, and they agreed to take me to the trailhead. I thought I would never get out of there. I don't know what it was I seen. I won't blame you for not believing me, but please, I beg you, If you hear a whisper in the woods, run. So this all happened about 5 years ago. I had just turned 21 and my life was admittedly a mess. The night of my birthday I went out and got absolutely hammered, and my wasted ass decided it would be a great idea to cheat on my girlfriend with her best friend. Once word of what I did went back to her, she dumped me and kicked me out of our apartment. On top of that, she took most of our friends with her. So there I was, alone for the first time since junior high, living out of my car and feeling like a piece of crap. Probably because I was a piece of crap, which is maybe why I noticed the sign on that truck. It was printed on the back window, and I must have seen it a million times as I came into work, but this was the first time I really looked at it. It read, "Help, need kidney, type O," and then some contact info. Now I'm not all that spiritual or anything, but I realized as I read that sign that I had built up some seriously bad karma, and given that I have type O blood, maybe now was the time to do something good for once. So I gave the phone number a call. Worst case scenario, I'd change my mind and just pretend like my doctor told me I couldn't do it or something. On the other end was a very bubbly woman who seemed overjoyed that I had phoned. She explained that her husband desperately needed a transplant and that they had been trying to find a donor for months. Them and their 2 kids had been praying for someone like me to call. She even said they had set aside $2,000 for whoever was able to donate. All this made me feel great. I was helping out a family, and I was going to make some good money too. Hopefully enough to move out of my car and put an actual roof over my head. We agreed to meet up at their house and get to know each other. She explained that the actual donation process is pretty long and, obviously, giving up a kidney is a big commitment, so they wanted to make sure I was serious. I put the address in my phone, and that weekend I drove out to their place. They wanted us to meet up at 7, and because it was late October, that meant that it was going to be pretty dark by the time I set out. Following my phone's directions, I soon left the city and found myself down a series of winding country roads. By the time I reached their address, it was pitch black out. I stepped out of my car and walked to the direction of their home, only to find an empty lot. I looked around. There wasn't a house in miles. Maybe they gave me the wrong address. As I walked back to my car, I started to have an uneasy feeling, thinking that maybe this whole thing was more than I could handle. As I unlocked my car and stepped inside, I decided that when I got back into the city, I would give that bubbly woman a call and tell her I couldn't go through with it. I sat down in the driver's seat and adjusted my rearview mirror, only to catch the reflection of someone in my back seat. It's the last thing I remember. I woke up in a grimy motel bathroom, my body in absolute agony, my lower back radiated pain, and I had a splitting headache. I checked myself in the cracked mirror. There was a large stitched up incision right where my kidney had been. I slowly walked into the motel room and found my clothes folded up with my car keys and an envelope on top. I opened the envelope to find $2,000 and $100 bills and a note that simply read, "Thanks for everything." Once I composed myself, I went out to my car and drove as far away from that city as I could. Now I know that the first response is being abducted and getting your kidney stolen would be to go to the hospital or call the police, but I was just so spooked and frankly embarrassed by the whole affair that I did my best to pretend it never happened. Besides, they did pay me. Eventually I healed up, and outside of the scar on my back, I was more than happy to believe it was all a bad dream. At least until a couple days ago. You see, I've been starting to go bald, and the other day, I decided it was finally time to just shave it all off. When I looked in the mirror after all my hair was gone, I noticed something. A second scar across the entirety of my scalp. I stared at it for what seemed like an hour, a terrifying question eating at my very soul. What else did they take? My boyfriend Tyler and I live in Silver Pine Ridge, a small town at the foot of Buffalo Mountain, Colorado. It's a resort town, so between the months of June and September, it can get pretty crowded. If, like me, you're lucky enough to work in the bar of one of the only chain hotels in town, the season can be relentless. Fortunately, the benefit of living in a resort town is the very reason that people flock here in the first place. The White River National Park lies 15 miles from town. It's one of the most beautiful areas in the whole of the United States, with luscious forests, turquoise rivers, and gushing waterfalls. Tyler grew up here, and although I only moved here a couple of years ago, I've been hiking with my dad since I was a kid. So when tourists flock to Silver Pine Ridge, and our little town becomes stifling, there's nothing better than packing up a few days worth of supplies and heading out into the wilderness. Tyler suggested the hike. I'd just come in from a grueling 2 weeks at work without a break and collapsed into an exhausted pile at the foot of our bed. He looked over and smiled in sympathy. "You look like shit," he said, and I growled and chucked a pillow at him. He laughed, dodging out of the way, grabbing my arms and planting a gentle kiss on my forehead. "Just kidding," he said. "You always look great, even if the bags under your eyes have bags of their own. But do you need a break? I already asked at work and I can take a few days vacation next week. Do you reckon you can swing it with John?" I considered this for a moment. My boss, John, was known for being a bit of a hard ass, but he liked me, and I was definitely due some time off. "No harm in asking, right?" I replied. The next week, we loaded up the car with supplies and set out towards one of our favorite trails. We pulled into a parking lot about half a mile from the start, put our backpacks on, and set off. While we were walking up, Tyler pulled out his map and studied it for a moment. On shorter hikes, we stuck to the beaten path to get as much hiking time in as we could. But when we had more time, we tried to be a bit more adventurous. "So," he said, as he traced a route over the waxy paper with his fingers, "if we follow the usual route up to Bear Cove, and then take a left up through this area." I looked down at the map and nodded. "Looks good to me. We should see if we can make it there by tonight," I said, pointing at a small clearing on the map. John said it's a great camping spot, and there's a lake with a waterfall, and it's secluded. I trailed off, raising my eyebrows suggestively. Tyler grinned and looked down at his watch. "Sounds like my kind of place. And it's a reasonable distance. We'll get to Bear Cove by about 11, so I reckon we can make it there by 5 with plenty of time to explore." Having agreed our route, we set off and, as predicted, made it to Bear Cove just after 11. We took a left from there and spent the next couple of hours walking through lush, untouched wilderness. As we walked, I could feel the stress of the last couple of weeks melting off me like dirt in a hot shower. I'd almost completely wound down when Tyler's voice interrupted my calm. "Hey, look," he said, and pointed towards a clearing in the thicket. Through the dense woodland, I could see the whitewashed boards of an old farmhouse poking through the branches. "Come on, Lauren, we have to check it out," he said, turning to me, eyes gleaming. I looked back toward the old rundown building and hesitated. "I don't know, Tyler. It looks a bit..." I paused and made a face, and he grinned. "I'm here to look after you, babe. Don't worry. If any crazy, pitchfork-wielding farmers attack us, I promise I'll protect you." I hit him on the shoulder. "Great, thanks. Now you've definitely set this up for a horror film." He laughed at me, and I continued. "Luckily for me, if this was a horror film, you would definitely be killed first. So really, all I'd have to do is make sure to outrun you." He laughed, and I set my pack down on the grass. Our rule for exploring away from the path was that we would switch on the Find My iPhone function on my phone and hide it in the bushes with our backpacks, whilst Tyler took his phone with us. It was a bit of a stupid tradition, seeing as we rarely had signal on the trail, and always made sure to let our friends know our predicted timelines anyway, but the extra security made me feel better. Tyler swung our backpacks into the bushes, grabbed my hand, and pulled me toward the house. We walked up a wooden fence that marked the perimeter of the property and hopped over it. It took us 10 minutes to walk up through the long grass of what must have been the front lawn, and the closer we got, the clearer it became that the house was long since abandoned. When we arrived at the front porch, I raised a hand and tentatively knocked on the front door. Tyler snorted and, leaning past me, tried the handle. The door swung open, creaking on old hinges, and stale air wafted from the house. I wrinkled my nose and stepped into the hallway. "Hello?" I called out, the sound hanging dead in the air. "Anybody in here?" shouted Tyler, but only silence greeted us. I smiled at him, indicating with my expression that he'd been right, and made my way further into the house. From behind me, I heard him open up one of the old wooden doors. and I pushed another open to my right. I walked into an old farmhouse kitchen that would have been picturesque had every surface not been covered in a thick layer of dust. Next to the kitchen counter was a dining table and 4 chairs with intricate patterns carved into the wood, and opposite me on the windowsill was a framed photograph. I crossed the room and picked it up, studying the photo closely. It was black and white and showed an elderly couple standing next to each other in front of the old house. I shivered, wondering why this particular picture had been left behind. There was a squeak on the floorboards behind me and I stiffened. Before I could turn around, a hand clamped over my mouth. Hot flesh muffled my screams and, in my struggle to get away, I dropped the picture and heard the glass smash as it hit the floor. The hand released me and I spun around to find a sheepish-looking Tyler and a hidden panel door connecting the kitchen to whatever room he'd been exploring. "You asshole!" I shrieked, shoving him away from me, the force pushing him back into the table. "I'm sorry, it was a joke. I didn't think you'd freak out so much. You didn't realize that if you snuck up behind me in an empty room, in a deserted house in the middle of nowhere, that I would freak out?" I said incredulously. He looked at me, and I could tell he was trying not to laugh. "Fuck you, Tyler." I stormed out of the kitchen, adrenaline and anger pounding through my veins. I walked out of the house, the front door ricocheting off the wall and slamming shut as I marched towards our backpacks. It took a few minutes for Tyler to catch up with me, and when he did, he was slightly out of breath. "Babe, slow down," he said, grabbing my hand. "Leave me alone," I said, trying to shake him off. "I really am sorry. It was just meant to be a joke." He pulled gently on my hand. I slowed down and looked at him. "Honestly, I didn't think you'd be so scared." He looked so earnest that I just shook my head at him and sighed. "Okay," I said. "I know, I believe you. And I may have overreacted slightly, but you know I have a crazy imagination." He grinned at me, looking suitably abashed, and slung his arm around my shoulder. "Well, you know what the good thing is?" he said, and I turned to look up at him. "What?" I said as we squelched through the dewy grass towards our hidden backpacks. "At least we..." He stopped as something creaked beneath us. We looked down. "Lauren?" he said, and his eyes widened in shock as the ground beneath us crumbled and gave way. I must have blacked out because when I opened my eyes, I saw a blurry version of Tyler in front of me. "Thank God," he gasped and pulled me to him. A sudden movement made my brain feel like it was sloshing against the walls of my skull. I turned my head and vomited into the dirt. Tyler tried to stand and fell back to the floor, hissing in pain. "Lauren, you have to find a way out of here," he said through gritted teeth. I shook my head wildly, sending waves of pain crashing through my brain. My vision was blurred, but as I concentrated on him, he came slowly into focus. His face was contorted in pain, and there was blood seeping out from a deep gash in his shin. I swallowed. "Lauren," he said, gently pushing my hair away from my face. "This is just going to get worse. We have to get out of here." Sunlight poured in from the hole that we'd fallen through, illuminating the cave. It was wide and almost perfectly spherical. In front of us was a sloping bank down to a pool of water, and off to the right was a tunnel leading out of the cave. Bits of grass and rotten wood littered the floor around us, and Tyler caught me looking at them. The farmers must have boarded up before leaving. His voice echoed oddly in the cave. Over the years, grass grew over it, and the wood rotted. We couldn't have known it was there. His soft tone did nothing to calm the panic simmering in the pit of my stomach. But what if they did it on purpose? I whimpered, my voice high. "What if they've trapped us here?" Tyler's eyes widened in surprise. My heart was pounding against my chest. Out of the corner of my eyes, something shifted in the darkness and I screamed. Tyler reached out to me, and I batted his hand away, my breath coming in harsh, irregular gasps. "Tyler, I just saw something move. We have to get out of here," I said, and pushed myself to my feet. The movement set my head spinning, and I stumbled and fell against the wall of the cave. Tyler grabbed hold of me and pulled me down until I was sitting next to him. His warm arms snaked around my waist, pulling me into his chest and holding me there until my breathing evened. "Lauren, this area is full of cave systems and shallow mines. You know that." His voice vibrated through the warmth of his jacket. I closed my eyes tight, I did know that. White River National Park was famous for its intricate cave systems that ran below the surface. I'd been hiking these trails for 3 years. Hell, Tyler and I had even explored some of them. I swallowed back the rising fear and tried to refocus. You're right, I said, my gaze falling back to his leg. Shit, Tyler. I know, he replied, his face serious. If I could find a way out, you know that I would, but I don't think I'll get far with this injury. I nodded again and grimaced as the pain in my head flared up. He looked at me concerned. Is your head okay? He asked. I moved my fingers to the back of my head and gingerly brushed the skin at the base of my skull. The pain was instant and sharp, and I winced. Tyler took hold of my hand and turned it around. There was blood on my fingers. Oh God, he said, his warm hands wrapping around mine. How do you feel? I shrugged, trying to keep my head as still as possible. He nodded, and we sat in silence for a few moments, the only noise the sound of water lapping gently at the bank. Okay, Tyler muttered to himself, and I looked at him. Our eyes met, and he gave me a small smile. Grasping a hand on either side of the wall, he grimaced as he pulled himself to his feet, careful to keep his weight off his injured leg. What are you doing? I whispered. One of us needs to find a way out, he said, gingerly putting some weight on his injured leg. A thin sheet of sweat broke out on his forehead as he practiced hobbling forward. His leg buckled from the strain, and he fell back against the wall. I pushed myself up to my feet. The dizziness was still there, and my head was pounding, but I could stand. I walked over to him. I'll go, I said, and he shook his head. I took his hand. You're messed up, Tyler. You can barely walk. I looped my arm around his waist and helped him lower himself down to the floor. I'm sorry, he said, and I smiled at him. It's okay. My words heavily contrasted with the churning fear in my gut. I've been caving with my dad before. I'll be okay. He smiled at me weakly. He slid his hand into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Take this, he said, and I shook my head. No, it doesn't make any sense. When I get to the surface, we might need the signal to find you. You keep it. He nodded and reached down to his belt, unclipping his flashlight from his holder. He clicked the button, and I looked away as the cavern flooded in the harsh white light. I unclipped my own flashlight and pushed the button. Nothing happened. Shit, I muttered, shaking it in the futile way that people do when they're trying to fix something electrical. It must have broken on the way down. Tyler plucked it out of my hand and pressed the cold metal cylinder of his torch into my palm. Take this one, he said. There's still some natural light in this chamber. Besides, I have the torch on my phone if I need it. I nodded at him, and the movement sent shock waves of pain through my skull. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, Tyler was studying my face, his expression grim. He held out a hand to me, and I took it. You're going to be fine, Lauren. I gave him a shaky smile. His hand gripped tighter onto mine, and he returned the smile. You can do this. I love you. I nodded at him. I love you too. He let go of my hand, and I turned away from him before he could see the fear in my eyes. I walked out of the cave, the sound of rumbling water echoing off the rocky walls. My boots slapped wetly against the floor as I made my way through the dark. As I walked, the caves began to narrow around me, and panic constricted in my chest as I came to a dead end. I shone my torch over the rocks, searching for a gap in the wall, the torchlight revealing a small opening at the base of the rocks, and the tightness in my chest loosened a little. Crouching down, I shone the light through the gap. It was small, but so was I, and the next cave was close. I had just enough space to squeeze through. I lay down on my front, clenched the torch between my teeth, and tried to shimmy my way through the opening. The fabric of my hiking jacket caught in the rocks. I hissed in frustration and ripped free from it, the slimy liquid from the floor seeping through the thin material of my thermal shirt. After several minutes of struggling, I managed to pull myself through the hole. I stood up on the other side and shone the torch around the room. The cave branched out into a network of tunnels. I walked forward, and the movement sent a lightning bolt of pain darting through my head. I stumbled and dropped the torch. I touched my fingers against my temples, the coldness of them soothing the aching heat in my skull. Gently, I crouched down and picked up the torch. From somewhere in the darkness came a low growl. I screamed and shone the light towards the noise. The bright light threw up monstrous shadows in the darkness, and I screamed again, throwing myself forward down one of the tunnels. There was a rustling of leathery wings as my movement disturbed a colony of bats, and I shrieked as they fluttered out at speed from the darkness. I ran, my hands outstretched in front of my face, following the twists and turns of the cave until I couldn't run anymore. Breathless and exhausted, I collapsed myself down behind some rocks. The light from my torch was shaking. I tried to keep it steady, but my hands were trembling too hard. I clicked it off, my teeth chattering as I tried to control my breathing. I must have blacked out again. When I came to, I was slumped on my side. My mind flooded with panic as I sat up, but subsided as I made out the torch in the darkness. I reached out to pick it up when I realized that I could see the torch there. It must be a source of natural light. Relief thawed the terror in my bones, and I stood, slipping the torch into my pocket. Using the side of the rock, I navigated through the semi-darkness. As I walked, the tunnel around me got brighter and brighter until it finally opened up into a chamber. In front of me was a muddy bank that extended 5 or 6 meters up to an opening. The bank was steep, but from my position at the edge of the tunnel, I could see grass beyond. My heart swelled in my chest. My head felt clear, and the sharp pain had morphed into a dull throbbing in the base of my skull. I approached the bank, drew a deep breath, and took a running start up the bank. I made it about halfway up before the mud beneath my feet betrayed me, and I slipped and tumbled to the bottom. My head pounded with renewed vigor as I lay dazed on the floor. I stood up and looked back cautiously into the darkness of the tunnel. I felt calmer than before, but the residual terror tapped over my skin like icy fingers. The growl that I'd heard was probably some kind of wild animal, and it was trapped down here too. It would probably be hungry. I swallowed back my fear and surveyed the bank in front of me. I needed to get out of here before it found me. The mud on the bank was thick and wet, but nettles and plants lined the surface. If they could take my weight, then maybe I could use them as aids to pull myself to the surface. I grabbed onto one of the plants and tugged. It seemed sturdy enough. I started to carefully pull myself up. My fingers stung as I reached up and grasped onto a nettle and winced, but I held on tight. At last, I was near the top. I reached out and grabbed a root. There was a deep rumbling noise from the darkness below, and as I pulled myself up, something grabbed my foot. Sheer horror ripped through me, and I shrieked in terror, pivoting around. The abrupt movement snapped the root in my hand, and I started to slide down. Panicked, I grabbed for my previous handhold, but I wrenched the roots out of the ground and tumbled down with them clutched in my hand. I landed at the bottom of the bank, terrified and covered in mud. My eyes darting around the cave, but there was nothing there. I looked up at the bank, and where I had been grabbed was a tangle of weeds that I had missed. I must have gotten my foot caught in them as I climbed. I let out a low moan of frustration as I looked at my escape route. Where I'd fallen, I'd created a landslide of mud that had covered the roots and any hope I had of trying to crawl back up. I let out another moan and put my head in my hands. I sat there for a while, rocking back and forth, and eventually stood up. I needed to get out of here. I needed to stop jumping at shadows. I thought about Tyler and the pain in his eyes as the blood seeped from the gash in his leg. I turned and walked out of the chamber. I needed to find another way out. There had to be another way out. I walked slowly, keeping my torch on and ready as I returned back into the tunnel. My left hand trailed against the cave wall as I walked. The light fell upon an opening in the side of the wall that I had missed on my way past it the first time. I shone the light towards it and saw a narrow tunnel that extended past the reach of the light. I turned to the side and edged down it carefully. As I made my way into the tunnel, the sound of rushing water amplified until I finally made it through to a high-ceilinged cavern. A fast-flowing river rushed through the center of the cave that was lit up by an opening at the top. Relief flooded through me. Snaking around the edge of the chamber was a thin ledge leading up to the exit. I walked over to it, addressing the way out. I'm not a great climber, but if I could get up onto the ledge, I'd be able to shimmy my way along it toward the exit. I reached up, and the ledge was just within touching distance. It took me a couple of jumps before I was able to get a good grip, and I managed to heave myself up onto the ledge and stand up. Pushing myself back into the wall as much as I could, I started to edge along. The ledge was thinner and more slippery than I realized, and my heart pounded against my ribs as I shuffled along and ascended higher. One wrong step and I would fall, meaning broken bones at the very least. I thought about what it would mean to be paralyzed at the bottom of the chamber in the dark, and decided that maybe there was worse things than death. I was almost at the top when the ledge widened and then abruptly stopped. With both hands holding onto the wall, I peered over the ledge. I was about 10 meters up, and the gap between the ledge and the flat bank of the exit was half a meter wide. I swallowed and closed my eyes. I was going to have to jump. I took a deep breath and leaped across the gorge. On the last step, my foot slipped on the slimy scum of the ledge, and I slightly undershot the jump. For one breathless moment, I was falling. Then I managed to grab onto the ledge, but as my hands held on, I could feel the loose earth beneath my fingers begin to crumble. I gritted my teeth and willed every ounce of my remaining strength onto my aching arms. I fumbled around for something to hold on to, and my fingers found a root. I held on to it and tried to calm my breathing, determined not to make the same mistake again. I moved my right foot to touch the side of the cave and carefully began to probe the wall. When I found an indent in the side of the rock face, I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding in, and pulled myself upward, using both the root and the ledge for support. My arms strained as I heaved myself up onto the ledge, but I grinned through gritted teeth. I was doing it. Finally, I pulled my full body up onto the bank and collapsed onto my back, closing my eyes and letting the warmth of the dappled twilight drench my cold skin. I let out a peal of laughter and lay there for a moment, experiencing a swelling of happiness beneath my chest before rolling onto my knees and standing up. As I turned towards the entrance of the cave, a man stepped through pointing a rifle at me. "Don't move," he said. His accent was thick and strange. He was thin and old with white wispy hair curling from his scalp. I looked at him bewildered and frozen to the spot. There's a good girl. The barrel of the gun was still trained on me. What? I started and stopped as the light from the cave caught the gun, making the metal gleam menacingly. Why are you doing this? My voice quivered from the cold and fear. He shook his head and pointed with the gun towards the other side of the ledge. Stand over there. I shook my head. Please, I begged, an edge of hysteria creeping into my voice. Let me go. I'm sorry, girl, but I just can't do that. You see, I've been a keeper of this place ever since my daddy passed. God rest his soul. And it's my job to keep it happy. He paused and the rifle dipped as he peered over the edge into the darkness. I moved towards the exit and he laughed, pointing the gun back at me. I let out an involuntary whimper. Don't you go getting any ideas, girl. He motioned with the gun. And stand over there like I told you. I closed my eyes for a second and then moved to where he had pointed, the sound of the river roaring beneath me. Please let me go, I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. I won't tell anyone about you or this place, I promise. He sighed. You know, we used to say that. If people made it out this far, they were free to go. He wiped one of his hands across his brow, that if they beat us fair and square, we'd let them up to the house, give them a warm bed, and send them on their way. But it's been a long time. People don't come through these parts no more, and the cave is hungry. He stepped toward me, raising the rifle to my head. Please. My voice was weak. Please don't shoot me. He gave me a sad smile. I'm not going to shoot you. My heart lifted and my expression must have changed because he shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, he said. The butt of the rifle shot out and connected with my stomach. I doubled over in pain and felt the weight of his boot on my shoulder as he nudged me backward off the ledge. My arms flailed, the air whistling in my ears as I fell. I landed with a heavy splash in the river at the base of the cave, narrowly missing the floor. I struggled in the current and emerged from the water, gasping for air. The current was strong, and I realized too late that it was pulling me towards the underwater passage by the mouth of the cavern. I took a deep breath just before I was sucked under and into the dark. I tumbled through the icy passage until my lungs began to burn in protest at the lack of oxygen. My shoulder slammed into a rocky outcrop and made a sickening crunch. I let out a gargled scream of pain, my lungs filling with water as I tried to draw back the breath that I had released. As I choked on water, my mind flooded with blind panic. I was going to drown. I was going to drown here in this fucking cave. Suddenly, my head broke the surface and I coughed violently, expelling the warm water from my chest. I gasped, swallowing thick, painful gulps of air down my windpipe and into my burning lungs. The currents had subsided, and it carried me gently along as I coughed and hacked, until I bumped against a sloping bank. I blinked against the dim light, and, using my uninjured arm, clawed my way up the bank and out of the water. I rolled onto my back and closed my eyes, my chest heaving. The freezing water had soaked through my thick hiking gear, and I began to shiver in the cold. That's when I smells it, that unholy smell of iron and waste. I let out a small whimper and opened my eyes, rolling onto my side. It was in the cavern that we'd first fallen through, and in the corner under the dusky light that filtered through the hole in the ceiling sat Tyler. He was right where I'd left him. As my eyes began to adjust to the dim light, I could see the whites of his glassy eyes that stared past me, empty and motionless. His face was untouched, frozen in a mask of horror. Just below his collarbone was a mess of blood and bone, and his stomach cavity was empty. A trail of blood and flesh trailed out of the cave along the same path that I had taken just a few hours earlier. Using the last of my strength, I crawled towards him, covering my mouth to keep from screaming. I pulled myself up so that I was sat next to him on the side of the floor that wasn't drenched in blood. Tears welled up, and I swallowed back a gag as I gently dipped my hand into his pocket. My hands clasped around the cold metal of his phone and I pulled it out. 30% battery. So that's why I'm typing this warning. I know that it's now a matter of time until whatever killed Tyler comes back for me. That's if exposure doesn't get me first. I'm not sure how long it's been since we first fell down here, but I can already feel my body beginning to shut down from the cold. I don't know if anyone will ever find this, but if you're reading this, please be careful when you're hiking. Stay close to what you know, and don't stray off the beaten track. And if you come across an old, weather-beaten farmhouse about 40 minutes from Bear Cove, run as fast as you can, and never look back.
There is an old access road a few miles off the highway, with a gate and a guard post. Behind the gate is a mining facility. A handful of years ago, some poor bastard got into the mining area, and was looking for a place to turn around when they got flattened by one of those huge haul trucks. Those big dump trucks. Well, both rounded a blind corner. After that incident, the construction company built a gate and a guard post, and contracted a security company to have someone stationed there. So long as the site is operations, which is near 364 days a year, barring any kind of accident, it's only closed Christmas Day. So there was one person always stationed there in 12-hour chunks. After a while, the mining company, themselves, asked for 2 guards per shift. That makes it a nice cushy job, if you get along with your partner. It's just hanging out, making sure no dipshit tries to take a shortcut where there isn't one. The idea is that one of us does something we aren't supposed to, sleep or play on our phone. The other will report it. Of course, in practice, that isn't what happens. It just means that one of us brings a laptop and we watch movies for the shift. Like I said, cushy. And this is the job I find myself at. The post itself, it's called Checkpoint 2. There is no 1 anymore. That post was shut down when the security company and the mining company realized there was only really one spot they needed to worry about, and they never bothered to change the designation. Of course, the macabre joke is that the woods ate Checkpoint 1. Besides the big pit behind the post and the one road, there is nothing but woods. Heading to the highway on that road, it's maybe a 15-minute drive to the highway, but any other direction other than that, I have no clue. Looks endless enough to me. Anyway, one rule that we actually did follow, and mostly it was a politeness thing, was smoking. If you're a smoker, you don't do that in the booth, or at the door. On the side of the building we have an old coffee can set up as an ashtray. You step out and burn out there, mostly out of politeness, but also because the site foreman can pull up at any time. He doesn't care about any of the other rules, other than sleeping I suppose, but the one he loses his stuff over is smoking, forest fires and all that. So the site is hidden,
and you can slip back around if you hear him pull up. Easy as you please. I, myself, have had the nasty habit since I was 18 and bought my first pack. I'll stop for a while, but then one stress piles on another, and eventually I need a smoke. So at this point, I know it's terrible, but I guess I'm just a weak man. So one night, right around, I want to say 3 in the morning, since we figured we had time for one more movie, I went out to smoke. As I'm standing there, I'm looking up at the sky, just kind of losing myself in the endless hum of the mine a few hundred yards behind us. I'm not really a woodsy person, but I kind of have found myself enjoying the nights out there. Suddenly, something feels wrong. I don't know how to describe it, but just wrong. I suddenly want to be back in the warm glow of the booth. I toss my butt into the coffee can and turn, but as I do, I freeze. There was something just at the tree line. My first thought was a lost hiker. I've never had it happen, but I've heard of it. Through the grapevine, I pull my flashlight out and shine it in that direction. What was there was in the shape of a human, but if I had to judge by the tree next to it, the thing had to be 7 feet tall, and it didn't seem to have any clothes on from what I could see, or was wearing wet or very tight-fitting clothes. I'm telling myself to run back inside, but I'm unable to move my legs. I am able to move my hands, so I move the flashlight beam up, still kinda trying to will my brain into not seeing what was there. Then its face, or lack thereof. Even at that distance, I should have been able to see a face. Humans are good at picking out faces. Maybe not the details, but sure the fuck well enough to be able to tell if there isn't a face. Then it moves. 1 step towards me. But I swear it was more than that. The distance it closed in that 1 step was not right. Like it slid at me or something. Finally, like my brain was just in sleep mode, and its movements jostled the mouse of my brain. It clicks. Move. Before that thing takes another step, I let out a shout of, "What the fuck?" and damn near fall over myself darting back around the corner into the booth. Damn near running headlong into my partner that was rushing out at my shout. Door is slammed and I lean against it. Never saw any shadows move, and the front side of the booth has a big window and some floodlights looking up the road. I try to tell my partner, but of course what can I tell him? I saw a thing that I can't describe that shouldn't have been. After a few minutes, he says he's not playing into whatever prank I'm playing and walks out. I stand at the door, not leaving the light. He steps to the corner and swears, before coming back to me pissed. I'd kick the can, and ash and butts were everywhere. I have to go out and clean it. I tell him flatly and as politely as you can imagine that he could kiss my ass. He gets huffy and he goes and cleans it. He's mad at me for the rest of the night, but I hardly could tell. I know I saw something, but I have no idea what it was. The next night my partner was fine with me again. At one point after the first hour or so, he looks to me and asks if I'm going to take my normal smoke break. I tell him no. I haven't had a smoke at work in months. I don't want to look out into those endless woods. I have since told some friends who are super into creepy stuff. More specifically, the kind of creepy stuff in the woods. They gave me a list of things I could have seen. I have no clue about that much. But one of the things was a skinwalker, I want to say. I don't know. Sure someone else can correct me. They apparently will mimic voices to lure people to them. I know that whatever the hell that thing was, it didn't say anything to me, or make a sound. But I like to think that's what it was. And there's a skinwalker out in the woods just shouting, "What the fuck" at people. And going hungry. Like I said, not much of an outdoors man, but if I ever were to hear something screaming "what the fuck" at the top of their lungs in the woods, you can bet I'd be going the other way. As a child, my friend Alec and I used to explore the woods on my property nearly every day. We would wander deep into the forest just seeing what we could find, play hide and seek, or sometimes just to hang out with nature. This continued into our late teens when we brought our group of friends out to camp overnight. We started off our hike around 1900 and walked around 2 miles into the forest until we found the perfect spot to set up camp. A wide open clearing, close to dusk. Alec started to unpack and set up the tent while the other 4 of us set off to find suitable firewood among the tall trees. By the time we had gathered enough wood and made it back to camp, the sun had almost sunk completely below the horizon. I had the responsibility of building the fire, which I had done within about 15 minutes. Once camp was complete, we were sitting around the fire chatting and roasting marshmallows for s'mores, when Justin brought over the cooler of beer and liquor his dad had bought for him. We had taken several shots, and were working on a beer when we decided to tell campfire stories. This went on until around 0200, when we drunkenly stumbled to the tent to call it a night. I woke up with a start when I heard a cackling out in the woods, which had scared me to my core. I shook Alec awake and asked if he heard it too, and he did. About this time, the others had woken up from our talking, and I could see the concern growing on their faces, confirming they all heard it as well. "Who's out there?" Justin called out. The only response was the abrupt end of the laughter, which unsettled all of us. We were all wide awake and too spooked to go back to sleep, so we decided to get up to rekindle the fire from earlier that night. Upon exiting the tent, we saw that the campsite had been destroyed aside from the fire, which had a small dead mouse laying right by it. I had poked the rodent with a twig and turned it over to reveal a precise incision on its belly, with its innards hanging out. "Bro, what the hell?" exclaimed Josh. Right as he had completed his sentence, I heard something moving through the leaves just outside of the clearing. Startled, my eyes shot up towards the sound, but I couldn't see anything. Brandon went back to the tent to grab his small flashlight and shine it out into the trees. The only thing we could see was a set of glowing eyes looking directly at us. The unknown creature quickly stepped behind the nearest tree, attempting to avoid detection. Justin slowly walked towards the creature, trying to better see what it was, until he disappeared out of sight. Less than a minute went by before we heard his screams, but as quickly as it began, it had ended. We tried calling out to him, but he didn't respond. We all sat around the fire waiting for his return, but he still wasn't back when the sun came up. When Justin still hadn't been found, we all set out to look for him, hoping he'd gotten away from the whatever had taken him. After about 45 minutes of looking, I heard Brandon yelling for the rest of us to come help him. When I got there, Justin was hanging from a tree by his wrists, his body covered in shallow, precise cuts. Josh climbed into the tree with a knife, while we supported Justin when he cut him down. He was still breathing, thankfully. We splashed some cold water on his face, and he woke up with a scream. We were able to help him walk out of the forest back to my house, where we got him into the car to go to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, we asked him what the hell happened, and he said as soon as he got out of the clearing, he saw an animal walking on all fours, but very quickly it got onto his hind legs and ran towards him impossibly fast. But that's all he could remember. I was only 12 years old when I first discovered it. My family and I had a very fun, and as my dad liked to call it, healthy activity. Every other weekend we went for a hike in the mountains that surrounded our town. Due to living in a very mountainous area, hiking was a very popular form of recreation for the townsfolk. There were dozens upon dozens of trails to choose from, so my parents liked to choose a different one every time we ventured out. Our latest choice, however, proved to be our last as a family. I was the middle child with a younger brother and an older sister. My parents liked to put us in charge of picking the trail we'd have our little adventure on, and it was my little brother's turn. "Alright, little man," my father shouted to my brother from the computer screen. "Here are your two choices, Rattlesnake Gulch Trail or Neff's Canyon Trail." My brother looked up at him from his Game Boy. Well, I don't want to get us all killed by rattlesnakes, so Snuff's Canyon, I guess," he remarked while immediately resuming his game. Dad let out a humorous scoff. "It's Neff's Canyon, buddy," he said while motioning to my mom to see the pictures. After packing our supplies and being yelled at only 6 times by my sister for packing things incorrectly, we made our way out. We had made it roughly halfway through the trail into a more densely wooded area, which made visibility ahead a little more difficult. Many of the overgrown trees had rooted themselves into the trail, as I remembered tripping over several roots and scraping my forehead against many of the overgrown branches. It was here that I asked my father if we could take a quick restroom break. Without a word, he nodded while taking a swig from his water bottle. I walked off the trail, brushing through the dense foliage. I wanted to get enough distance to make sure my sister couldn't see me pee. Weird thought, I know, but as a child, I was very sensitive to that kind of thing. As I finished up, I began turning to walk back to my family. I noticed something. strange through the dense trees. One tree among the many stood out. It was much darker in color and seemed a lot more dried out and unhealthy. My curiosity got the best of me, and I walked over to inspect this poor tree. As I arrived at the tree, scratch marks covered the entirety of it. It was dry with very few branches and no leaves. The dark color was almost disturbing, like something you would see on the set of a horror film. It was dead. Bummer, I said to myself as I began walking back to my family. As I turned to leave, I caught a quick glimpse of something no one could prepare for. On the side of the tree, almost towards the top, I could see a hole in the bark. Assuming it may be some kind of animal nest, I curiously walked around to look in. A frown came across my face as I looked into the tree. It was hollowed out much more than I first realized, and was full of bones. Dozens and dozens of bones, but there were many. I wasn't afraid at first. The first thought that entered my mind was that these were animal bones. Maybe some sick kids killed animals for fun, or maybe this was the work of a bear. Damn, I exclaimed, as the thought of being in a bear's territory startled me. I began to turn to walk away when something caught my eye. Inside the pile of bones, I could see a more smooth surface among the pile. My eyes squinted as I looked closer. My better judgment was not in play as I walked closer. My curiosity got the best of me. I don't know why I did what I did, but I reached my hand in to touch it. It wasn't a flat surface. It was curved. My eyes lit up as I realized what this might be. I fell to frights I had never experienced before as I dug my hand into the pile of bones to pull out what I had originally feared this could be. My fears were correct. Slowly, from the pile of dried bones, a human skull began to appear in my hand. I stood in fright, staring at a dead human skull. "Dad, help!" I yelled, continuing to stare at what I was holding. I heard my dad in the distance through the trees, but couldn't understand what he said. "Dad, come here now!" I tried yelling with all I had. I dropped the skull back into the pile of bones and slowly backed away. My dad broke through the thick foliage, revealing himself. "What's up, buddy?" he said with a smirk. I said nothing. I simply pointed to the tree, not letting my eyes off of it. I could see the look of confusion on my dad's face, even from the corner of my eye. He walked towards the tree with an almost sarcastic look on his face at this point. That look faded away fast as he peered into the hollowed out tree. "Holy shit," my dad began. "You guys, let's go." My mom yelled from the other side of the brush. Slowly, my dad turned to look at me. I'll never forget that moment as my dad and I just stared at each other in shock. The police investigation was done. All 147 bones in the tree were human. A total of 12 separate people reported to be housed in that tree, with mainly the larger bones and skulls being kept. This appeared to be the works of a serial killer. Through DNA testing, many unsolved disappearances were answered. Someone was preying on hikers on that trail. The tree was destroyed by the local authorities. I retold my story over and over again to several detectives. The murders remained unsolved. Until now. 10 years later, I am now an adult and living on my own. While traumatizing as a child, the day of my discovery has been growing further and further from my mind. I purchased a house with my wife closer to downtown. It might be a little bit psychological from that day, but a more urban living style was what offered me safety. "That one," my wife yelled from our computer desk in an almost familiar scenario. I walked over to the computer to gaze at the screen. It was our first anniversary and we wanted to do something special. My wife had picked a cabin out for us to spend the weekend in, and was grinning in excitement as I browsed the photo gallery. It was a beautiful cabin by the lake, and the price was right. "Book it," I said with a smile. She did just that, and for the rest of the week, conversation filled the house with our excitement for the upcoming weekend. The pictures did it no justice. As we arrived at our cabin, a mist hovered over the bank of the lake as dawn ended. We made sure to make it up there early to not waste a moment of our time there. An almost primal fear came over me, as I wasn't prepared for what my wife said later that morning. "Let's go for a hike today," she said, as she cooked our morning eggs. I looked at her with eyes wide open. She looked at me as if she knew what my reaction would be before even asking the question. I'm sorry. I knew that would be a tough question, but I think it might be good for you, she said confidently. I comically replied, attempting to cover up my nervousness. I know what happened to you when you were little, she said, raising an eyebrow at me. But I think this is a chance for you to come to terms. What happened was miles away from here, and a decade ago. I'm betting a nice, safe hike will bring you some closure. Halfway through our breakfast, I finally relented. Okay, I sternly said, but if you turn out to be the murderer, I want a divorce. We smiled at each other as we finished our breakfast. A couple hours later, we were packed and ready to go for our hike. I'm happy to report the hike was largely uneventful. It was relaxing and we put in a lot of quality time in the few hours we were gone. No other human was in sight during the trail, which gave us a sense that this was our adventure together. It was great, until something caught my eye. As we walked back down the trail to end our adventure, a familiar sight hit my eyes. I pulled a classic double take as I spotted it in the distance. A dark, dead-looking tree peered back at me through the forest. We didn't stop our descent to the foot of the mountain, as I kept my eyes trained on it. As we approached the entrance to the trail, I shrugged my sighting off as my mind getting to me. After all, dead trees aren't exactly uncommon. I laid in my bed that night, staring at the ceiling. My wife was fast asleep in exhaustion from today's hike. My mind was reeling with the thought of what I had seen. This couldn't happen again, could it? Could the serial killer be striking again, preying on hikers? My curiosity got the best of me, yet again. I slowly slid out of bed to not wake up my wife. I quietly got dressed to head out, and finally put this fear to rest. I let out a heavy exhale as I stared at the entrance to the trail. With flashlight in hand, I began walking. Every sound from the forest was accompanied by a startled whip of my flashlight. I placed my hand securely on the handle of the knife. I made sure to attach to my belt. The darkness through the forest was eerily silent as I flung my flashlight left and right in confusion. The nighttime atmosphere was throwing me off with everything looking different. I pulled out my phone to load up a map of the trail. This was not necessary after all. As I placed my flashlight under my arm to retrieve my phone, I saw it. A dark hunk of tree was right in the middle of the light, almost as if it was beckoning me towards it. I stared at it for several seconds. My frame straightened up as I let out another large exhale. It was time to put my fears to rest. I began walking towards the tree. I was stopped in my tracks as I heard tree branches cracking in the thick forest, just to the right of the tree. I ducked in cover while attempting to block the light from my flashlight with my palm. I was able to hit the off switch as I cowered between two large bushes. More limbs cracked as audible footsteps began echoing from the forest. Someone, or something, was coming. The forest around me was lit up in a haze of gray from the moonlight. I looked back at the trail, contemplating making a run for it. If whatever this was that was breaking through the forest was a bear or mountain lion, I wouldn't make it very far if it heard me though. I stood my ground. The cracks of the branches became louder as I saw the trees begin to separate. Clunk. Something fell to the ground from the trees. I couldn't tell what it was, but it landed directly at the base of the blackened tree. A low groan was heard from the thick branches it just fell from, followed by a raspy growl. I ducked down further into the bushes, realizing I was having an animal encounter and had to keep out of sight as to not be attacked. I'm not sure if the term animal is correct for the actual encounter I had next. Something came to retrieve its prize. The dense leaves began to part again. A large, claw-like hand came from the trees, grabbing what was dropped on the ground. A form started to emerge. Its giant body must have been 15 feet tall. Its limbs were stretched unimaginably long. The body of this creature was covered in hair while its arms and legs were completely hairless. Talon-like claws stretched from its bony arms as it lifted up its prize. The form of a human began to appear as it was lifted by the ankle. I covered my mouth almost instinctively, trying desperately not to make a noise in the eerily quiet forest. I watched, terrified, as the creature grasped its hands around the entirety of its victim's body. With an almost effortless pull, it tore the leg off of the victim and began eating it with the rest of the body falling to the ground. I don't know how much time passed as I watched this thing dine on its meal. I couldn't move. I shouldn't move. I made the decision to just lay in wait and hope the creature finishes its midnight snack and moves on. I wasted none of its meal, as I could see it tearing every piece of meat and flesh from the bones with its jagged, sharp teeth. As I look up at the creature's face, its toothy mouth covered most of its head with small, shiny eyes just above a flat, almost skeletal nose. After making short work of its meal, all that lay left were a pile of bones. Through the moonlight, I could see the bones of its victims. It had devoured the smaller bones, leaving the larger ones intact. My childhood fears were realized as I watched it conduct what I could only call a ritual. It began picking up the bones, one by one, examining each one as if it were oddly studying them. After a long examination of each bone, it put the bones into the tree. I could not see where the gap in the tree was from my angle, but I knew. The bones were being collected into a hollowed out tree, just like what I saw 10 years ago. A light breeze filled the air as I continued to stare in horror at this creature. Once the bones were secured in their hiding spot, it began to move back into the trees. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. It stopped. With its skeletal nose in the air, it began sniffing. My fear returned as it slowly turned its head to me. It knew. It knew I was there. I've never seen anything take off so quickly as this thing did towards me. I panicked as I shined my light directly at the creature. The light seemingly disoriented it, as it covered its eyes and flung past me. I began running down the trail as quickly as I could, desperately trying to grab my knife. "Damn it!" I yelled, as I tripped over a rock and began tumbling down the trail. I landed on my back as I came to a stop from my tumble. My adrenaline was too high to feel pain, as I pulled out my knife, pointing it in the direction I had just fallen from. Silence. The night sky was eerily quiet. After panning my surroundings for a few seconds, I got myself up and ran. I don't know how I ran so far, but I had finally made it to our cabin. I slammed the door tight as I pressed my body against the door, locking the deadbolt. I quickly walked to my kitchen sink window that was facing the direction of where I had just come from. Nothing. The forest in front of me was quiet. Almost too quiet. My shoulders began to droop as my fear lessened. I had escaped this monster. I began walking back to the living room, still in shock from what just occurred. I stood in the middle of the room, staring at the fireplace that lit the room up in an orange hue. I lifted my head up from my empty gaze as I heard a cracking outside. My fear returned as I crouched my body, slowly walking towards the living room window. I peeked through the blinds. I shot back in fright, as all I could see was a furry body pressed up against the window and sliding across. It was here. I ran to the bedroom to get my wife. "Wake up! Wake up!" I yelled in fright. Her eyes shot wide open at the sudden startle. What the hell are you doing?" she yelled. "There's I don't know, a creature outside, and it tried to attack me. We have to get out of here now," I screamed as I ran up to the door. She shot straight up and jumped out of bed. I ran to the kitchen too, desperately looked for the car key. I was stopped in my tracks by a low growl coming out from in front of me. I slowly looked up to the kitchen window. The entirety of the window was covered by the creature's face. It was just staring at me with those cold, black eyes. Its sharp, long teeth seemed longer than before as drool dripped from the points of them. We stared at each other for several seconds. My wife walked in and saw my motionless gaze. She turned to look at what I could possibly be staring at. She let out a blood-curdling scream at the sight in front of her. The creature roared in rage and disappeared from the window. Scratching could be heard from outside as the creature was looking for a way into the cabin. Roars of frustration could be heard paired with crashing sounds and more scratching. My wife and I held each other in fright. "We have to wait until it's in the back," I whispered. "Once we hear it back there, we need to quietly go out the front door and get to the car." She nodded with eyes wide open. We listened for several more minutes as the creature shuffled around the cabin. Finally, it made it to the back door. My wife and I looked at each other and began quietly walking towards the front door. As I unlocked the deadbolt, a loud creaking was heard from behind us. The monster had bent the back door down almost in half. This time, I let out a scream and began frantically opening the door. I pushed my wife through as soon as it was open. She ran to the car. As I slammed the door shut, I saw through the small window in the door the creature made it through. It was tearing the cabin apart in rage, tossing furniture and digging its large claws into the walls. I ran to the car and jumped in the front seat. Go, go, go. My wife yelled from the passenger seat. I turned the ignition, starting the car. A loud crash was heard. The creature had barreled into the front door, taking out the entire door frame. It landed with a thud at the bottom of the entryway stairs, and flailed its long and bony limbs to regain balance. Without a word, I threw the car into drive and took off. I could see in my rearview mirror the creature giving chase. I hit the gas pedal hard as the engine wailed. I kept my eye in the mirror as the creature began to fade in the darkness behind us. It was gone. The trip back home was silent. Nothing was said until we got home. We tried desperately to put together what had just happened. She looked at me in shock as I told her about the tree and what the creature had done with its victim's remains. I've thought about going to the authorities with what happened, but me, finding 2 trees full of human bones? I don't think they would buy that. More so, my story of the large creature that filled those trees, even more unbelievable. We lost the money from the deposit on the cabin due to the damages, and we're being sued for the rest of the amount. Like I give a shit. I'm just happy to be alive, that we are alive after what occurred. I've not heard even a single other report of a creature like this, or even similar to what I encountered. I wonder, were we the lucky ones and the only ones to ever escape this thing? I will never go hiking again. I warn you, if you do, and you come across a black, dark, dead-looking tree, leave immediately. I wish I had never found that tree full of bones. This winter was strange. We saw snow in September, rain in November, and nothing else. The local forestry service was afraid the sudden dryness could lead to winter fires, so when they started asking for volunteers, I practically lunged for the opportunity. I guess I needed a break from reality. Getting lost in the Sierra wilderness was the perfect outlet I needed. My birthday came and went. A few weeks later, Valentine's Day did. No one noticed I was gone. Or no one cared, really. I was getting fairly compensated for 4 months of this, so I didn't care. Once a week, a ranger would come up and deliver supplies, and that was the extent of human contact I had. So today, when I woke up to my phone ringing, I was pretty shocked. I picked up without checking who it was to find my pleasant surprise curdle to anger and disappointment when I heard the voice of my ex, Liza, asking, "Hey, it's been a while since anyone's heard from you, John. Are you okay?" My solitude had made my normal wit a bit rusty, as I struggled to formulate a response for a moment. "I'm sure you'd really care to know, Liza," I snapped icily. She took a moment to let my insult seep in and replied meekly, "John, I'm sorry for what happened. Really. I made a mistake." Liza was never a meek person. Even in the most intimate of moments, she was always bold and trying to take the lead. Her sudden complacent attitude only pissed me off. Yeah, I'm sure after hearing my diagnosis, you maxing out my credit cards, spending $5,000 of my savings, and a fucking dozen people I know of was a mistake. She quietly interjected, "John, I was really pissed now and kept going. No, don't fucking John me. I charged you to the fullest extent I could. Why aren't you still in jail? You know what? I have a better question. What in God's name gave you the slightest breeze of an inclination I would ever want to hear from you again, much less speak to you?" She didn't have a response to that, bold or otherwise. After a few moments of silence, I hung up and turned my phone off. She had ruined enough days for me. I wasn't going to let her have this one. I decided after breakfast that I was going to go for a hike to calm down and forget about life for a little bit. I decided to head east for a few miles, towards Nevada. As I walked, I took in the chilly mountain air and gawked at the beautiful pines above me. The peace and serenity of nature was ruined for me when I saw a giant cloud a few miles away. The weather for today was predicted as clear, and we're in a drought. I ran back towards the fire watch tower to call it in. As I turned, I saw a bank of fog rolling towards me. I felt uneasy walking into it, but the weather justified getting back. As I walked into the fog, everything acquired a muted, gray quality. All the hairs on my body stood straight up, and I felt like I was being watched. I stopped and listened for some time, but there was no noise. Despite the lack of sensory evidence, I still felt I should run back, and I only had a matter of time before the mist aggravated my lungs as well. Regardless, I walked on, heading towards the tower and regretting not bringing my rifle. After some time of walking, I saw a fire. Eyeing it warily, I walked towards it. Despite the fact it had been midday when I started out, a dark twilight had set in on the land. As I came to the fire, I saw a man sitting on a log. Aside from a magnificent beard and the hat he wore, I wouldn't have even been able to discern anything about him. After a few moments of me passively observing him, the man spoke with a deep, rumbling voice. "Have a seat, John." I gingerly had a seat on a log across from him and asked, "How do you know my name?" The man, still staring deeply into the fire, responded, "I know a lot of things about a lot of people. Things that have happened, things that are happening, and things that will happen." I stewed on his words, but almost instantly replied, "Bullshit." Without looking up, the man chuckled and said lightheartedly, "I know Elizabeth Lamberley stole over $5,000 from you, fucked 13 people, and tried to accuse you of the unthinkable. I know that just 2 weeks beforehand, you were diagnosed with lung cancer. I know that you hid it, but she still found out. And I know you came here because the cancer won't stop. You've come here to die, John." Under normal circumstances, I would attack someone for saying something like that, for knowing something like that. Instead, I just sat on the log, staring at the fire, feeling very tired. After a minute, I said quietly, "You said it better than I could." We sat silently for a moment as the forest grew darker. After a while, the man said, "You should get along now, lest some souls come and attack you." I nodded and wordlessly got up and walked away. After the light of the fire had receded behind me, I began to realize the uncanny darkness that enveloped me. It was ever increasing, to the point where I couldn't even see my hand. I began to slow my steps and listen in. The forest was dangerous at night, and the last thing I needed was to be surprised without a gun. After some time of carrying on due west, I heard what sounded like a person trampling through the underbrush. I ducked behind a tree and listened as a woman called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" She was approaching my location rapidly, but as she did, I heard what sounded like desperate whispers and muted screams. The woman's fear was audible as it got closer. I could only hear the whispers, but I saw a sort of shade, a figure even blacker than the blinding pitch I found myself in. The figure stopped where I had last heard the woman, and I saw it lean down and pick something up. The woman's screams were ear-piercing as the figure bobbed and moved until with a final, struggling gurgle she stopped. I held my breath as the horror of what I just witnessed dawned upon me. The figure floated about, as if hungry, then it floated away, much to my relief. After that, silently and as quickly as I could, I went back to the tower. I was nearly there when I started to hear the whispering again. I tried to duck behind a tree for cover, as I had before, but as I walked to a tree, I stepped on a branch. A crack as loud as a gunshot rang out in the unnatural darkness, and the whispers seemed to grow more intense and more loud, with no regard for whatever may have been out, aside from the whispering figure. My desperate tearing through the brush ended when I tripped over a rock and fell in an upturned rut. I grimaced as the wave of pain from the stab wound washed over me. As I raised myself from it, after identifying it wouldn't kill me, I heard the whispers in full volume. I looked up from my work to see the figure coming at me slowly, as if it received joy watching me squirm and suffer. Then it began to bend down, preparing to do to me whatever had happened to its last victim, slowly and deliberately. My left hand scrambled desperately until I found a rock. With a shout, I swung the rock into where a head should have been. An unearthly screech emanated from it as it fell over, stunned. A pain-stricken cry rang from me as I tore myself from the branch. The blood flowed freely from me as I ran and saw that the lights in the tower were still on. With my vision flickering and my strength flagging, I climbed the stairs. My breath came in ragged heaves as I heard the thing scream again. It must have seen me. As I flung open the door, I saw just how much blood was flowing from my wound. I ignored it and scrambled to find my rifle. I saw the creature bashing at the door. I only had time to load one 30-06 shell into the powerful gun. As I raised the barrel, I grimly thought, better to die here than some hospital bed. Then the door caved, and with a war cry to awaken gods, I aimed and fired. After that, all was black. I awoke to see the tower out the back window of an ambulance. There were 2 police cars at the base. I looked to my left and saw a ranger. What happened? I croaked out. We found you half dead from blood loss after you failed to radio in for 3 days. We found a woman's bones in the area too. Picked clean and bleached. I really ought to ask you what happened, John. The rest of the ride was in silence. I've only been at the hospital for a few hours now, but I can see a bank of dark fog rolling in, and I can't help but feel like I can faintly hear whispering, just at the back of my mind. It was almost summer break when my cousins took me to the art museum. Well, I took them. I live in a fairly small town in the US, and we were close enough to the art museum to walk. I will refer to my cousins as Thomas and Elaine. Elaine is in high school, and Thomas was just about to enter freshman year at the end of the school year. Elaine is kind of a goth, and she gets that from her mom. Thomas is a computer geek, and he likes memes and video games and such. They live a few blocks away from me, and we saw each other often. It was May 16th when I walked over to their home, and Elaine told me she had one final assignment on the ancient Egyptian mummies. So I had an idea. Instead of browsing the internet for information, and then watching some black butler, I told her that we should go to the art museum. The art museum had an exhibit all about mummies. They were both hesitant at first, but when I urged them on, they agreed. Their mom said that it was fine, but that she wasn't driving us. She already had to go to work in about an hour. I spoke up before anyone else. We'll be fine walking, I said gladly. My cousins didn't argue, and they got their shoes on. Making our way to the museum by memory, we talked about some of the politics going around. I'm a really big movie buff, and I gave them my views on some of the newer movies coming out. 10 o'clock rolled around as we got to the art museum. We went through some medieval armor, and then saw the African mask exhibit. Elaine reminded us of the assignment, and we went up some stairs to the new mummy area. I had been the year before, with my school, and showed my cousins the cool new features. Elaine and Thomas took notes, and before we knew it, the time was around 4 p.m. We stayed around another hour, admiring the more modern art, and left at 4:45. I had bought granola bars, and when I took them out we realized how hungry we were. I proposed rolling down the big hill in front of the building, and Elaine agreed. Thomas stayed behind at the steps because he didn't want to get dirty. He said it was fun, but he didn't want to take a million showers. We all played and joked around together for a little while, and 5 rolled around. We really should get home, since it was about a 40-minute walk, maybe longer in the dark. Elaine was feeling extra rebellious, and wanted to travel through the backwoods to the museum. I said heck no, because I had listened to tons of horror stories and encounters like this one. And like I said, I'm a pretty big movie buff, and I take my horror movies seriously. Thomas said he didn't care. So, with 2/3 of the party in agreement, we did. We took a few steps, not before a screech erupted from, well, somewhere. We stopped and looked at each other. Probably an owl, Elaine said. Hell no it wasn't. That was some scary crap right there, Thomas said. You're all freaking out. Take a chill pill. Guys, shut up. Stop arguing, I said. Me being the film nerd that I am, started to talk a lot more. Elaine, think of it like a horror film. That's not what you say when a sound like that is heard. In fact, the people who say that stuff are killed right off the bat. Plus, arguing always gets the protagonist nowhere. I know, right? Totally the rules. It had to be a bird. This is a wildlife area, but also a small park. There isn't going to be any kind of wild animal. We heard another screech, and I start to jog. Thomas follows my lead, and so does Elaine. Trust me, she isn't dumb. Even if she said that stuff about the noise. I ran faster, and that's when I fell. This would be fine if we were on a flat path, but I fell into a creek, and it was kinda deep, with the edges all slippery and muddy. Thomas and Elaine called out to me, and I said I was fine. I told them it would be better if they kept running. I would find my way out. They left, and I turned to the phone in my pocket. I switched the flashlight on and walked a little. It started to rain lightly. I could swear I heard a whole lot of creepy things in the woods, but nothing as creepy as what I was about to encounter. I found a vine thingy inside the walls of the ditch, and I proceeded to climb it. I thought it would be cool, climbing vertically on the wall. Then, I heard this raspy breathing. It was horrible and sounded empty. Bear. The voice said my name. The vine snapped, and I fell into the shallow rocks. My phone screen had cracked, and the flashlight buzzed off. The scary thing is that my cousins call me by my middle name, Bear, not like how most people call me by my first. I sat up and looked over the top of the creek wall. Nothing. I turned and found a shadow. My eyes adjusted to the light, and Thomas was there. Then, when I focused more, I was terrified. It was anything, but not Thomas. The creature looked like it was wearing Thomas's flesh. Its eye sockets drooped, and the lips were cracked. There was no color in the skin, and the monster's limbs were thin as a starving man's stomach. I saw tears in the flesh suit that only showed the white and red of bone. I felt chills down my spine, and I backed away. I heard faint whispering, but the voice saying it was talking too fast. I turned to run, and then, before my eyes, I stood there. Except it wasn't me, because the same kind of skin-wearing creature stood there, with the same distinct features. Its mouth, though, was torn right off, and instead there were these sharp fangs protruding from the skin mask it was wearing. The whispering grew louder, but not slower. It started to storm violently in the sky above. Then, my doppelganger monster did something that haunts me to this day. It started to cry. This was not the salty water that inhabits our everyday bodies. It was blood. I let out a few tears myself, but before breaking down, I turned to find that the Thomas monster was gone. I ran in the darkness and encountered an incline in the terrain. I moved fast, with sweat and tears blocking my vision. When I looked back, I saw a creature that looked just like Elaine, but was covered in blood, and her skin was bursting at the seams, with veins spluttering all over the place. She was fast, and she bounded at me in one leap. I was clumsy, and apparently lucky enough to trip on a log, and I plummeted to the ground. The monster headed straight into the open air and landed on something. I heard a ringing in my ears as a howling screech was let out. When it stopped, I looked over and found that not only had the monster missed, but by chance, it landed enough on the stump of a rotted tree that had some wood sticking out, strong enough to impale the creature. Its body oozed a silvery liquid, running down and burning the body. I bolted off, and I came out of the edge of the woods. I almost ran into the traffic of a rush hour road, but stopped. It had begun to rain lighter, pattering on the sidewalk and blowing the trees. I heard one last screech from the woods. I headed to the nearest bus stop pavilion. I saw two sitting figures and slowly approached Thomas and Elaine. I swear, I wanted to take Thomas down with a tackle, but my instincts failed. I made a mixed face, happy, and still terrified because of what I saw in the woods. I sat next to them and they told me some important things. We saw a woman in the woods. She had an art museum uniform, but her legs were missing. We got closer, but then she got up with her arms and faced us. Her eyes were gone. The holes where the eyes should be were bleeding, and her neck had a giant slice through the middle, going from one end to the other. We ran like hell and hid in the woods. It breathed so hard. It sounded close and far away all at the same time. We tried to stay quiet, but it found us and we had to run again. We did make it out though, and here we are. We all made it back after this incident. I tried to do research on missing people in the area, and I found the lady Thomas and Elaine saw in the woods. She had worked at the art museum and obviously met a fate that we could have. The reason I posted all this is because the other night, I was hanging out at their place when their parents weren't home. We were playing some video games and we heard a tapping at the window. When we looked outside, no one was there. But in the parking lot across their yard, someone was watching us. We all went to bed shortly after. When we woke up this morning, there were entrails all across the streets and yards in our town. The police were called, but no evidence was left by anyone coming on the porch, and leaving a wheelbarrow's amount of guts. We are also getting a news report that the zoo, which is right next to our art museum, was broken into overnight, with most of the animals dead. I mean, the monkeys, snakes, bears, lions. This must have been executed by the creature that we ran into. Doing research now, we may have come across skinwalkers, but that doesn't completely fit. Sure, skinwalkers have a costume-like appearance, but the victims are taken over, not copied off of a physical form. They don't seem paranormal, but possibly demons. None of us are sure, but it is either a special kind of cryptid or a demon. All of this time, I thought those creepypastas were just urban legends, or just some really creative writing. How many of these creatures are there? Where did they come from? I hear screaming outside. We're locking the doors and heading to the basement. I'm posting this now before it's too late. I can't believe we still have internet access. This is for whoever is out there. You can refer to me as Bear. I'm using this laptop to send out a warning. If it's not too late, my neighborhood has become run over by horrifying creatures. These monsters take the form of the mutilated bodies of friends, family, pets, even complete strangers. If you see someone with pale skin, scratches, missing body parts, or worse, run, hide. It has been 2 weeks ever since we encountered them in the woods behind the art museum. I'm surprised to say that my friends and I are still alive and far away from my hometown, but I know why. Last time I wrote, we were in the basement, with our zoo animals ripped apart and the town left in a rotting stench of bodily fluids. We stayed in the basement for a week, and on Friday, we heard a knocking. It was quiet at first, but it became aggressive. It seemed to come from everywhere outside the house, testing our sanity. We stood still with the weapons we had grabbed from around the house. For the past week, there had been no noise, except for the screaming on Monday. There were no birds, no cars, not a single soul. The banging stopped after 2 hours. The banging had lasted that long, but as far as we could tell, nothing got into the house. After 5 minutes of relief, we heard a tapping. After looking around, Elaine found the source. It was coming from the window of the basement, on ground level. We slowly approached, and when we got to the window, we could see 5 of my friends, 2 of which had bikes. They all had come to my house to find me, and remembered my cousin's house. I was glad they were all alive, and not just decaying doppelgangers. After letting them in, we had 8 people in our party. My cousins and I were already low on food, so me and my 2 friends, Elijah and Sam, left to find a grocery store. Once we got in, after finding the streets empty, we grabbed 2 bags and all of the necessary food and vitamins we needed. We also looked out for any pharmaceutical drugs in case of an accident. Then we heard a crash from the front of the store. We ducked in the aisle and then peeked up to see what was happening. 2 hulking figures covered in blood and torn skin were stalking the checkout lines. In desperation, we hid in the freezers in the dairy section, relatively close to us. When we hid behind the milk and egg cartons, the door closed with a smack. Crouching behind the shelves of food, we could see the 2 creatures slowly crawl over to the doors. When they crawled, there was something off about their limbs. They seemed cracked and bent in all of the wrong places, like someone had beaten them repeatedly with a metal rod. Their chests were ripped apart and had insides hanging out of the torso. They came right up to the doors, and one of the creatures started sniffing, using 2 holes where its nose should be. It put its rotting hand up to the glass and shrieked so loud we had to cover our ears. Both creatures ran towards the exit, and then right towards the new figure standing in the produce aisle. He raised a crossbow and shot one dead in an instant. The other monster snarled and leaped at the man. He took out a dagger and sliced at its eyes. There was a gush of the same liquid that oozed from Elaine's doppelganger, and its body slowly disintegrated through the tiled floor. The man turned from the monster to us. And I mean us, like he saw us. We clumsily got out of the freezer and walked towards him cautiously. "Who are you?" I asked. "Call me Claudius," he responded. "I've been hunting these things for a while, and have never seen a wave this big." "What are they?" Sam asked him. He turned to Sam saying, "They are monsters from a kind of alternate dimension, one where we exist slightly different. They have been leaking into our universe slowly. At least, that's what I know based off of certain evidence. I still do not know what they do here. Holy crap, this was a whole lot. We were able to make it clear that there were more people in our party, and he said that if we got them, we could get out of here. And that's what we did. After getting in his van, he handed us some equipment. It all looked so medieval, with crossbows and potion bottles, full of little details straight out of the Supernatural show. So you're a monster hunter? Elaine asked. What do you hunt? I usually spend my time up north, with Wendigos, Skinwalkers. I even took down a hellhound once. I'm not the best, but I can get you out of here. So all of this shit is real? Sam asked. Claudius gave a subtle nod. As we were driving, I noticed the doppelganger monsters were starting to chase us. Claudius immediately handed the wheel over to Elaine and told her to drive north. The closer we got to a cold climate, the less creatures we will have to deal with. He pulled out 5 crossbows and made sure he had certain arrows, which he said were tipped with freezing iron, one of their weaknesses. He started shooting at them, and so did me and my friends. All of us didn't have the most precise aim, and most arrows missed. I remember hitting one of the things right on the forehead and having a little mini victory. Then, we all heard a thumping on the roof. Even Claudius looked up, and the next thing we knew, the creature had burst its way through the ceiling. It grabbed Thomas, but was quickly dispatched. We hauled it out of one of the windows before its body melted the floor of the van. The more we rode, the less we saw, until eventually, all of them were gone. As far as I know, we are still heading north, to a more secure base. I was able to figure out that most people got out of town on evacuating buses before being torn to shreds. But we don't exactly know where the monsters are going. If you see one of these creatures, run, hide. God knows what they want, and God might as well know what they will do to you. We all have that one friend who takes things too far. For me, that friend was Matt. I've known him since high school. We were both outcasts, not into sports, and didn't care what the big name athletes, actors, or musicians were doing. Our shared fascination was the paranormal, ghosts, monsters, urban legends, and mysterious things. Growing up in Charlotte, Louisiana, the region was ripe with such stories, and marshland to inflame our teenage imagination. Of all these legends, the one that had the greatest hold on Matt's imagination was the story of a hidden lake, where an ancient creature dwells and was offered sacrifices a century ago. Along with a few like-minded outcasts, we would spend hours researching local legends. While our classmates spent their nights drinking and partying, we spent them in the woods and every abandoned place we could get into searching for proof. Sometimes we would see an odd shadow or heard a strange noise and convince ourselves it was the goat man, wandering spirit, or whatever we were hunting that night. In all our wanderings, we never found the barest hint of the hidden lake. I think that's what drove Matt. He would study any map he thought old enough to show it, and I've lost count of the number of times he dragged us to some remote spot, claiming to have found it. By senior year, our expeditions had become less frequent. The last one I remember was spending a night in what we thought was an abandoned asylum, that I'm pretty sure was just an office building. We still loved horror stories, urban legends, and the like. We would get together to share stories and watch any low-budget movie we could get our hands on. The drop in expeditions did not sit well with Matt. He wanted to keep searching. There were a couple of times I agreed to go with him when no one else would. The final blow came at the end of April. We had been gearing up for a night of horror stories and movies when Matt demanded we go to some new location he found. The weather that night was horrible, and no one sane would want to leave the comfort of a warm home. Matt said the weather conditions and date made it perfect. No one wanted to go. Matt got angry, and when I refused to go, he stormed out in a rage. I lost touch with Matt after graduation. I tried to keep tabs on him through Facebook, which he barely updated, and the occasional text which he never answered. College life was good. My relationship with Anna was growing more serious. and I helped some classmates develop an indie horror-based game on my old wanderings. The future was looking good. Near the end of my 2-year program, I heard from Matt. It was a short and simple text. I found it. Meet me here Sunday. And he provided a location I will not repeat. I didn't respond right away. I hadn't heard from him in almost 2 years, and suddenly he wants to meet? I did a quick Google search on the location. It wasn't too far, but still an isolated area. I showed Anna the text. She convinced me to go. Matt had been our friend, and maybe I'd get some material to work on another game. Besides, maybe after this, Matt would finally get over his obsession and move on. On Sunday, I arrived at the location Matt gave me a few minutes after the designated time. There was an old beat-up car sitting on the roadside. As I pulled up next to it, the driver got out. "Finally," Matt said as I got out of my car. "Good to see you too," I responded. I was going to say something else, but Matt's appearance made me stop. He looked emaciated, like he'd forgotten to eat for several days. His eyes were sunken, a look I had seen on classmates after all-night study sessions. His hair was long and disheveled. There were patches of beard on his face, as if he shaved quickly and messily. "Matt?" I finally said. "What happened to you?" "I told you, I found it," he responded. "In some old police reports." "No," I said. "I mean, you look like a mess. When's the last time you ate, or even had a decent night's sleep?" "You sound like my parents," Matt responded scornfully. "They never understood my goals. They just kept pushing me to go to college or find a job. They never understood." He led me into the woods. Bugs buzzed around my head. The sounds of animals scurrying in the brush and birds overhead. For a moment, it felt like old times. Walking through the woods again in search of things that don't exist. Matt remained silent as we walked. I was hoping he would say something. Anything about where we were going. Finally, I had to say something. "Are you going to tell me why you're still after this lake?" I asked. "After all the ghosts, monsters, and assorted other things we chased, why is this lake still so damn important?" "Because all of that other stuff is BS," he said flatly. "Small-minded humans trying to understand something they can't." "What makes you so sure?" I asked. Matt stopped and glared at me. "I'll explain once we get there." We walked deeper into the woods silently. I don't know how long we walked, and I was regretting my decision to come. The vegetation looked wrong. The plants were sickly, with a grayish tint. It was then I realized how quiet the woods had become. I'm no biologist, but I know nature is not silent. There should be bugs, birds, and animals scurrying. The forest should be alive with noise, but there was only silence. The only time nature was this silent was during a snowstorm or some dangerous predator nearby. The trees grew closer together. The grayish tint on the leaves was worse. Parts of the trunks were rotten. Finally, we stepped through the trees and there was the lake Matt had spent years seeking. Right away, I knew this was a bad place. The water was foamy and gray. The ground around the lake was barren with not even a single blade of grass. Next to the lake was a large smooth slat stone. Steeping a little closer, I could see old reddish stains. "See?" Matt said excitedly. "I told you it was real." "Yeah, great," I said, both impressed that Matt had found it, and repulsed by the atmosphere of the place. "Can we go now?" "Not yet," said Matt, and he took a tape recorder out of his pocket. He placed the device on the ground and pressed play. The sound of drums began to play. "What the hell?" I started to ask. Before I could finish, Matt began to chant. I have no idea what he said. I couldn't recognize the language and wouldn't even know where to begin to write it down. As Matt chanted, I heard the sound of wings above us, and large bats were flying overhead. The water of the lake had begun to bubble and foam. "Matt?" I shouted. "What the hell are you doing?" Matt stopped chanting. "It called to me," he explained. "In my dreams, it reached out to me, told me how to find this place. All those rumors and weird things that happened in this area, that was it, trying to lure people here." Matt reached for a hunting knife on his belt that I hadn't noticed before. It was worshipped as the link between the gods and men, but then the police raided the place and ruined things, he explained. The surface of the lake looked like a pot of boiling water. The surface was bubbling and frothing madly. A foul stench began to come from the lake, the smell of rot and decay. Matt walked towards me, his knife at the ready. It wants the old ways back. It wants a cult again. It wants sacrifices, all those sightings of ghosts, demons, and whatever. It was trying to draw people back here. Matt lunged at me with the knife. I stepped back to avoid a strike. What the hell is wrong with you? I demanded. I'm sorry, Matt said. I need a sacrifice. It has to be this way. Matt swung the knife again. Instinctively, I raised my arm to defend myself. I prevented it from hitting my neck, but it cut deep into my left arm. I staggered back toward the flat stone. Matt lunged forward again. I sidestepped his attack, then grabbed him. I used Matt's momentum to swing him around and threw him into the large stone. He tripped over it and tumbled towards the shore. Matt stood up, but my attention was captured by something past him in the lake. Something had broken the surface. A large, white form was rising up from the water. I don't think any words I have can properly describe this horror. The closest I can get is a mound of melted white trash bags. The stench was now almost overwhelming. Several spots on this mass were luminous in the shadowy glen. I had the crazy notion that those were its eyes. Matt had gotten to his feet again and was stepping over the flat stone. In a moment, equal parts desperation and inspiration, I grabbed a baseball-sized rock from the ground and hurled it at Matt. Luck or something else was on my side. The stone hit him in the head and sent him back to the ground, a small trickle of blood coming from his hairline. I was looking for another weapon when Matt screamed. I looked up to see the thing in the lake had wrapped some kind of tentacle or appendage around Matt's leg and was pulling him towards it. Help! Matt screamed. He sliced the tentacles with his knife. When that failed, he clawed at the ground desperately, trying to keep away from this thing. I stood transfixed as Matt fought for his survival. Help, please, Matt shouted again. Just moments before he had tried to kill me, but he was still my friend. I ran forward and grabbed Matt's hand. I braced myself against the flat stone and tried to pull him free. The thing in the lake was strong. It did not want to give up such a meal after so many years. I pulled as hard as I could. We might have been in that stalemate for hours until one of us tired. However, my hand was wet with blood from the knife wound. I tried to hold on, but it was not possible. I felt Matt's hand slide from the blood-slicked hand and towards the thing. I watched transfixed in horror as he was pulled into the shapeless mass, screaming fear and pain. I could see his flesh being eaten away by the creature's mass. It was dissolving him alive. If I had a gun, I would have shot Matt to save him the pain. His screams got louder as he was now up to his waist. Matt's screams finally stopped when his chest was halfway submerged. His face was frozen with pain and fear. With his screams silenced, I could hear a faint sucking sound of the thing absorbing what had been my friend. Once Matt was gone, the thing's tentacles appeared again, this time edging its way towards me. I turned and ran from that hellish lake. I don't know how I found my car again, and have no memory of getting back to my dorm. The next thing I remember was waking up in the hospital, with Anna and a man sitting next to me. My roommate had found me passed out on the floor bleeding and called 911. Anna was called after that. She was at my side once her class was over. The man was Detective Philip Lagrasse, a man who came from a long line of law enforcement. Once he was permitted by the doctor overseeing my care, he questioned me about where Matt was. Anna told him about the text and that I was going to meet him. Matt's parents were found dead, their throats cut while they slept. From the look of the bodies, they had been dead at least a week. They had found some of Matt's clothes with his parents' blood on them. The money his father kept in the house was gone. They suspected Matt had become angry with his parents and killed them, stealing the money to start a new life somewhere else. I told Detective Lagrasse about Matt's obsession with the unknown lake, and that he had dragged me into the woods to find it. I couldn't let anyone else find that lake, so I told the detective that once we were deep in the woods, Matt had pulled a knife and attacked me, cutting my arm. We struggled and I knocked him down and struck his head on a rock. Once he was down, I ran. I gave the detective the location of Matt's car. Once they inspected the car, they found the missing money and what they considered to be proof of his plan to disappear. Detective LaGrasse confided in me the police feel Matt is dead. Their theory is Matt suffered a concussion when his head hit the rock and, in a delusional state, he wandered deeper into the woods rather than towards his car and had succumbed to the elements or a predator more than capable of taking down an injured human. Detective LaGrasse assured me no charges would be brought against me, as all evidence pointed to Matt being emotionally unstable and very capable of murder. In their eyes, it was a clear case of self-defense. I'd like to believe it was the thing's influence that changed Matt and drove him to those horrible acts. I hope that he is in a better place, since seeing that white polypus thing, I have been suffering a nightmare. I find myself in a great city made of Titan stone. The proportions of the place are all wrong. I hear a deep voice chanting the same thing Matt did on that day. The words haunt my mind and I still cannot tell what language it is. I will not even try to phonetically write down what is being said. I feel a pull at my mind, something whispering to me, offers of power and freedom from the monotonous life. Was this what infected Matt? Anna and I are going to be leaving Louisiana soon. She's been accepted to a school in New York. I've applied to the same school. I can only pray that New York is beyond this thing's reach. As per the college curriculum, I'm required to take some science classes for my general education credits. Considering all of the horror stories of how bad biology and chemistry classes were, I figured geography would be one of the easier classes to take. Well, I didn't research into the exact geography class I was taking, so by the time I realized it was a decently tough class, it was too late. However, the starting stench of it wore off after a while, especially after getting help from my professor, Dr. Carter. Unlike most professors at my school, Dr. Carter tried to take the class as easy as possible, and he was more than willing to take time out of his day to sit with students and help teach the material. I met with him during his office hours once or twice every month to get help on the material, and each time, he made it so much easier to understand the work before me. Throughout our 6 or so meetings, I got to know Dr. Carter quite well. Even though he was small and a skinny middle-aged man, he was heavy into outdoor stuff. He had told us in class some of his adventures hiking in national parks, deep-sea diving, and exploring out into areas none of us had even heard of. It was very evident he was passionate about his hobbies, and I have a strong feeling that he would have done it full-time had he not become a teacher. Also in our meetings, as we would wrap up going over material, Dr. Carter would ask me how things were going. He always liked to hear how his students were handling other classes, and just college life in general. He would share what he was currently trying to do at the moment, which was mostly exploring. During our last meeting in person together, he told me that he was having trouble searching for some mine shaft out in a desert-like area, way out on the outskirts of the university's town. I've been trying to find it for a month now, he told me. I've been exploring and hiking in that area for a while, and not once did I ever see it. But on that one day, I found it there. I don't know how to describe it. What did you say it was again? I asked him. It was a mine shaft or cave, he said. I think it was the former because its entrance was a large hole in the ground, and the only way to go down inside it was by using a connected ladder. I know that area like the back of my hand, and I've been there every weekend since I've seen it, but I haven't seen it since. So why do you keep looking for it? I asked. It might have been a mirage or something like that. I felt something while I was there, this feeling of bliss. Like, whatever was down there was nothing but amazing. I know it sounds weird, but I had never felt a feeling like that before in my life, and I want to feel it again. I looked at him when he said that. His gray eyes were full of fascination and desperation. If it wasn't evident how much he wanted to find it by how he was speaking, the look in his eyes made it crystal clear. Look, that might be a bad idea, I said. I don't know why, but I felt that something was off about this mine shaft. Oh, I know, he said. The whole thing sounds sketchy for sure, But I have to prove to myself that what I saw was in fact real, and I really want to experience that feeling again and explore what is down there. Both perplexed and creeped out by his fascination for this mysterious mineshaft, I decided to leave. I told Dr. Carter to be careful, and that if he ever found it again, to let me know. He told me he would, and I walked out of his office. That was the last time I saw Dr. Carter before our school shut down due to the pandemic. Later that week, he sent us an email stating that he was going to post all our remaining homework and class activities online, and that he would be available via video conference in case we needed help with anything. Since I just wanted to get everything over with, I decided to complete all of the homework way before the end of the year. After doing so, all that was left to do was to wait for the final exam. We had taken our latest exam the day before the official shutdown, so this would be the only exam being given online for the class. I found the last part of the material pretty understandable, so I felt no need to ever contact Dr. Carter, and the story of that mineshaft fell into the back compartment of my brain. Dr. Carter would email us once or twice a week, letting us know of any errors or updates to any remaining homework and such. He also sent a link to use in order to contact him in case we had any questions or concerns regarding the class. However, he sent his last email to the class 2 weeks ago. I wasn't the only one who noticed. Some of the other students in our class group chat also mentioned that they noticed Dr. Carter hadn't been answering any emails or video calls for a while now. With the exam inching closer and closer, many of the students began to freak out more and more. He had told us early on what the exam would be on, but of course, there would be other students who wanted to talk to him just one more time before the exam took place. A part of me did worry a bit for Dr. Carter. In fact, after remembering our last meeting, I began wondering if he indeed had found the mineshaft, but either got hurt or stuck without alerting anyone beforehand. It's not like I could do much to help. He never told me where exactly he had seen this place, and I lived in another city, so I had no clue where to even look. Still, I did send an email to both Dr. Carter and the head of the geography department at my school. The department head responded very quickly, saying that she had been hearing about him not replying back, and that if she didn't hear back within 24 hours, then she would be calling the police to perform a wellness check. She promised to update me if she heard back, and I told her I would do the same. This morning, I heard the phone ding with an email notification. I looked to see I had received an email from Dr. Carter. I let out a sigh of relief as I opened it, expecting to see another update about the exam or an email from him personally saying that he was okay. Instead, all that it contained was a link. I checked back to his older emails, and it was the same link he had used for people to video call him with. I did feel slightly concerned when I noticed that. Why would he send just a link to his students? But then, I noticed that I seemed to be the only person receiving this email. To clarify, the to bar in each of his emails would be jam-packed with 100 other email addresses, as he always sent out his emails in one large group. In this email, however, it was just me. I don't know why, but something felt very, very wrong about this email. Yet, I still wanted to make sure he was at least alive, so I decided to click the link and call him. I sat in the waiting room for about 5 minutes, and just when I was about to leave, I heard the other end pick up.
Hello?
Dr. Carter said in a weird, almost completely different voice. I looked up and felt chills go down my spine. Dr. Carter was staring at me through the computer with this large smile plastered on his face. But then I noticed some other peculiarities. Part of his hair looked like it had been ripped out of his scalp. Some of his front teeth were now gone. And he had several bruises on his face. His eyes were also opened as wide as possible. Hi, Doctor," I said.
So good to see you again.
He responded, a smile still wide on his lips. Did you find that place you were looking for?" I asked him.
Oh, indeed.
He responded gleefully.
I went down there, and can you guess what I found?
I remained silent, not finding the ability to open my mouth and speak out of fear.
Go on, yes.
He said. "That feeling you felt?" I said, a quiver of fear in my voice.
Yeah. But not only that,
I even found a gift for my troubles. I found some new friends.
Wait, what? I son.
You know, I kind of wished others could have come with me, because they all wanted to leave. I could bring only one home, though. I couldn't fit the rest. The remaining ones still need a new home, but more people need to come visit them for that to happen. It would be quite the adventure indeed.
I was petrified as I watched him gleefully say this, his eyes and smile seemingly getting wider. I truly thought Dr. Carter had lost his mind, and what I was experiencing before me was a Class A breakdown.
I even found it on a map so I can show it to you.
He said.
That way, you can go on your own if you want.
Dr. Carter got up from his chair and began walking to a closet behind him. That's when things got scarier. His walk was so deformed. I can't even describe it correctly, but the closest thing I can think of is if all the bones in his legs were broken, but he could still manage to hold all of his weight. I looked at his pants, and I noticed what appeared to be claw marks running up and down them. I even noticed that the back of his shirt was also ripped, and a major open wound was visible inside the holes. He then turned back to the camera while carrying the map. I became fixated on the crazy look in his eyes. That's when I noticed something I had missed earlier that made my stomach drop, and all the blood inside me turned to ice. His once gray eyes were now the color blue. Doctor? What happened to your eyes? I asked as I moved my cursor over to the end call button, anticipating the worst. Dr. Carter stopped walking and dropped the map to the ground. He looked up at me, and I discovered his smile had disappeared. His face began contorting into one of extreme anger and astonishment, like I had discovered his darkest secret. Then, Dr. Carter opened his mouth almost twice as large as any human could, and let out the most unhuman, ear-piercing shriek I'd ever heard. I threw my headphones away from my head while I clicked the end call button, just as Dr. Carter lunged toward the screen. I sat in my chair, catching my breath for a few minutes. I then called the police to let them know what had just happened. The dispatcher told me that she would be sending an officer over to my house to take my statement, and that she would be contacting Dr. Carter's town's police department to check on him. Since I lived a bit of the way outside my town, I knew it would take some time for the police to arrive to my house. I called my mom, whose place of employment was still open despite the pandemic, to let her know what just happened. Given how distressed I was on the phone, she told me she was on her way home and would let me know when she got into the neighborhood. I sat in my room, practically shaking from the fear inside of me. About 10 minutes later, I heard a knock on the door, and a muffled voice sang, "Police." I got up and quickly approached the door. As I passed by the main window, I saw both my mom's car and the police car parked in the driveway. I checked my phone, but the last text I had gotten from my mom was the day prior. She always texted me when she got in the neighborhood, yet her car was parked and empty in our driveway. I then heard the voice say, "Police," again, and I felt my entire world collapse around me when I realized that it was the same voice I had first heard come from Dr. Carter.
Even after all these years, I can still remember the way it smelled, the way it behaved. It was an abomination. I can feel my own life waning, and I need to tell my story. It was almost 60 years ago, right around this time of year in the very late summer. The fall winds had swept down from the north, and the leaves had already begun to turn into swirling reds, dancing oranges, and vibrant yellows. The air was crisp and cool, and to us, all of that meant hunting season. To anyone who grew up in the country like me, you'd understand the excitement and thirst for the season, whether it was taking down big game or just going on hunting trips with your father or friends, trekking across the countryside and camping under the stars. It is a fleeting experience, and I am not writing this to scare anyone away from it. Well, the many live in their cushy little apartments and dwell in their industrial palaces. Those of us in the wild understand that our lifestyles are very different. I don't expect any of you, especially those of you who have hardly dipped their toes into the country, to believe me. But if you've read this far, I hope you continue. For all you know, this might just save your life. The family ranch
which I still live in to this very day with my children and grandchildren, is in Wyoming, somewhat close to Great Falls if anyone's been there. Growing up, my father, grandfather, uncles, and their friends would often share stories of their adventures on the hunt. I'll admit, it definitely was great to grow up with them. Once I'd started entering adulthood, my grandfather was getting older and mostly stuck close to the ranch with grandma, but my father would still occasionally go out on hunts with me. Once I was old enough, I would go out with just my friends sometimes. One of my best friends growing up was Bud. Bud was 19 with long, shaggy brown hair, stubble, and a little bit of a beer gut. There was also my younger brother, Don, but we just called him Donnie. He was 17, lean, and had wits shrewder than my own. One day, Bud and I decided that we'd go on an extended hunt in Yellowstone. Times were different back then, and you could do much more than today. There were no cell phones or internet back then. We only had each other to rely on. Donnie insisted on bringing along his girlfriend, Elle, to which we obliged, so long as she didn't get in the way. He always had a way with women that I lacked, but most of the ones he brought home were clingy, and more of the girly type, which is why I was surprised to see that, on the day of our departure, Elle was donned in full hunting attire, her earthy brown hair pulled back, and a large spear in her hand. Donnie had a rifle slung over his shoulder, smiling as he saw my reaction. "Good to see y'all," said Bud. "You too, Tim," he said to me, shaking my hand. "I'm Elle." She shook our hands. "Donnie told me so much about you all." I smiled. She was a country girl, that was for sure, but she spoke and carried herself highly sophisticated. I wondered how my brother managed to score a girl like her. She seemed nothing like the others, but looked the same. His beer gut was growing ever so slightly every time I saw him, but had his 12 gauge along with a rifle like Donnie. We loaded up our tents and our supplies into the back of Bud's rusty old pickup truck that he still had from his 16th birthday, and we sped off. Most of the drive was uneventful. We caught up on our lives and shared stories, as well as having periods of silence. By the time we'd arrived at the border of the park, it was the late afternoon. We slowed down to pass by the ranger station, and the young ranger let us through. It was many more miles until we reached a large parking lot area, which was mostly empty aside from a few scattered trucks. Though, upon closer inspection, their dashboards were very dusty, and their hoods had some bird droppings on them. "Sweet," shouted Bud as he pulled into the lot. "I've never seen this place so deserted. My pa and I used to go here every couple of years, all the way from Great Falls." Bud lived closer to the town than we did. It was less frequented, but damn, we'll have the whole forest to ourselves. We unpacked the truck and began to haul our supplies off the back of the truck. It would be a heavy load, but well worth it. We were startled to find someone up behind us. "You there," the man behind us said in the raspy voice of a lifelong smoker. Behind me, I found a very tall, older-looking man with graying hair and a short beard. His skin was leathery and had clearly seen much of the sun in its day. He was leaning over a smooth, wooden walking stick. I jumped back, causing him to chuckle. "I didn't mean to startle you guys. I just wanted to ask if you were all going out into the green." "Yeah, why?" said Elle, chewing on a stick of jerky. He smiled, revealing his crooked, pointy teeth, most of which were yellowing. He wore an old military jacket and a dirty white t-shirt underneath. "I've been hearing some strange rumors of people going missing in these woods at night. People go into the forest, and they never come out," he said with a very serious look. "People just like you all. Just look at this parking lot. It's desolate. Now I've been a ranger here for decades, and have never heard anything like that before. Anyway, I feel as though I am obligated to accompany y'all. I promise I won't get in the way. And I know my wife would feel a lot more comfortable if I was with someone else. They sure as hell don't pay me enough for this." He chuckled. I wasn't sure what to think. Everyone else had unsure glances, but eventually, Bud stepped forward and shook his hand, breaking the silence at last. "The name's Bud. And you are?" "Virgil," he said with a pleasant smile. Everyone else still looked a bit unnerved. He laughed. "I didn't mean to scare y'all. I've been ranging here for many years, and I ain't never seen any of this shit. Probably just those devious little brats trying to scare people. It's bad for business, you know?" Everyone else introduced themselves, and Virgil seemed kind enough on the walk-in. I hoped that he wouldn't get in the way, or make us follow some weird rules, as was typical of the rangers when they showed up. We just made it to the edge of the forest pathway, when I noticed that Virgil didn't have anything aside from his long, wooden walking stick and a small, leather satchel. I couldn't help but comment, "No tools or weapons?" "No, sir. All I need is my trusty walking stick. I found this around, 18 or so years ago. This very same night, I was attacked by one of those damn mountain lions. Damn thing would have torn my whole arm off had I not had this." He showed me some deep scratches and claw marks on the wood. Crazy old man, thought to myself with a chuckle. One of these days, he's gonna wish he had a machete or a hatchet. After a couple hours of walking, the sun was finally starting to set, so we set up camp in a nice clearing at the edge of a forest in a field. With Virgil's help, we had a roaring fire going in no time, and it was warm. The chilly, night air was abated, creating a warm bubble of safety around the camp. We'd not found any game to pursue, so we just opened up our tins and roasted up some beef on some cast iron skillets above the fire. There was a certain charm to cooking naturally, that we all knew. We all gathered around the fire closely as the night pressed in. "So Virgil, how often do you go out ranging here?" said Elle, taking a bite of her crispy steak bits. He hearkened for a moment, glancing upward. "Oh, it's every couple of months. It used to be more when I was younger, but these old bones don't work quite like they used to. Plus my missus gets all angry when I'm away too long. How about you kids? Come here often? I don't reckon I've seen y'all before." "Oh no," said Donnie. "This is our first time out in Yellowstone. Except for Bud. He's been here a few times." "Yeah, me and my pa used to come up here every few years. But he's getting old now," said Bud. "Old? Can't be as old as me," Virgil said with a chuckle, taking a bite from his crispy steak bits and wiping his beard and mouth off with his sleeve. "Well, I'm glad to see someone else coming up here. We get so few these days." "You think it's the rumors?" I said. "Could be, but then again, most people just go to the prettier areas. Not much around here except for forests and fields. Still, the game is good. I expect tomorrow we'll have a lot of goodies. That's my favorite part about being here. Hell, that's why I've stuck around so much. Maybe I'll bring something back for the missus. Usually, I bring her back a keepsake." "Where are you from again?" "Oh, I'm from Great Falls in Montana, you know?" I was elated when he said that. "You're from Great Falls too?" I said with glee. "Yeah, lovely place. Grew up there." "Wow, I can't believe I've never seen you before. Do you go to the bar on Old Street too?" "No, I usually go to the other one. Oh, you must mean the one near the museum." "Yeah, that's the one. The wife doesn't like my late nights there, but she yammers on constantly." "Wow, so cool to meet someone else from Great Falls," said Bud. We exchanged stories around the fire, and I actually felt surprised. Virgil didn't seem like such a stranger anymore, and I don't think anyone else was uncomfortable with him joining the group. We slept well, and when we woke up, Virgil was just returning to camp. "Good morning, y'all," he said with a smile. "Wakey, wakey. You guys overslept." He threw a freshly killed squirrel on the ground. "The game is great today." He washed his hands off with a flask of water, wiping some blood off. "Maybe you just wake up too early," said Elle, crawling out of her and Donnie's tent. A dazed Donnie, waking up behind her. I crawled out to meet a nice, dew-covered morning. The air was fresh and I could tell the day would be fair. "Alright, so I'm thinking we can split up to cover more ground," said Virgil. "The 5 of us would just make a ruckus." "I want to go with Virgil," I shouted. "No fair," said Bud. "Fine, I'll go with him tomorrow." Virgil just smiled and grabbed that walking stick of his, but handed Donnie the 12 gauge and then took his rifle and slung it over his shoulder. Elle took her spear and her rifle as well, and the 3 of them branched off. On the way out, we waved goodbye to the rest of the party and headed off into the forest, while the others went off into the field. "I must have made quite the impression on you all. I'm honored," said Virgil. His eyes peered at me as he walked with his stick, the leaves crunching beneath our feet as we advanced. He ran his fingers through his dusty hair and continued walking. I'm just glad to meet someone else from Great Falls. What an amazing coincidence. You should come back home with us. You'd love my ranch. Wouldn't that be nice? I'd love to meet your father and whoever else lives there. It'd really be an honor to meet other people living there. Do you have any family in Great Falls? I said innocently. He peered at me with sad eyes before turning to face sternly ahead. I did. They were all wiped out in the war. That's why I came out here. To keep to myself mostly, aside from the missus. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring back memories that I'm sure are painful for you. It's alright. It was a long time ago, and I never get along with my father much. But the rest was a great loss. My father fought in the war. Maybe you knew him, I said with a smile. It'd be such an honor to meet another veteran. I haven't seen any in so long. Oh, look. The mood suddenly shifted as he gestured to a hare. I pulled out my rifle and handed it to him, figuring he'd want to take the shot. No, that's alright. I've never been much good with a gun. He handed it back to me. Odd, I thought, as he was a ranger. I scoped the hare out, and within the next few seconds, we had a fresh kill. Bullseye, he said with a clap. You know, Tim, I wasn't sure about you guys at first, but you've truly shown me what great people you are. I've not trusted the youngsters as of late, rumors and all, but you've proven to me how resourceful you are. Tonight, I want to show you some of my ranging techniques so that you can carry them on when I'm gone, since I have no living sons or relatives anymore. Of course, absolutely. It'd be such an honor to learn from you. You must know so much, I said excitedly. To think that this master ranger would be showing me some of his tips would just be fascinating. He smiled, and we continued on. We'd gathered quite a lot of animals during the day, and it was starting to get dark again. I told Virgil that we'd better start heading back, as we were very deep in the forest now, and this was unfamiliar territory, for me at least. He agreed, and we began to head back. It wasn't until maybe an hour later when I noticed we weren't getting closer to camp. In fact, we seemed to be getting further away. I could only tell when the sun was setting, and it was in the wrong direction. I opened my mouth to speak, but stopped once I realized Virgil was leading the way. That's odd. Why would he be leading me deeper into the forest? Virgil, are you sure we're going the right way? I asked with a faint tremble in my voice. He stopped dead in his tracks. We can't go back to camp. Not yet. I need to show you something. Virgil, come on. This isn't cool. I don't want to be in the forest at night, especially when people have been disappearing around here. You said it yourself. Oh, Tim, please, he said mockingly. We're two master rangers in our natural territory. I honestly don't think we have anything to worry about. Maybe you're right, I said, continuing to follow him. It was soon very dark and I could no longer see anything, but still, Virgil continued onward, until at last, we reached a small clearing in the forest. The moonlight illuminated the area. There was a cold wind and a very strong feeling of disquiet in the air. Dread was in the forest all around us, and I could feel my heart begin to pound. Don't be afraid, he said with a smile, standing in the center of the clearing. The forest around us was deathly quiet, and I could hear no animals or even bugs chirping. It was too silent. In the light, his skin looked extremely pale, and his face very gaunt. His eyes were cold and emotionless. I was frozen, absolutely paralyzed. His veins grew tense and popped out as he inhaled heavily. I feel so alive, he said. Virgil stood there motionless. The wind blew even stronger, and this time there was a horrible, rotting stench. It smelled like numerous dead carcasses, but almost worse. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't find my voice. Eventually, I fell to my knees and retched up my stomach. He just stood there, basking in the moonlight, and then he spoke, and his voice was as terrible as the night itself. It was like a sick animal trying to poorly imitate human speech. He sounded disfigured. This wasn't the kind old man who I'd been with all day. This was someone else. He spat up a bit of bile. Do you smell that? He said with a little chuckle. Yeah, it's hard to miss. This is where I do it. Those are the others," he said. I was very confused, but I didn't like what I was hearing all the same. Do what?" He then turned to face me, and his stare was cold and emotionless. The moon shone through the clouds briefly, illuminating what was numerous dead carcasses and bones of disfigured and mangled creatures scattered all around the clearing, forming a circle of bones. I knew I felt a crunch on the walk in, but I thought it to be a twig. Is it possible that was something else? I thought to myself. It was sickening. A lone owl hooted from somewhere in the forest, but everything else was still silent. Back during the war, we were landing in Okinawa. My boyhood friends were blown to bits and pieces. Some burned. I can still hear their screams. The same could be said about those dogs we were fighting. They bled like the rest of us. I was one of the ones who were carried off in chains to a prison camp, along with my squadron. Where are you going with this? Weeks and months went by. We knew the war would end soon, but we didn't know how soon. Many of my friends dropped dead from disease, famine, or just couldn't live with it anymore. Sometimes they'd have us do long marches, where we walked from camp to camp. If you fell out of line, they'd put a bullet in your head and keep walking. Or maybe they'd just stick a sword in your throat and call it a day. The stench was unbearable at first, but soon I grew accustomed to it. I'm sorry. That must have been horrible. It was. The younger ones were the first to go. Their bodies just couldn't handle it. Those damn dogs killed without a second thought. Then came the diseases, and worst of all, the famine. We were starving and there was no other way. The war coming to an end soon was enough to fuel us till the end. But we were starving. When I saw some of the diseased lying peacefully in their cots before the enemy dogs collected their bodies to be incinerated or whatever they did, I did what I did and what I had to do. Have you ever tasted human flesh? I found my strength and rose to my feet. It's you, I said sternly, clutching my stomach. You're the one who was making people disappear in the forest. When I said that, he stared me down, his eyes looking even more ruthless than before. I need to eat. I've been hungry for too long. Travelers seldom come here, and I am really hungry. I wasn't always like this, but once I tasted my first bite, I realized how invigorating it was. You'd understand if you tried it too. It allows me to do incredible things and makes me strong. Got me out of that wretched prison. The others scorned and hated me, but I'd never felt more alive. Eventually, my deeds were forgotten and so was I, but I just couldn't stop. Who are you? I shouted, realizing I might become this sicko's next meal. The thought of my guts sloshing around and digesting in his stomach made me feel beyond sick. My name is Virgil, and my story was true. But for the rest of it, I lied to you. I'm not really from your wretched little town. The forest is my home, and the sky my shelter. I heard your friend, a fat one, mention a name as you pulled in. I needed you guys to trust me, and trust me you did. How could you? We trusted you. I thought you thought of me like a son. I've known you for the better part of a day, and you don't know me, and I don't know you. How many others have been here? Lots. Too many to count. But you're the first one who's made it this far. I'll admit, I did enjoy telling my story to someone who listened. It does get awfully lonely out here. I was almost considering sparing you. Think about it. If we work together, there's nothing we couldn't do. He pleaded. In hindsight, I should have played along with his game. But at the moment, I simply grew enraged. No, I won't let you keep terrorizing innocent hikers. I shouted. I had such high hopes, he said with feigned sadness. This thing had no remorse. He didn't care if I lived or died. So be it. Because I kind of like you, I plan on giving you a quick death. So long as you don't try and struggle, let go. Make it easier for me. No, I shouted ferociously. Leave us alone, please. I begged. Virgil started laughing. He popped open his wooden walking stick to reveal a hidden, long blade. I tried to jump back, but he was faster, and his blade was long. With one swift strike, it lacerated my shoulder. My veins and muscles popped and bled as I collapsed into one knee. I screamed in aggravation. I reached for my rifle. The pain was overwhelming, but Virgil was still faster. I barely managed to pull it out and fire a shot before he slapped it away. I turned to run, but I felt a slapping sting in my back before the ground rushed up to meet me. I managed to roll over, and I saw Virgil standing over me. He looked grotesquely tall, towering over me. Please, relax. I've done this many times with many different groups of people. You can fight, as many others have tried to. Better men and women than you. But I'm stronger than you. I'm faster than you. I can see you in the darkness. And I can smell you. Now more than ever with that wound. Flesh makes me strong. So very strong. Let it go, and let it happen. You have no choice. Your best hope now is that you go quickly. But I cannot let you warn the others. Tainted meat is no good. When the prey sees the knife, it ruins the meat. The first kill is always the toughest. I started kicking and fighting, trying to get him off me, but he had me completely pinned. What would your wife think of this? I shouted, trying to appeal to any sense of mercy or reasoning he had, but he simply laughed. My wife? Oh, Tim, no. I haven't had a wife in 20 years. Not since I butchered her too. She never was the same after the war anyhow. First, I cut off her hands and feet, just like I'm going to do to you. I'm going to chop them off, but if you're lucky, I'll cut your throat first so that you don't have to suffer. At least she went quickly. The poor woman had no fight left in her, but I like a nice little fight, so I don't think I'll let you go off the hook that easily. No more quick death for you, he said with a little chuckle. He dragged me by my feet back into the circle. With his sharp blade, he began to saw at my hands and feet. I could now see his smile fully, and his teeth were even sharper than I remember them being. They were jagged, crooked, and yellowing. Did he file them into points? I thought in horror. Once I kill you, the rest will come looking for you, he said with a disgusting laugh. Just as he broke my skin, he halted and gasped. The wind being knocked out of him, Virgil twisted around, his spine crackling as he did. I saw a hatchet sticking partially up his upper back, which I promptly yanked out. He screamed a sound so horrible that I was sure my ears would bleed. Bud was standing behind him with his rifle. I heard the gunshot and I was nearby. He shouted, "Get off of him." That won't save you, said Virgil. He charged at Bud. A single bullet pierced his thick, leathery skin, tearing off a piece of his shoulder, but it didn't even seem to faze him. Virgil was in bloodlust and thirsty for a taste. He was soon on him. He tore into Bud's flesh, ripping his tendons apart, eating his flesh and drinking his blood. I screamed at the top of my lungs and ran. The pain on my shoulder and back were blindingly terrible, but I ran and ran and ran. I swear I heard Virgil's footsteps behind me. Whatever it was certainly faster than me. Back at camp, Elle and Donnie were stunned to see me all bloody. "Oh my goodness, what happened?" she shouted. "Donnie, get the first aid kit." "And where the hell are Virgil and Bud?" "Bud? He's dead," said a voice coming from the forest. It was Virgil. I heard the gunshots. Came as quickly as I could. Sure enough, Virgil stood over there, putting up a worried facade. His neck and clothes were still drenched in blood, and he reeked of death. I tried to help him, but he was already bleeding out badly by the time I got to him. I think he got into a fight with Tim or something. I tried to stop him, but Tim bolted away from me. "No, that's not true," I shouted, but I knew that his story was perfectly believable. He was calm and collected. His word was impeccable, and it was as if he'd known exactly what to say to turn the last of the group against me. It also didn't help that I was holding a bloody hatchet in my hand. I got a dirty look from Elle, and a horrified look from Donnie. They patched up my shoulder and Virgil's too, along with his back, before bringing my hands and keeping me under direct watch. When they both rose to grab some more supplies, Virgil shot me the faintest of grins. He's got me. He's got us. I wanted to scream, but it would have done no good. He was too experienced, too cold, too calculating. He'd planned out every possible outcome of this night. No matter what we did, he'd always be one step ahead of us. His grin had completely gone and reverted back to a fake, sorrowful look when Donnie and Elle returned. Donnie stood up and walked off with me into the field. No, stop. Don't leave her alone with him. I wanted to say, but my voice wasn't strong enough. We were far out in the moonlit fields by the time Donnie stopped. I could still see the camp nearby, a flicker of fire in my sight. You need to tell me exactly what happened, said Donnie in a very serious tone. I could see him holding his handgun, and it scared me. Would my own brother really kill me? The thought was disquieting to say the least. Donnie, I swear on everything. Virgil is going to kill us. He murdered Bud. He tried to murder me. Check my feet. He tried to chop them off. Stop it, Tim. You're scaring me. He's going to kill Elle. Please listen to me. We can't leave them alone. You've got to believe me. I've known Bud since I was a boy, and that psychopath killed him, and then he... I paused. And then he ate him. Some of him. I wanted to say, but I couldn't find the words to say it. He what? It doesn't matter, but he needs to die. We need to go if it's not too late. Do you trust me? I trust you, he said. But how can I be sure you didn't just hit your head and saw things? You're asking me to kill someone in cold blood. Remember last night's dinner? Virgil never gave us any information that we didn't give him before. He never mentioned the name of any bars in town until I did, and he got our hometown's name from Bud all the way back in the parking lot. Do you remember? He paused for a brief moment before his skin grew pale and he shuddered. And I never saw a badge on him, Donnie said in horror. He never had any uniform, any badge, any ranger gear. I didn't even see a nameplate on his shirt. How could we have been so stupid? He was no ranger, and we could have seen that from the beginning. He pulled out a hunting knife and cut the ropes binding my hands. We bolted forward. He was holding my arm tightly as we began to turn back to camp. We hardly made it a few steps before we both recoiled in shock as we saw Virgil was standing right in front of us. So much so that we fell onto our bottoms. He towered over us, his walking stick in hand, which he was slowly opening to reveal his long, bloody blade. Clever boys, he said with a laugh. I knew eventually you'd figure it out, but I honestly didn't think it'd be this quick. Of all the people I've killed, you all put up the strongest resistance I've ever seen. I like that. He licked his lips, revealing his blood-stained pointy teeth. I like it when they kick and scream. I'm going to chop your hands and feet off first. You sick bastard. You're going to die tonight, said Donnie rather boldly. He did not hesitate to raise up his handgun and put a round into Virgil. Virgil whipped his steel down, but he was disoriented so it merely cracked and broke some skin. Virgil shouted in pain, but before Donnie could shoot again, he jumped on top of him and started to bite. First, he sank his teeth into Donnie's shoulder, prompting a scream, but Donnie's jacket was made of tough material. There was a fierce struggle between the two, but eventually, it began to grow quieter. Fearing the worst, I reached around on the ground until I felt Virgil's blade. The wooden handle designed to look like a walking stick was still warm and smooth. He was still on top of my brother, choking him and biting him, trying to get a hold of the handgun. I walked over to them, my trembling hands grasping the blade tightly, almost choking it. With one cleave, I whipped the blade into the back of his neck. After the first chop, he immediately got up off Donnie and was on his knees, coughing up blood and sputtering, trying to scream. I was able to get one final look into his eyes. His eyes were begging me not to do it, but the words just could not escape his mouth. I struck him again, much harder this time, and in the front of his neck rather than behind. It wasn't like it was in the movies. The bones of his windpipe and neck cracked with a sickening crunch, and then the gash bled profusely, giving him a deep, red smile. His throat was open almost ear to ear. I was sure that he died with the second strike, but I wanted to make sure. He collapsed on the ground in a heap. I struck him again and again, until finally his neck was a mangled mess, and I was able to kick his head away. The grass around us was covered in a red mist, and poor Donnie was drenched as well. Looking back, it almost seems poetic, but at the time, I was horrified. Virgil was taken by the very blade he liked to use on his victims. Even with the first cut, he began to lurch up blood and scream. Maybe he was even begging for his life. I cannot say. Must have been such an alien concept to him. It was always someone else dying by his hand. But eventually, the killer became the killed. Looking back, I don't think he ever considered his own death as an option. But he got what he deserved. I don't think prison would have suited him. No prison could have held that psychopath. He'd have just kept harming and harming until they hanged him, and left him for the vultures to pick at. Donnie looked horrified at what I had done, but grateful as well. He coughed and pushed himself up after a few minutes. "I feel cold," he said, as he reached for his handgun. He crawled away from the body and tried to stand, but he couldn't. "Go find Elle. I'll be okay." I wasted no time running back to camp, dropping the blade by Virgil's body. Running into camp, I expected the worst, but I merely found Elle tied up in one of the tents, with broken glass littering the grass outside. Her shirt was somewhat torn, and her belt undone, but thankfully we made it back in time before Virgil could do something horrible to her. "Thank God you're here. That asshole hit me in the head with a beer bottle. Where's Donnie? Is he okay? Did you kill that psychopath?" "He's dead," I said, slicing her ropes open. I led her over to Donnie, and he was still recovering nearby. Elle took one look at Virgil's severed head and body, and then looked away. He was certainly dead. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was in a permanent, bleeding scream from when I killed him. She looked as though she wanted to speak, but she could not. 3 of us limped back to camp. Donnie and Elle shot glances at each other as we all collapsed in a heap near our stuff. None of us were able to sleep for a while that night. We just sat slumped over our bags looking at each other, drenched in blood and covered with wounds. I worried that either Donnie or I wouldn't make it until the next morning. The sense of death was heavy in the air by the next morning, and with every breath that I drew, filled my nostrils. My shoulder stung like a hornet as I awoke, but with some help, we were able to tear everything down. I heard the roaring of an engine quickly approaching. It was a truck. A couple of game wardens and rangers came out of it that morning, likely smelling the scent of death and rot, as well as hearing gunshots. I clutched Donnie's handgun until I saw that they had legitimate badges and uniforms. "Good God," one of them said, eyeing Virgil's corpse. They made it down to our campsite. Their rifles were drawn. "What is the meaning of this?" the same one said. "You haven't done murder now, have you?" "Are you kidding me?" said Elle. "Forgive us," Donnie said with a cough. "That man tried to murder us. He's been killing hikers and hunters for a long time. He tried to kill us, but now we are rid of him." "Well, I'll be damned," said the lead ranger in a thick country accent, pulling off his hat to reveal a balding head of short graying hair. "We've been looking for that guy for a long time. I'm going to leave him out for the vultures and the worms. He doesn't deserve anything more than that. Hope you gave him the death that he deserved. I almost caught him once, 15 years ago. Makes me sick thinking about how many people I could have saved had I killed him then. I reckon he gave this area a bad name. Come on, let's get you folks to a hospital. This ain't good. The name's Johnson, by the way," he finished. The other rangers helped carry out our stuff into the truck. It must have been the sound of an engine that roused me. At Johnson's promise, we passed by Virgil's bloated and rotting body but ignored it, though Johnson did shove Virgil's own walking stick in the dirt and then planted his head on the blade, like a spike. He must have really hated this man, I thought to myself, and for good reason. Anyone who passed by would see his horror-struck face, a glimpse into how he died. A few vultures were already picking on his remains as soon as we left. The engine finally came to a halt as we reached the parking lot, which now had an ambulance parked in it. In another truck, Bud's mangled remains were brought out and put into a body bag. I couldn't even look at it. He was my friend. Now he was dead. I was carted off into the ambulance, but Donnie and Elle were deemed safe to drive. Donnie did so, as Elle's head was still shaken up from the blunt trauma. That night was the last time I ever saw Bud again. I never returned to the park either. Bud's father shot himself upon seeing his son's mangled remains, and his mother couldn't bear to lose both her husband and son, so She found her way up to a rope soon after. Donnie and Elle married, of course, and had children of their own. They moved out farther west, to the coast, but I chose to stay on the family ranch. Donnie is an old man now, and Elle an old woman, but I doubt they've forgotten this just as I haven't. After those events, my life went on a downward spiral. I started smoking and gambling, but I at least was able to save the farm and find a woman I could call my wife. She helped me so much, but the damage was done. It's been decades, and the tumors I brought upon myself from my smoking are slowly draining the life out of me. It's getting worse every day, but I needed to tell my story before I was gone. I hope that anyone else who made camp as I did acts more carefully and pays keener attention to small details. I could have saved more people had I known better. Only one thing remains certain to this very day. I encountered pure evil in the woods that night.
My twin sister Janessa was murdered at the age of 16. I witnessed it like a coward from atop a tree in the forest where it happened. I actually blacked out the memory for a while. I knew she was dead, but I couldn't remember how it happened. It wasn't until I tried therapy that it slowly came back to me. I was also reminded how much my parents used to fight. Our family was planning a camping trip the day before my sister's death. Before leaving, my parents erupted into a massive fight. Janessa and I were looking forward to the trip, and once again our parents' awful communication skills ruined everything before it even happened. We snuck out the house and took a lift to the forest. We left our phones at home, not caring whether our parents would be worried sick. We enjoyed ourselves the first day. I set up our tent, made a fire, had s'mores, and did all the stuff typically associated with camping. The next morning everything changed. I woke up alone in our tent. Outside I hear my sister talking to someone. Inquisitive, I opened the tent and saw someone sitting at our now out campfire who looked just like me. The figure transformed as soon as Janessa realized it wasn't me. Together we ran off. The thing was rushing after us with heavy footsteps. I was faster than my sister and a bit more athletic. I grabbed onto a tree branch and climbed up the tree. Janessa was not so lucky. I watched it happen. I watched that thing tear my sister to pieces. I'm still haunted by her screams. I also understand now why she always appears badly mutilated in my nightmares. I stayed up in that tree overnight, my sister's corpse laying in the leaves. Her remaining eye was staring up at me. While in therapy, there was a moment when I suddenly recalled the hallucination I had the morning of my sister's death. I thought I saw her corpse clawing at the tree where I hid. She wanted me to come down and join her. It caused me to panic and cry out. A couple of men who had been camping in my area heard my screams, and at last I was rescued. My parents don't argue anymore. I hardly see them at all anymore since my sister's death. Over the last couple years, my parents have frequently gone on vacations. They don't tell me where, and I never ask. I usually wake up and find out that they left yet again. I'm out of high school now, and have no career path. I've only really had one thing on my mind since I remembered what killed Janessa. Now I'm returning to that forest where she died, and I'm going after that thing that killed her. I've been preparing for this, and if it's a Wendigo, like I've suspected, then I'm more than ready to take my revenge. This is how I'm doing it. I took a lift again. Had the driver known what I was carrying in my bags, I doubt he would have let me in. As I sat there, the realization of what I was doing grew heavy on me. What the hell am I doing? I've been talking myself up to do this for the last couple years. As much as I wanted a glorious victory, the closer I've come to this day, the more I've started to daydream about dying the same way that Janessa did. As angry as I am with my parents, I don't think they deserve to lose their only remaining child, but I just can't move on knowing that the thing's still out there. My legs were as dense as gold once I tried to exit the cab. The driver watched me awkwardly as I struggled to pull myself out, while putting my backpack on and working to carry the other supplies. Why was I doing this alone? I guess I didn't want anyone else to get hurt in this, but God, I wish I wasn't out here doing this alone. With each step I took into the forest, the more the terror numbed. I was in the domain of the Wendigo now. I wasn't entirely sure how much of the information about them was real. I knew that they could change their appearance. I know that their true form is just like the drawings people have made. There's no way to be an expert on these things unless you actually dealt with one. I'm still not sure why it decided not to come after me. Based on its size, I doubt it would have had any difficulty. Instead, I'm still alive and crazy enough to come back to pick a fight. As I set up camp, I found myself jumping at the sound of any bird call or movement by any nearby animal. The way I hammered in my tent, I knew I was calling attention to myself. In my left pocket was a gun. Like werewolves, I heard that silver bullets were necessary to kill Wendigos, but what if I was wrong? The thought had been with me ever since I stepped foot back into these woods. I stopped frequently while setting up. Behind a nearby tree, I was almost certain I could see someone watching me, then hiding behind it. I didn't bother to walk over or check it out. I finished up the tent and made up my sleeping bag inside. As I did this, I heard calls that sounded almost human off in the distance. It probably knew I was here. The minutes went by slowly, but soon dusk set upon the forest. I built a fire like the one Janessa and I had made. I roasted 2 marshmallows. Despite her absence, I made a s'more for her as well, resting it on the sizable rock near the fire. As I ate it, I thought about our last night together. All things considered, it was pleasant. Being twins, we had our moments where we had gotten into arguments like our parents. We'd fought one another. We had our problems. But that night had been pleasant. I'd actually been glad that we decided to camp without our parents. As frightened as I still was, I felt the warmth, not from the fire. A sense of calm came over me, as my memories were suddenly flooded with the good times Janessa and I had. The good times were not for long. I could hear footsteps not far behind me. Jeremy. I could never forget that voice. It sounded like Janessa, but I knew it wasn't her. For some reason, I felt compelled to sit there calmly. As it approached, I could tell it was going to take a seat at the rock where I left the s'more. I glanced delicately to my right. I watched as a figure that looked almost identical to the Janessa I remember pick up the s'more and take a bite. That's not yours, I surprised myself by blurting out. The fake Janessa ignored me, continuing to scarf it down. My terror turned to anger. The thing responsible for my sister's death is sitting right next to me, mocking my grief. I didn't wait for it to finish. I pulled up my gun and pointed it directly at the figure. Before I could fire, the creature jumped to the left and turned around. I was stuck with paralysis when I saw the mutilated face of my sister's corpse staring back at me. I'm trapped, Jeremy. I struggled to keep aim. How dare this thing pretend to be her? It won't let me go, and it won't let you go either. We can be together again. It's much nicer than going home to an empty house and unliving parents. She held her hand out to me. Trust me, brother. Please. My trigger finger felt as though struck with a serious case of arthritis. Janessa took a step towards me. Wait, no. It's not Janessa. Why did I suddenly forget that? Feed the forest with me, Jeremy. It's so much better than being dead. Prove it. At last I pulled the trigger. The creature hollered in pain as it fell to the ground. I hit a lung, which wouldn't be enough. I aimed the gun at the heart, but failed to pull the trigger again as it rolled over and jumped back to its feet. Within seconds, it transformed from a corpse of my sister to its massive dark skeletal form with massive antlers. My mind was caught between fight and flight. I stood there aiming my gun, but desperately wanting to flee. As it rushed towards me, I chose the latter option. I rushed over to the bag I left near my tent. Inside was a weapon that I built myself. As I rushed over, I could tell I wasn't going to outrun it. I fired another shot. The bullet lodged itself into the neck of the beast. It cried out once more, buying me a bit of time to get to the bag. Why didn't I have it unzipped? As I tried to open it, the Wendigo rushed towards me again. Just like the day of Janessa's death, I ran from the campsite, further into the forest, history repeating itself. I wasn't going to fail to avenge my sister. My parents weren't going to lose their last remaining child, all because I couldn't let it go. After at least several minutes, I somehow managed to keep outrunning it. I refused to slow down and look behind my shoulder. As I kept running, I noticed that I had gone in some sort of circle. Up ahead of me was the campsite. I had a chance to grab the bag and pull out the weapon. The closer I came to the campsite, the louder the Wendigo's footsteps became. and I could almost feel the wind as the creature tried to claw me. Once I reached the campsite, I put out my hand, clutching the bag. It felt like almost too great a risk to put the gun back in my pocket, but I needed it free to pull out the weapon. I managed to do this just with my left hand, pulling out the long metal spike. I built it in such a way that the spike would shoot out at a push of a button. The Wendigo wasn't going to slow down until it had me. I had no choice. I had to turn around. I would have to have perfect timing. I had to collect my debt from the creature that took my twin sister. Chew on this, you son of a bitch. I turned around, pressing the button that shot the spike out. Less than a foot from my face was the Wendigo. Its cry so loud it hurt my ears, and they began to ring. I had done it. The spike pierced the heart. Weakly, the Wendigo tried to swipe at me, but somehow lacked the strength. The next part was a gamble. I pulled out my gun and shot it in the head. It wasn't going to be enough to end the Wendigo, assuming what I read was correct. I rushed over to where I dropped the bag. Inside was the silver axe I had also designed myself. When I returned, the creature was still conscious, letting out agonizing cries. I felt no sympathy. I hacked off its wrist first. Its claws were the biggest threat, and I wanted them gone. Despite the weightlifting I've been doing, it took over a dozen hacks to remove the first long-fingered hand. I pulled out my gun and shot it in the head again. It subdued the creature long enough for me to remove the second hand, and then I began on its head. As I began walking up, I again found myself screaming at the creature. I demanded it stay dead, calling it every insulting name that came to mind. Once I had hacked most of my way through its head, I pulled it off. I kicked it a couple feet away. The Wendigo no longer moved. It took about an hour, but I managed to put each limb, the head, and the torso in trash bags that I had brought along. One by one, I carried them back to the campsite. I lit another fire, burning each bag. It took until dawn for me to burn the entire body. I left the torso for last. It was a struggle, but I managed to remove the heart, ripped it to pieces, and placed it in a silver box. After locking it, I looked around the site and decided to leave everything except my gun and box behind. I was never particularly religious, but in the months leading up to my fight, I'd gotten to know a priest in the church in my area. Luckily for me, he was there when I arrived with the silver box. His face was several shades paler when I showed it to him. Nevertheless, he escorted me to the back of the church with a pair of shovels and helped me bury it. Once done, I sat there, suddenly flooded with overwhelming emotions. I'd done it. My sister's killer was dead. Its body was burned, its heart in pieces and buried. Janessa, I cried out. I kept my promise. I killed it. The Wendigo can't hurt anyone else. It won't kill anyone else. I placed my lowered head into my hands and continued to cry. I'm sorry I wasn't braver before. I placed some flowers at my sister's grave an hour later. I talked to her tombstone as though she was listening. I'd like to believe that she was, and that she was pleased with my accomplishment. Afterwards, I returned home and slept through the day and the night. Once the morning came, I heard some noises downstairs. I went down to see my parents were home, sitting down for breakfast. They stopped and looked over at me, saying nothing. I walked over and pulled up a seat. I had no appetite at all. How was your trip? Where did you guys go? My parents exchanged looks before my father replied. We went to go visit your aunt and uncle. Did you enjoy it? I had difficulty keeping my chin from quivering as I lowered my head again. Jeremy, sweetie, what's wrong? Both my mother and father got up and came over to me. Why do you keep leaving me alone? God damn it, I'm your only kid left. Do you not give a shit about me? They hugged me tightly, offering apologies. I could have sworn I felt another pair of hands on my shoulders. The light touch was the most comforting of all. I really hope Janessa is proud of me, but a new task was ahead of me now. A harder task, perhaps. I was going to have to figure out how to reconcile with my parents. Our family had been broken long before her death, but I know with some effort, things could be better than this. I hope she continues to give me the strength to put myself together as I progress into adulthood.
It was a cold day in northern Nova Scotia, and me and my wife were taking our honeymoon here, a week after getting married. It was our dream to discover the world together, and we decided to start in Canada. It was about the third day here, and a blizzard came out of nowhere, so we decided to stock up and lock the cabin, trying our best to stay warm. We huddled on the couch with the fireplace up so hot, you couldn't cremate a body. A few hours pass, and an emergency broadcast comes over the radio, with a man saying,
"Don't step outside at all costs. Cover your windows with the sturdiest material you have, and don't look outside whatsoever until we send a team to get you."
We disregarded it, but still covered the windows and doors with towels so we wouldn't be blinded by the falling snow. A few more hours go by, and another broadcast with the same guy comes on saying,
"Make sure you have everyone with you, and put each other's eyes up to a flashlight to make sure it's really them. If the pupils aren't affected, try to kill them immediately."
At this point, we got kind of freaked out, and covered the windows with metal while blindfolding ourselves. As the men had said, we both didn't dare look outside. My wife took to the basement to make sure everything was, in fact, covered. I took to the bedroom with my radio, and started going through the channels to see if anyone else was experiencing the same thing. It seemed all over Nova Scotia, people were getting this broadcast, and some people were even building refuges for them, homeless and poor. So me and my wife stocked up the car, blindfolded ourselves, and followed our mind maps. We made it after getting lost and retracing, but we eventually made it and came in with our resources, asking for refuge against the blizzard. The people welcomed us in, but right before I came in, it was like something or someone grabbed me and tried to pull me back to the snow, and I tripped, spilling everything I had in my hands. I crawled inside, and after they shut the door, they made us take off our blindfolds and put a flashlight up to our eyes. After a few minutes, they welcomed us into a big room of people all around. We decided to introduce ourselves to a few people in the group nearest the door, and we all stated our names. I went first. "Hi, my name is James, and I'm here with my wife." That was my wife's cue to come in. "Hello, my name is Mary, and like my husband said, we're here on our honeymoon." Then a big ginger man went next. His name was Marshall. Then there was another girl named Courtney, then a man named Daniel, then another girl named Sydney. And it was declared then and there we all had radios. We were a group now. As we started talking, I eventually heard frantic banging on the door. I decided to help this time and went to the door, but something was off though. They weren't opening the door. When I asked why, all they said was something along the lines of, "We have enough." I got a flashlight and asked to check the door guards. They refused, so I pressured them. "If you're not one of whatever these things are, then why not let me check you? It's harmless after all, and if you refuse again, I just might have to alert everyone here." He still refused, and so I went to my group and told everyone that we needed to check the door guards. They got confused until I told them I heard banging on the door, but they told me to ignore those. They said, "Those are fake cries for help. They got Katie already," so we learned from then. I questioned them about how they knew when it was a real person. Sydney said, "Most people don't expect this thing. It can happen at any time. If anyone becomes frantic, they've either looked at the outside or aren't human. It's just nature. Those who have experienced it before know what to do and how to survive. We just live with this in Nova Scotia." After getting a slightly elongated answer, I looked around, then responded with, "That still doesn't justify the guards refusing to get checked." It seemed to click for my wife, but Marshall shook his head. "That's because they own this place. You have what I like to call a strike now. You've done something no one else would do, and that's being rational. Be careful, and just relax till the radio says it's safe." I didn't question anything else anymore, and just went back to talking. Eventually, we saw someone else come through the door, and everyone fell silent. I didn't know why until I realized his legs had huge gashes on them, and he proceeded to fall forward onto the floor. I rushed over to help the guy to the couch, checking for a pulse. He was still alive, by whatever miracle happened to him. I took off my shirt and put it around his left leg, as it had the biggest vein in the body, and called on Marshall to cover the other leg. We worked together to try and stabilize him enough so he could live another day. After a few hours of many people assisting him, we finally stopped the bleeding and relaxed. I still can't believe he's alive. It's been a couple of hours now, and Dan has opted to go outside to a store to get more supplies for the rest of us. The man is still unconscious, and the only sign of life he has is the shallow, raspy breathing filling the room behind the conversation. As Dan was walking out, I decided to give him a wrapping of his legs with metal, and just for extra measure, a length of rope. I hope he's gonna be safe. I walked up to Sydney and decided to have a little talk, try to get my mind off of things. I started off by saying, "Well, what do we do now?" She responded, "That's up to you. Try to find something to do alone, with your wife, with anybody really. It doesn't matter. Just don't look outside, and don't die." "How are you supposed to die here? There's nothing to die from." "No idea. Maybe, I don't know, pissing someone off. You seem a little down that path already." "Hey, I didn't know they owned this place, and I just helped save someone's life. Can you cut me a little slack here?" "Maybe. Just don't piss me off for the next 15 seconds and I'll let it slide." "Well, do you want me to talk or not?" After not getting a response for well over a minute, I walked away to talk to Marshall while my wife took my place with Sydney. Marshall starts off, and it revolves. "Well, what do we have here? The closest thing to a doctor here is standing right in front of me. What do you want?" "I'm actually here to ask you what you were going to do, and if I could join you. I'm kinda bored." "Well, I'm not really doing anything, but..." It was at this moment that Dan crashed through the door, and no one heard knocking before. He had white things retreating from his legs and into the outside. I shut my eyes and the door closed. We did a check on Dan and learned he was safe. We're not sure from what, but in my head, my first thought was, what an entrance. Dan came back over and we all regrouped and made a plan to see whatever the hell had Dan by the legs. After a 30-minute discussion, it was decided that I would be the one to look and see what was in that snow. I went upstairs and peeled back the paper covering the windows. I didn't see anything for a few minutes, until I noticed the two cloudy eyes staring back at me from outside. Startled by my sudden discovery, I jumped back and let the paper back down. They asked what was wrong, and I told them to stay away from the windows. After regaining composure, I stood back up and looked outside again. I saw them again, but this time, there were 6 other pairs of eyes, and they all were looking right at me. I started to feel a bit paranoid, not like I am now, and kept looking. Then they stood. They stood up on 2 legs with almost deformed bodies. They were skeletons with skin. I still can't get the image out of my head. It's still snowing, and I don't dare blink in case they make it inside. They're watching me. I know it. I know those are dead bodies out in the snow, and they are alive. I can't sleep. I can't blink. And with what sanity I have left, I have to let this out to the world. There are dead bodies out in the snow. The storm had swelled seemingly from nowhere. It had not been forecast, nor had I seen any dark clouds on the horizon before they had consumed me. The sail of my dinghy had long since been torn away by the gale, and for hours, I clung to the rudder and rowlocks in the hopes I would not be thrown into the churn. The storm was relentless. I could see not a crack in the clouds that might suggest its cessation. Before long, giving up any hope that I might be spared from nature's fury, I closed my eyes and prayed. With a crash, I was thrown from my boat onto a soaked, but certainly solid surface, although I knew not where. It seemed the storm had brought me to land. Weak and weary, I clawed at the sand, eager to not be taken once more by the tide, dragging my languid body inland and desperate for respite. Again I prayed, this time for sanctuary. As if by way of an answer, lightning illuminated the cliff face, revealing what appeared to be a cave or cavern. With no other objective or option, I crawled towards the opening and, sheltered from the rain and wind, allowed fatigue to calm me. A pulsating light from deeper in the cave roused me from my exhaustion. Rising to my aching feet, I crawled forward until I came across a narrow stone staircase carved into the rock leading deep into the bowels of the cliff. Mindful of the scattered rocks and debris left behind by the tide, I followed the steps. As I ventured down, the pulses of the light grew brighter, and the narrow passage broadened into a wide alcove. Tapestries laced with gemstones and glowing minerals lined the walls of the chamber, emblazoned with sigils and hieroglyphics that did not appear of man-made origin. Amongst the drapery, a particular motif stood out around a dark maw-like opening in the back wall, a writhing mass of luminous purple tendrils, its boundless limbs pervading their way into every other scene depicted throughout the room, accented with fine incandescent threads. The detail of each limb was such that they seemed to twist and contort as if living and conscious. The visage of this creature was quite unlike anything I had ever seen on this earth. Quite curious of what lay on the other side, yet fearful of the bizarre appearance of the mass, I cautiously approached the gape. The hole was larger than I had expected and opened out into a vast chasm. Despite the immensity of the glow offered by the illuminated tapestries, any light that attempted to pass through was soon consumed by the shadows of the rift. Although I could see nothing of what lay beyond, I was certain I could hear the echo of a river running below. It was at that moment that I heard the trickling of liquid running down the stairway, through which I had entered the chamber. Merely drips at first. The sound soon became that of a gentle but steady stream. I assumed that the tide had come in and the waves would soon pour into the cave, but what ran into the chamber did not look like water. The liquid was black as pitch and thick like oil. What struck me in particular was this unusual solution, was the way it moved. It did not seem to flow as water with gravity and around obstacles, but rather it seemed quite capable of deciding its own path, flowing up and along the walls, climbing rocks and debris in ways that natural fluids would find quite impossible. Enthralled as I was with such a peculiar sight, I had barely thought to move out of the way of the inky stream as it ran over my boots, up the wall and down the gaping throat of the glowing creature into the chasm beyond. I reached for my journal, hoping to make some notes or perhaps a sketch of this strange occurrence, but it was waterlogged beyond any possible use. As I continued to gaze in awe, the ichor flowing about me quickened, and I felt the grasp of unseen tendrils tighten around my ankles. Without warning, I found myself being dragged towards the maw, the shadowy blackness beyond eager to swallow me up. The abysmal chasm echoed with my panicked screams as I was thrown from the precipice into the raging stream below. I gasped for breath, but the air in the chasm was thick and acrid, the nauseating stench of the mysterious river burning my lungs. As I struggled to remain afloat, ringlets of ooze rose from the nauseous blackness, clasping at my neck and face, congealing around my throat. I tried to scream again, but the inky tendrils choked my attempts to cry out. My enemy was inescapable. The more I resisted, the firmer I felt its grasp become. Fighting a hopeless battle, I was dragged under, downwards into the Cimmerian depths. I awoke to the sensation of warm sunshine on my face and the familiar sound of waves lapping at the coast. My nostrils and throat burned from the memory of the foul fluid and its fumes, but I had not a scratch upon me. Scanning the horizon, I could see nothing that I knew about the remains of my sailboat that littered the shoreline. In the sand lay a single set of tracks leading to a familiar crack in the cliffs.
Tales have been told about the vast, unknown wild since humans had gathered around the fires of prehistory. Fables and myths about what lay beyond the smoldering mountains and dark forests, lands of ice and desert wastes, to creatures demonic lingering beneath the waves of salt-thrashed seas. People believe that since the earth was young, dark and terrible beasts have dwelt in its uncharted wilderness. My wife was one such believer. Days were never boring with her. Sailing, rock climbing, scuba diving, bungee jumping, she'd done it all. But there was nothing my dear Veronica loved more than camping. So, every year, on the anniversary of when we first met, we would drive up to the Birch Creek Forest, the largest forest in eastern Scotland. The road was usually long and empty, but we didn't mind, because we knew our patience would be rewarded. Once at the edge of the great woods, we would hop out of the car and begin our long quest to the very center of it all. Each time it took days to reach our special little spot, so we would often set up camp between the winding hazel thickets and sun-touched trees.
and awe-inspired Veronica would spend this downtime gazing through the reedy gaps in the leaves above. I don't know what she was looking for. A sign, perhaps. After another day of hiking, we would reach the center, a small and empty gap in the trees, perfectly circular and brilliantly constructed. By who? I don't know. But that was never a concern of mine. The undisturbed dirt, which lay inside the ring of hollow trees, was unlike any of the other filth everywhere else in the forest. It was a light and polished brown, almost golden substance which sparkled under the sun that hung closely to the heavens, as if it were closer there than anywhere else in the world. You could nearly see it bubbling and boiling in the rich blue nothingness of a cloudless sky. The most beautiful place on earth, she called it. Many legends of the significance of the place circulated around the local towns. If we ever found ourselves in one of those dainty places, Veronica would always inquire about it, and each time we would hear a different answer, as if every resident had their own little mythology. One tale says that the Birch Creek Forest is the home of an ancient hag known as the Washerwoman. She gets her name from the action she is always seen performing, washing blood off her wrinkled old hands. Stood in a stream. We never saw any such stream, however. Others told stories of a shape-shifting fairy who would float through the forest, and of a highland spirit with one leg and one hand protruding from a ridge in its chest. One man even claimed it to be the birthplace of the devil. I thought they were gratuitous, but Veronica seemed to like them, so I let her be. If it wasn't for the sickness, she would have been with me on that day. Well, I suppose she was with me, in a way, in a small glass jar hanging loosely from my backpack. Her final wish was to have her ashes spread across that fell, befinned circle, which lies blaspheming at the center of the accursed forest, and I intended to honor that wish. My car rolled across the gravel and into the dirt which bordered the trees, marking the spot where the forest met the countryside. I stumbled out and opened the boot where my large mountain backpack lay, Veronica's remains dangling off the side. I slung it around my back and crossed the threshold into the great wood, and I wandered and pushed through the foliage. I thought of my wife and how much we used to enjoy these little adventures. After all, she was the one who introduced me to the Birch Creek Forest to begin with. She had always been fascinated by its mysterious reputation. Sometimes, when we set up our camp at the center, she would just wander off, alone. Without a light, and without warning, she would just up and walk away into the forest. I learned not to ask her why. The one and only time I did inquire about this mysterious tradition, she just ignored me. But she was a bit of a hippie, just like me. I figured she was just connecting with nature, or something like that. Through the branches and leaves above, I noticed the blue sky slowly turn into a fiery orange, and rays of golden light seeped through the trees. I found a spot where the forest was not so dense, and set up camp before the wood was consumed in black and blue. As the sun descended past the wild forest, I sparked a match and set alight the pile of sticks I had constructed in the center of a small opening. Before long, the whole thing was ablaze and flickering in the pale moonlight. I unrolled my sleeping bag and snuggled up beside the fire to the sounds of sticks snapping in the flames. As I lay there, my eyes closed and facing the sky, I felt an uneasiness seep in. It was an unfamiliar sensation, as if there were eyes glaring at me from in between the trees. It sounds silly, I know, but I just had to look. The twigs in the fire continued to crack. I knew there was nothing there, but just to put my mind at ease, I sat up and opened my eyes. Darkness. The fire was out. I stood up quickly and scrabbled for my backpack. I pulled out my torch and shone it into the blackened wood to see nothing but shrubbery and hollow tree trunks. I was not going to sleep there. Fatigued and weary, I collected my bearings as hastily as my body would allow, but as I did, I noticed a peculiar detail around my campsite. I shone my light on the dirt floor. Snapped twigs lay broken on the ground, almost as if they had been stepped on. The thought did cross my mind that it was me who broke the sticks as I waded deeper into the wood, but it wasn't just that. The ground itself had been smothered. Whatever did it must have been large. Larger than me, that was for sure. Eventually I was exhausted. I sat myself up against a tree, almost collapsing against the thing as I slowly slipped away into sleep. I woke to the hot sun beating down on my face. My mouth was dry. Without hesitation, I opened my flask and drank. I was so tired the previous night that I failed to recall how far I had gone, but I figured I could not have gone far from my destination. I wasn't. After no more than 2 hours' journey under the golden sun, I found it. A perfect circular opening in the forest, the most beautiful place on earth. But as I approached that prodigious and remarkable transformation of scenery, I began to make out a strange disparity from between the trees. There was something there. My pace quickened, and I burst through the foliage into the glade. I paused. There, in the center of the clearing, a tall wooden effigy, constructed from sticks and logs. I ogled at the thing. It took the form of a humanoid creature, slender and looming over the space it was. Tusks curled upwards out of its wooden mouth. Its face was long like a horse, yet its mouth was wide and gaping. I stared up at it, horrified by its unnatural proportions. Its arms hung low down to its skins, which arched forward like the forelegs of a tiger, and at the end of its narrow appendages, talon-like claws. But before I could notice its finer details, I caught sight of something white and rectangular stapled to the effigy's base. A letter. I knelt down and tore it off. Matthew, the envelope read. My name. I ripped it open to reveal the folded sheet of paper inside. In my wife's handwriting, it read as follows. Dearest Matthew, if you're reading this, then you have honored my last wish. I knew you would. Thank you. But I haven't been entirely honest with you. Now it's time you learn the truth of this place, and why I have brought you here. I know you will hate me for this, but I have chosen you as, in the end, I know you will do the right thing. I know you've always found my fascination with monsters and myths peculiar. I know you didn't like me hearing stories from those Scotsmen. I always thought it was quite cute. My grandfather was one such Scotsman. I never talked to you about him much. He used to take me to Birch Creek Forest when I was just a girl. That's how I know about it. Every year on my birthday until his death, he would take me there, and we would do what me and you used to do. Hike to the clearing you are stood in now, and stargaze until our eyelids became heavy. But every now and again, he would wander off back into the wood, leaving me alone in the dark with nothing but my own mind to keep me company. I know you know a little bit of what that's like. I always would ask him why he did it, but it wasn't until my 18th when he finally told me. From the heavenly sun which bubbles and boils above the wood fell an angel, cast down from a mighty kingdom. Like a meteor, he crashed onto the young world out of the sky, and when he arose in the nucleus of the Birch Creek Forest, he arose a beast, crowned in blackness with a gaping, tusked mouth riddled with vile gnaw, and cursed with an endless hunger which can never be fed, hairless limbs dripping with callous slime to saturate his ashen skin. His crooked legs lurched through the accursed wood to tear and shred at flesh until you turn red and maim to be dragged back down to the weeds, where your shredded body will lay for eternity beneath his endless sway. To avoid such a dreadful fate, the dread ruler must be entertained, whether with a song or a dance. Let him play to the vile rhythm of slithering, monotonous melodies. A tradition passed down through generations to tame the beast. Matthew, without something to entertain the him, his hunger will turn to the rest of the world where he will bring death and destruction. You must continue our ritual. But here's the thing. In recent years, his hunger has grown. It is getting harder and harder to satiate him, which is why you're here. What was it you said when you wanted us to get a dog? Until one has loved an animal, a part of one's soul remains unawakened. I think that may be true now. That will be your purpose. To stay within the forest, to be the pet of a god. You know what will happen if you do not comply. Yours always, Veronica. I stepped backwards. I didn't know what to think. I stared up at the motionless effigy, betrayed and heartbroken. I hauled my backpack off my back and onto the floor. I unzipped it and pulled out my box of matches, dropping the letter to the dirt in the process. I was barely thinking, as if I were on autopilot and consumed in a blind rage. I lit the match with my trembling hands. I wasn't going to be a goddamn pet, but as I did, I heard something in the woods behind me. I turned but saw nothing. Yet the forest was bustling with noise, leaves rustling, and trees crashing behind earthy, bellowing footsteps. It was approaching. I shouted something which I cannot recall in its direction, and for a moment, it stopped. But the silence was shortly interrupted by a fiendish, breathy growl, which shook the ground below me, and with that, the thumping steps continued like heartbeats. I looked up at the wooden idol which loomed over me. Almost instinctively, I held the burning match against it, setting the back of its twisted legs ablaze. As the flames crawled up the wood, the creature in the forest let out an anguished bellow. After that, its pace quickened. Frequent blows struck the ground as the sound of collapsing trees shook the ancient wood. The flames now up to the monument's waist, I darted behind it and clutched the base of it, my fingers digging into the dirt. Flames tickled my face as I lifted the back part of the base, and with an adrenaline-fueled haul, I tipped the abhorrent thing into the adjacent wood. It crashed into the trees with tremendous force, fire shooting at the bottom as it did. Over the cackles of wood, the creature bellowed once more. Flames spread through the forest hastily, creating an impenetrable wall of fire in its wake. I turned and ran back into the forest. Agonizing roars cried out behind him as I ran. That night, I didn't stop to rest in the Birch Creek forest. I assumed the fire must have withered out at some point, otherwise the entire place would have been burnt to a cinder. But the monster was gone. Whatever it was. I jogged through the forest until my bones were on the verge of snapping, but eventually, I was out and onto the adjacent road with the great Scottish countryside behind it. I found my car a little way down, right where I had left it. As I shot down the road, I reached for the jar of ashes in the passenger seats and, I've got to be honest, I didn't feel remorse after hurling it out the window. That was a month ago. I didn't tell anyone what happened, though my friends could see I was visibly shaken for days after my fateful trip to Scotland. But eventually, I came to terms with the events that had transpired in that cursed wood. It hasn't stopped the nightmares though. I was going to go to a support group next Saturday, which could have helped, but after last night, I fear nothing can help me anymore. I woke from a nightmare sweating and panting. It was the same one I had been having for weeks. In the dream, I found myself once again in the forest, but every tree is twisted and contorted to the shape of the beast. I try to run, but my legs sink into the ground, and before my face can be engorged in the dirt, I awake. Usually I awake in the morning, the sun shining through my window. But last night was different. It was pitch black outside my window. I reached for my phone on the nightstand to check the time. 2:37 in the morning it read. I was about to put it down when I noticed a notification from my Sky News app. I swiped it and read the headline. Entire population of Scottish village brutally massacred. Over 300 confirmed deaths. About 20-ish years ago, I used to travel a lot for work. I'll spare you the details regarding my job. The 5 years I spent there are mostly a blur of meetings, car trips, and too many fast food meals, but there is one story that I remember. I had just finished a business meeting in a city roughly 3 hours from my home. My boss had offered to get me a hotel room, but because it was a Friday night and only 7:30, I decided to just drive home. Because it would save money, he agreed. I was on my second ginger ale and third Green Day song when I saw something, I should say, someone, standing next to the road. I could make out the details as I got closer. Whoever they were dressed in a really messy manner. Mud-stained jeans, wrinkled faded shirt, shaggy dark hair, and, oddly enough, a green scarf. There was a beat-up suitcase at his feet, and his thumb was out in the traditional hitchhiking bend. My first instinct was to keep driving, but for some reason, I pulled over. I still don't know why. He didn't hesitate. He opened the passenger side door. The kids had broken the door lock and hopped in. "Thank you so much, stranger," he said in a friendly southern accent. If I had to describe it, it was like a sing-song Georgian accent. Despite the state his clothes were in, his face and hair were surprisingly clean. He didn't show any of the physical signs of drugs or drinking, and there was no bulge that would indicate a gun under his shirt. I was far from comfortable with this, but decided to give him a ride. Where are you heading? Trying to get north, friend. If you could just take me to the nearest bus station, I'd be much obliged. Man, I'm glad I ran into a nice guy like you and not some killer or something. See, I'm not really used to doing this type of thing. I usually take buses, but I got stuck and missed my bus home. How dumb is that, friend? I had started driving again. We ended up talking for 30 minutes straight. I offered him a soda from the 6-pack I'd brought with me, and he guzzled it in a minute. By then, all of my worries about him being a psycho killer were practically gone. Maybe that's why I had such a serious lapse in judgment and picked up the second hitchhiker. This time, he was on the side of the road, jumping in the air and waving his arms. Closer inspection showed that his eyes were wide as humanly possible, and he was screaming something. I rolled the window down a crack. Help! Please, help! I didn't think twice. I just stopped. He jumped right in. I was about to ask my passenger to move when I noticed that he had somehow already gotten into the back seat. I did a double take. How on earth had he managed that without me seeing him? He just put a finger over his lips. Quiet. I got a more detailed look at my second passenger. I knew almost instantly that I had made a mistake. His eyes weren't wide from fear. The redness in them made that clear. On top of that, he reeked of alcohol, and there was a look in his eyes. I started driving, and just tried to focus on the road ahead. My second passenger had boarded at the last town for nearly 100 miles. We were now on that stretch of the highway that goes on for miles without so much as a billboard. To make matters worse, we were in the middle of the desert. Trouble started about 15 minutes into the drive. I heard the click of something metallic. I knew what it was before he held it to my forehead. Pull over. What else could I do? I put on my four-ways and got over. You never asked me for my name, not even where I was going. That's pretty rude, dude. Where are you going? A little late to ask now, isn't it? His words were somewhat slurred, and his eyes were still wide. Was he high? I stole a look at the pistol in my rearview mirror. I noticed two things. The pistol wasn't loaded, so he was either high or the worst killer ever. And my first passenger was starting to look different. Was he bigger? I asked you a question, dude. He dug the gun's barrel a little further into my temple. Any last words? Your gun's not loaded. Those are your last... Wait, what? You're lying. He took the gun away from my head, though it was still pointed in my direction. I took this opportunity to check on my poor first passenger. He'd been silent the whole time. He must have been absolutely terrified. I froze. He was shaking violently, but not in terror. He was staring at the gun-wielding would-be carjacker. He started opening and closing his mouth, like a fish desperate for water. He started to grow and grow. He already took up the back seat. He looked like an inflated ball. He finally stopped growing. His arm, now as thick and strong as a 2x4, shot out and grabbed the gun out of the criminal's hands. His head shot up, eyes still wide. The creature's other arm snatched the front of his shirt, lifting him effortlessly into the air. He screamed. The creature, still with that friendly southern drawl, lifted the gun and spoke. Don't you know how dangerous guns are, friend? Perhaps I ought to show you. He pinned him against the dashboard and held him there with his knee. He used two enormous fingers to pry the man's mouth open, revealing a row of missing and decayed teeth. The creature took the gun, noticed that it was empty, and searched the owner's pockets. He found 2 spares and loaded the pistol. He shoved the gun into his victim's mouth, causing him to gag. I knew it was going to happen. My stomach dropped and my courage failed. I looked away, trying to cover my ears. I still heard the gunshot, all too clearly. It took me hours to get the bloodstains out of my car the next day. I stared in horror at the creature as it deflated. In 15 or 30 seconds, he was normal again. Normal, of course, being a relative term. Thanks again for the ride, friend, and I can't apologize enough for the mess. I'll just take my things and go. He grabbed his suitcase out of the back seat, hoisted the other passenger's bloodied corpse over his shoulder, and started off into the desert. I stared at him for what must have been half an hour. Then I came to my senses and shot out of there like a NASCAR driver. I stopped at the nearest police station I could find and told a tastefully edited version of my story. I told them that, against my better judgment, I picked up a hitchhiker. He'd pulled a gun on me, and I'd pulled over. I told them that he'd shot himself, explained the bloodstains in the dash, and run off into the desert. They found his body out there 3 days later, after the desert animals had given him a makeover. They thought it confirmed my story, and I was free to go. I worked that job for 4 more years. A few things changed after that night. I couldn't stomach ginger ale anymore, and switched to root beer. I no longer found Green Day as entertaining and gave U2 a try, and for obvious reasons, I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore. Norma Jean drew a heart on the back of my hand in hoop snake blood. "When that fades," she said, tapping the center of her work, "you may forget about me." Norma Jean and I dated on and off through high school and then some. We grew up wandering the forest and exploring the caverns surrounding Ripple Creek, running from the hide-behinds and hodags when we stumbled too far into their territory. The backwoods of Minnesota were our playground, from the shores of Loon Lake to the edge of Crazy Dan's property, where the pine trees grew so tall you couldn't see the sky. The day Norma Jean disappeared, I saw a tea kettler scuttling around the shed behind my place. It walked backwards, like they do, and bumped right into the pile of wood I spent all day chopping. Tea kettlers don't ever stray so far from the woods. They're very shy. I had planned to see about trapping it the next day, show Norma Jean. Of course, that didn't happen after all. I heard about Norma Jean the next morning, on my way to the general store for a new axe. The axe handler hounds got mine. Bunch of people everywhere, conversing in little groups, tittering like birds. They all stopped talking when they saw me, shuffled away when I drew near. I didn't say anything. Something in their gaze made my voice feel as though it had rusted away. Finn was the one who pulled me aside, said people hadn't seen hide nor hair of Norma Jean in 2 days. Birdie got worried after her cat sat out on the road so long and called the cops. They went up to the Janesies, and that's when they found the blood on the floor. Crazy Dan was already mumbling about hide-behinds to anyone who would listen. Not me. Norma Jean and I have been getting away from hide-behinds for years. Everyone's talking, but no one's actually saying anything. A lot of whispering about the Wendigo among the superstitious. More ordinary whispers from the less superstitious. One of the elders is a full-blooded Cree. I overheard a couple of old biddies asking for talismans. Lots of narrowed eyes my way. I don't know what to say. The cops already interviewed me. I dated Norma Jean, and so did Aaron, Spruce, Hunter, Alder, Flint. Norma Jean was a pretty gal. Milk white skin, sky blue eyes, corkscrew blonde hair. Any guy would be lucky to have her on his arm. No one in Ripple Creek has slept easy lately, not with this hanging over our heads. I've had to buy 2 more axes in the last 4 weeks. I keep leaving them outside. The axe handler hounds must love me. I hear them barking the nights I forget to put my axe away, excited to have a free meal. Norma Jean would have laughed at me if she were still here. The thought brings the metallic taste of sorrow to my tongue. I remembered it in a dream when Norma Jean and I went to Loon Lake Cemetery. There's no road out there anymore. You have to hike through the woods and over swampland that's just as likely to suck you down as it is to let you pass. Norma Jean always had a thing for the supernatural. They say there are 3 witches buried in that graveyard. If you step over one of their graves, they will come for you. 2 of the headstones are near the grove. The 3rd is missing. You really think there's a witch buried here? The weathered tombstones are nearly unreadable in the weak beam of my flashlight. Maybe. Norma Jean rests on her haunches, tracing a finger over a name more than a century gone. Her blonde corkscrew hair is silver under the moon. She turns to me with a crooked smile. Are you afraid? The place did give me the shivers, even in my dream, but I wasn't afraid. No. She smiles a little wider. There are too many teeth in her mouth. Are you sure? I woke up with a pounding heart and a lump in my throat. My mouth tasted like blood, and I can't seem to scrub the feeling away. Mostly I try to just forget the whole thing. Forget I ever dated Norma Jean. It's alright most of the time. I chop and sell wood, and another winter passes. Then I see the hoop snake blood heart on the back of my hand, and it all rushes back. The blonde corkscrews, Norma Jean and me. The hide behinds and hodags, Norma Jean and Flint. The late nights and long hikes, Norma Jean and Alder. The axe handler hounds, swallowing my axe whole. Our town is small, and we have a tight-knit community. Nobody moves here, and nobody leaves here. It's the same families living in the same houses on the same land, generation after generation. We are old families living in an old town, and like most old towns, tradition is very important to us. People might say that our traditions are a little odd, but I think they're wonderful. My favorite is probably the Autumn Harvest Festival, where the entire town comes together and gives thanks for another bountiful crop. Throughout the celebration, the entire town center is covered with tables of food and beer as far as the eye can see. At the end of the night, we set fire to a great straw man constructed at the center of a field and dance in its burning light. Last year, my family's fields were selected for the Burning Man, and it was a great honor for us all. Some of our rituals may seem a little uncomfortable if you haven't grown up here, especially our funeral ceremonies. Every time somebody dies, we take a couple minutes to pay our respects and cast them off into the great beyond. Before the body is even cold, the family brings their loved one back to their house so that the proceedings can begin. The corpse is adorned in the finest garments that the family can afford, and it is considered a great honor for a family to dress one of their own in such extravagant clothing. My brother died in a tree cutting accident last week, and it was a pity that his face was so disfigured. He was probably the most handsome boy in the entire village. For his ceremony, we dressed him in his best suit, the same one he wore to village ball. God, I've never seen Mother so proud before. The way she and Father stood there with their arms around each other, admiring my brother in his finest suit, almost brought a tear to my eye. You might notice that every wall in our house is covered in old portraits. Beautiful, vintage pictures from our family camera. Our family camera is the same one that's been passed down from generation to generation for 150 years. It's an old tintype. Every family has their own tintype, and every family's home is covered in beautiful photographs such as ours. After my brother was dressed in his finest suit, we moved him to our family couch and sat him up straight. We made him look nice and handsome, just as he was in life. He was always so confident and self-assured. We twisted him at a little bit of an angle, almost as if he were looking off into another room, and we folded his hands on his lap. "He looks wonderful, Mother," I told her. We went into the basement to bring up our family's tintype, but to my horror, neither I, nor Father, nor Mother could find our tintype. It was gone, disappeared. I have never in my life seen my parents so upset. "What will we ever do?" they said. It was a terrible problem indeed. A family without their tintype? What a disgrace on us all. We would be shunned, ostracized even. Nobody in the village would want to associate with us anymore. For a family as old and as proud as ours, to be caught without their tintype would be the greatest humiliation imaginable. I had a plan though. "Hold on," I said to my parents. "I'll fix this." My friend Lewis lived not even a mile away, and quick as I could, I ran over to his house. I knew that he could be trusted to keep a secret. "I need your help, Lewis. Could I borrow your tintype tonight?" Lewis was a good friend, and I had always loved his tintype. I had never seen a tintype so fine as his. I asked, could I borrow his magnificent tintype, and he said yes. He was such a good friend. He agreed not to tell anyone, and I promised Lewis I would return his tintype in the morning. I showed my parents the new tintype, and I told them that it was ours. We had simply misplaced it in the attic, I said, and oh how Mother cried with happiness when she heard that. I've never seen her so happy. I know it was a lie to tell my parents that this was our tintype, and I should not tell lies, but I figured it was not a very big lie at least, and besides, wouldn't it be wonderful to try a tintype so fine as this one? I had wasted about an hour fetching Lewis's tintype, and thank God it was not too late. My brother was still fresh. We took the tintype and snapped a beautiful portrait of him. God, he looks so handsome in his finest suit. We took his portrait and hung it up with the rest of the family portraits, right at the top of the stairs so he could be closest to mother and father's room. It was even higher up on the wall than my Uncle Barry's portrait. I never thought I would live to see the day. My parents were so proud to hang it up there with the rest of them. It was so straight, and it had such an ornate frame, made out of cherry wood, I believe. The finest picture frame I had ever seen. Mother and father just sighed and looked at each other proudly. They then gave each other a peck on the cheek. I never saw mother and father kiss like that. I think this may be the best family portrait in 50 years, my mother decreed. I thought so too. The next day, we took my brother to the cemetery to bury him with the others, and it was a beautiful ceremony. Every single person in the town came, and we all stood around as my brother was lowered into his grave. I even got to throw a ceremonial fist of dirt on top of him. It was a great honor for me. I blessed this holy earth in the name of God. May the dead rest and never wake. The priest instructed. Then we buried my brother forever. Later that night, I took the tintype back to Lewis's house. I rung the doorbell, and his mother and father answered the door. I asked them if Lewis was home. No, they said. Lewis is dead. Inconceivable. My friend Lewis was dead. I had seen him just hours ago. I asked his parents how Lewis had died, and they explained to me that he had fallen down the stairs. A tragic accident, they said. It was such a pity that his body was so mangled. He was such a handsome boy. The most handsome boy in town, I agreed. Of course, I thanked them for their hospitality and bid them a farewell. This was disappointing news indeed. But what should I do with Lewis's tintype? Surely, his family would be needing it soon. If his mother and father knew that I took their family's tintype, then I would be in great trouble. I decided to keep it for now. Maybe I should visit my brother, I reasoned. He always knew what to do in a situation such as this. He was so wise and intelligent, and handsome too. Perhaps talking to him would make me realize what I should do. It seemed like a good idea. So I decided to stop at the cemetery on my way home. But as I laid eyes on my brother's resting place, I realized that there was nothing left but a gigantic hole in the ground. All the dirt that we had buried him under was gone. Somebody must have robbed my brother's grave. Even the casket was totally empty. The wooden top had been so beautiful and regal looking when we buried him. A casket top made for a prince, I thought. Now it lay in splinters and the inside was empty. I ran back as fast as I could to tell my parents that some despicable person had robbed my brother's grave. Tintype in hand, I burst through the front door of our house and looked around for my mother and father. The house was empty. "Hello?" I shouted. A sound came from the basement. The cellar was dark and dank when I opened the door. I could only see a few steps down the stairs before the blackness swallowed the staircase whole. "Is anybody home?" I called. "Yes," Mother and father called back. "Come downstairs. Your brother is here with us." I didn't know what to do, so I ran away to my aunt and uncle's house. Did I make a mistake? Should I go back and follow them into the basement? I've never really told anyone about this, and I really don't know how to properly explain what I saw, so this is my first and best attempt. My name's Zach, and I moved to a northwestern city in Washington State in early 2019, and I really don't know much about the area. I had recently gotten out of a pretty bad relationship, which actually led to me moving to this new city. Best decision of my life, by the way. I lived with my mom and her roommate for a while, until I got my own place. And everything was going pretty well. I had a nice job, made some good money, and I had little to no rent. Plus, I was making a lot of new friends. One night, about 2 weeks into the new move, my buddy, let's just call him Jay, invites me to go out to play some pool and have a few drinks. It wasn't too late, maybe 9:30 p.m. So, I happily accepted the challenge. I grabbed my smokes, grabbed my phone, which I had unfortunately forgotten to plug in when I got home from work, searched for my keys, and got in my car. 10 minutes later, after blasting Blink-182 and some Scream music, I pull up to the bar. My buddy is already outside smoking a cigarette and waiting for me. and I sat in my car for a minute, finishing my cigarette, before I went to say what's up. We played pool for a little while that night. I had some beers, won a few games, lost a few games, and smoked a few cigarettes before I felt like going home around 11:50 p.m. My buddy said he's gonna stay and hang out with some people he knew there, and so I left and got in my car and readied my phone for the Google Maps to find my way home, and it was dead. It had died while I was at the bar, and I didn't know these streets very well, but I didn't want to face the shame of walking back inside to tell my friend that I didn't know how to get home, so I decided to chance it. I mean, it wasn't even a 15-minute drive. It was pretty close by, right? Wrong. I got lost. About 10 minutes later, I realized I've taken a few too many wrong turns and ended up in this residential area with unfamiliar houses and streets. I kept driving on and on down these streets, trying to find a familiar landmark or a familiar street name so I could find my way home. But all I found was more and more of these strange residential houses. But then, this weird fog started rolling in. Now, fog isn't that uncommon in the Pacific Northwest, and I know that, but this fog felt off. It felt heavy. It was this light gray color, with a hint of tan or sand color, and it was swirling. It also stayed close to the ground and never really went above the tops of the houses. What really freaked me out was that I swear I kept seeing these small bipedal creatures running along the houses, through these people's yards, following my car. I could never get a close enough look at them to get perfect detail, but they were about 2 to 3 feet tall, gray, pasty, oily skin, and had what looked like white hair on their heads. These things were fast too, and there were about 6 or 7 of them. They were just running through this fog, and the further I went down these roads with them, the thicker the fog was becoming. No matter how slow or fast I was going, they just kept following me. Or was I following them? I could have been following them. I mean, they were always by my side and in front of me. I never saw them behind me. Were they leading me somewhere? They were so mesmerizing. I just wanted to keep following them, just to see where they were going, but I knew better than that. Something felt wrong. I had to get out of there. I got that weird, sixth sense feeling of I shouldn't be here right now, right before something bad happens. All of a sudden, this dark gray and white wolf came running out of the fog and right in front of my car. I quickly slammed on my brakes, nearly crashing into one of the parked cars along the street. This wolf just stood in the middle of the street, looking at me, and I swear we locked eyes for what felt like hours. But then, bam, the wolf bolts off down the street, and I instinctively follow. I slam the car into drive, peel out, and begin following this wolf down the side street after side street. This wolf stayed right in the middle of the street the entire time. It was crazy. I had never seen anything like this in my life. I didn't even think there were wolves in this area, this close to the city. It wasn't long before I noticed that the fog had gotten lighter and eventually disappeared. That was when I realized that I'm on a road that I recognized that actually leads me directly to my house. With a confused and amazed look on my face, I glanced back to where the wolf was at, just in time to see it dart off into the forest, never to be seen again. I got home safely that night, and to this day, I still have no idea what I experienced that night. I'm not going to write a long, drawn-out document. I'm just going to leave something that proves that something happened. I've been sitting in my RV mentally getting myself ready. In one hand is this pen, and in the other, a bottle of whiskey. It's just everything that has happened ever since we got here is too crazy to make up. A damn thing. It's not a thing. It's a damn monster. If that monster hadn't shown up, then my family would still be here. Why did things go so wrong? It was supposed to be a simple family trip out to the woods. My wife and I saved like crazy to get this RV and took our 3 children off. I wanted to take my children away from the overbearing life of technology and show them the joys of nature. I was an avid hunter in my youth, but as you know, when you start to have a family, life starts to take you in a different approach. However, now that my kids are getting older, I thought it was time to get back in and show them what their dad loved doing. This was supposed to just be a normal family trip. Why did that monster appear? Why did it take my kids, my wife, Why did I do nothing as I stood there as it ripped my wife into pieces? I watched as my children screamed out in fear as they were drowning in their own blood. And I did nothing. Or my hunter and survival instincts in that moment. I know where they were. They were me trying to survive. Why did I become such a coward? I hate myself for not even trying to save them. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant like that. Like I said, I didn't want this to be drawn out, but whoever finds this, be careful, for all those stories about monsters in the woods are real. I used to laugh when I heard my brother talk about them non-stop. I chalked them up to stories used to scare kids, but now I know. I should have packed up my family when I first heard the gruesome howl that came from behind the tree line. I should have left when my daughter found that giant footprint. A footprint that no animal or human could have made. I should have left when I started to smell that gut-wrenching odor. Yeah, just think about all those should-haves, and if only now. Great that my mind tries to be smart now of all times. Well, my whiskey's almost gone. That means it's time for me to head on out. I won't be alone. No. I have my trusty hunting rifle with me. I think 4 bullets should be enough. Yeah, 4 will be enough. 4 for them. That way the monster will feel like it's the 4 of them tearing into it. I'll get him with everything I got. I'll avenge your deaths, or die trying.
My aunt was a water dowser. She passed away several years ago. My uncle and I were reminiscing while looking at some old photos and reading some of her journals she left for posterity. I came across this entry and didn't know what to think of it. I showed my uncle. He was bewildered, but then appeared pensive and upset, and wouldn't answer any of my questions. My uncle doesn't know I took pictures and transcribed it from her cursive. Hard to read on old paper. I may have botched a few sentences. Please don't judge me for taking the liberty of sharing this. The thought of this story and keeping this secret has been haunting me, and I just needed to share it. Water divining did not come as natural to me as it did for my grandfather. He could reveal a well in Death Valley at the peak of summer. My sisters and I were told the gift skipped a generation, but I fear it may have skipped too. I didn't even know what I was doing out there, sweating under that Arizona sun. Scouring that wasteland with dust sweeping into my nostrils was not a picturesque weekend for a young 24-year-old. That valley, it felt void and lifeless. To say Balsam Ranch had seen better days would be an understatement. I found myself speculating about the origin of its decrepit solitude. Why had someone settled here in the first place? I asked myself. I was miles from the nearest semblance of civilization. An uneasy feeling in my gut made me wonder if something horrid happened to the original occupants. Perhaps a tragic history still embedded in the land was interfering with my rods. After an hour, I had still found nothing. No water anywhere. What secrets lie here? I wondered. I shook my head and decided my superstitious inclinations were just making excuses for my inability to find water. I knew it was most likely abandoned because the previous well dried up. Perhaps the underground waterway shifted, which should have meant it was still there. I needed to find it. No need to get spooked over nothing. But I had known this contract would likely be futile when it was offered to me. I shouldn't have accepted it, despite the monetary reward, should I discover a well. Besides, something had been unsettling about the way the new owner had smiled at me while looking me up and down. Perhaps my sense of detecting creeps was more reliable than that of finding water. I should have listened to it more. Then again, jobs were scarce for a half Navajo water dowser, especially one of my gender. You would think people living in the desert would take what they could get when it came to finding water. The rods jolted, and I felt my heart pause, skeptical that the phenomena had worked. It never ceased to amaze me. My body remained motionless, suspended in time with my right heel only partially planted in the maroon dirt. The rod swayed freely in the absence of wind. I slowly planted my foot into the earth and encroached further into the barren property, but the rod showed no further indication of life. I continued. The sunlight was dying, and only a crimson tint remained on the evening sky. Ambiguous shadows appeared at the fringes of the desolate ranch, and I convinced myself that some childish fear of the night would not dishearten me. Still, my thoughts yielded to that inevitability of a memory that always managed to seize my mind when the setting was right. My grandfather's story. The one he'd told me in private. The one he said he'd never share with anyone. But he had shared it with me. The rods detect more than water. There had been a hauntingly sober warning in his tone, a discordant melody to the moonlight's gleam in his loving eyes. What else do they find? I asked, my teenage self hopelessly incapable of resisting his tall tales. He must have sensed doubt or amusement in my question because his face turned to stone. After an uneasy silence, I swallowed and asked again, "What else, grandfather?" The crackling fire had quieted, slowly turning into embers. The musky aspen smoke finally parting to give our faces relief. I took deep breath of the cold, clean air that stung my lungs. The rods find water when they sense disruption, he said. But many things cause disruption. A mineral? I asked. Again, there was silence, as if grandfather was contemplating whether he should continue. A pack of coyotes howled in the distance, and I noticed his grip on his Winchester rifle tighten. It was strange. Coyotes typically evoked a sense of appreciation of nature in my grandfather. No, he said finally. Terror, pain, hate, fear, all kinds of evil. The rods can detect those? I asked, confused. That which carries it. He replied, that which walks between our worlds, like a stream underground. It goes unseen, but like the water, it's never far. I understand, I said, pondering his wisdom. When I hold hate or jealousy in my heart, it's like a poisonous stream. Duda, he spoke harshly. The Navajo usually only came out when he got particularly frustrated. He must have seen the embarrassment in my eyes. Duda, he said again softly. No, in this story, the monster is real. I became uneasy at my grandfather's seriousness. I prayed he was joking or trying to tease his granddaughter, but he wasn't. I've seen it. Ye Naladushi. He removed a roll of sage and let the end catch fire before setting it to the side. I pondered his action and reached a terrifying conclusion, suddenly aware of the towering black hills surrounding us. Every minute, sound played like a preamble of violence. Are they watching us now? I asked. No, replied grandfather, but we do not want to invite them with our talks. Invite them? I don't want them here. Neither do I, grandfather laughed. He smiled and nodded reassuringly. Immediately I felt as protected by him as I did when I was a little girl on one of our campouts. How do you feel when you speak of your sisters or your mother, or think of your niece and nephew? He asked. I smiled. Good. They make me happy. I love them, and I feel that love when I think of them. You feel their spirit of love, yet they are not here. There was a pause. His face turned austere, and he leaned into the dying fire so that the shadows disappeared from his face. A jolt of fear hit my spine like lightning as he spoke. And what spirit do you think will come when you speak of evil? What you speak, what you think, will invite the spirit of those things. This is why we do not tell stories of thrill for the ye Naldalushi. This is why I tell you to keep happy thoughts with you always. Then why do we speak of it now? I asked. There was another long pause as he stared up into the starry night sky and inhaled deeply. I tell you these things because I love you. You must learn that you may be safe. Your sisters have chosen a different path. I know you will leave for school, but you will return. This is your home. It is left to you to carry our family's knowledge. I pressed my lips at the mention of returning after college. He knew I had no desire to come back. How was he so sure I would? He continued. Your great-great-grandfather was a white man. I am mixed. So are you. While one world can live in ignorance of the other, we are blessed to understand both. My grandfather knew water dowsing. My grandmother knew the history of the land learned by the Navajo. But we know both. There was a pause as I pondered our family's history again. I had heard it so many times before, but this was the first time I understood why grandfather was the best water dowser in the West. The sage mixing with smoke was a welcomed scent. Its supernatural properties calmed the world around us, and I no longer felt afraid. But the fear began to return when grandfather continued his story. I was water divining by a ranch near Snowflake. A rich white man from San Francisco bought a plot of isolated land and was told it would be fertile. Many others told him the land was useless and that he was tricked, but he would not give up hope. He had heard of me and wanted me to find a place to dig a well. Many of the white men laughed that he was using a Navajo water witch. In my pride, I knew I had to prove them wrong no matter how long it took. There was another pause as the insects continued to chirp around us. Somewhere an owl hooted, reassuring us that nothing insidious was stalking our camp. I tucked myself further into my sleeping bag, escaping the cold desert night. Grandfather continued and I felt the scent of sage grow stronger. I searched for water until dusk. Just as I was about to give up, the rods crossed. They met with such force they nearly bounced from my loose grip. But I could never repeat the finding in the same spot. It was always somewhere different. I looked up to take a drink from my flask. That is when I saw it. That evil creature. Perversion of nature. My thoughts were interrupted as the rods crossed almost violently. I paused. Inexplicable dread filled my soul as I stared down at what should have been a welcoming sight for any water dowser. The hair on my neck and arms stood up, an ancient alarm for danger. I knew something was watching me. I dropped my rods and turned as I pulled my .38 special and aimed it into the dimming desert behind me. The sun was still half an hour from setting, so I didn't need my flashlight. Not yet. I scanned the sagebrush thoroughly. Balsam Ranch was just as eerily quiet. The brush and ocotillo cactus stood motionless, like a backdrop painting made by Wile E. Coyote. The color felt shallow and disturbed me oddly. Everything felt superficial as I had entered a museum with wax figures. The life in the place was draining. There was a decrepit ranch house with a window blind hanging partially on one side. The act played out before me like a trite western scene. I watched the window blind creak open and close suddenly, but the sight slung my heart with fright. There was no wind. I slowly walked toward the abandoned house, trying to keep the sand silent beneath my boots. My eyes darted down to my .38 special, quickly spotting the brass shining in the cylinder. Easing my mind that my weapon was indeed loaded, I looked back at the window. I paused several feet away, not wanting to continue. I knew I needed to prove myself. The house was safe, or I'd be looking over my shoulder the rest of the evening. I pointed my handgun through the window as I peeked inside. It was empty, the dust undisturbed. I turned to leave. Unexpectedly, I recognized a face staring at me in the brush. My heart felt like it burst, and adrenaline flooded through my extremities to my fingertips and toes. I realized the image I saw and laughed softly. "You scared me," I said to the coyote. I was relieved, for it meant there was some life in that godforsaken place after all. She continued to stare from a distance, concealed in the brush. I lowered my snub-nosed revolver. I turned back to where I left the rods. This time I made more noise as I went. I looked back as I walked, fully expecting the coyote to have taken her leave, but she was still there, staring. She hadn't moved. Not an inch. That painful feeling that something bizarre was taking place began to loom in my mind, but I pushed it out. One marker down. I said to no one. One more to find. Then I had to discover where the two streams met. If I finished before nightfall, I told myself, I wouldn't have to drive 3 hours that way again. I licked my lips and tasted the salt from the sweat of my upper lip. Granules of sand mixed with it and stuck to my teeth. I spat and wiped my face with my sleeve, pushing my straight black hair from sticking to my face. I holstered my revolver and picked up my grandfather's rods. Longing to begin my long drive home, I looked back at my pickup parked just outside the barbed wire fence, nearly 100 yards away. I didn't trust the rubble-ridden road with its rusty nails and screws. I considered that some careless farmer must have dropped his shipment years ago. I held the rods loosely in front of me as I retraced my last steps, clearing my mind like grandfather had taught me so that I wouldn't subconsciously control the rods. I thought of my niece and nephew again. Immediately the rods crossed as if guided by the wills of a phantom. It was over the same location. Removing a marker from my pouch, I stuck it into the earth and continue. Almost immediately, I felt static in the air as the rods crossed again. I felt a flood of relief and thought I might finish soon, but I was wrong. I followed the pathway of the two hidden streams, but they did not intersect. I continued where I left off and found a third stream. I placed another marker, but this stream ran parallel to the first two. Still no intersection. Faithfully holding the rods in front of me like a guiding cane, I continued, clearing my mind of my surroundings. I felt the rods cross a fourth time and, again, placed a marker. And again the streams did not pass. Son of a bitch. I cursed. Why were none of those streams crossing? I imagine the shape the bedrock must have taken to form such long, parallel lines without allowing the water to intersect. The markers had too even a space to have been chance. Maybe it was some ancient form of irrigation below the ranch, for the aisles remind me of cornrows, or perhaps a foundation made by the first pioneers. No, would have been too old. I continued divining and found another marker which also did not intersect. I was no longer surprised and mindlessly marked the location while pondering the shape of the monolith beneath the saturated zone of the earth. Reminding myself of the peculiar atmosphere at Bolsom Ranch, I wondered if it was related. Perhaps what lied far beneath were the vestiges of something occult. I shuddered and pushed the silly thoughts from my mind. Mother Mary help me, I whispered, but immediately felt guilty for calling on her after swearing just moments ago. If a well was dug into only one of these lines, it could drain a secluded chasm of water, unabridged by other streams. I convinced myself the most plausible explanation was merely a unique formation of rocks, perhaps caused by magma or earthquakes long ago. The sun was now completely gone, but the evening sky was still radiant. It would be another hour before the first stars appeared. I had to hurry if I was to finish before dark. The rods crossed smoothly that time, and I mindlessly removed a marker and placed it into the earth. I tried to keep my thoughts on happy distractions, so I thought of my students back on the reservation. It wasn't long before images materialized in my mind about the evils so poignantly expressed through the ruins below the earth.
but I pushed the pictures from my mind. Like a horse to water, the memory of my grandfather's story returned, but I remembered his words. Keep happy thoughts with you always. They keep you safe. Minutes passed like seconds, and I discovered more parallel streams. I placed more markers. I was unaware exactly how many tags I had set, but I continued my purpose instinctually, like a dog mindlessly driven to circle his bed before sleeping. Finally, the task was complete. I slid the rods into my belt and looked over the barren pasture of the ranch at the many bright yellow flags, which marked the lines of underground streams at their strongest points. They subtly converged, meeting somewhere below the ranch house. I walked to the edge of the formation, overlooking the property. I noticed something odd about the layout of markers which indicated where the rods had felt the most energetic flows of water. The flags formed something. Backing away, I found a rickety barrel and carefully climbed on top to get a better view. My skin crawled, and I heard blood pounding in my ears as I made out the letters R-U-N. The clairvoyance in my mind vanished, and I lost the merciful immunity I once had against that malignant aura, that inescapable evil enshrined within the abysmal valley of Balsam Ranch. My knees felt mysteriously drained, and it took the utmost concentration for me to crawl off the barrel without falling. My mouth soured, and I felt bile work its way up my throat. Thoughts rushed through my mind, more questions than answers, but I conceded that speculation was only a distraction at that point. I regained the strength in my legs as I exerted them with willful purpose. I turned toward the truck, but froze. It was an image of such peculiar horror that my mind was possessed with chaos. It was the coyote, in the same exact spot. She was still staring at me. We stared at one another for a moment. The pounding in my ears had returned. I slowly approached the coyote and realized her eyes were not consciously open, but that she had her eyelids removed. As I walked to the coyote, I smelt it before I saw it. She was dead. She was skinned from the neck down and was propped into this position for some unknowable reason. I looked beyond her and saw 6 or 7 more coyotes placed in precisely the same manner. The disorder and outright obscure events on that ranch had convinced me of everything I needed to know. I had to leave. Now. I ran to my truck. I couldn't wait to see that place in my rearview mirror. I reached my truck door, but for some reason it was locked. I tried to peer into the driver's window for my keys, but saw a reflection in my window of a man standing behind me. I tried to yell and turn, but he grabbed me and forced a handkerchief to my mouth. I threw my elbow into his side and I heard him grunt, but his hold was too tight. I tried to deliver another blow, but I felt my strength weakening. Pushing off the truck, I swung my arm back, trying to grab his groin. He jumped back, still holding the cloth to my mouth, and laughed. "Ah, you got fire. Don't worry, darling. That'll come later." My vision turned black, but I knew. I recognized that voice. It was the voice of that disgusting creep who hired me. It felt like a dream. No, a nightmare. One where you can't run, yet your heart is beating as if you were. My sinuses felt congested and my eyelids felt like they weighed 10 pounds. I was confused at first, but quickly remembered what happened. I felt the fighting instinct in me surge through my arms and into my fingertips, but my head was still lacking strength and direction. Layers of dust rubbed into my face and clothes. I squinted, trying to keep my eyes free from irritation. Looking around, I could see I was in the abandoned ranch house. There was a lantern-style flashlight at the end of the room. The objects beside it were blurry, but it looked like one of the blobs was my attacker, hunched over a table.
He was whistling some off-pitched tune. Softly squirming my tied hands around my waist, I felt for my revolver, but it was gone. Of course. I heard a laugh. "Looking for this?" he said, holding up my revolver. "I saw you pointed at my friend out there." He laughed again. "Don't worry, you'll get it back, but you won't need all these for a game of roulette." The man fidgeted with my firearm, and I could tell he wasn't overly familiar with a .38 special. He found the cylinder release button and emptied my rounds onto the table before picking one back up and inserting it into the cylinder. Thanks to my mother's encouragement, all those years in sports had made me flexible. I was able to bring my secured hands down to my boots. I scarcely grabbed the handle of my boot knife before he saw me. "Hey, where are you trying to go? The fun hasn't started yet." His stubbled mouth parted like an infected wound, showing his gaping teeth. He closed the cylinder on my revolver and walked toward me, unbuckling his belt. He kicked my arms away from my boots but didn't see the knife. "What? Can't get your fun like most men?" I asked, trying to cut the rope around my wrists. "No girls willing to take you home?" I could tell in his eye that he couldn't stand my patronizing tone, but he quickly gained control of the conversation. "Nah," he said, unbothered. "Feisty women like you are more fun this way." "Right. I'm sure you're a regular Casanova," I said, trying to get him to speak longer. The knife fumbled in my hand, but I managed to hang on to it. His upper lip formed a smile, but it was obscenely fake. "I've had women like you. You won't talk so smart when the pain starts." He held my revolver up to my head. I looked at him through phony eyes. "Stupid threat, unless you like your woman dead first." "I just like the pain first," he whispered. He crouched to me and pointed my revolver at my leg. He pulled the trigger. My leg helplessly flinched. This made him laugh, so his large gut bubbled against his buttoned shirt. The rope is tighter than I hoped. "Where will it be?" he asked, toying the revolver over my legs. He pointed it to my other leg and pulled the trigger. I didn't flinch this time and instead smiled. I could tell he was frustrated. "Maybe an arm," he scoffed. I watched the revolver make its way to my arm, and I knew I must act. My hands were free and shoot forward, seizing the gun on either side and pulling it towards me. My grip was wobbly because I was still holding my boot knife. I jammed my thumb between the hammer and cylinder, stopping the firing mechanism. He let out a gasp and tried to pull the trigger, but it pinched my thumb and didn't fire. He struck me in the back of the head with his free hand, but I didn't let go. My knife's edge found its mark and cut a deep path into his wrist, covering my hands with his sticky blood. He yelled and lost his grip on the gun. With divine swiftness, I turned my .38 special back toward my attacker and pulled my thumb free of the hammer. A resounding crack exploded from the weapon as the bullet hit him square in the gut. He fell to the ground with a scream and held his stomach. Blood seeped from the wound and stained his shirt. I watched him for a moment, maintaining distance from my injured attacker. The drug was still present in my head and made me feel dizzy after the bout of physical exertion. He groaned and hissed as he slid further away from me. Wearily, I stood and watched his retreat. "You dumbass," I said. "You can see the rounds in a revolver. Russian roulette is played with empty cases too." Finally, I saw why he was sliding toward the table. He had a hatchet, skinning knife, and .22 rifle there. I groaned as I reached down to grab my knife so I could finish the job, but the drug's effects were still strong, and I wasn't sure I'd make it to him in time. But something else caught my eye. Beyond the table, and out the window, approximately 60 feet away, I saw it watching me. The unparalleled fear I had experienced reading the flags seized my body. I lost the ability to hold a single coherent thought. Only one thing repeated in my mind. It can't be real. I commanded my body to move, but I was frozen. I knew there was another, nearer threat in the same room just feet from his rifle. But it was no longer important. There was a soul, abhorrent truth that was petrifying my mind. Wickedness is wearing skin. The primordial figure stood like a human, but without a shred of humanity. It was nearly as tall and as muscular as a bear. Its head was the silhouette of a skull of a once mature buck. Its large antlers reached into the night like bat wings, while its two needle-like eyes radiated like glowing pearls against the brim of its slit, bony nose. Its foggy breath flowed into the cold desert air, carrying the light from its eyes, expanding like a spirit's body until it dissipated. My attacker reached the table and pulled himself up with labored breathing. He grabbed his .22 rifle but froze. I knew he was seeing that same horrifying enigma that had pierced my soul. What the fuck? His question was cut off by a terrifying chromatic screech, echoing through the valley like my ancestors' war cries. We both watched as this perversity of nature lowered itself to the ground. On all fours it charged at the house. I had no time to contemplate the paranormal absurdity of this creature's existence, nor to confront the disbelief within me. Currently at war with everything my physical senses were experiencing. My revolver was empty, but I was not hopeless. My attacker would provide my escape. I heard him cry at the sight of the demonic monstrosity running toward him. He raised his .22 rifle and began firing, but I didn't wait to watch. I turned and ran down the deteriorating hallway. Still drugged and not entirely in control of my faculties, I stumbled but caught myself on the wall. The room behind me exploded into chaos. I heard wood snap accompanied by unholy screams and mortal terror. His cries turned to gargles, and I flinched to the sound of his flesh ripping. I made it out the door and started running down the old driveway without looking back. I made it halfway before a rusty nail pierced my boot and sunk into my foot. I let out a moan of pain and fell, but quickly regained myself. I paused. It was utterly silent inside the house. Panic started to take my mind, but I remembered what my grandfather taught me. Keep happy thoughts with you always. They will keep you safe. I was unsure how literal the meaning was, but I had nothing else to lose. I closed my eyes shut and thought of my family. I focused on them as I continued down the side of the road limping. With relief, I reached my trusty pickup and tried to open the door, but it was still locked. My heart deflated within me, but I baffled it with memories of my niece and nephew. Remember. I looked to the other side of my truck and saw the passenger door was still unlocked. That degenerate must have locked the driver's side so he could sneak up on me. I hobbled to the passenger door and opened it, sliding myself to the driver's seat. Starting the engine, I finally looked at the ranch house. The light from the lantern was still on, but I didn't see any shadows in the room. I put my truck in drive and punched the gas. After a brief moment, I turned on my lights. As soon as my lights came on, a flash of black fur appeared. A haunting image of a deer skull with glowing eyes staring at me sent terror through my body. I screamed seconds before we hit. Violent vibrations shook my truck, but I kept my foot on the gas. Miraculously, I made it over the body and continued down the road, hitting potholes and loose gravel. I continued driving into the night, looking into my rearview mirror every 5 seconds, but nothing appeared. Each time I looked up, I expected to get transported back into the hellish nightmare I just escaped, but it never happened. I was shaking as I drove. After 2 hours of driving, I reached Flagstaff, home of the nearest 24-hour hospital. The rest played out like a hazy dream. White lights and clean scrubs surrounded me. It was apparent I looked horrific because the nurse at the front desk was immediately concerned about my well-being. I tried to talk, but all I managed to get out was, "He tried to." I needn't say anything more. They took me to the back where I met with nurses and a doctor. They removed the nail in my foot that I had forgotten entirely. They patched up the rest of my body. The police promptly arrived and asked me questions regarding my experience. I felt like I was on autopilot because no part of the conversation stayed in my mind. Eventually they gave me a room where I washed and fell asleep. I slept through to morning, or plausibly noon, judging by the amount of light that was coming through the window. I drearily opened my eyes. I saw my sister sitting in a chair next to me, asleep. I smiled and reached out to grab her hand. My sister woke up startled at first. She looked at me with pure love and joy. She rushed to my bed and we gave one another a long, tight hug. "Mary," she started to cry. "Oh, hush, Jenny," I said. "I'm fine." "I know, She inhaled sharply. "I just love you." "I know," I said, still holding her. "I love you too." After a moment of reassurances, there was a knock on my door. It was the detective. "Can't this wait?" My sister asked with an impatient tone. "No, it's fine," I said. "I want to help." "Maybe you should get a lawyer first," said Jenny. I nodded for my sister to leave, and she reluctantly did. A white man in his early 30s entered the room, notepad in hand. "Thank you," he said softly. "You answered most of our questions last night, and it's been a great help. I need to ask a few more questions now that we've been to the scene." "Sure," I replied. But a burning question came to my mind. "Did you find the thing?" The detective's eyes narrowed, pondering the nature of my question. Your attacker?" he asked. "We found several strange things out there." I sighed. He would have known what I meant if the body had still been there. I just wanted the validation that I wasn't crazy, that I had seen what I know I saw. He sensed the disappointment in my eyes and tried to offer reassurance. "Your attacker is there." "He's alive?" I asked in silence. No," replied the detective with a nervous laugh. "I'll put it this way. In my 12 years of law enforcement, I have never been more sure of a deceased call." I nodded my head. He continued. "We found 14 other bodies out there, all women. It looked like wildlife had eaten most of them. This guy was the real deal, real evil. But you stopped him. You saved future victims." I nodded but again remained silent. The detective continued. "It's obvious there was something much larger out there. An animal probably of some kind. It was at the scene with you last night, as you had mentioned. Honestly, our guys and gals are completely stumped at what it could have been." I held my tongue, choosing not to volunteer more information on the matter. It's not like he would have believed me, or so I thought. But this detective, there was something about him, an aura, an instinct, a gift. Whatever it was, he knew there was more, and I felt him wanting to believe. "I know you don't want to tell me," he said. "I've worked alongside the police on the res. I know you won't tell me because I'm a cop, but I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for them." He pointed out the window. There was a pause as he struggled to tell me the next part. "This is not the first scene like this I've come across. Those obscure animal marks, mixed patches of fur, human footprints mixed with beasts. Gory puncture wounds mixed with human bite marks. I need to know. Please. I paused and looked out the window, trying to find the right words. Perhaps if we knew one another better, I would tell you. I heard him sigh in defeat, but something made me continue. I would tell you how old this land is, and the many secrets that lay buried out there. If we were friends, I'd tell you about my family's history, and the stories our great-grandparents passed on. Maybe I'd even tell you about the strange things we know of that wander in the night, slipping between our worlds like a hidden underground stream. If we were especially close, I'd tell you about what I believe happened out there during the dousing of Balsam Ranch. I'd tell you things you already know, how evil leeches off of and draws other evil. But I'd tell you that it's more real than you know. At first, Balsam Ranch, it was real. Evil showed its form and fed off the corpses left behind by that maniac. First, it watched and fed on the torture and pain experienced by those innocent women, and then it devoured their bodies as a sacrifice once they were discarded. I stopped and looked back at the detective who was staring at me like a child clinging onto every word of his grandfather's story. And I'd tell you, detective, to keep happy thoughts with you always. They will protect you from evil.